Hello everyone, welcome to our audiobook channel. If you enjoyed this story or want to hear more exciting content, don't forget to subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment. Your feedback helps us improve and bring even more captivating stories. Enjoy listening. Next, we invite you to listen to part 1 of the series. Chapter 1. Volume 1. One If You're Gonna Die, Die with Style. My name is Lai Shan. I'm female and 23 years old this year. It's been 1 year and 13 days since I died. That's right. You didn't misread that. I'm saying that I've been dead for more than a year. 1 year ago, I was just an ordinary patient at a psychiatric hospital. Today, 1 year later, I stand under a gray and overcast sky in a strange and unfathomable position. To call me a bloodthirsty enchantress wouldn't be undue. Like the sexy and flirtatious female demons in the online games that guys liked to play, I was dressed in a floor-length bloodred dress that perfectly outlined my figure. The long skirt flowed past my ankles, red satin, swaying every which way as I moved. My feet were adorned with a pair of 10 cm red heels, but still I was able to run effortlessly under the night sky. Even without the wind, my enchanting long red curls would dance at my back. On nights like these, I often sped through the streets like an out-of-control cheetah. Sometimes when I ran fast enough, all you could see was a red streak fly by. It had become a habit of mine to run fiercely, wildly through the night. This seemingly savage and yet beautiful pastime helped relieve the stresses pressing down on me. I really wanted to escape this place, but I haven't been able to make sense of it all. After a year here, deep down I've realized that I am no longer human. In fact, I might not fall into any species of creatures, not even the ones that existed in myths and stories. I've simply become a lonely, misty presence. Every time I thought of that, a trace of helplessness and sadness passed through me. This day, as on days before, I flew down the city streets. The scene from 1 year ago when I first arrived to this place played through my mind. 1 year ago, I was an ordinary third-year college student. If I had to name something that set me apart from others, it would be that I suffered from double identity disorder. Though my personality had always been a bit out of the ordinary, my mental disorder wasn't very serious. Sometimes I was a little peculiar, a bit obsessive compulsive, or slightly more emotional than others, but those things didn't greatly affect my day-to-day life. But then one day, the illness that I never minded much turned my world upside down like an evildoer plotting away in the darkness. That day, for some reason, the second identity within me suddenly erupted. After completely taking control of me, I plunged a knife into the chest of a fourth-year student whom I'd been crushing on for many years. I don't remember the details of what happened before or after the incident. All I know is that after the knife blade kissed his skin, I passed out. When I regained consciousness, I was already settled in on a bed at a psychiatric hospital. My doctor was a handsome Chinese and American mixed-race man. His features were a bit more Chinese, with black hair and not entirely blue eyes, but there was a certain aura about him that made him stand out against other people. As I admired his appearance, he told me that I had personally killed my beloved senior. It was then that I understood the darkness of closing my eyes. I loved him so much, but because of a psychiatric disorder, before I had the chance to tell him sweet words like "I'll love you until the end of time," and "we'll be together till death do we part," I plunged a knife into his heart to prove that "I'll love you even after your death." When I started seizing, 2 well-endowed nurses held me down. The handsome doctor stuck a large needle into my slender pale arm, and that's where my recollection of reality stops. After that needle stabbed my skin, I quickly lost consciousness. Some unknown time later, when I finally woke up, I stood in this ghastly place that I'm now stuck in. I remember that when I woke up, I'd been standing in the middle of the city. I just suddenly woke up while standing there. This city doesn't seem to have blue skies. Instead, they are gray. There's also no sun, but the sky does appear to be lit by some unknown source. When I first opened my eyes, all I could see was that there were people walking to and fro on the street around me. The first figure to walk into my sights was an old man. He was a rather ordinary old man except for his head. As I stared at his head, my eyes slowly widened. Fear suddenly rushed into my heart, the kind of fear you'd feel if you woke up to see a monster in front of you. My fear stemmed from the fact that the top of his skull was missing. That's right. A piece of his skull was missing, just like the Japanese woman who had her head chopped off in Kill Bill, or the man who had his head cut off by Hannibal in Hannibal. And because the old man was shorter than me, I could see the squirming brain inside of his exposed skull. It was bloody too. So naturally I shrieked out, traveling from the bottom of my stomach to the top of my head. The sound morphed into a dolphin's squeal echoing throughout the street. Even I was alarmed by the sound. I felt my skull trembling, and I immediately had the impulse to reach up to check if my head was still intact. My dolphin shriek was accompanied by another similar, but slightly deeper shout. It was the old man. As his voice wasn't as high-pitched as mine, my scream merely drowned his out. He seemed more startled than me, like he'd just seen a ghost. Why are you screaming? I should be the one screaming. My whole body shook as I extended my hand. A trembling finger pointed at his head. And I know I just haven't seen a living person arrive in a long time, so I was a bit surprised. Young lady, don't be afraid. The old man's eyes seemed to start leaking with what appeared to be tears as he looked at me pitifully. My lips twitched and my entire body felt unwell. I truly didn't know how I should have interpreted his words. As my body trembled and my thoughts jumbled, I came to a sudden realization. In a panic, I raised my head and looked around at the passing figures, the people. I was immediately overcome with a disorienting feeling of wanting to faceplant onto the ground. The people around me could hardly be called people. They took on various shapes with various types of dress. Some were in period garb, others in modern clothing. Someone looked like Superman, while others looked like groups of zombies. There were even creatures that looked like animal-human hybrids. Were those vampires? Was that an Avatar TN human Navi hybrids of the same name film over there? And there were many other creatures that I could never have possibly imagined. Compared to those things, this crownless old man wasn't all that frightening. One might even call him a bit cute. As my mind conjured up that description, I looked back at the old man's open skull and a nauseating feeling climbed up my throat. I was able to suppress the sudden nausea, but as I looked around at the unfathomable scene before me, I reacted as any normal person would have. I lifted my left hand and smacked my cheek. The crisp sound rang in my ears and I cried out, "Damn, that hurts." It wasn't a dream, I realized. But if it wasn't a dream, what did this scene before me mean? I stared blankly at the old man as my mind tried to decide whether to drop to the ground or not. When one first arrives here, their body radiates light. We haven't seen a living person here in a long while, so when I first saw you glowing like that, I was startled. But don't be afraid, young lady. The guide will arrive soon to explain everything to you. I must have been visibly upset, for the old man tried to comfort me. He extended his hand, and then I noticed that the top of his head had started to regenerate. By the time he finished speaking, he truly looked just like any ordinary old man. But that hadn't been comforting at all. Rather, I could only stand there frozen with a face of shock. The old man was about to continue speaking when a sphere of light appeared and started to envelop me. Oddly enough, the light gave me a sense of security in this unfamiliar place. I wondered which of the following was occurring. 1. I was about to be transported home. 2. I was about to wake up. Or 3. I may have just died and now I was being resurrected. My imagination really was a testament to my intelligence. Regardless of the outcome, I couldn't help but laugh at the situation. Even the halo of light was so cliché. Then one short second later, the scene around me changed. Chapter 2. Volume 1. 2. The Split Zone. The glowing light around me disappeared. The street I stood on disappeared. The old man disappeared. And all the strange creatures disappeared. I seemed to be standing inside of a very large hall inside of a large building. The hall felt deserted without a single thing in sight. It was very spacious, maybe several hundred square meters in area. The space above me looks to continue on endlessly, like the building had been completely hollowed out and the space around me was empty, simply contained by 4 walls. I'd been standing not too far from the north wall, where a large screen hung nearly covering the entire wall. The remaining walls were covered with shining white tiles. Even though I stood a ways away from them, the brightness still pained my eyes. I rubbed my eyes and then looked back at the screen in front of me. Suddenly an image appeared on the screen, like a video was about to start broadcasting. It was a scene of a hospital room shown from above. A girl laid in bed, her eyes closed. At her side sat a crying couple of her parents. My eyes widened, tears welling up in them. My vision was muddled, and before I could react, two figures appeared before me like a flash of light. When I looked carefully, I saw two people, two men. One of them was blonde-haired and blue-eyed, and he looked mixed. I couldn't help recalling my doctor, but had black hair. And not only was this man blonde, he had a pair of very blue eyes. His profile the only thing that felt a bit Chinese. As for the other person, when I turned to look at him, my tears had already cleared up. My eyes were drawn to him, and in that moment I forgot about all that I didn't understand about this situation. He looked about the same age as me, and he wore a black high-colored sweater that covered his neck reaching up to his chin, and a pair of black jeans. His hands were tucked into his pant pockets. His hair was slightly long and black with choppy bangs that swept over, but didn't block his eyes. His eyes were dark, deep, apathetic, like two black holes. Faced with this boy who seemed to emanate darkness, I couldn't help stuttering some nonsense. "Are you a Grim Reaper?" The blonde man scoffed at the question. Then he shook his hand in front of my eyes. "Hey, don't make a joke. Like you, he's just arrived here, from your world of the living." "What, our world of the living?" My lips twitched. What was that sentence supposed to mean? Before I could sort out my thoughts, my attention was pulled back to the large screen on the wall. The scene was the same as before, but the parents watching their daughter seemed to be crying harder now. Their bodies trembled and their eyes were filled with distress as they stared at the girl lying on the hospital bed. A strong stabbing sensation swept across my heart. I pointed to the screen and turned to the blonde man. "What's going on? Am I dead or what? How is it that I can see myself there? Who are you guys, and what is this place?" The blonde man slowly withdrew his playful smile and looked at me with a profound and serious expression. In a voice deeper than before, he said, "I can explain it to you, but I'm sure that you wouldn't be able to understand." "I don't need for you to understand though. I'm just here to notify you, to let you know how to continue living here. No matter what suspicions you may have, please remember that I'm not here to lie to you." "You're really long-winded." I glared at him, but my eyes couldn't help glancing back to the image of my tearful parents. That's right. The girl lying on the bed on that screen was me, and the couple crying beside her were my parents. The blonde man shrugged, seemingly unbothered by my reaction. "This place you're at now, that is this city, is called Split Zone No. 13. And in this place only the consciousness can exist." He paused and then he gestured with his hands. "I'll explain it as plainly as I can. This is a space that has yet to be discovered by humankind, and its inhabitants are those who suffered from mind-splitting mental disorders. Because these disorders produce increased brain waves, and under certain stimuli these brain waves can increase tenfold, they may be captured by a soul splitter in the split zone. And then your consciousness is brought here to this space." "What and what now?" My brows must have been twisted up like a wrinkly beef ball. I stared at him blankly and shook my head to express my inability to understand. His expression belied that this was a common reaction. He explained carefully to me again. "Let's put it this way. When someone with a mental disorder is stimulated by something, their brain waves will greatly increase for a time. Your consciousness, your soul if you will, can then be captured and brought here by the hosts of this space, a group called Soul Splitters. The one who captured your consciousness, to put it plainly, is like a bad guy who took your soul and dropped it into this world. Standing inside of this world right now is not your physical body, just your consciousness, your mind. And the sleeping girl you see on the screen is your true body in the real world, lying comatose inside of a psychiatric hospital. Do you understand?" My expression was still wrinkled and blank as I tilted my head. "I seem to understand it, but what exactly are soul splitters? Why did they bring my consciousness here? Why do soul splitters exist here, and why do they bring people here? Those are questions that I am unable to answer. My responsibility is simply to tell you that you've been brought here by the soul splitters. Those who have been brought to this space take on a form of their choosing while they live here, and their bodies remain in a coma in the real world. As long as your consciousness remains here, your physical body will never wake, and so we often say that the people who have just arrived have died." The blonde man pointed to the screen at my comatose body. His words meant that you're essentially dead, and that's why your soul has come here. In other words, I've become a vegetable in the real world. I looked at the screen at myself in astonishment. You can think of it that way. However, doctors will not interpret it as a vegetative state, but rather cerebral death. The blonde man nodded. How can I get back? I nearly shrieked out the question. The blonde man pointed to my chest. Look at the key in front of your chest. As he pointed, I looked down and discovered that there was now a golden key hanging from my neck. It's called a splitting key. Everyone who arrives in the split zone will slowly form what's called a split symbol, and then this key will appear around their neck. As for the split symbol, take a look at him. He pointed to the silent black-clothed young man at his side. The boy slowly turned around. With his back to me, he pulled down the collar of his sweater, revealing the back of his neck. There was a crescent moon symbol that glowed faintly. The blonde man pointed his finger and made a circular motion around the crescent shape on the boy's skin. This design is called a split symbol. Everyone in the split zone will form one within an hour of their arrival here. The symbols will be different for each person, and they can be located anywhere on the body. Once the symbol is formed, your body's characteristic glow will slowly fade and you will become one of the people of this place. Since your split key has appeared, I expect that your split symbol will be complete soon. At that time you will belong to this place. My eyes widened, my mind not entirely comprehending the blonde man's words. The black-clothed boy slowly adjusted his collar, hiding away his split symbol. He turned back and looked at me with indifferent eyes, as if looking at me, but also as if looking past me. I couldn't help following his gaze. I turned around, but there was nothing there. At the other end of the hall there seemed to be a door on the wall, but it was far away from us. When I turned back, the blonde man looked at me with a trace of something in his eyes. Sympathy perhaps, but it also looked like pity. As he looked at me, he sighed. I know that the situation must be difficult to understand, but you have to remember you're dead, and that's why you're here. You may feel that this is just a dream, but as the days pass, you'll slowly come to realize that it's all real. Everything was very strange. It was too unbelievable. But his words caused me to fall into an abyss, dropping down and down and down. He paused a moment, and then he continued, however, am also responsible for telling you that everyone who is brought here has a counterpart, that is the soul splitter who captured you here. Each person's soul splitter is different, and the one who brought you here will have the same split symbol as you, located in the same place, having been formed at the same time. You must try to find them. Why should I find them? I couldn't help asking. The blonde man fixed his eyes on me and said, when you find them you can leave. To put it more directly, when you find them you'll be resurrected. My eyes widened. That meant that there was a chance to go home. The blonde man immediately answered my question as if he could read my thoughts. When you find the soul splitter with the same split symbol as you and insert your splitting key into their symbol, your consciousness will return to the world you came from. What if I never find them? My body seemed to be trembling slightly. A mysterious expression crossed the blonde man's face. Then your consciousness will forever remain here, and your parents will continue to watch over your brain-dead body, forever carrying an aching feeling, a hope that you'll one day wake up. They will live a bitterly painful life until enough. I cut him off, unable to believe the frightening things I was hearing. May's comments. Harsh guy. Harsh. So we got our first proper introduction to the strange and mysterious split zone. Feels kind of limbo to me. Chapter 3. Volume 1. 3 Law of the Jungle. When I think back to my arrival here 1 year ago, I can't help finding it laughable. Back then, seeing a cramless old man made me scream out loud. There was a blonde man to explain everything about this world to me. And now it's been an entire year since I've died. Since my consciousness arrived in this place called Split Zone No. 13. As I dashed through the streets of the city, I started coming back to my senses. I suddenly felt that someone was following me. Even without thinking about it, I knew who it would be. But just in case, I quickly turned around as I drew the bow on my back. By the time I faced him, I already had an arrow aimed. Dressed in black, the robust figure was quick to react. He leapt up above my head, and as I turned to look at him, I saw him smile jokingly down at me. I grabbed at his ankle, causing us both to start falling. He unceremoniously kicked away my hand, moving off my momentum and the two of us dropped to the ground. My crimson skirt swept across the ground and I landed steadily in red heels. My messy red hair blew in the wind as I shot a look at the stalker before me. As before, he was dressed completely in black. The black high-colored sweater he wore 1 year ago had been replaced with a black windbreaker. His hands were casually inserted into his jacket pockets, and his slightly long black hair danced in the wind. A pair of shining black eyes were fixed on me. "Nizun, it's already been a year. Can't you wear something with a bit of color?" I sneered as I looked him over. Nizun shrugged, his lips curving upwards just a bit. "Aren't you the same, always wearing red, always running through the streets at night like a lunatic? Have I ever asked you to change?" I raised a brow. "It's not often that you're so lively. I didn't know you could say so much at once." "Depends who I'm talking to," he replied with an arrogant yet somehow charming smile. His smile made my heart skip a beat, but immediately afterwards I silently berated myself for being unable to resist a handsome man's smile. I looked at him spitefully. A year ago had been withdrawn with a sullen expression fixed to his face, but nowadays he was like the devil hanging around me all day long. I was about to respond with a sarcastic remark when a cute girl suddenly appeared in front of me. She was a newcomer who'd just arrived yesterday. Laurel, her name was. It was said that she was brought here after severe Stockholm Syndrome-triggered psychosis. Her appearance was a very pure and innocent one, and her character was also sweet and kind. I guess because she reminded me of myself when I was younger, I immediately took a liking to her. And since she was here in my western district, of course, I would do my best to protect her. Laurel scurried over when she saw me. She pouted her little red lips and looked at me sadly as she said, "Ah, Shinji, I still don't really get it the way time works here, so I can't get to sleep." I pat her on the head, her fine and soft blonde hair feeling nice beneath my fingers. I carefully explained, "This place is different from the world we came from. One day is divided into 60 periods. You can think of them as 60 hours. Day lasts for 30 of these hours and the night lasts for the other 30. During the day things are as you've seen. The sky is gray, but everything is clearly visible. But when night comes, like right now, the sky is completely dark and we can see maybe 10 meters around ourselves. No matter how you try to light things up, you'll only be able to see that small area around yourself. Then how can you run through the night so quickly you can't see in front of you, but you're still so fast?" Laurel raised her head, her big bright eyes shining towards me. I smiled. "I've become used to it. When I run, I don't just rely on my vision. I use all 5 of my senses." "Like a bat?" Laurel asked with a tilt of her head. "Right," I said with a gentle rub of her head. "But don't worry. An hour in this place is much shorter than an hour in the world we're from. Once you get used to it, you'll be fine. That big brother is really good looking. He's always following you, isn't he?" Shinji. Laurel reached out her hand, attempting to grab onto Nizun's clothes. Surprisingly, he didn't try to avoid her. He simply shot her a shallow smile. I smirked. "That's because he can't leave me." "Oh, why can't he leave you? Did he fall in love with you?" Laurel asked with amazement, her big eyes glistening. In my head I couldn't help but roll my eyes at the thought. Him love me, please? 2 people who couldn't wait for the other to do it. Kind of love could there be between them? I looked over at Nizun's cunning eyes, and a trace of hatred flit across my heart. "If you're going to roll your eyes, just do it in your head. If you actually roll them in the dark of night, a woman dressed in red rolling her eyes at you is a truly horrifying scene." Nizun spoke leisurely. I grew embarrassed. Had I really been unable to contain my iraling to my thoughts only? When she heard Nizun's words, Laurel started giggling. Seeing Laurel's pretty smile brightened my mood, but her laughter was brief. And suddenly she screamed. It was what you'd imagine of a girl's scream. I followed her gaze until I saw a green-haired snake woman, roughly as tall as a human. I say snake woman because she had the lower body of a serpent and the upper body of a human. Look at that thick serpent's tailor. Should I call it a leg? Wow. I really wanted to tell her to lose some weight. Our appearance in this world is conjured up by our consciousness. As long as a person's mental prowess is strong enough, they can take on any shape or form they desire. That's the reason behind all the strange creatures here. In this place our mind's capabilities equate to our strength, so we call it our mental force MF. Our abilities are quantified by this mental force. When a person first arrives here, their mental force is measured by the guide that is the blonde-haired man. The upper limit of the MF scale is 100, with most people's MF falling between 1020 or 3040 if they are a bit stronger. The strength of one's consciousness can slowly be improved with time and practice, just like one's willpower. However, unless your willpower was extremely strong while you were alive in the real world, in other words, unless you were very strong before you came here, you could practice day and night, but your MF would only ever increase up to 3 levels. In other words, when you arrive to this place, your abilities have already been set. Generally speaking, because one's mental capabilities are limited, and because the strength of one's brain waves is limited, it's difficult to change your appearance after it's been set. Each person only has a certain amount of MF available, and maintaining a new appearance requires spending a portion of it. About a month after I arrived here, I grasped how to manipulate my mental force. I've only ever expended a few levels to alter my appearance, to make myself slimmer, more elegant, and to turn my hair red. Aside from that, I maintained a rather human-like appearance, and I really couldn't understand those people who spent so much of their mental force to maintain appearances of strange creatures. As an example, the snake woman in front of us that would do well to lose some weight. I comforted Laurel, "Don't be scared. Her name is Ujai, and while she's far from being kind, she won't harm you. Ujai, look at your appearance. You're scaring the poor girl. Can't you turn into something more pleasant?" I looked over at her serpent's tail. Ujai extended her hand and stroked her green hair. She gave me a coquettish look. I really liked snakes when I was alive. Now that I have the chance to shapeshift, it's only natural that I want to be joined together with a snake. My lips twitched as I pointed to her spinach-like green hair. You think that a snake that grows green hair is attractive? HMPH. It's called being trendy. She rolled her eyes at me. Her eyes were still very lovely though. She looked at the still frightened Laurel, and then over at Nizun behind me, slouched with his hands in his pockets. Then her eyes returned to me. "You'd better be careful of Jos. I don't know what kind of trick she's trying to pull, but she's been roping in a lot of strong characters recently. The Eastern District is growing more restless by the day, and there are always corpses turning up. There are some really dangerous people in the group that she's gathered." I laughed lightly. She's always done things strangely and without order. As long as I don't offend her, she won't take the initiative to bother me. Ujai joined in the laughter. "Oh please. Doing things without order, who could compete with the Western District on that front? Who's as strange as you, coming and going as you please without letting anyone know you're the commander of the Western District. Don't just live each day without a care, playing around, leaving Nizun and me to take care of business. I'm telling you because I'm worried that even if you don't provoke her, she'll decide that someone as carefree as you would be easy pickings." I nodded to let her know that I'd be careful. When I didn't say anything else, Ujai simply let out a sigh. With a flick of her tail, she turned and left. Ujai quickly disappeared from my sight, and I found myself lost in thought. Of course I knew about Jos. Mr. Blonde of the Northern District, Luo of the Southern District, Jos of the Eastern District, and Lishan of the Western District. Not too long after my arrival here, before I'd become the Western Commander, I was out on a street in the Eastern District. With my own 2 eyes, I saw the Eastern Commander Jos tear a girl to shreds. The girl had been screaming in anguish, but Jos remained expressionless, almost as if she were simply ripping up a sheet of paper. She pulled the girl's limbs off one by one, and after the girl's limbs regenerated, Jos would once again rip them off. She seemed to have spent an entire day doing that. Because it is only our consciousness that exists in the split zone. Any time our bodies are torn or wounded here, they'll regenerate and heal soon afterwards. Our physical appearances are simply a kind of illusion, not our true physical shells. But because it is our consciousness that exists here, we still feel pain. In other words, when someone repeatedly rips you to shreds, you will feel the pain boring into you, but you'll be unable to escape it. That was one of the frightening aspects of this world. All that said, it's not impossible to die here. Every person in the split zone has something that can protect them, that is their splitting key. At the same time, every person carries a weakness, their split symbol. When someone inserts their splitting key into another's split symbol, the person bearing the split symbol will die. In whatever form they were in, they will die in this world, and their true physical body in the real world will be declared brain dead soon after. While I always had some difficulty believing things about this world, I've already seen a lot of people die here. Of course, this place isn't without its own rules and order. Anyone who inserts their splitting key into an innocent person will hear a flute's song float down from the gray sky above. As the flute sounds, their body will burst into a million pieces like a beautiful blood storm. You wouldn't be able to see any pieces of flesh, just a leftover bloody residue. Those who assassinate another will also die here in this cruel fashion. They will feel that pain until the flute no longer sounds, and then their consciousness will also cease to exist in the physical world. That's just a legend though. While it's true that the killer will burst apart and die whether or not one hears the song of a flute, well, I've never killed anyone, so naturally I've never heard it. All I know is that when someone starts to burst apart, they will cry out in anguish before their death. Even if I've grown some guts in my time here, I still get chills when I hear their cries. The only way to leave this place is to find the soul splitter that brought you here and insert your splitting key into their split symbol. You may be wondering then why someone would use their splitting key on an innocent person instead of their soul splitter. It's simple, really. Being able to find your soul splitter in this place is harder than climbing to heaven. Don't even mention finding the soul splitter that brought you here. I have yet to see any soul splitter in my time here. People eventually grow tired of this place. They don't want their families to wait for them anymore to suffer as they care for a vegetable. And so they choose to kill another and be destroyed with them. Since you cannot kill yourself here, if you want to die, someone else must either kill you, or you must kill someone else and suffer the consequences. As each day passes, people become fed up with their situations. This place is hardly a safe one. It's filled with bloodshed, with conspiracy. Hiding our split symbol from others has become an everyday concern, a source of worry for everyone here. Chapter 4. Volume 1. 4 Grievous News. When I grew tired from running around, I returned to my room to sleep. I'd arranged for Laurel to live on the floor below mine. I lived on the 13th floor of the western residence, and Naizun lived next door to me. After a person lives in this place for a long time, they often forget that they are actually just an intangible soul, and they live like any ordinary person would. This place is about the size of a small city, and it's split into 4 districts: the eastern, western, southern, and northern districts. To the north is the northern district, Mr. Blonde's turf. Within the northern district is the split zone center, the large hall I was taken to when I first arrived. It's where the blonde man lives, taking care of all the administrative business here. Each district has its own jurisdiction system, its own rules and regulations. Each district also houses just three buildings. The residence where people live, extending 30 stories tall, and across the district, every room is the same size, sufficient for one person to live in. Everyone here aside from Mr. Blonde lives in the same type of room regardless of status. And we all live simply. In addition to the expansive residential building, each district also has an academy and a marketplace. Life here is rather dreary for most, so people often decide to enroll in school either as a student or a teacher. Some people continually spend their time at the academy learning many things, waiting for the day that they'll meet their soul splitter. And when they finally return to the physical world, their accumulated knowledge will become useful. Their time spent here wouldn't have been wasted. Personally, I felt their concerns were unnecessary. The passage of time here is different from the world we came from. While I don't know the exact conversion, I've never seen anyone die from old age here, so I suppose time passes by much slower in this world, and that means we're unlikely to see our physical bodies die in that world. In a way, this place seemed to embody the meaning of eternity. Aside from going to school to learn, people here can also go to the market to sell and buy things. The selling and purchasing of goods is more of a bartering system, as there is no currency here. If you needed something, you asked for it, and if the seller liked you, they might give that thing to you, or you may need to help them with something in exchange for the goods. The goods in the marketplace were all provided by Mr. Blonde. If one wanted to operate a business in the building, they could apply to their district commander. The district commander would then relay the request to the leader, and if he approved, he would distribute the goods to be sold. Though our consciousness shapes our appearances, we are unable to produce something from nothing. Most people who used the market are those who have certain items they really like. Others only occasionally visit it out of boredom. While each district here had its own administrative system, it stands throughout the split zone that as long as you do not kill, you will not die. As such, loneliness grew to become our biggest enemy. Just think about it for a moment. When you truly have an unlimited time to do anything, perhaps you'll find that you don't know what you should do. Everything ends up being the same. When everything is eternal and endless, things seem to lose all value. This is true of time as well. When I awoke the next morning, I was met with panicked pacing on the 12th floor and startling screams that broke through the peace of the Western District. I quickly grabbed my bow and arrow and headed out of my room. Nizun exited his room at the same time. His black hair was a mess, and his pair of bewitching dark eyes swept over the area. Following his gaze, I saw that a lot of people were rushing downstairs. When they saw me, several people fearfully called out, "Commander, the 12th floor, the 12th floor, something bad's happened." No one seemed to be able to spit out a complete sentence, so I waved them away and ran downstairs, my bow on my back. Nizun followed behind me. The 12th floor corridor was jam-packed. Fortunately, most of the people living in the Western District had human-like appearances, so I was able to shove my way through the crowd. When they saw me, many moved to let me pass. I finally made my way through, but then the scene before my eyes had me stop in my tracks. A bone-chilling feeling crept up from the soles of my feet to the crown of my head. The door to a room was opened. The furnishings inside looked just the same as every other rooms. The only difference was that in the center of this room there was a long and slender metal pole. It was very long, extending from the ground to the ceiling, and the pole had pierced through a female body. Young Laurel's body was skewered onto the pole, entering from her bottom up and out the top of her head into the ceiling. Her body was covered in blood, and the room was covered in bloodstains. Because the pole had stabbed through the top of her head, Laurel was nearly beyond recognition. But there was a faintly discernible mark on her neck, a small butterfly symbol that would have once glowed dimly. It was no longer lit because there was now a key inserted into it. That meant that someone had both tortured the girl and then killed her with a splitting key. That's why Shed died in such a tragic manner. The bloodstains around the rest of the room were likely from her killer after they burst apart. There was no way to identify them now. Under my administration, it had been a long time since anyone had died such a wretched and bloody death. My eyes couldn't move, fixed on the sight in front of me. Laurel's hair was no longer soft and beautiful, but matted with blood. Her big opened eyes, also coated in blood, made for an unsightly image. An anger that I'd never felt before suddenly surged through me. This was the Western District that had always opposed murder. Who would suddenly do such a harassing thing? Had someone encouraged this activity? Cruelty was, after all, the only delight to be had in the split zone. Because people grew very lonely here, this world had become a very cruel place. The abilities that our bodies can make use of in this world rely on our mental force, MF. That means that our mental force can be turned into physical strength. For example, someone with 20 MF who used 10 of their levels to create a superhuman appearance would have 10 levels remaining. If you wanted to have superhuman powers like being able to jump 5 or 6 meters at a time, you would have to utilize more levels. If jumping 5 meters required 2 MF when you jumped, you would drop 2 levels, which would replenish when you landed. This applies in a similar fashion when people fight. One's strength is dependent on the amount of levels they have to transform. When trying to determine someone's strength, you cannot look at their appearance. Rather, you have to consider their willpower and their mental force. People can choose to live ordinary lives here. They can eat, they can sleep, but they can also do nothing if they please. Because our bodies here are formed from our consciousness, whatever you can think up goes. If you don't want to do anything, you could very well lay in bed all day and you still wouldn't die. But the feeling of pain still exists. That's why there are always people who've grown too lonely who decide to harm others for their own amusement. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. It's much crueler than the world of the living that we came from. The only thing that's impossible here is to use your mental force to create things from thin air. Our mental force can only be used to enhance ourselves. Items can only be bartered for in the marketplace, and these items are provided solely by Mr. Blonde. Because this world is such a merciless place, it was split into 4 districts led by commanders with high mental forces. The Northern District is a bit different from the other districts as it is led by Mr. Blonde himself. Most of the people who reside there are very mysterious characters. The remaining 3 districts each have their own sets of characteristics as well. The Southern District is governed by a man named C. Uo. While I'd been here for more than a year, I'd yet to meet him. The Southern District is home mostly to people with an MF of 20 or lower, a very vulnerable group of people. For that reason, the Southern District rarely had any large conflicts or murders. They were all alike weak. But they say that leaving Mr. Blonde out of the equation, at an MF of 77, C. Luo had the highest mental force in the split zone. An MF of 77 was not only rare, C. Luo was to possess such a mental force. That's why even though the residents of his district were weak, people from other districts wouldn't easily encroach on them. The Southern District had become known as the Promised Land. It was forever safe and life there was simple, peaceful. In direct contrast, Jo's Eastern District reeked of blood and murder. It was filled with violence and people out to plunder. Those who lived in the Eastern District had higher than average mental forces. Any random person there would have an MF between 30 and 40. An average person's MF was between 10 and 20, which meant that the Eastern District was full of strong people, and so the feeble had no way of surviving there. Jos was a strange woman, and she always appeared as a girl in a school uniform. Her authoritative measures were as different from ours as black was to white. She permitted an entirely destructive kind of lifestyle. The remaining district, the Western District, is under my care, and it is the most half-baked of them all. I'm like a drink that people can never finish, halfway empty, sloshing around. I don't know what Mr. Blonde was thinking when he decided half a year ago to make me the commander of the Western District. My MF was only 52. While it was a relatively high value, it couldn't even begin to compare to Jos or C. Luo's. Jos had an MF of 69 second, only to C. Luo in the split zone, and mine was a measly 52. Nizone arrived here at the same time as me, and he was also present when Mr. Blonde greeted me at the split zone center. Had arrived just an hour before me, and when he first arrived his MF was already 67, much higher than mine. It was a very well-known fact in the split zone, but as he rarely exerted his mental force for anything, and since he didn't seem skilled in fighting, Mr. Blonde didn't give him the job. On that point I could understand. But even Ujis' MF of 51 was just barely less than mine. Though there weren't many with a high mental force, at the least there were enough people with one around 60. I really couldn't understand why I was made a commander, and so I always remained rather carefree. I didn't concern myself too much with the happenings in the district, leaving Ujai to take care of it in my stead. Ujai had drawn up the rules for the Western District, and under her governing, our district was a considerably peaceful place. Even if it wasn't the haven that the Southern District was. Most of the people who came to the Western District were like myself, not too heavily invested in things, just muddling along here. While violence hadn't been completely eliminated here, I was blind to it all. It was always Ujai who took care of it. We couldn't just randomly ask others to reveal their split symbols for us to see, and we couldn't use force to pressure others just to find our soul splitter either. Mr. Blonde wouldn't allow for such activity. Hence the purpose of a district commander, to lay down the rules and regulate the inhabitants of their district. But I was completely useless. I'd been a commander for half a year, yet I didn't even know all the rules about the Western District, because I left everything to be handled by Ujai and Nizun. But now in front of my eyes there was a once beautiful young girl who'd just been waiting to return home. After her cruel death, I decided that I couldn't continue on in such an apathetic and idle manner. Perhaps it was my attitude of paying no heed to things and of giving up on life that led to Laurel's tragedy. Sometimes we feel that being weak isn't a big deal because as long as you aren't bullied you can go on living a feeble life forever. But one day you'll come to realize that weakness isn't yours alone. When you are weak you will bring harm to those you care about. Because you are weak you will be unable to protect those who are important to you. Nobody wants to force themselves to become powerful, but there will always be someone you want to protect. And then all we can do is force ourselves to change. Because whether you are weak or strong it doesn't only affect only you. I looked at Laurel's small corpse, my hand tightly clenching onto my bow. My nails dug into my skin and as fresh drops of blood appeared my skin began to quickly regenerate. May's comments. Interesting. So why was Lai Shen dropped into this position of power when she was neither interested nor particularly qualified for it? What kinds of plans are the higher powers making now? While I'm glad that she's found motivation to act, though at the same time it's sad that it had to come at the cost of the death of someone dear to her. Chapter 5. Volume 1. 5. Who's the weakling? Bow on my back I ran across the top of the western residence. The residence is extremely large, stretching on as far as you can see. I clenched my teeth and used 5 mf to increase my speed. Like a burning phoenix I rushed across the building, leaving behind a blazing red trail. After running for who knows how long, all I could feel was the dark gloomy sky above pressing down on me. Eventually I realized another tunnel of wind had appeared beside me. Of course. I glanced to the side and there was Nizun effortlessly running with me. Even while running this fast he still had that loathsome smile hanging on his face. Nizun's annoying voice rippled into my ears. Hey Lai Shen, are you trying to kill me by running this fast? You clearly know that we can't be more than 500 meters apart. Is this a proposal? Do you want to run away and elope? I need to find you, Jai. Is she at the academy right now? I asked coldly. You really must have liked that little girl. I've never seen you so serious before. Nizun's voice was calm at ease, as if a major event hadn't just occurred. What, you're not planning on laying in bed all day long anymore? He pushed aside his bangs with his hand. In that same carefree and different tone he said, I've been running after you a long time. Slow down. That's what I hated most about him. He was a devil that lacked any sense of humanity. There was nothing that ever seemed to trouble him. I turned and glared at him. Stop glaring at me. You're going to fall off soon. Nizun suddenly stopped in his tracks. I, on the other hand, continued running wildly. When I heard him I looked back. Because I'd been so angry and because I'd run so quickly. In just over 10 hours I'd already made it to the edge of the residential building. Ahead the academy was 10 stories shorter than the residence. And so, because the dignified Western commander didn't have any brakes, she fell with an anguished wail. Like someone who didn't open their parachute, I dropped down the gap between the 30-story residential building and the 20-story school building. 30 stories isn't a short distance. As I fell I got to thinking I wouldn't end up dead, but I started to recall the pain of my body being smashed to pieces. Living in this place we grow accustomed to feeling pain that we wouldn't have been able to withstand while we were alive. You didn't die here after all. But the memory of the pain from my limbs being broken off when I last fell off of a 30-story building still haunted me. The last time it had taken more than 10 minutes to completely heal. I had only one request. When I fall today I just hope that my large breasts were left intact. Passerby floats past. You're calling those tiny buns large? The wind rang in my ears. And suddenly I felt something grab onto my ankle. My entire body floated in the air. Whoa, I turned to look up at him. Nizun, since when could you freaking fly? As he held me up in midair, Nizun slowly descended. During the frightening experience his carefree expression remained unchanged. He tossed me to the ground and responded lightly. That trick, stopping in midair, cost me 30 mf, you know. 30 mf seemed worth it after all. Even if we were able to jump very high, being able to suspend yourself in midair wasn't something an ordinary human could do. Having a large mental force wasn't enough. One had to train extremely hard to manage something like that. Of course, being able to expend 30 mf at once wasn't something that many could do either. Although your mental force would be replenished once you landed, even something as ordinary as jumping a little higher than normal required MF. And every time you had to use MF, an additional 1 MF would also be consumed. In other words, you used up your strength a little each time you used mental force. These 1 MF charges wouldn't be replenished until the next day. That's why there's a limit to how often we can use our mental force in a day. And honestly, there were just too many things that required using MF in our daily lives. Moreover, using up 30 MF for a single action left you vulnerable in that time frame. I knew all that, but I wasn't the least bit thankful to him. Had he called to me just a bit sooner, I wouldn't even have fallen in the first place. He was obviously just trying to show off. TCH, what's the big deal? I shot him a look of disdain. He wasn't looking at me though. Instead, his attention was drawn to the academy. I followed his gaze and saw Yu-Jai heading over to us. Her head of green hair in the light of day left me feeling quite stuffed up. What kind of wind was blowing to bring you all the way to the academy so early in the morning? You even dropped down in such a stunning fashion. While you were falling, I even caught a glimpse of your panties. Yu-Jai looked at me with a mocking expression. Drop it. How much MF would you have had to use to see my panties while I was falling that quickly? Yu-Jai swung her tail, covering her mouth with one hand as she laughed. Come on then. What was able to push you out of bed today? I recalled that I'd come here for official business. My expression tensed. Laurel died. The murder was a cruel one. Yu-Jai's smile stiffened. She looked at me with an incredulous expression. What? I nodded gravely and motioned to Naizun. He pulled out a cell phone from his pocket to show Yu-Jai the photos he'd taken of the scene. Yu-Jai took a look and frowned. This method of death isn't a question of cruelty. Rather, it's just very strange. Why would someone do this to a kid? Laurel just arrived in the split zone, so she wouldn't have had any enemies. Unless they were aiming at you. She looked at me, suspicions on her face. I was about to respond when I spotted a dark figure fall from the sky. Boom! The sound echoed through the air. The sound seemed to have originated about 50 meters left of us near the entrance to the academy. Something had fallen to the ground, and I soon realized what it was because this scene was very familiar. Something had fallen from the top of the academy, landing with a loud crash, splattering blood all around. A person. Without a moment's hesitation, I rushed over. The head of the fallen figure was bent crooked. The lower half of his body was covered in blood. Without anything to slow or cushion his fall, this wasn't a bad outcome for a 20-story drop. I vaguely recognized the person. Had been a math teacher at the academy. They said that Head loved mathematics when he was alive. So after coming here, he continued to study it. Why would he have suddenly fallen down here? His body still hadn't started healing after a few minutes, so I crouched down and started examining his body. Head maintained a human-like appearance, so I quickly found a light bulb symbol on his chest, a split key inserted into it. I frowned. While a death like this surely wasn't pleasant, this kind of situation also wasn't completely out of the ordinary. We couldn't connect it to the strange incident this morning. Not yet. But soon my mind was changed. When I turned over the man's body, what I saw nearly made me vomit. Despite all the blood, I could still see insect-like creatures wriggling around on his back. They were white and oval-shaped, a bit larger than silkworm pupa. I'd never seen the creatures before. Each time they took a nibble off his back, I could see what looked like black teeth. His back was nearly gnawed off, as if these things had been feeding for a long time. There was an entire layer of skin missing, but you could still hear the sound of munching. What is this? Even Yu-Jai couldn't help screaming out. In the split zone, there only exist humans and humans that had shapeshifted with their mental force. Animals, bugs, plants, those don't exist here. Moreover, these were creatures I'd never seen in the real world either. They seemed to be some sort of insect, but regardless, why were they here in the split zone? This was certainly a strange place, but aside from our consciousness, nothing else was meant to exist. Presumably had been tormented by venomous insects while he was alive. Since he couldn't bear the pain any longer, perhaps he begged someone to use their splitting key to put him out of his misery, Naizun analyzed calmly. This death was definitely intentional, but who was responsible for it? An idea popped into my mind and I started to run. Naizun grabbed onto me. If you're looking for the killer, their corpse is on the roof. I just took a look and the entire roof is coated in blood. After he pushed this guy off, he must have burst apart. While everyone has a splitting key, it would only be useful to themselves and their corresponding soul splitter. To anyone else it would just be like a scrap of metal. So to kill another, someone would have to use their own key. That meant deaths happened in pairs. Nizen's tone was carefree, but there was no reason to doubt his words, so I didn't bother checking the roof. The murderer's body would have already exploded to bits and there would be nothing recognizable about it. My heart throbbed. Why had there been 2 murders in one day in the Western District? I hadn't a single clue. Yujai suddenly spoke up. For such odd things like this to happen here, there must be a connection to GOS. That's right. These kinds of things could only occur if that strange woman had been involved. Unlike our Western District, the Eastern District was a place where violence ran rampant and anything could happen. The 3 districts each have their own district lines, all located to the right of their marketplace. And each district has the same layout, with the residence beside the academy and the academy next to the marketplace. The boundary lines isolate each district from the others. During the day, the district boundaries aren't in effect. That is, for the 30 hours of day you can travel freely between the districts of the split zone. However, when night comes, you can't leave the district you're in. Despite the ability to freely travel across district lines, most people didn't seem to ever leave their district, as each district has its own lifestyle. For those who traveled into other districts simply to cause trouble, Mr. Blonde had severe punishments in store for them. Just the thought made of it me shudder. Mr. Blonde rarely made appearances anywhere. His northern district also happened to be a very tranquil place. But unless there were some special circumstances, I never stepped foot in the northern district. I only ever went there when he summoned me. There's a reason that I never seek him out though. Only the 3 district commanders along with others he designates are permitted to call on him. It so happens that there's only one way to contact him, and it made me shudder even more than thinking about how he punished those who acted out of line. But in such a situation, with all of the strange events that had occurred, I was forced to seek him out using a method that made me want to kill myself. I rolled my eyes, faced the sky, and cried out, "The most handsome, invincible, cutest, strongest, and greatest leader, I'm your fan. Please meet with me." That's right. This was the one and only method that he provided for us to contact him. In the past, Yujai had been the one to call on him, and I'd been overjoyed watching from the sidelines. But now the roles were reversed, and she was quite enjoying herself. While we waited, I wanted to roll my eyes endlessly. Then an image of the blonde man's face appeared before me. It didn't matter to me what form he took, since I didn't know what kind of existence he led anyway. But as I opened my mouth, I realized that his blue eyes didn't carry the same gentleness and warmth that they once had. My words caught in my throat. Since I didn't say anything, he looked at me indignantly. "Lai Shen, are you here to ask about the events in your district?" I didn't know why he was angry, but the difference from how he had always joked around with me in the past caused me to simply nod. "You don't need to seek me out for such things. Why did I make you the Western Commander? In the past half year, have you done anything to make the Western District a peaceful place?" But the Eastern, as I started to refute, his expression grew furious, and I swallowed the rest of my words. "I have told you before that this place has its own rules and every district has its own style of living. If the Eastern and Western districts were exactly the same, there would be no need for the Eastern District to exist. This isn't like the place where you once foolishly lived. If you have time to concern yourself with the Eastern lifestyle, why don't you take care of the Western District first?" My stubborn temper was awakened then. Why should I govern the Western District? All I wanted was to find my soul splitter and leave this place. He looked at me coldly. "Then go ahead and find them. You clearly know that your soul splitter isn't in the Western District, so why don't you try searching in another district, or are you afraid?" He spat out angrily. "I was really wrong about you, weakling." Then his face disappeared from in front of me. I bit my lip and remained standing where I was. May's comments. PFFT, what's up with Blondie's fangirl chant? Imagine if some super buff manly guy had to shout that out. Ha! Also, is passerby a sign that we're going to get a bunch of snarky audience comments? On another note entirely, I expect to see Lai Shen eventually pick up the reins and become a genuine leader, but I also sympathize with her plea. She neither asked for nor wanted to become this district commander, and then the person who put her in that spot won't even toss her a bone. But what's that saying? Some are born great, some achieve greatness, and others have greatness thrust upon them. Chapter 6, Volume 1, 6. Preparing the bow for battle. When I made it back to the western residence, there were more than 10 hours to nightfall. Because each district was large but only contained 3 buildings, it could take some time to travel between the buildings. Of course, here time was the one thing we had a lot of. One day lasted 60 hours, 30 hours of day and 30 hours of night. Neither day nor night ever exceeded their time allotment. After 30 hours our vision would instantly decline. This was the split zone where it was perpetually dark and gloomy even when it was day. It felt as if fog and darkness were the truly eternal things of this world. I crossed my arms across my chest as I looked out the window. Knock, knock, knock sounded from the door. Come in. I heard my voice sound clearly and coldly. I turned to the door and saw Old Man Fan Ujai Nizun and also the marketplace supervisor Jaipa. I frowned. Old Man Fan was the first person I met in the split zone, the crownless old man. When I became the Western commander, I appointed him as the resident supervisor. I also appointed Ujai as the academy's supervisor. In name she held the same position as Jaipa and Old Man Fan, but in reality she was essentially my co-commander. Because I didn't take care of anything big or small, she had to pick up those duties. I frowned as I looked at Old Man Fan's goopy, still crownless head. Why did this old man like this chop it off Hannibal style so much? In a bit I'm going to head over to the Eastern District before the district lines activate. In other words, I will be staying overnight in the Eastern District. I looked at the 60-hour watch on my wrist. 10 more hours left. If I ran at my fastest pace, I'd arrive at the Eastern District just in time, so there was no chance I'd be able to return tonight. You're all aware that this is the first time since I became the commander that I'll be leaving the Western District for the night. While most people wouldn't dare kill a district commander, there will always be some level of danger. So while I'm gone, watch over this place well. You may as well skip sleeping tonight. Nizun's coming with me, so Jaipa and Old Man Fan listen to Ujai. Jaipa appeared to be a 27 to 28-year-old man. He always wore a suit and a pair of black-rimmed glasses. They say that while he was alive he was a very intelligent scholar with a doctorate degree. After his death he was still very enthusiastic about scientific research. I appreciated how he looked like an ordinary person, and how gentlemanly his mannerisms were. He was also very capable keeping the marketplace neat and tidy. Go with an easy mind. Leave this place to us. Jaipa bowed to me. In comparison, Old Man Fan looked at me with misty eyes. Ah Shen, be careful. You're like a granddaughter to me. As he spoke, tears actually fell down his face. Oh, the blasted old man, seriously disgusted. I actually made an effort to roll my eyes. Leave this place to us. Don't let any of the residents find out about your leaving the district, or it will just incite panic, Ujai told me. I nodded. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. I pulled my bow onto my back. Get rid of your appearance. You've already used your mental force 4 times today, and you'll have to use it again when you're running. Together with the MF you consumed during the day, you'll only have 47 MF left, and it won't replenish until after the 30 hours of night. How do you expect me not to worry while you're in a place like the Eastern District? Ujai asked as she looked at me, heart full of worries. Ujai was right. Though I only use up 1 MF to change my appearance, because all I do is change my figure slightly and turn my hair red. 1 MF was still 1 MF. I should get it back. I withdrew my mental force. My curly red hair returned to its original long, straight and black appearance, casually falling behind my shoulders. TCH. Still tiny without MF. Nizun shot a glance at my chest. A wave of fury rushed over me. I grabbed the cup from the table behind me and threw it at him. Ujai pulled out a set of black clothes from the large bag she carried. Put this on. A striking red dress, and you don't even try to hide your split symbol. Do you really think you're some kind of master in the split zone? You're always going around like you've got some powerful backer. Yujai grumbled as she glanced at the scorpion pattern on my left ankle. I laughed lightly. Without rebutting, I accepted the black clothes from her. They were ordinary black traveling clothes along with a pair of flat black boots. Do I look like an assassin? I happily changed into the clothes and then walked out of the bathroom, looking to the others. My long hair fell straight, parting down the middle to frame my face on both sides. I stood in front of them clothed in black, carrying my favorite bow. You might pass for an assassin in the real world, but in the split zone you just look like any ordinary person. Yuji's face was full of abandon, but she still gave a flick of her tail, and then she bent over and stuffed 2 guns into my boots. Bring along more weapons. 2 guns, 12 bullets, best Western round-nosed bullets. Only one shop in the marketplace carries them. They are covered in a mental inhibitor that causes paralysis for 5 hours. Because of our incredibly fast healing abilities, ordinary bullets don't have much effect on us. With our ability to endure pain, an ordinary bullet entering our body is like a mosquito bite. Mental inhibitors, however, are a type of drug that can suppress our consciousness. The ingredients probably aren't complicated. They are akin to sleeping pills that cause our consciousness inside the split zone to fall into a deep sleep. Most bullets coated with mental inhibitors, though, can only cause someone to lose mobility for an hour or so. I nodded and tidied my belongings. Then I dismissed the rest of the group with a wave. Yujai gave me a final worried look before leaving. With Old Man Fan and Jai Pa, only Naizun and I remained in the room. I looked over to Naizun, who still wore his black high-colored windbreaker, his bangs covering his eyes. He leaned against a wall too, hands stuffed into his jacket pockets, and looked around without a care. You're not planning on bringing anything with you? I asked, as my brows raised. A smile appeared on Naizun's lips. Do you think someone with an MF of 67 needs to bring anything? True. Naizun was a bit different from others in that regard. Of course, his physical abilities had limitations just as anyone else's did, but he never wasted his mental force for his appearance. Today had already run along with me and had to catch me from my fall. In total, had already used his mental force twice. But even if he were to run again, he would still have 63 MF remaining, which meant it was true that he didn't really have anything to worry about. I couldn't be bothered to say any more to him. Instead, I opened the window, letting the evening breeze flow into the room. I climbed onto the windowsill, about to head onto the roof to head over to the Eastern District. Suddenly my clothes tightened around my neck like someone was pulling me from behind. Naizun's head appeared beside mine as he held me in place on the windowsill. Let's walk. Since you never train yourself when something requires more strength than you're accustomed to, you'll end up depleting your mental force. He pulled me down from the window and then turned to the door. I told you that you ought to train more regularly. In the end, I followed him out angrily. What else could I do when he was right? I didn't often train, so if I had to exert even a bit of extra strength, I would end up using my mental force. After we get back, you should start training. He glanced back at me and snickered. After we took the elevator up to the 30th floor, we started to fly across the rooftop. The top of the Western residence had become my personal traveling area, because the residents of the district knew that I liked running across the top of the building, especially at night. They traveled on the streets to avoid my running them over. Although that might not really be the reason. Maybe it was simply for the fact that ordinary people walked on streets and not on rooftops. After all, traveling by roof introduces the danger of falling off of it. Passerby B, that's really only a danger for you. Normal people know to stop when they get near the edge. The nighttime wind whirred in my ears as Naizun and I ran. When I looked over at him and saw that ever smiling face, I couldn't help but zone out. Many times, as I ran through the night with Naizun, I would start to feel like I was still just a third-year college student in the real world. Of course, I quickly regained my senses, because this was definitely an incomparably strange place. But I would still try to fool myself. Half a year after I came here, I was assigned to the post of Western Commander. For the next half year, I spent every day practicing archery or holed up in my room to read. Aside from those things, I rarely did much else. It's not that I had no desire to find my soul splitter. I just simply didn't know how. Even though some people would use violence to force others to reveal their split symbols, you couldn't really just look at other people's symbols at your whim. Still, we quickly realized that in this place split symbols didn't repeat. Slowly people grew accustomed to life here. Life was much the same in the real world anyway, but at least in this place there were no societal pressures. And so everyone eventually gave up searching for their soul splitter. I didn't give up. But neither did I have the necessary courage. What I was nearly certain of was that my soul splitter wasn't in my district. Even if they were with so many people in such a large place, I wouldn't be able to find them anyway. Soul splitters appear to be no different from ordinary folk except for the fact that their split symbol isn't unique. The thing that makes them exceptional though is that if someone with a different split symbol inserts their key into a soul splitter's symbol, that soul splitter will not die. I know that soul splitters exist and that they exist in split zone No. 13, but I still have no way of finding them. After a person arrives in the split zone, they are only allowed a look at their life in the real world once a year. The time was arranged with Mr. Blonde, and he would escort you to the large hall at the heart of the realm. Then you'd be able to see your physical body in the real world. Personally, after seeing my parents crying when I first arrived, and seeing my lifeless body lying on a hospital bed, I never asked Mr. Blonde to let me have a look again. I admit it. I've been running away. Chapter 7. Volume 1. 7 Elevator at the 27th floor. 9 hours later we arrived at the district line. While the eastern and western districts are located to the east and west respectively, the distribution isn't entirely precise. Next to the western marketplace is a border forest. Beyond that is the district line that separates the western and eastern districts. Then there's another stretch of forest that belongs to the eastern district. Finally, after passing through the forest, you'll reach the eastern residence. The southern district is located past the eastern marketplace. Since I've never been to the southern district, and since Mr. Blonde always teleported me to him in the northern district, I don't know how those districts are arranged. There was less than an hour before the darkness of night arrived. After passing through the border forest, we soon came across the long, white district line that divided the western and eastern districts. The line had already started to glow faintly. The moment that night starts, the district line will glow brightly, forming a protective barrier that people cannot pass through. I looked towards the eastern forest. It was still daytime, so our vision wasn't impaired, but because the forest near the district line was very thick, I couldn't really see much. I turned my head to look at Nizun, and the two of us made our way to other side of the district line. With light steps we stepped across and into the eastern forest. I bent over and reached inside my boot to touch my split symbol. I still had 47 MF remaining. After I straightened up, I grabbed my bow and arranged my arrows on my back. My bow wasn't very large and it was very light. The arrows were also thin and slender, so my bag could hold more than 100 of them. I held the bow with my left hand and swept away the hair from my face with my right. Nizun stood with his hands in his pockets, unconcerned as usual. I'd rarely seen him engage in hand-to-hand combat, and of course I don't know what kinds of weapons he might use. I didn't much care for his life, and in fact I sometimes found myself looking forward to his death. I turned and looked at him coldly. Feeling my gaze on him, Nizun smiled. He looked at me with a pair of bright eyes before motioning for me to look ahead. We'd already passed through the forest. The eastern residence and the streets in front of it entered my line of sight. There were a lot of people on the street, but they weren't as I'd imagined. I'd thought that strange monsters would roam about the eastern district, and although there were many fantastic creatures, a lot of people also just looked human. The people here didn't look much different from the ones residing in the western district. But after they saw Nizun and me walk out from the forest, they cast unfriendly eyes our way. The two of us didn't look around much longer lest we attract even more attention to the fact that we were outsiders. We passed through street after street, and we soon blended into the crowd and arrived at the residential building. Since we didn't look like newcomers with no experience in the world, others didn't pay much attention to us. Additionally, I wasn't wearing my bludger dress, and everyone's image of the Western commander was simply a figure dressed in red, nothing more. The residence had an entrance every few meters, but I knew nothing of the Eastern District. Fortunately, Ujai had mentioned that Joe S should be living in the first room on the 30th floor. I exchanged a glance with Nai-zun and then we walked into the building. The number of people inside was uncountable, so a few more unfamiliar faces wasn't an unusual sight. As we weren't glowing like a new arrival, no one cared about us. But as Nai-zun and I walked through the halls, there were some people who looked at us strangely. I didn't quite understand why, but in any case Nai-zun and I successfully made it into an elevator. 2 others got onto the elevator with us. One was a large and tall man wearing a gray tank top and gray sports pants. His strong and muscular build made him look quite formidable. The other was bandaged up and had the appearance of a mummy, but he didn't look gross. Instead, he was kind of handsome. His face was bandaged, revealing only a pair of piercing bright eyes. The only thing that made him look relatively strange was that green glow in his eyes. The bandages on his face also appeared to be stained with dried blood. All together there were 4 of us in the elevator. After the door closed, the elevator started to move slowly. The elevator itself was as ordinary as could be. As the elevator traveled upwards, a few people got on and off, but otherwise it was just the 4 of us, so it wasn't very crowded. After we passed the 20th floor, the elevator seemed to stop less frequently. When we reached the 24th floor, the people who got on at the 20th floor left. The last one to get off turned back and looked at me pensively. I found it a bit curious, so I turned to the 2 guys who had gotten on the elevator with us on the first floor. I hadn't been concerned at first, but after I looked them over I started to feel uneasy, because at some point the 2 of them had started looking at me. When I looked them in the eyes, they both continued to stare me down without batting an eyelash. I didn't know what to do, and then the elevator suddenly stopped with a crunch. What was going on? This didn't seem to be an ordinary stop. I frowned as I checked the display. 27th floor. The elevator had suddenly stopped, but the doors hadn't opened. I knew something wasn't right, so I quietly grabbed my bow. The muscular man standing closest to the elevator buttons suddenly said, "You guys aren't from here." My hand tightened on my bow and I responded calmly, "How could you tell?" The muscular man chuckled. His face twisted a bit and it looked both like he was and wasn't laughing at the same time. "Because everyone in the Eastern District knows that floors 27 to 29 are reserved for S-Clan officials rank C and higher. Ordinarily elevators will stop at the 27th floor, but even at the 26th floor the 2 of you didn't look like you planned on getting off. You're not wearing anything that indicates that you're an S-Clan official, which means that you must be from a different district with no understanding of our rules. Since you 2 also haven't gotten off yet, that must mean that you live on the 27th floor or higher. So why don't you guys have any ID? That suggests you're part of S-Clan." I didn't panic. The mummy suddenly laughed. "Every member of S-Clan wears contact lenses made from a special material. We have an S mark on the left side of our face that only someone wearing the contacts can see." No wonder people had been looking at Nai-zun and me so strangely. Perhaps those people were part of S-Clan, but how did they know that I wasn't just another ordinary Eastern District resident? I'd heard of S-Clan. They were a group formed by and named for that strange woman Jo S. The group was comprised of those who were loyal to her, and perhaps you might call them her fans. They say that S-Clan has 7 ranks A through G. The closer to the start of the alphabet, the higher your ranking and abilities. I don't know all the specifics about the number of people in their clan, just that there are only 3 people ranked A and 7 ranked B. Eastern's Jo S is the most famous woman in all of the split zone, and I'd heard about her when I first arrived. I thought back to the first time I saw her. She wore a high school uniform and her hair was shoulder length with bangs. She looked like an obedient and good student, but the strange aura that emanated from her couldn't be hidden by that woman Jo S. Every time I thought of her, the air around me grew cold. She rarely made appearances and she rarely spoke to anyone. Anywhere she went, there was always a group of people protecting her. It's said that those people swore loyalty to her. Even before I arrived in the split zone, her power was already unquestionable. It was also rumored by some that the last Western commander died by Go's hands. A lot of people follow her blindly, but no one really knows why. And she always wore that high school uniform fashion rather like Japanese school uniforms. Her face was always white as snow and her eyes looked empty and lifeless. Some say that she simply kept the appearance she had when she died. As for what sent her to the split zone, no one seemed to know about it. All I know is that the first time I saw her and accidentally exchanged glances with her, those emotionless, lifeless, stagnant eyes sent a cold chill all across my body. I didn't have too much time to think because the mummy suddenly pulled off a piece of his bandaging and turned to attack. I didn't move because Naizun had already extended his left hand from his pocket and stopped the attack. Naizun wore a black glove on his hand. Well, he wore black gloves on both of his hands. Had always been like that, never exposing any skin, always wrapped up from head to toe like a dark zongzi tian, also called a rice dumpling. ID always thought it was because he was scared of dying, so he wrapped himself up so as to not expose his split symbol. I'm the only one who knew about his split symbol since I saw it when we first met. Mr. Blonde had made him expose the crescent moon on his neck to explain split symbols to me. Even as Naizun's left hand stopped right in front of my face, his lips carried an unfazed smile. If she dies, things will be hard on me. So, good sirs, if you must attack, please attack me first. His alluring voice sounded clearly in the elevator. The muscular man extended a hand to stop the mummy. He gave a nod to Naizun. Apologies. It's not that we must use violence against you. It's just that even members of my family who are not a part of S-Clan cannot travel past the 26th floor. And well, the two of you are uninvited guests whose purpose we do not know. After the muscular man stopped him, the mummy also retracted his bandages. The muscular man nodded to me. Pretty miss, the two of you should head back. If you would like to stay for a visit, we welcome you, but you cannot travel past this point. I'm here to see the Eastern Commander. Without loosening my grip on my bow, I looked at the muscular man. Glancing at the bow in my left hand, he finally nodded. It's a rare occasion for the Western Commander Lai Shen to pay a visit to the Eastern District. It's obvious that you're here to see our commander, but without her agreement I still cannot allow you to travel any further. Apologies, Mess Lai Shen. It wasn't strange that he could identify me. After all, not everyone is as oblivious to the world around them as I am. As a member of S-Clan with at least a rank of C, had likely already learned about my appearance and choice of weaponry. Suddenly I couldn't help being annoyed at myself for recklessly running here without first learning more about the Eastern District's rules and customs. I looked at the elevator door. The muscular man held a hand against the gap in the doors. This was the 27th floor, a place where only officers ranked C or higher could go. It was clear that the muscular man's intent was that unless Naizun and I returned to a lower floor, we wouldn't be able to leave this elevator at all. What were the corridors of these floors filled with unspeakable secrets? Chapter 8. Volume 1. 8 Body Double. I shot a charming smile at the muscular man. I stepped forward and raised my right hand to touch his toned right arm. His left hand was still holding down the elevator button. When he saw me move, the mummy pulled back his left leg and turned slightly to face me. At the same time, Naizun's left foot moved forward. Muscle Man didn't move, so I gave his arm a gentle rub. Since you know that I rarely pay visits, the fact that I'm here today means that there's a reason that I must see your commander. Even if you won't let me see her, I can't just let things slide like this. So how about this? You tell me a way to meet your commander that doesn't put you in a tight spot. It's better than us resorting to violence, isn't it? After all, if we were to really fight, are you sure that you would win? I tilted my head and gave another pretty smile as I pulled back my hand. Muscle Man was silent a moment, and then he looks to me with bright eyes. Ms. Lai Shen, let's do it this way. You and Mr. Naizun return to the 26th floor and wait. He'll report to the commander and have her make a decision. What do you think? I felt somewhat unhappy at this. We were both district commanders, so what was up with the air of arrogance? Fine, I'll be tolerant this time. We're on their turf after all. Sigh. I truly lacked the air of a commander. I always mixed with the other residents on the 13th floor. I spent half my day lying in bed like a paraplegic. It was no wonder that Mr. Blonde was angry with me. As I thought about this, Nizun and I were escorted out of the elevator. We stood in front of the elevator doors on the 26th floor waiting for Muscle Man's return. After the elevator doors closed, I turned to look at Nizun. His carefree appearance seemed to have hit a limit. Perhaps he was tired because it was night, for he swayed slightly as he stood as if he might fall asleep at any moment. I was about to scold him for being so leisurely while we were in enemy territory when he suddenly laughed at something behind me. "What is it?" I started. Was there someone behind me? Even though my mental force wasn't very high, I was still pretty sensitive to my surroundings. Who could have gotten this close to me without my taking notice? I hated feeling weak and feeble. Face taut, I stubbornly refused to turn around. "There's something I must report to you," but it didn't seem safe to do so in the confines of the Western District, so I followed you and the commander here. I was more than half an hour behind and only made it past the district line at the last minute, so I was only able to find you now. This voice sounded very familiar, so I immediately turned around. It was Jai Pa. Jai Pa was still dressed in a suit. He stood behind me, looking ever like a perfect gentleman. His black-rimmed glasses didn't block the way as he looked respectfully towards Nizun. A bit surprised, I said, "Jai Pa." "It's me, Commander." As always, Jai Pa gave a bow to me. "What are you doing here?" I asked. Then I turned to Nizun, who didn't look at all surprised. Rather, he nodded to Jai Pa. "Continue speaking. We're waiting for someone now, so it might not be convenient to talk later." Jai Pa understood. He got to his point and said, "I suspect that Ms. Laurel didn't really die." My eyes widened. "What do you mean?" Jai Pa looked at me as he said, "As you're aware, Commander, after a person dies, a marketplace worker is assigned to transport the body to the graves beside the border forest. Then in the real world, that person's heart will stop beating only after their body grows cold. In that world, will their corpse in this world then disappear?" He paused and adjusted his glasses. "Before that happens, though, after a splitting key is inserted into someone's split symbol, they will die in this world, but their appearance remains unchanged. It's in the final moments, before their consciousness truly disappears from here, that they return to their original form." I was suspicious, so I went to the graves to find Ms. Laurel's body, and I watched it until it disappeared. However, in the final moments, her body didn't look like Ms. Laurel's, but rather some other 20-something-year-old girl's. Jai Pa continued, "There are three possibilities. 1. Ms. Laurel had been maintaining her appearance with her mental force. 2. Someone used their mental force to make themselves look like Ms. Laurel, and it was during that time that they were killed." I frowned. The first scenario was impossible, because Laurel had been young and her condition had been particular when she died. In the real world, Mr. Blonde directly entrusted her to me. She hadn't chosen to come to the Western District on her own. Logically speaking, she couldn't have already familiarized herself with mental force before we met to create a new appearance. The second scenario wasn't very likely either, though. While it was very easy to disguise yourself as someone else, you couldn't fake a split symbol. Everyone's split symbol gives off a faint light, a glow that we're unable to replicate. If the dead Laurel was a fake, how could we explain the butterfly symbol on her neck? I'd seen her split symbol before, and it was indeed a butterfly. When he saw the doubts on my face, Jai Pa continued, "Commander, split symbols come in a large number of forms. Everyone's is different and no symbol is repeated. However, that doesn't preclude the idea that many split symbols may look alike. Even if the symbol on that girl's neck was a butterfly, it may have been a different butterfly to Ms. Laurel's. Try to recall it." At Jai Pa's words, I suddenly felt that something wasn't quite right. Because I'd been so enraged by Laurel's death, I hadn't considered the possibility that someone had disguised themselves as Laurel. I didn't really think much about it at all. But with Jai Pa's words now, I tried to recall the symbol I saw on the corpse's neck. I have a strong memory, and it really did seem that the butterfly on the corpse wasn't exactly the same as Laurel's butterfly. They looked similar, yes, but they were two different kinds of butterflies. Who would want to disguise themselves as Laurel to get killed? What's the meaning of that, and where's the real Laurel? I grew anxious. If what Jai Pa supposed was true, that meant there was a chance that Laurel was still alive. Jai Pa responded, "I don't know the reasons either, but because many recent events have been out of the ordinary, Naizun told me to investigate it secretly. That's when I started to pay more attention to these things. Naizun told him. I turned to glance at him. Of course he had the same carefree expression as always, and then he even yawned. I couldn't help but deride myself. Looks like I'm the only one who doesn't concern themselves with what's happening. Ding, the elevator suddenly sounded. Must be Muscle Man. I glanced back to the elevator to catch the doors opening, but when I looked back I found that Jaipa had already disappeared. What agility! I guess Jaipa was staying hidden from the eastern residents. I turned back to the elevator and pretended that no one but Naizun and I were here. The unsuspecting Muscle Man stood inside the elevator. To me he said, Ms. Lishan, our commander is not currently in. I'm not just saying that, but she's really not in the building right now. I didn't know earlier as she doesn't usually leave the residence at this time, but she's not one to report her activities to me. So I must apologize, but I'm afraid that y'all have to leave now. I thought back to what Jaipa told us earlier. If what he said was true, it wouldn't be wise to rush in and interrogate Jos right now. So I just left. Alright. Sorry for the troubles. Well, head off then. There are still 29 hours before day returns. Why don't I arrange a place for you and Mr. Naizun to stay? There's no need. When travelers pass through another district they can stay in the dorms. At the least I'm aware of that rule. There's no need for you to inconvenience yourself. You can go, Naizun, and I will head to the academy. Muscle Man nodded. Be careful on your way. As if not wanting to speak with me for an extended time, he pressed the button to close the elevator doors. Since the elevator doors closed, it appeared that the man had no intention of seeing Naizun and myself out. My lips twitched. Where's Jaipa? I asked Naizun. On the rooftop, probably. He yawned again. I couldn't be bothered to respond to this sluggish character. Rather than wait for the elevator, I slipped out the 26th floor window and used my mental force to take me to the 30th floor. Naizun followed behind and jumped up as well. As Head said, Jaipa was indeed standing on the roof waiting for us. After he spotted my arrival, Jaipa immediately proposed, Commander, I think that it's better if we return to the border forest. Neither you nor Naizun are familiar with the way things work here, so I suggest that we wait in the forest. We'll be able to return to the western district right when day breaks. You're really quick, you know. I commended Jaipa's abilities and gave no opposition to his suggestion. Naizun suddenly spoke up. Jaipa, you should return to the forest and wait for us there. Lai Shen and I are going to take a look at the opposite district line. Before the sky lights up, we'll meet back up with you. If we haven't returned by then, you can head back first. Don't wait for us and proceed as usual. After listening, Jaipa nodded. Then he turned away and seemed to vanish. Wow, he really listens to you well. I couldn't help sighing. Who told you to ignore all your duties? Naizun smiled lightly. But why are we going to the other district line? I asked with confusion. I suspect that we'll be able to meet Jos there. Why? Naizun turned his head to the dark night sky. It's rare for a commander to be absent from their residence during the night. In such a situation, it was likely that Jos wasn't currently in the eastern district at all. If she had traveled to the western district, it's impossible that neither Jaipa or Ujai noticed. So my guess is that she went to the southern district. If that's the case, why don't we wait for her at the district line? But if Laurel's not dead, I don't need to find her. No. Whether or not Laurel is dead, you still have to meet with her, Naizun said. Why? I asked, confused. There haven't just been one or two strange occurrences in the western district. You've simply remained blind to them. The bugs that covered the body that fell from the academy earlier carried a distinct scent. Just now I just smelled that scent on the bandaged man we met, which means that Jos must have had some involvement in the strange things happening in the western district. Even if you don't plan on interrogating her, you should at least meet with her to see what her reaction is. You must know yourself and your enemy to be victorious in every battle. She's a legendary figure here, and yet after you became the Western commander, you never once met with her. Do you think that's alright? I've never met Seal Yuo either. I didn't sound at all confident in my retort. Naizun's senses were stronger than most people's. If he smelled Something then I wasn't going to doubt him. See Liuo's an exception. He doesn't like outsiders. Nizun suddenly laughed. What are you scared of, Gos? Who's scared? Fine, let's go. I clenched my teeth. You're a funny guy, huh? Who's scared? Chapter 9. Volume 1. 9 Diametric Opposites. If we wanted to make it to the other end of the Eastern District, we would have to run for another 15 hours. But since Nizun's words made a lot of sense, I ended up running alongst him towards the Eastern District's other district line. No matter the district, rooftops are the best for traveling. The path was completely devoid of any other people. When we arrived at the border forest, there were still 10 hours left before day. I jumped up onto a tree and rested on a branch, planning to sleep for a bit. I didn't hear anything from Nizun, so I glanced down at the ground. What I saw made me laugh so hard I nearly peed my pants. Nizun was at a tree across from me, exhausting himself as he tried to climb up a tree, while his tall black-clothed figure didn't appear. Clumsy as he climbed, he did sort of look like a silly monkey all the same. Monkey Nai, do you have enough bananas? Nizun continued to climb diligently, but his voice carried the same carefree quality as before. This is to conserve my mental force. Okay. Oh please. When the light of day hits tomorrow, our mental force will be replenished. We're in the Eastern District right now. What if someone tries to ambush us? It's never a bad idea to be a bit cautious. I laughed at his going to such efforts. Then I put my arms behind my head and looked up at the night sky. It had always just been a whole bunch of darkness without any stars or lights. There's nothing that illuminates the night here unless you count fluorescent lamps. The only reason we could see at night now was because of our visibility radius. In this forest, my visibility radius currently extends about 10 meters around me, which I feel is quite sufficient. If it were pitch black in the real world, forget 10 meters, I wouldn't even be able to see my hands. Despite the fact that in this world we're stronger than in the real world, I greatly missed living the life of an ordinary person. People have always been like this. We have these expectations of setting ourselves apart, but when we're truly different from everyone else, when we cannot be accepted by them, all we feel is loneliness. It feels asking for normalcy is some kind of extravagant demand. It's a feeling of sadness, and I've always preferred to avoid that sadness. So I decided to distract myself by starting a conversation with Nizun. I asked quietly, so what kind of personality defect did you have? While Nizun was alive, had suffered from deficient personality disorder, which is said to be a pretty rare disorder. It's because of his unusual illness that he became involved with my second identity. After he and my second identity overlapped, he was forced to remain within 500 meters of me at all times. You'll always remember what Mr. Blonde told me back then. His name is Nizun. He and you just happen to be complements. It's rare for someone with multiple identities to arrive in split zone no. 13 because they have two conscious existences, which makes it less likely that both of those will be caught and brought here. But you were the lucky one in 10,000. Because your second identity resonated with Nizun. At some point your identity overlapped and filled in what Nizun was missing. In other words, someone with too much dropped a bit, and that bit was picked up by someone who was missing a bit, thus two complete persons were brought here. Since there was a time difference between your existences, one of you arrived an hour earlier and one later. Of course, an hour in the split zone is hardly considered any time at all. I also remember the scene when Mr. Blonde told me those words. I'd grown very anxious. I pointed at Nizun and asked Mr. Blonde, what you're saying is that my second identity lives within him now? That's not entirely correct. You can think of it that way, but Nizun is still Nizun, not your second identity. However, because the two of you arrived here as complements of a whole, you two cannot be separated. For a long time after that I detested Nizun. Even now I still hate him because I suspect that the one who killed the person I loved was now a part of him. It's because of this unusual relationship that the two of us must always remain within 500 meters of the other. Once the distance between us passed 500 meters, neither of us would be able to move if the other didn't follow and cooperate. But this tethering bond between us didn't make me like him anymore. I still hated him even though I knew that I didn't have any real reasons to. In the end, the person who killed my beloved wasn't him but me. Maybe I'm just being selfish. I can't hate myself, or rather the hate I have for myself can never surpass the guilt and pain I feel. So I chose to hate him. Naizun's quiet voice cut into my thoughts. You're that interested in my past, you should at least wait until we live past tonight to ask. When he said that, I grew alert. I quickly sat up on the branch and reached for the bow on my left shoulder. I looked around and then I suddenly felt a prickling sensation on my face, like something was sweeping past it. I turned my head up. I couldn't help screaming at the scene above me, but my body remained still, only swaying ever so slightly. There was a woman looking down at me from above my head, and her hair swept across my face. Screaming had just been a subconscious reactional habit that I retained from being alive. I soon calmed down and tried to make sense of what I was seeing. There was a woman sitting on a branch above mine, and after I took a good look at her face, I realized I recognized it. I couldn't not recognize her. That pale white face and that pair of large, dark and empty eyes. Unless you had amnesia, you wouldn't forget that face after you saw it once. I steadied myself and then leaned up against the tree trunk. My left hand was holding my bow as my right hand held onto the tree. I put some distance between our faces, but she didn't move, her expression blank. With a charming laugh I said, "Jos, I am Lai Shen." Her soulless eyes suddenly quivered slightly. Just slightly. What are you doing in the Eastern District? This was the first time I'd heard her speak. In the past I'd only seen her from afar, never face to face. Her voice didn't sound at all like I'd expected. It was strange and thick, a bit coarse, but not entirely unpleasant. It had a womanly appeal to it. Suddenly I couldn't come up with a response, so I ended up saying, "I came to hang out with you, exchange our feelings and the like." Just as I spoke, I heard Naizun's mocking laughter. I couldn't help turning to his tree to send a glare his way. But after I looked that way, I saw 3 white-robed people. They wore conical hats that hid their faces as they floated in the air behind Naizun. According to Naizun, floating in the air required 30 mf. In that case, these people must have had at least 40 mf, though likely more than that. I started to panic a bit, and I couldn't help look to Naizun. But he wasn't looking at me. Instead, his gaze was fixed on the girl above my head. I started winking energetically at him to signal the danger at his back. No matter the effort I put in, though, Naizun's eyes were still glued to the demoness above me. I looked up, and after seeing that Jos was still looking at me intently, I turned back to Naizun and continued winking. I'd rather keep winking than look at this frightful woman. Naizun spared me a glance, but he did respond in his carefree tone, "Your eyes are going to start flying. Stop blinking." I'm aware of the 3 dear friends behind me. After he said that, I suddenly grew embarrassed. Jos's rough voice sounded again. "Without my instruction, they won't make a move. Don't be scared." Who's scared? I couldn't help rolling my eyes in my head. I was completely aware that those 3 floating people were the so-called protectors that were never far from Jos. No one had ever seen their real faces, because they were always wearing those hats. Legend has it that they all look exactly the same because they are triplets. But who knew if that was true? I wasn't sure how strong the 3 of them were either. In the stories I'd heard, when Jos was in great danger, her 3 errant guards were also present, so these 3 guys hadn't even needed to make a move. From the current situation, it seemed that at the least they weren't weak. My mind suddenly started to calculate the odds of my escaping if a fight were to really start up. "Passerby, shouldn't you be calculating your odds of victory? Me quit playing. How could I possibly be victorious in this kind of situation?" But soon my thoughts moved to another question. What was she doing out in the middle of the night, and didn't this mean that she hadn't gone to the Southern District as Naizun had predicted? As I was considering the different possibilities, Jos jumped off the tree. When I saw her, I quickly followed suit and jumped down as well. At the same time, Naizun also left his tree, and the 3 shadows behind him floated down to the ground, still circled around him. Black lines appeared on my forehead. Didn't the fact that they were circled around Naizun mean that they felt his threat to Jos was greater than mine? Were they looking down on me? Passerby B, of course he's a bigger threat. His MF is more than 10 levels higher than yours. Me slaps Passerby B. Jos and stood across from each other, and she looked like she wanted to say something, Then suddenly 2 gusts of wind brought 2 people before Joe. Muscle man and bandages. My heart wailed in anguish. 6v2, no way we could win. But aside from a quick glance over, neither muscle man nor bandages seemed at all concerned with me. Instead they hastily reported to GOS Commander, 4 of the 7 rank officers have been assassinated. They are dead inside of their rooms. 4 of 7 rank officers were killed. From what I know, rank officers in S clan had MFs around 3,540. Who could possibly kill off 4 of them? And since muscle man and bandages were making this report, they must have been at least rank officers as well. What about the other 3? GOS didn't sound panicked though. In fact, she didn't have much of a reaction at all, remaining emotionless. The other 3 rank officers have yet to return from the southern district. We were able to call them and they are safe for now. Okay. So muscle man and bandages must be 2 of the A rank officers then. Suddenly bandages' eyes swept over me. Commander, the Western commander came to see you today, so I'm afraid that she can't be cleared from suspicion. I immediately retorted, don't make blind allegations. You're suspecting that I'm related to those deaths. Your visitation today was the only thing out of the ordinary. Who else would be able to kill 4 rank officers? Bandages glared at me with hostility. Let's not make such hasty conclusions, GOS said. And then she slowly turned her head towards the 3 white-clothed people behind Nizun. Find out who did this. And whoever it was, make sure they disappear from the split zone. At her words my hairs all stood on end. After hearing her order, the 3 white-robed figures vanished from my sight with a whoosh. Even though GOS didn't seem to express any reaction to the death of 4 high-ranking officers, she must have felt angry and hurt. I may not understand her, but I do know one thing, that she had never before ordered the white robes to leave her side. Suddenly a strange feeling slipped into my heart. I felt a sense of sadness from out of nowhere. I raised my head and looked at GOS. She was looking right back at me. Chapter 10. Volume 1. Tengaokinju. A district commander with only 52 MF. Mr. Blonde must have seen something in you. But what was it? GOS' voice flit through the air. And in an instant she appeared right next to me. She had drawn her sword with her left hand. In an easy and light move the blade swiped down at me. I quickly sidestepped, dodging the sword as I grabbed my bow with my left hand. I pulled out an arrow and aimed at GOS' left eye. Without the slightest hesitation I fired. GOS didn't move to avoid it and the arrow flew straight into her left eye. I was taken aback. My arrows are all coated with a pain-stimulating drug that causes the recipient to feel 100 times more pain than they ordinarily would. And the arrow even struck her in the eye. But GOS didn't appear to feel any pain. An arrow stuck out from her left eye, with fresh blood flowing down, but she didn't make a single movement. She just stared back at me. Then the sword she wielded came down in an arc towards me. Once again I sidestepped her attack. Then I glanced over at Nizun. He hadn't moved from the spot he'd been standing at. And instead of looking at me, his eyes were fixed on GOS. Muscle man and bandages had moved to either side of Nizun, seemingly waiting for their next order. Somewhat distracted, GOS pulled out the arrow in her eye. I saw what appeared to be the lens of her eye being pulled out as well. As she pulled out the arrow, her eye quickly healed over. The entire time GOS had shown no hint of hesitation and her actions had been carried out smoothly. I frowned. I grabbed another arrow and again aimed at her left eye. As I aimed, she raised her sword in preparation to attack again, when suddenly a light chuckle sounded from nearby. That's all your skill amounts to, and you want me to work for you? Everyone on the scene turned towards the source of the voice. The person had likely been hiding in the forest the entire time, somewhere outside of our field of vision. A figure slowly walked out from a dark crevice. As I watched him appear in front of us, my grip on my bow weakened. GOS seemed even more startled than me. Her already wide eyes somehow grew even wider. He looks to be about the same age as Nizun and myself. His hair was dark brown and medium length, and he wore a white shirt and black jeans with a pair of clashing bright yellow sneakers. His eyes were the same color as his hair, and he looked completely ordinary in every way, just like someone from the real world. The only thing out of place was the thin and flexible sword at his waist. I've seen such flexible weapons before and they're even harder to wield than a whip. Very few people used it. When I saw his face and those brown eyes I couldn't help trembling. But the man didn't look at me, he looked at Jos. Bandages had walked over beside the man, and he suddenly said, "Gaoken Jiu, your commander sent 3 rank officers to the Southern District to find you. What are you doing here?" "Oh, so you're the ones who sent those 3 stalkers." "Sorry, I got rid of them." A strange smile appeared on Gaoken Jiu's lips, his dark brown eyes glimmering. Now unsteady, I staggered backwards. My unusual behavior must have caught his attention, because suddenly he looked right at me. When his brown eyes landed on me, I couldn't help but drop my bow to the ground. I grabbed my head with both hands and violently shook my head. No, how could he be here? He saw my panicked reaction and surprise flashed across his eyes. "Have we met before?" I stepped back, and then I felt Nizun behind me. He supported me up with his right hand and grabbed the bow I'd dropped with his left. I didn't turn back to look at him. I just borrowed his strength and leaned against him. "Gee, Gao Kai, how could you be here?" Tears nearly streamed out of my eyes. "Gao Kai, haha, I'm sorry. My surname is indeed Gao, but my name isn't Gao Kai. I am Gaoken Jiu." He smiled at me, his eyes resplendent. I couldn't understand what I was seeing. The person standing in front of me now, the one who called himself Gaoken Jiu, was the person I'd had a crush on, the person I'd unintentionally killed, Senior Gao Kai. I couldn't be mistaken. His hair and his eyes were a natural but unordinary kind of brown. His pupils were slightly larger than others and they gave off an enchanting kind of light. Moreover, he always wore a white shirt with black jeans and a pair of yellow sneakers. I remember always teasing him about the odd pairing. A grown man wearing bright yellow shoes and with a white shirt and black jeans. At that, Jos's voice suddenly sounded, "No matter who you've mistaken him for, you're wrong. He's been in the split zone for longer than twice the time you've been here. Since you know that I've been here even longer than you, Jos, why do you act so impudently towards me? Aren't you looking down on the Southern District too much?" Gaoken Jiu laughed tenderly. He spoke to Jos gently as if he were speaking words of endearment. But even a fool could sense the callous, even murderous intent in his speech. "You're an antique, yes, but so what? I appreciate your ability, and so I invited you into my clan. You call that impudence?" Jos suddenly smiled as well. This was my first time seeing her smile. The pale smile sat on her face under 2 lifeless eyes, creating a ghastly image. "Well, whether or not I want to serve you depends on your ability." As he spoke, Gaoken Jiu suddenly formed a whirlwind of air. From the vortex, a streak of wind slashed at Jos. Seemingly at the same time, the air around Jos started to vibrate and thin frozen ice pellets appeared. I heard a hissing like something was about to crack. When he felt the air around us change, Nizun grabbed me by the collar and pulled me back. Behind Gaoken Jiu, muscle man and bandages also retreated several steps. A dense thicket of air needles flew out from Gaoken Jiu's whirlwind towards Jos. My eyes could barely keep up. Jos didn't try to dodge his attack. Instead, she seemed to have condensed the air needles headed for her. Almost like a pool of water shattering, the condensed air popped apart and disappeared. My heart trembled inside me. The 2 of them were so strong that they could even control the way air flowed. Gaoken Jiu remained still. When he saw that Jos had neutralized his attack without having to move a step, he suddenly laughed deviously and pulled out the dark sword at his waist. Jos's expression tensed. She turned to Muscle Man and commanded, "Tao Lai, get him." The muscular man called Tao Lai immediately made a move. He extended his arms and grabbed Gaoken Jiu. Gaoken Jiu didn't turn back but simply said, "Steady." And Muscle Man suddenly stopped, frozen in place like a rock. Meanwhile, Gaoken Jiu drew his longsword. Jos glowered, and then the air around her started to contract again. I even felt my skin start to tighten. The scene was tense in preparation for an attack that would happen at any moment, when suddenly the sound of a phone ringing echoed in the air. "Lala, I'm a little ducky, Lala. I want to swim across the sea." The unexpected sound of an incoming call suddenly floated out from Gaoken Jiu's jeans pocket. Everyone at the scene was stunned, and I felt like countless crows were flying past us. This ringtone. My lips twitched. Gaoken Jiu simply let go of his sword and shrugged. He pulled out the cell phone from his pocket. Hello Liuo, what? Is it? A strange expression crossed Jio's face at the mention of Liuo. I don't know what the person on the other end of the phone said, but Gaoken Jiu responded, okay then I'll head back. After he put away his phone, his expression turned cold. He said to Jio's, well, meet again, beautiful. Without waiting for our reactions, he dashed off towards the district line. The sky had yet to light up, so as Gaoken Jiu approached, a bright glowing barrier shot up to the sky from the district line. However, he didn't slow down. I tried to open my eyes wider to see what would happen, but the barrier was like a vast sheet of whiteness. In just 1 second had already disappeared from before my eyes. After the district line flashed with light, it immediately returned to its ordinary dark appearance, like nothing had happened at all. And no way. No one can cross the district lines at night, I stammered. Jos also frowned. She continued to stare in the direction that Gaoken Jiu disappeared in. Naizun suddenly whispered into my ear, "SHH. From this point on, don't say anything." The feeling of Naizun's wet lips near my ear left me a bit uncomfortable. I shook off his hand that was still on my shoulder. Naizun's carefree voice suddenly sounded unhurriedly. Jos, the sky will light soon. Why don't we all return to our own bases? As for your dead clan members, if you're interested in investigating, you're welcome to the Western District anytime. The Western District hasn't been entirely calm recently either, and there have been a number of bizarre deaths. I hope that we can keep in touch, as I suspect our goals may be the same. Jos turned to Naizun. After a moment she said to the muscular man Tao Lai and the bandaged man Tao Lai, Mu Lai, let's return. So the bandaged man was called Mu Lai. What a strange name. Then Jos and her men moved. As they passed by me, she turned to look at me. Her eyes still looked just as lifeless as before. I felt a chill down my spine. After Jos left, I finally let out a breath. I tidied up my hair and then pat my frightened heart. You know Gaoken Jiu? Naizun asked me. I paused. After a moment I turned my head and looked in the other direction. Then I started running, returning to the Western District. No, I don't know him, I finally said as I ran. Chapter 11. Volume 1. 11 Brief Tranquility. Do you know someone named Gaoken Jiu? I took a sip of milk and asked Yujai, who was sitting on my bed. You could eat and drink as much as you wanted here and it wouldn't affect your body at all. That at least was one positive here. Gaoken Jiu, who's that? I've never heard of him. Yujai was currently combing through her green hair. With an annoyed look I complained, go outside to comb. Don't leave a pile of green hair on my bed. Yujai completely ignored me and continued combing. Did something interesting happen while you were in the Eastern District? It's better not to talk about it. But there is something I need you to check out. What is it? It seems that Laurel didn't die. Jai Pa said that someone had been disguised as her. A flash of surprise crossed Yuji's eyes. Jai Pa from the marketplace. Which other one is there? I asked. I'll go talk to him. If Laurel really didn't die, I'll find her as fast as I can. Yujai got up to leave. Okay. But if you are heading downstairs, pass by the first floor and tell Old Man Fan to make a trip up here. Got it. Yujai nodded. When Fan knocked on the door, I called out, Old Man, grow your head back, and then come in. I smiled happily to see Fan looking like an ordinary, friendly old man. Tears welled up in his eyes and Fan raised a trembling hand as if he were about to touch me. What are you doing? I asked with a face of disgust. Ah Shen, I was very worried about you. They didn't hurt you in the Eastern District, did they? Old Man Fan sounded like he wanted to cry. Yeah, who would have hurt me? I'm still a district commander, I responded. Grandpa, I want to ask you something. Do you know of someone named Gaoken Jiu? Fan started at the mention of the name. Then he staggered over to a chair and sat down. The Southern District's Gaoken Jiu? Fan asked seriously, his teary demeanor now gone. Grandpa Fan was rarely this serious, so I also grew solemn. MMH, that's right. Him. He seems pretty strong. We met him in the Eastern District today. Although I've been in a split zone for a very long time, I don't know much about him. I have heard though that his activities are rather unusual, and he only obeys the commands of the Southern District's Luo. He doesn't even listen to Mr. Blonde. No one seems to know what his mental force amounts to. He's someone without a record and he works in unpredictable ways. Sometimes he's good, sometimes bad. If you provoke him, he'll torture you extremely cruelly. I nodded as I thought this over. How did he end up appearing in the Eastern District? They say that he never leaves the Southern District. It seemed like GOS was trying to recruit him. I took another sip of milk. Ah, delicious. Old Man Fan looked at me with concern. Ah Shen, I'll be frank with you. You should start properly training. Running away blindly serves no purpose. Since all these people are stuck here, they should at least be comfortable and safe. You have the responsibility to protect all the residents of this district, so you can't continue on this way. I tilted my head slightly and touched the glass in my hand. Grandpa, what I don't get is why I have to protect them. What does their life or death have to do with me? Old Man Fan rationalized, because if you do not defend, you will simply be attacked. That is the way of the real world, and this place is no different. Consider why Mr. Blonde chose you as a district commander. It's because he knew that you wouldn't leave everyone to die. There are many people here who don't care about living, but you're not one of them. Why is living so tough everywhere? What's the point of it all? I lifted my head and looked towards the window. Fan suddenly asked, have you ever thought about why soul splitters exist or why they brought us here? I shook my head. I've never understood it. Perhaps these soul splitters exist for the purpose of telling us to cherish our lives. No one here had a meticulously clean record while they lived. Fan started profoundly. Have you ever thought about why it's so difficult to find our soul splitters? If you were to find the reason for living, do you think that perhaps our soul splitter would just be brought to us by some work of fate? I was a bit distracted as I considered what Fan was saying. After some time, I suddenly raised my head and smiled warmly at the old man. I understand, Grandpa. Don't worry, I'll protect all of you. I won't let what happened to Laurel happen in the Western District again. Grandpa Fan nodded. At the top of the residence, Nizun lied with his hands tucked behind his head as he stared up at the sky. I rolled my eyes as I looked at his completely at ease attitude. Miss me? Nizun asked. What I'd like is for you to die. I scoffed and walked over to him. Then I lied down and rested my head on my arms as well. Tien, the word for to miss is the same as to want for something. The sky here really is pitch black. He yawned. Nizun Gaokin Jui looks just like the senior that I killed. Instead of looking at the pitch black sky he mentioned, I closed my eyes. Beside me there was just silence. After some time passed, Nizun's lazy tone sounded again. This place has always been strange. Everything that appears seems normal, but you know, right, no matter what, everything here is fake. I kept my eyes closed. If you think everything is fake, then why don't you just wake up? I heard a soft laugh. I said it's all fake, not that I'm dreaming. I don't know why we ended up in this place. What I do know is that we can go back. So there's no need to be overly concerned about anything here. In the darkness I finally opened my eyes. You're so accepting of this situation, but I really don't get it. What is it about you that resembles my second identity? I have a hard time believing that someone as optimistic as you would somehow resonate with a demonic killer. He smiled. Don't put it like that. That demonic killer is still a part of you. Moreover, someone like me is probably good at convincing others. I often think that it might just be better if the two of us just die. I turned my head and looked at the side of Nizun's face. Even from the side you could still see that calm, indifferent, and carefree smile. Then let's die together. But tonight isn't the night for it. Don't go talking about eternity, dying as you lived, loving without bounds, that kind of stuff, okay? His voice was very clear. I couldn't help laughing. Then I closed my eyes and didn't say any more. An evening breeze blew past, and it felt very pleasant against my skin. A voice suddenly sounded behind us. The two of you sure are in a good mood. I opened my eyes and sat up. I turned back and saw Song Lu and Yu Liang. Even though I don't have a large fan group like S-Clan to protect me as the Western commander, I do have several friends at least. Song Lu and Yu Liang probably count as my friends. They are a famous pair of lovers in the Western District. It's said that Song Lu developed a mind-splitting disorder after being raped in the real world. After arriving here, she kept to herself and was uncommunicative for a long time. In the end, it was Yu Liang who finally pulled her out from the darkness. I really envied her relationship with Yu Liang. A few days ago the two had gone to the Northern District to see Mr. Blonde so that they could have a glimpse of their life in the real world. They finally returned today. Song Lu Jai. I rushed over with excitement and hugged Song Lu. She had a super hot body and a gorgeous head of curly hair that fell to her shoulders. I rubbed my face against hers. "You perverted girl, release my wife," Yu Liang called out exasperatedly. HMPH. I ignored him. Song Lu lovingly pat my head. "I heard a lot happened while I was gone. Is everything okay?" "Yeah. Now that you two are back there's nothing I'm scared of anymore." I let go of Song Lu. Then like a child I spread my arms out and pretended to fly around the rooftop like a plane. Song Lu sighed. "I heard from old man Fan and I decided that I'm going to start training you tomorrow. While it's difficult to raise your mental force, it's not entirely impossible. You'll just have to work really hard. I can't let you get away with loafing around anymore." Song Lu smiled at me. "That's right. People in the Eastern District can manipulate the air around them, but she can fall off a building while she's running. What's up with that difference, right?" Nizun bantered. I rolled my eyes at him. It happens that our trip to the Northern District was quite insightful. After talking to Mr. Blonde we returned with some new methods of controlling mental force. "It'll be helpful for training Ah Shen. Want to give it a try?" Yu Liang pointed at me as he spoke to Nizun. I couldn't help jumping in. Hey, you're treating me like a test subject now. I'm still a district commander, okay?" Yu Liang just because your wife likes me more than you can't get revenge like this. Yu Liang smiled innocently. "Don't try to escape. We're not going to let you get out of this training." I curled my lips and put on an expression like I wanted to cry. Then I wrapped my arms around Song Lu. "Song Lu Jie, they're bullying me." I agree with Yu Liang this time. Song Lu covered her mouth and laughed. "Oh no, I'm done for," I wailed. So for the next week I spent every day being trained by Song Lu and Yu Liang. As for Nizun, he mostly lied around on the sidelines, looking like a spineless coward. After a week of non-stop training day and night I was finally able to increase my mental force to 53. And now I also don't have to use any MF for ordinary jumping, combat or running. That counted as a success surely. Well, I'm very satisfied. However, Song Lu and Yu Liang's opinion boiled down to this child is just too dumb to teach. I hadn't learned any cool moves during the week of training. Still, it's true that not everyone could increase their mental force in a week at all. And considering that my mental force was much weaker than the other two district commanders, to start with this extra one level of mental force was just enough to allow me to expend some on my sexy appearance. The two of them helplessly shook their heads at me. While I was trained like my life was on the line, I often saw a scene of the lazy Nizun sleeping at the side like a dead pig. Chapter 12. Volume 1. 12 Murder makes a comeback. Jai Pa can often be found in the center of the first floor of the marketplace. He runs a small liquor shop where he's often mixing up cocktails, and his gentlemanly appearance always attracted a lot of passing eyes. The split zone is a place that its inhabitants have grown accustomed to, even though people enjoyed morphing into all sorts of creatures. At the start they eventually grow tired of that pastime. Then they would return to their ordinary human appearances and live ordinary lives. Where there live humans there exists love. The split zone is no exception. A lot of people find true love here. People are free to cohabit as they please, but it's not possible to have children. Of course, that's a wish that many in the real world chase after being able to live a happy life with the one you love without having to worry about caring for children. I sat inside Jai Pa's wine shop waiting for him to deliver a new cocktail head concocted. Test out my new drink, foul dismemberment. Jai Pa placed a glass of something red in front of me and then he gave Nizun the same. My mouth twitched. Jai Pa, can I just give a suggestion? Can't you choose a name that's more normal, more moderate? Otherwise who would want to drink this? Nizun had already taken several sips, and he said no, I think the name's very fitting. Of course they were a pair of weirdos. If it's not to your liking, it'll make you something else, Jai Pa responded respectfully. Tien, he uses the polite form for Yaoer. Good sir, please let's not be so formal with each other. Just call me Ah Shen. I waved my hand to show that there was no need to change the drink. Alright, Mesa Shen. Oh, by the way, has Mr. Blonde supplied any new and interesting items recently? One of the weapons shops received a new item, and I thought it would be quite fitting for you, Mesa Shen. Why don't I take you for a look? I shook my head. I didn't want to change my weapon. Then Nizun suddenly said you should learn how to use a second weapon. A bow and arrow aren't very good for short-range combat. Let's go take a look. After considering it, I decided that Nizun was right. I got up and followed Jai Pa. He led us to the elevator and pressed the button for the 7th floor. As the elevator ascended, Jai Pa suddenly turned to Nizun and said the weapon shop also received something that I think you'll like a lot. Oh, that I'll have to take a look then. A flash of intrigue crossed Nizun's eyes. We got off the elevator on the 7th floor, and then walked for roughly 3 hours, before arriving at shop 77,777. A middle-aged married couple who I vaguely recognized ran this weapons shop. I received my bow from a different shop, but this place was much loved in the Western District. When he saw us enter the shop, the husband called to his wife, Wen, bring out the 2 weapons that Mr. Jai instructed us to prepare. The commander and Nizun have arrived. I'll be right out. A moment later, a gentle-looking woman appeared. The woman called Wen carried 2 boxes. She handed one to me, and the other to Nizun. I opened my box and my eyes couldn't but help sparkle at what they saw. A purple whip. The craftsmanship was exquisite and its length was very fitting. While I was alive, I learned ribbon dancing for a period of time, so with a bit of practice I ought to be able to use this whip with ease. The whip was made from some material that I couldn't quite identify, but it was very tough. Its tail appeared to be covered with extremely fine spines. Commander, be careful. This whip is called the Piercer. It's a very unique weapon and we had to leap through numerous hoops to get our hands on it. The spines on the tail of the whip have been infused with a special substance. If you strike an opponent, their ensuing wounds will not be able to heal for an hour and the pain they feel will be increased 100-fold. The body of the whip is formed with a special material that cannot be broken with ordinary strength or severed by knives and swords. Wow, that's amazing. This weapon was delightfully surprising. I turned to watch as Nizun opened his box, which contained a pair of gloves. They were black and looked just like the ones on his hands that were inside his pockets. Always scoffed at his odd hobby of covering up every inch of his body, so I naturally didn't think much of the gloves. But when Nizun saw the gloves, his eyes lit up in surprise. He was so pleased with these new gloves that he quickly shed his old ones and exchanged them for this new pair. Nizun rarely took off his gloves, and when he did they would be replaced very quickly. But his hands were very pretty with slender and hale fingers. On the little finger of his left hand he wore a ring with a skeleton pattern. The ring didn't leave too much of an impression on me, but I do remember that it looked very delicate. We thanked the couple and Nizun Jai Pa and I headed out and back to Jai Pa's liquor shop. After exiting the shop, a loud noise suddenly sounded behind us. Everyone fell forward to the ground. On the floor, I turned my head back and saw that the walls inside the shop were covered in blood. The shopkeeper looked at his wife blankly. It seemed that a small bomb-like object had been placed on her. Her body was broken up into pieces scattered about the ground. Her head and body had been separated. Tool shed likely swallowed the explosive device, which was actually all that powerful. She'd been the only one blown up while everyone else had remained unharmed. One of her arms landed outside the shop, now writhing on the ground. People started poking their heads out of the surrounding shops, curious about what was happening. We got up from the ground and pat the dust off our clothes. I saw that Wen's hand was still moving, so I knew things would be okay. She would recover quickly enough and then the incident could be investigated. Just then a young boy appeared beside my leg. He looks to be about 5 or 6 years old and I'd never seen him before. He ran over to where Wen's blown off hand was, and then he turned back to look at me. I saw something dark and sinister in his eyes, a look that a child wouldn't have. As my suspicions grew, the boy suddenly bent over and grabbed the splitting key hanging around his neck. I could feel that something wasn't right, so I leapt at him. But it was too late. When I arrived at his side, I heard a click like a key turning inside a lock. The key had already been shoved into the split symbol on Ah Wen's bloody hand. Ah Wen's body parts had been crawling back together, about to rejoin, but then they suddenly stopped. Boom, boom, boom. Blood splattered in all directions and bits of flesh flew into the air. Right in front of my eyes, that little boy received his punishment for killing another and exploded in a shower of rain. In accordance with the rules of this world, after committing the crime of murder, the offender was blown to bits with no form or shape remaining. Now covered in blood, I stood still, frozen in place. I could feel the fresh blood slide down my face. A slimy bone and blood mixture dripped from my face onto my neck and collarbone, quickly covering my whole body. Screams sounded from the crowd, but even as the smell of blood and flesh struck my nose, I remained numb. The shopkeeper suddenly ran out and knelt on the floor. Sitting still as a statue, he held his wife's now motionless hand. I suddenly wanted to extend a hand to comfort him, but when I saw my arm, I realized that my entire body was covered in that little boy's fresh sticky blood. My arm looked like it had been pulled out from the bloody river of hell, carrying malice and evil. Frozen, I stared still, not quite comprehending what I saw. The shopkeeper seemed to sense something. He raised his head and looked at me with fear in his eyes, like he wanted to hide. Seeing the shopkeeper's terrified expression, I felt a sudden pang in my heart, but I couldn't move. Then something seemed to grab me from behind. Nizun grabbed my hand without the slightest hesitation and pulled me to his side. I looked down at Nizun's tight clasp on my hand. The brand new gloves that he wore were now dirtied with blood. He stared coldly at the pool of blood on the ground. Jaipa quickly stepped forward and calmly crouched down. He gave the shopkeeper a pat on the back. Well, be sure to find out what happened, but someone will come to take her to the grave soon. You should follow along to see her leave. Sympathetic eyes appeared in the crowd, but no one moved or spoke a word. Perhaps death was all too common in the split zone. But then I realized that a lot of people were looking at me suspiciously. And then I was hit by another realization. There were a lot of people in the Western District that I didn't recognize. While there were tens of thousands of residents in a district and unfamiliar faces weren't unusual, I suddenly felt that after half a year of being the commander, I was completely unqualified. Nizun still held tightly to my hand. He took another look at the pool of blood and then dragged me backwards. He ordered me, go back to your room and clean up. We'll discuss this afterwards. I didn't retort or even respond, simply allowing him drag me out. With a nod towards Jaipa, Nizun added, I'll leave this to you, Jaipa. Nizun pulled me along, running across the rooftop as fast as he could, so it seemed that no one really noticed that I was covered in blood. But when I got to the 13th floor, a lot of residents turned to look me over like they were watching at an assassin who'd just made a kill. Their expressions turned the air around me chilly. The scene didn't bring up flashbacks of my killing Senior Gao Kai, but perhaps because of the blood, I did recall the truth that I was in fact a murderer. My body couldn't help trembling. Nizun must have felt me shake, for he strengthened his grip on my hand as if wanting to comfort me somehow. After entering my room, Yujai, who'd been inside cleaning up my arrows bag, saw me covered in blood and cried out, what happened? Let her get cleaned up. I'll fill you in. Nizun dragged me over to the bathroom, opened the door, and gave me a gentle shove inside. Before closing the door, he looked at me and said, don't think about it too much. Get cleaned up and then we'll talk about it. After the door closed, I moved stiffly like a wooden doll. I turned on the water and stepped into the bathtub. The water streamed over my head, diluting the bloodstains across my body. I trembled as I crouched down and hugged my legs. Chapter 13. Volume 1. 13. Suffocating Nightmare. As I curled up in the bathtub, several broken memories flashed through my mind. Hey, why are you helping her? Haven't you heard she has a mental illness? Ah, that can't be right. Look how pitiful she is. She fell over, but no one's even going to help her. Aya, let's go. Just mind your own business. I'm telling you, she has problems up there. I must have turned on the cold water, because I felt the piercing chilly water fall from my head to my legs. I scoffed. In a shitty place like this, where you're neither dead or alive, you could still feel cold. When I exited the bathroom, Yujai looked at me uneasily. I smiled at her, letting her know that I was okay. Instead of her usual snake look, Yujai was dressed in casual garb. She walked over to me and grabbed my hand. "I'll find out what happened. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. I'm fine. By the way, did you find out what happened with Laurel?" Yujai swallowed. "There's been a bit of progress, but just tell me." I looked at her a bit suspicious. She sighed and then said, "Per Jaipa's suggestion, we found someone with a keen sense of smell to investigate, but the trail cut at the Northern District border. So I suspect that Laurel is currently in the Northern District." I frowned. The Northern District is a different story from the Southern District. The layout of the Northern District is different from the other 3 districts, and those who recited there were people recognized by Mr. Blonde. Ordinarily, unless we're summoned, outsiders can't just casually enter the Northern District. And when we do travel there, it's only to the hall in the district center. The Northern District is a place beyond our understanding. "Should we ask to meet with Mr. Blonde about this?" Yujai asked, looking to me. I shook my head. He hasn't been very happy with me lately. If this really involves someone from the Northern District, I can't make an accusation so lightly. Let me think about it a bit. Yujai smiled. "All right then, I'm going to see Jaipa about what happened today. You and Naizun can discuss some more." She squeezed my hand and then she headed to the door. Just before she left, she turned back and said, "Laurel once told me that the moment she saw you, she took you as her older sister. Because she really liked you. Don't worry. We'll definitely find her and bring her back." As Yujai walked out the door, I lied down in my bed and looked up at the ceiling. Naizun was calmer than one would expect. He remained silent as he leaned against the wall by the door. After staring at the ceiling a while, I finally said, "Naizun, I couldn't even save someone who was right in front of me." Since he didn't respond even after several minutes, I lifted my head to look at him. He was looking at me, but since his bangs covered his face, I could only see one eye. It looked bright and yet dark. I shot him a smile. "Since you resonated with that cruel version of me, tell me, do you think it was her who gave me this uncaring attitude? To not save someone in danger. Not saving someone and being unable to save them aren't the same thing," he responded softly. I stopped looking at him and lied back down. Only someone incompetent would be so useless. Even if one had the desire to help without any power to do so, they wouldn't be any different to a person who ignored a plea for help. As I listened to my own reasoning, I felt quite empty inside. "You really are so fragile that you fall over from one hit. I can't imagine a killer living within you." Naizun gave his devilish smile. I looked at him coldly. "Yeah. I don't understand how a demon like that could live inside of me either. Since that demon has already joined together with me now, just do a good job being a good person. Leave the sinister stuff for your other self and me." For some reason, Naizun's words gave me a very warm feeling. But still, I wasn't going to respond gratefully to him. Naizun suddenly changed the topic. "The split zone is very strange, and the blonde man is very strange too. Haven't you ever suspected him, or has he just always seemed above suspicion to you?" "It's not that I've never thought to suspect him, I just don't have the ability to suspect him." I closed my eyes and an overwhelming exhaustion overcame me. I knew that everything about the split zone was weird and nothing about it made sense. But I was just really tired and I didn't want to keep thinking about it. After I rested for a bit, I opened my eyes and turned to Naizun. "Let's make a trip to the Northern District. Secretly. Without letting Mr. Blonde know." "That doesn't sound easy." "It's fine. I know that it's impossible for Mr. Blonde to monitor us constantly. He simply has a lot of informants. We just need to come up with a plan," I insisted. "Whatever you want. If you're going, it's not like I can stop from following." Naizun's demeanor was fully unconcerned even now. After speaking, he raised his hand and pushed aside the bangs covering one of his eyes. When I saw the glove on his hand still covered with blood, I lowered my eyes. Noticing my attention on his gloves, he said, "It's fine. I can wash them. Who's concerned are you, so eager for me to ruin your new pair of gloves?" I rolled my eyes at him. He tilted his head and laughed. "For them to be ruined by you would have been my pleasure." I really couldn't get used to his oddly charming and ambiguous demeanor. I didn't bother responding and instead turned so that my back faced him. Naizun's voice drifted over to me. "It's been tough on you these few days. Close your eyes and sleep a bit. When you wake up, well, Have a meeting with Song Lu and the others about the Northern District. I closed my eyes. And then I had a dream. The split zone is a strange space where our consciousness lives. When our consciousness dreams, it's almost like dreaming within a dream. Dreams here are different. When we dream here, we're aware that we're dreaming, but before the dream ends, we're unable to wake ourselves up. During the dream, it feels as if we're watching a scene unfold from the sideline. We can only watch but not intervene. I rarely dreamt, and when I did, I rarely dreamt of myself. My dreams were always of endless, boundless deserts with no one to trouble me, with no worries. But this night I dreamt of myself. In my dream, I wore a high school uniform. I sat at a desk reading a comic book. The place looked like the classroom from my last year of high school. Suddenly several girls scurried past me, and then a girl looked at my comic book. After a glance, she suddenly cried out, "Ah Shen, why are you reading this kind of gory comic again? Gosh, it's so scary. Seriously, you have such particular tastes." Although the girl seemed startled, she simply said a few sentences before leaving it alone. Then I lifted my head and smiled at her. She walks to her seat behind me. As she walked, she spoke to the person beside her. Lai Shen's a girl, so why does she like reading those cruel and bloody comics? The girl beside her responded, yeah. A lot of people nowadays like comics like that. I also heard that some adults can only get into it when they read strange things. Aya, stop talking about such disgusting things. As those girls chattered, I saw another pretty girl with curly hair walking towards me. She was suddenly at my side and she snatched away my book. With a laugh she said, "Oh Shen, you're reading these comic books again, why don't you listen?" When I saw the pretty curly-haired girl, I shot her a bright smile. "Pamilo, you're making fun of me again." And then the scene before me changed. The classroom I had just been sitting in disappeared. Now Pamilo and I were sitting in a corner of the playground. Both of us were holding a bar of ice cream. I turned to Pamilo and said, "Pamilo, I'll tell you a secret, but you can't tell anyone." "Okay." Pamilo smiled and nodded. "Actually, something's wrong with me here." I pointed to my head. Pamilo's eyes shimmered like a pair of shining stars. "Oh, what's wrong?" After taking the last bite of the ice cream in my hand, I tossed the wrapper into the garbage can and pat my hands clean. When I was little, I would often talk to myself, and I had some signs of ADHD. After a few years, a strange illness befell me, so my parents took me in for a checkup. The doctor said that I was showing some signs of a mental illness. "Oh, but you look the same as everyone else." Pamilo also finished her ice cream. I smiled to her. "Well, I am pretty much like everyone else because the illness is very mild. Even if I were to hurt someone, it would be myself and not others." "Hey, I'll show you the diagnostic report." I pulled out a sheet of paper and handed it to the girl called Pamilo. I really wanted to stop myself to open my mouth and warn me, but I couldn't say a single word. Like someone who'd been poisoned, I tried to cry out, but I was rendered powerless. When I recalled that I was dreaming that I was watching a scene from high school unfolding, I gave up trying to shout, and dejectedly closed my eyes. Just as the dream scene cut off, I suddenly heard Naizun's voice. "Lai Shen, wake up." I quickly woke up and saw Naizun looking down at me from beside the bed. His expression was complicated. I looked around me and realized that it was dark outside the window. "It's already night. You slept for a long time." When Naizun saw me sit up, he straightened his back and stuffed his hands back inside his coat pockets. "Were you here the whole time?" "MMH. Naizun nodded, and then asked, "What did you dream about? You kept saying don't." I flinched as I recalled the conversation I had with Pamilo in my dream. I lowered my head and said, "It's nothing. I just dreamt of my time in high school." Naizun looked at me thoughtfully. Then he said, "I notified Song Lu and Yu Liang already, so we can discuss with them about the Northern District." "Okay." I nodded. Chapter 14. Volume 1. 14:3 Bows. When Song Lu and Yu Liang arrived, I'd already calmed down a bit. "We heard about what happened yesterday. It's true that there's been some trouble in the Western District recently. We approve of a secret trip to the Northern District." Song Lu and Yu Liang were both dressed in black, and I couldn't help taking a second glance at Song Lu's sexy figure. "Right. I think it's finally time for me to go out and see the world." I chuckled. "But how are we going to get into the Northern District?" without Mr. Blonde finding out. In the past we only ever traveled to the northern district at Mr. Blonde's summons. We would be transported directly to the hall at the center of the district, meaning we aren't at all familiar with the northern district's layout outside of the hall. The hall is very large, but it's not used for housing residents. Regardless, ID never walked outside the hall before. Since we've always been curious on our recent trip to the Great Hall, I had Yu Liang use his special ability to search around. What we discovered was rather unexpected. Song Lu then motioned for Yu Liang to speak. Yu Liang, who'd been quiet throughout the conversation, nodded. You know about my ability. While Song Lu was taking her visitation, her look at the real world, I used my projection to quickly run outside the hall. Unexpectedly, the view from inside through the glass doors was completely different from what truly existed outside the hall. I was taken by surprise. The scene through the glass doors of the Great Hall look much like what exists in the eastern and western districts' large residents, the district line and border forest, things that belonged to and were expected of the split zone. Yu Liang continued. When my projection went outside the doors, there was a dense fog that limited my sight to a 5-meter radius. When I turned to look behind me, the hall seemed to have vanished. There was just fog. Then 3 large doors appeared before me. I'd never seen anything like it before. The doors were about 4 meters tall, labeled Heaven, Ghost, and Exit. It was really unfathomable, but Yu Liang had never lied before. When he first arrived in the split zone, he was nicknamed the God of MF. Though his MF was only 39, he was able to manipulate his mental force to accomplish things that were beyond the scope of most people's abilities. He didn't have to train extremely hard for it either, it just seemed to come easily to him. In the split zone, it's our consciousness that exists, not our physical body. And yet Yu Liang was able to divide his consciousness once more still. To put it plainly, he could manipulate his mental force to have a controlled out-of-body experience. This second soul wasn't something that the rest of us could see, and it could travel 100 meters away from Yu Liang's body. Mr. Blonde didn't find out about what you did, I asked Yu Liang. From our observations, Mr. Blonde doesn't seem to be some all-powerful being. In fact, after going back through all we know, we suspect that he is just like us, an ordinary body formed from a consciousness. He probably has a split symbol as well. It's just that his mental force is leagues above ours. Of course, these are our just suspicions, not facts. But what we can be sure of is that he's not controlling everything. So how does he find out about what happens in all of the districts so quickly? I remembered that when I'd gone to see him several days prior, had already known exactly why I was there. Yu Liang's eyes glistened. He has informants all across the districts. Ah Shen, how ignorant are you to all these things? What have you done for the past half year? I laughed awkwardly. Song Lu frowned at Yu Liang. Don't blame Ah Shen. It's not like you don't know. Half a year ago, I quickly cut off Song Lu. I looked over to Nai Zun, and of course his expression was serene, like someone who was about to return to the heavens. Yu Liang sighed. In any case, we've always been suspicious of the split zone, Mr. Blonde included. Although he treats us well and allows us to live peacefully and happily here, Ah Shen, you also know that our families are waiting for us to return. Running away from that isn't a solution. We have to find a way home. And we have to figure out whether or not Mr. Blonde is being controlled by the soul splitters as well. According to the scent tracker's investigation, Laurel's trace disappeared at the north-south line. I nodded my head slowly. But without being summoned by Mr. Blonde, how will we get into the northern district? The district line is at the other end of the southern district, and the line remains red, meaning we can't travel across it. Before you started taking interest in all of this, we heard a lot of things. Yujai thinks that Si Luo from the southern district must have a way to travel across the north-south line, so I'm afraid that we'll have to make a stop to the southern district first. At least we'll have to go inquire about some things. I've never been to the southern district. I pouted. Nai Zun suddenly commented, not just the southern district. If not for the recent unrest, you probably would have never left the western district, right? I didn't hesitate to roll my eyes at him. We've never been there either. The southern district is different from both the western and eastern districts, and outsiders rarely visit. But still, I believe we need to make a trip there, Song Lu said firmly. Fine. I'll support your decision. Let's go together. After a moment I spoke up again, but how many people are going? This trip will be different to ones in the past. Since we are now taking on the challenge of uncovering the secrets of the split zone, we cannot be shorthanded. With me and Yu Liang and you in Nai zone, we should also at least bring along Jai Pa Song, Lu said to me. I considered this for a moment. Old Man Fan lived on the first floor. Aside from the floors Yu Jai and I lived on and the one that Jai Pa lived on 13 and 30 respectively, every other floor also had its own floor manager. With 27 managers plus Old Man Fan and also Ujis. 7 demons Ujis, 7 capable subordinates. Even if I were to leave the Western District for a time, no major problems would likely occur. In all honesty, even when I was present I didn't contribute much towards the Western District. Okay. Then the 5 of us will go. Make your preparations. It's our duty to give the shopkeeper a sense of peace too. Have Jai Pa tell him that when I return I will have an explanation for him. Right now I'll contact Old Man Fan. Okay. Song Lu nodded. Then she and Yu Liang left my room. I pulled up my cell phone and called Old Man Fan. Fan, bring the other 27 floor managers up to sector of the rooftop to meet with me. The sky was still dark when I met with Old Man Fan and 27 not unfamiliar faces. Everyone looked around at each other, curious why the idle district commander who only met with them for the monthly building meeting suddenly sought them all out. I looked at them solemnly and then I bent over for a bow. 20-something voices started up. Commander, what are you? I looked around. I know that you are all capable people in the Western District. Most of you served the previous district commander. Before the district was entrusted to me, I've always known that you have been unsatisfied with some things, but you have all followed Lai King's orders to remain loyal to me to continue protecting the Western District. The atmosphere grew heavy at my mention of the previous district commander Lai King. For the past half year I have idled away. If not for Lai King's firm guidance and all of you already being familiar with the rules she set down, with the way I've acted, the Western District would have collapsed by now. Fortunately, Lai King's rules remained in effect, and with Ujis supervision the Western District has remained fairly safe and stable. I paused. Then I continued. However, with the recent happenings in the Western District, a lot of people have grown uneasy. Of this I am aware. Up until now I've let everyone down. I cannot face all the residents of the Western District, so I would like to ask all of you to help me apologize for this. And I promise that when I return after this trip I will step up to lead the Western District and its residents in rebuilding our home. I made another bow. Some people's eyes were growing moist. The floor manager of the 3rd floor, a person named Ta Lai, said to me, after Master Lai King left us, we lost our way. While we tried our best to maintain order among the residents, we were also afraid. The brutal forces of the Eastern District were expanding, but we had no protector like Si Liuo. Since no one had been able to find their soul splitter, everyone had fallen to despair. I nodded. That's why I said that I let you all down. I know that even if no one had found a way to return to life in the real world, at least Lai King gave you a place to live happily. Since I was the one to bring fear and helplessness to this place, I will go to the Northern District to investigate. And I will do all I can to return with a way to save us, a way to leave this place. Several people began to whisper, can you really do it? Even Master Lai King had no answers. I raised my head and looked at them with a steady gaze. I cannot guarantee that I will be able to find a way out of this place, but I promise that even if we can never leave this place, I will at least remain here forever with you to keep you safe and at peace. In the real world, a promise like forever was hard to keep, but in the split zone it felt very much attainable. In the split zone, the loneliness of forever was something we constantly lived with. Please trust me. I bowed for the 3rd time. Ta Lai was the first to speak up. Commander, go. We will wait for your return. Master Lai King asked us to follow you. As we trusted her. We will trust you. The image of Lai King suddenly appeared in my head, woman who carried a bit of the tough, overbearing nature of a man. And then a hint of pain slivered across my heart. But this wasn't the time to lament over her death. I raised my head and looked at everyone. In a firm and resolute voice I said, while I am away I entrust the Western District to you. I hope that you can relay my message to all the residents of the Western District to wait for my return. Yes, Mom. 20-something voices sounded in unison. I turned to look at Nizun standing behind me. There was a shallow smile on his face and he looked at me with eyes that seemed to shine even in the dark of night. Chapter 15. Volume 1. 15. A Bad Fate with Murder. Dressed in black, the five of us arrived at the west-east line. The sky was still lit. We filed across the district line and entered the eastern forest. I was so delighted that I couldn't help humming a song. Quit singing. Who are you trying to scare to death? Nizun mocked. I ignored him and continued humming my song. We walked through the forest when I suddenly noticed a figure in our path up ahead. I adjusted my eyes as I tried to identify the person. She was a very pretty young lady with bright eyes and curved brows. The peculiar thing was that her hair was white. It fell down to her ankles, nearly 1.5 meters long. Her skin was clear as jade. Her dancing figure dressed in a white robe easily made a person lose themselves in reverie. She was standing not too far from us, as if inspecting one of the trees in the forest. When she felt that someone was approaching, she quickly raised her head to look at us. I was a bit dazed by her pretty features. What a pretty girl, I mumbled to myself. After hearing my words, the girl's long brows knit together. Who are you calling a girl? I felt like I'd been struck by lightning, glued to the ground. Her voice was that of a man's. Haha, what kind of hobbies did people have nowadays? Ah, so you were actually a handsome man, I said, a bit resentful. The strange man, who looked as beautiful as a woman with a head of white hair that extended to his ankles, raised his brows at me. Are you the Western District? Bugs, who are you looking down on? I scowled at him indignantly. Dressed in long robes, he walked over to us calmly. Yu Liang took the lead and stepped forward. Hello, sir. We are indeed from the Western District. We have a few friends in the Eastern District, so we came today to pay them a visit. The white-robed man suddenly dusted off his hands at us. There's no need to tell me those things. I have no interest in understanding. Ugly things. Ugly things. I turned to my side and looked at the hot and sexy Song Lu dressed in black. Then I looked over the well-built and stoic Yu Yang, and then over to the gentlemanly Jai Pa. And me, Roman too wasn't that bad. Who was he calling ugly things? The white-robed man scanned over our group, and then his eyes stopped on Nizun. A smidgen of appreciation flit across his eyes. Before I could react, he suddenly disappeared from before me. I was stunned, and in front of me Yu Liang and Song Lu exchanged confused expressions. All of us turned back at the same, only to realize that this man was already standing behind us looking at Nizun. Seeing his back, I immediately grew alert and grabbed my bow with my left hand. This man moved extremely fast. I hadn't seen him move at all, not even a trace of a shadow. I retreated several steps until I stood beside Yu Liang and Song Lu, about a meter away from the stranger. Standing in front of him, Nizun had his hand stuffed in his pockets, a slight smile and a lazy expression on his face. You're beautiful, a true work of art. Want you come along with me? The white-robed man actually extended his hand to caress Nizun's face. The hair on my body stood on end and I felt my body on the verge of collapsing. What was this guy playing at? But before the stranger's hand could touch Nizun's face, Nizun pulled his black-gloved hand out of his left pocket and grabbed onto the man's pale hand, though it seemed he hadn't exerted much force. My also beautiful friend, I also like your appearance very much. But I'm sorry, I have business to attend to, so I cannot go with you, Nizun said with a smile. After I heard his words, I couldn't help feel that something was off. Also, beautiful friend, wow. He really never forgot to praise himself. Just then the white-robed man did something that caused both myself and Song Lu to grab onto each other, both feeling the urge to vomit. He bent over slightly, and from the corner of my eye I saw some kind of infatuation glimmer in his eyes. Then he lowered his head and stuck out his tongue to lick Nizun's hand. I gagged as I grabbed onto Song Lu, who was standing stiffly. I raised my head, enduring the disgust, curious about Nizun's reaction. But his expression made me regret my choice. He looked the same as always, that carefree smile on his face, as if he didn't care at all that a man had just kissed his hand. No, licked his hand. No, that's not right either. That a man had licked his glove. Suspicious. Considering how much Naizun cherished his gloves, how could he have no reaction to them being licked by this wretched man? Naizun made no move to resist, and he simply tugged his hand out of the man's hold. The white-robed man took a step towards Naizun and thrust his face at Naizun. Then how about you come find me again after you finish your business? I shivered. They were so close together that Naizun could probably have felt the moisture of the man's breath. Okay, Naizun responded, his eyes curving with his smile. The white-robed man nodded with satisfaction at Naizun's response. Then he turned and slowly walked away without sparing me a single glance. After the man walked a bit further, he suddenly vanished from sight. I shook my shoulders in an attempt to get rid of my remaining goosebumps. Yu Liang looked in the direction that he disappeared, thoughtful. His ability to transport is the fastest I've ever seen. He's certainly not an ordinary person. I quietly shook my head. Did this place even have ordinary people? Song Lu nodded. We should be very careful since we don't know what his motives are. Jai Pa pushed up his glasses. Naizun, he was right up next to you. He didn't try any tricks, did he? Naizun's gaze was still focused on where the white-robed man had disappeared. His eyes dimmed, leaving others unclear on his thoughts. Finally he said no. I clicked my tongue. What are you that disappointed that he left? Did we miss out on seeing some kind of shocking love affair unfold? Naizun turned to me, a flirtatious look in his eyes. How could that be? If I got involved with him, what would happen to you? My leg flew at him. If you did, the rest of my days would be wonderful. After another 3 hours of banter, we finally made our way through the forest and stepped into the eastern district. When we arrived at the residence, we saw a crowd of people surrounding one of the entrances. Of course, there was no lack of strange-looking characters among them. Squished between the crowds, and with so many people present, we couldn't see what was happening clearly. I signaled to Yu Liang, who nodded and then closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, I knew that had already sent his soul projection out of his body. After a moment, he suddenly pulled Naizun and Song Lu toward himself. When we all made our way back together in the crowd, Yu Yang lowered his head and quietly spoke. There's a corpse in the center. Looked like a murder, an ugly one. The body had been severed into hundreds of pieces and then shaped into the word death. There were too many pieces to be able to tell where the split symbol originally was. I frowned. After killing someone, they even played around with his corpse. The Eastern District was indeed a scary place. I motioned for the group not to push forward anymore. We wouldn't be missing out by skipping that kind of scene, and so we backed out from the crowd. No one had arrived to take care of the body yet. I told everyone to split before we ended up stirring up some trouble in the Eastern District. We quickly moved on our way, but after traveling about 100 meters, a voice suddenly called out to me. Ms. Lai Shen, I trust you've been well since our last meeting. I halted and turned around. Less than 20 meters away stood the muscular man Tao Lai and the bandaged man Mu Lai. I couldn't help growing apprehensive. Why did the A-rank officers have so much faith with me? Song Lu and Yu Liang didn't know who the two men were, so I winked to Song Lu and mouthed the letter A. Song Lu quickly understood my meaning. The man called Mu Lai suddenly stepped forward. His whole body was covered in bandages but for his eyes. And it was with those eyes that he was currently giving me a murderous look. That's right. His eyes were filled with a murderous intent, different from the last time we met and not at all subtle. What a coincidence. Every time one of our rank officers meets their death, we get to meet with Ms. Lai Shen. Shouldn't you give us an explanation? Ms. Lai Shen Mu Li's eyes were locked on me. I frowned. So what he was saying is that the corpse, they're the one that was hacked to pieces and used to spell out the word death, had been one of the rank officers. If that were the case, it was no wonder that people would misunderstand. I must be some kind of jinx. When I came, it wasn't even ordinary people who died, but rank officers. Oh my goodness. The person I most didn't want to start a feud with was Jos. But from the look of things, this dispute was already set. I find it regretful that these things always happen as I'm passing through, but I truly am just passing through. I spread my hands helplessly and smiled awkwardly, unsure if my words would be of any use at all. Mu Lai scoffed. Whether or not you're just passing by, you'll still have to come with me for further questioning. His words had just hit the air when a bandage from his arm flew at me. Looks like he had no plans to discuss at all. His strength was clearly different from last time. It didn't feel as if a bandage were coming at me, but rather like a golden cudgel was flying towards me. I stood in place still. Before the bandage hit me, Muscle Man Tao Lai suddenly stepped forward to block the attack. With a single hand he easily grabbed the bandages heading towards me. Tao Lai's voice sounded coldly. Mu Lai, why are you always so impatient? We've yet to find any evidence that MS Lai Shen had anything to do with the previous day's events. And have you forgotten what the commander told us? Mu Lai seemed to recall something, though he continued to glare at me as he unhappily retracted his bandages. Tao Lai walked up to me and nodded slightly. MS Lai Shen, our commander, has instructed us that if we were fortunate enough to run into you again, that we are to escort you to see her. Escort me to see her? Are you sure we're not being brought in to get hacked apart? While I was trying to figure out how to respond, Naizun suddenly stepped forward from behind me. With a smile he said, okay, well, go. Please lead the way. I immediately turned to him and made a face that said, are you crazy? But he didn't seem to mind me at all. Alright, please follow me. Tao Lai pointed to the right at a different entrance to the residence. Naizun quickly followed behind Tao Lai and Mu Lai. Song Lu and Yu Liang exchanged a glance and then signaled to me not to worry before following along. Even the ever-cautious Jai Pa nodded to me, suggesting it was fine to follow. I turned and glanced at the still large crowd around the chopped-up corpse and resigned to shake my head. Muscle Man and bandages didn't mention taking care of the corpse of their comrade, but instead opted to take me to meet with Jiu S first. I could already see my future burial in the Eastern District. The others had already started walking into the residential building. With a silent wail I hurried to catch up. Chapter 16. Volume 1. 16 Pretty Boy Guan Nai. With 7 people stuffed into the elevator, not to mention Muscle Man's tall stature, it was a bit crowded. As the elevator stopped on its way up, most of the residents who saw Muscle Man and bandages decided to wait for the next lift. When we reached the 27th floor, the elevator stopped and everyone exited. We'll have to move by foot above the 27th floor. The commander is on the 30th floor, so you'll have to trouble MS Lai Shen and your companions to walk the rest of the way. I quickly nodded my head. Taking the stairs was good. Delaying our meeting with that demon woman was good. A line of people headed toward the 28th floor, and I took up the rear. I turned back and glanced at the 27th floor corridor. It looked just the same as in the Western District, an endless corridor with numbered rooms on either side of the hall. Only there wasn't a single soul walking around. Does the 27th floor house clans G to crank members? I asked Tao Lai curiously. An answer came unexpectedly. No, the 27th floor only houses crank members. A suspicion formed in my mind. According to that logic, the 28th floor would then be home to the Brank members. While I didn't know how many crank members there were, the number wouldn't be that high. Additionally, there were only 7 Brank membersless, even since 5 had now died. They used one floor to house 7 people. What about the 29th floor then? Just for the 3 Rank members, wasn't that too much of a waste of space? Each level of the residence could house tens of thousands, but they were only using them for a handful of people. Was it simply to emphasize the importance of S-Clan? I was about to open my mouth to ask again, but after seeing Bandage's hateful glare, I could only resentfully shut my mouth. We quickly arrived on the 29th floor, and then Tao Lai and Mu Lai stopped before the stairs to the 30th floor. I immediately grew wary. Tao Lai turned to me. Apologies, Ms. Lai Shen. There is an enchantment between the 29th and 30th floors, and I'm afraid that we cannot allow you to see the method for unlocking it. I hope you can understand. Please wait in the hallway and we will continue shortly. What an enchantment was this? Some kind of online game? Why hadn't I ever heard of people in the split zone using enchantments? This wasn't a skill that humans ought to have, was it? Of course, after living in the split zone for some time, my surprise for things never lasted more than 3 seconds. After seeing those around me agree, we walked over into the hallway to wait. We walked forward more than 10 meters before we stopped. This floor seems to house just 3 people. Aside from Tao Lai and Mu Lai, there would also be the 3rd A-rank member. I wonder where their rooms would be. I spoke quietly as I looked around the empty corridor. My instincts tell me that there are more than 3 people living on this floor, Yu Liang responded quietly. I trusted Yu Liang's instincts, so my guard quickly went up. If there were more than 3 people, then who else lived here, and why were the floors from the 27th up so quiet? Could this be a trap? Just as I came up with another possibility, Jai Pa shut off my train of thought. Ms. Ah Shen, look at the protective measures for the Eastern Commander. When we return, you should also set up some security for your room. I don't know how to make enchantments. Which, by the way, why do enchantments exist in the split zone? Song Lu suddenly spoke up. That is the purpose of our trip. It looks like there are certain people outside of the Western District who appear to have harnessed abilities that were once only things of fantasy. We have to learn about these methods, otherwise the Western District will be at a disadvantage in the future. I nodded. True. Many things that exist here have already undermined what we can imagine. Any and everything has the possibility of happening. If we can attain these abilities, we'll be able to adapt and to search out the truth of our soul splitters. Click. As we were discussing, I suddenly heard the sound of a door opening behind us. I turned around and saw our room door slowly open, and then an enchanting and bewitching face appeared in front of me. It was that white-haired man dressed in white robes. He shot a charming smile towards us. Startled me. He placed a finger over his lips as if saying to be quiet, and then a blast of wind blew past. Before any of us could react, our bodies were carried away by a blast of wind. In an instant, the scene around us changed. We looked around, and we definitely were no longer in a hallway in the Eastern residence. Instead, we were in a forest filled with birds and flowers. This forest was just like a forest in the real world, filled with lush trees, birds, and insects flying. When looking up, you saw a blue sky and a bright sun. The warm sunlight scattered down onto our bodies. A chuckle came from the side. I turned and saw white robes leaning against a tree, smiling over at us. For some reason, his smile made my hair stand on end. Seeing his enchanting face against the natural backdrop, rays of light streaming onto his face, a girl's heart couldn't help beating faster. Hands stuffed in his windbreaker, Nizun stepped forward and said to the white-robed man, "Hi. We meet again." When he saw Nizun, the man's eyes lit up. "Hi, my pet." Gag. A familiar feeling of disgust rushed at me. "Why did you bring us here, and where exactly is here?" Nizun actually had a charming smile on his face. White Robe's eyes remained fixed on Nizun. "This is my room. When I opened my door and saw all of you there, I decided to bring you inside." What, his room, which meant the hallway, was just outside of this place? Why was this kind of scene appearing inside of her room? Jai Pa calmly extended a hand to adjust his glasses. If we're inside a room, it's likely that what we're seeing is just an illusion. After hearing Jai Pa's assessment, White Robes happily clapped his hands. "Correct. This young man doesn't look too bad either. I must have missed you this morning." Having taken note of Jai Pa's gentlemanly appearance, he slowly approached us. I subconsciously stepped back and warily watched his approaching figure. "Why did you bring us in here? What do you want?" White Robes finally turned to me. "When I saw that those 2 guys were going to take you up to the 30th floor, I decided to wreak a bit of havoc. What we're seeing now is just an illusion." Jai Pa stepped forward as if humoring the man. "That's right," White Robes said, standing a meter's distance away. "I don't like all these questions," he suddenly said, a smile on his face. Nizun spoke up as if coaxing a child. "We're here to see your commander, so release us. I promise that we'll come back to visit after our meeting with her." And White Robes actually cooperated. He pouted his lips and asked Nizun, "Are you really going to come back to see me?" I inhaled a cold breath. Was this guy really a man? Wasn't he acting too submissively? "Of course. But if you also tell me who you are and what you're doing here, not only will I come visit, I'll play with you." Nizun enticed. The white-robed man's eyes wandered. "I trying to learn my secrets? What a bad boy." As he spoke, he extended a hand and tapped Nizun's shoulder. He blinked his eyes at Nizun and spoke mischievously. My name is Guan Nai. I'm here now because I've always lived here." Hearing a male voice come out of the mouth of such a pretty face speaking so coquettishly, my mind felt like it was being ripped apart. Suddenly a loud knocking came down from the sky. Several people turned their heads up. The sky was still blue and the origin of the knocking was unclear. White Robes smiled. Aya, those two brutes are here. Alright, I'll let you all go. Remember to come visit my little pet. I really couldn't stand it anymore. I held my hands against my head, wanting to never again hear those two disgusting men flirting. When I lifted my head, we were already standing in the middle of the hallway. Tao Lai and Mu Lai were standing in front of me, and the door to that room was already closed. Tao Lai's expression revealed some surprise. He glanced at the room and then looked back at us. Ms. Lai Shen, were all of you just taken into Mr. Guan Nai's room? I nodded. Tao Lai and Mu Lai exchanged glances. Then Tao Lai said, the enchantment has been unlocked, but the commander's orders are that she will only meet with Ms. Lai Shen alone. No. Song Lu immediately stepped forward and blocked my path. Yu Liang also stepped forward and pushed me behind him. We're sorry, but we cannot allow our commander to meet yours on her own. Forgive the inconvenience. Tao Lai was silent a moment, and then he said, at most we can allow one other person to accompany Ms. Lai Shen. We apologize, but the 30th floor is an important place in the Eastern District, so we cannot allow just anyone to enter. Song Lu and Yu Liang turned to check my expression. I glanced at Jai Pa and he nodded to me. Then I turned to Nai Zun, who smiled and also gave a slight nod. So I said, okay. Then Nai Zun and I will go together. Tao Lai looked long and hard at Nai Zun, and then he motioned for us to move along. I turned back to Song Lu and said to everyone, wait for us downstairs on the first floor. Don't stay here. I pointed my chin over to the room we just exited, and Song Lu understood my meaning. Okay, well, wait downstairs. Don't worry and go ahead. When I saw them walk over to the elevator, I also walked with an easy heart with Nai Zun and Tao Lai over to the staircase to head to the 30th floor. It was an ordinary staircase, but on the last step I felt a very strong attractive power. After arriving on the 30th floor, I took a look around. Indeed, it looked different to the floors below. Despite it being daytime, our visibility on the 30th floor was akin to what it would be during the nighttime. The hallway, though, did seem to be like other hallways. Only with our decreased visibility, it looked like we were walking into a great big black hole. I cast a suspecting look and a figure slowly walked out from the darkness. I struggled to increase my sight, and then I finally saw the figure clearly. JOS. Chapter 17. Volume 1. 17 District Negotiations. Must you act so mysteriously and suspiciously? I really disliked that someone would cause more worry in this kind of situation. I glared angrily at JOS, who was now standing in front of me. Sorry, this is a place that can't be monitored, so everything is taken care of with caution. Your vision will only be as good as it is during the night. JOS actually used her scratchy voice to apologize. I looked at her with some confusion. This person was truly too difficult to understand. She was dressed in a school uniform, cheeks rosy, eyes unquivering. Lai Shen, I want to know whether your group was the one who killed my subordinates. JOS looked at me. No, I responded without the slightest hesitation. She slowly nodded her head. I figured it wouldn't have been you. You're not yet equipped with that kind of ability. Ho, was that a compliment or? Her eyes moved ever so slightly. As far as I know, there was a young girl who recently died in the Western District, correct? I immediately recognized that she was speaking of Laurel, and my expression grew grave. Yes. She nodded again. Aside from the 5 rank officers who were assassinated in the past few days, the Eastern District also lost a young boy. However, from my investigations, that child's body had been substituted with another's. So to be more precise, the boy is gone missing. I quickly agreed. It's the same for us. It's unlikely that she died. Instead, her body had been substituted. What clues have you discovered? Just as I opened my mouth, Nai Zun suddenly spoke up. Why should we trust you and share this with you? We've yet to completely rule out that you were involved in this matter. I turned my head to look at him, but I didn't say anything. JOS stretched her neck stiffly. Her actions always made others think they were looking at a lifeless doll for how unnaturally she moved. Her eyes shifted slowly. You don't have to trust me, but not trusting me won't get any of us closer to leaving the split zone. Since our goal is the same, why not work together? I stared at her as I said, if you're talking about working together, I have a question I'd like to ask first. She turned to look at me. Ask away. The Western commander, before me like king did you kill her? My eyes were glued to her, not wanting to miss a single change of expression. But even after hearing this question she remained quite emotionless. No. Then why didn't you ever consider working with her while she was alive? Because I didn't understand the secrets of the split zone back then. Jos suddenly gave an eerie smile. What secrets? I quickly asked. She took a long hard look at me. If you're willing to work with me to uncover the whereabouts of the 2 missing children, proving that we are of the same kind, then I will consider telling you about it. Seems that the child you've lost is very important to you. Naizun's eyebrow raised slightly. Indeed. Jos nodded without hesitating. Naizun turned to me and nodded lightly. So I said, okay, we'll work together with you. Then what should we do now? Perhaps Jos hadn't expected my agreement to come so quickly. She took a moment to think. Your current plans are to travel to the Northern District. She rotated her stiff neck once more. Yes. Jos' next words were something I hadn't expected to hear. He'll go along with you. The bandaged man Mu Lai suddenly spoke. Commander, you cannot leave the Eastern District on a whim. Another rank officer was just killed, so there are many things waiting for you to take care of. Moreover, you cannot just trust their words that they weren't involved in the members' deaths. Are you suspecting my judgment now? Jos asked coldly. Mu Lai immediately lowered his head. I wouldn't dare. Tao Lai also stepped forward. Commander, what Mu Lai said isn't without reason. Even if you don't suspect MS Lai Shen, you cannot just leave the Eastern District. You cannot go to the Northern District. I've already made my decision. Jos cut him off. Tao Lai was silent for a moment. Then he said, if you must go to the Northern District, please take along the 3 masters. The cogs in. My head started turning. 3 masters, he must be speaking of those 3 white-robed men. Of course she would bring them along. Wasn't it so that they never left her side? Unexpectedly Jos shook her head. I have something else I need them to do. I can't bring them along this time. An alarmed Tao Lai spoke up. You want to travel to the Northern District on your own? We can't allow that. Jos seemed a bit uncertain at first, but then her expression turned resolute. Determined, she responded, I'll bring Guan Nai along. Tao Lai and Mu Lai were both visibly surprised. They cried out at the same time. That's even worse. Jos stiffly raised one arm and waved it, dismissing their concerns. Her expression remained unchanged. My lip twitched. Guan Nai, if I wasn't remembering wrong, that was the perverted and submissive man. He was going to travel with us. I was worried that I'd die from disgust before ever reaching the Northern District. Only with Guan Nai will we be able to remain undiscovered by Mr. Blonde. After saying this, Jos appeared to think of something. She turned to me and asked me, surely Mr. Blonde would be aware of your traveling to the Eastern District. Don't you know he has informants in all the districts? I nodded. I considered that. We let Jai Pa take care of it. The path we're taking is clear of informants. If Jai Pa says that Mr. Blonde is unaware, then it's likely he's yet to find out. Jai Pa, the legendary gentleman with extreme skill in information acquisition. For the first time Jos' eyes seemed to glimmer with curiosity. But I was taken aback. Was there such a legend? Why hadn't I ever heard of it? Naizun helplessly shook his head. To Jos he said, no need to ask her. All she knows is her own name. If you have any questions, it's better to ask me. I suddenly choked. He wasn't wrong though. Instead of asking me, it was better to ask him. Jos gave me a hard look. Then she told her 2 subordinates, in any case you both understand the reason why I'm traveling to the Northern District with them. I must bring Guan Nai along. Actually, Commander, before we arrived here Mr. Guan seems to have taken the Western District visitors into his room for a personal visit, Tao Lai said. That's right. But that wasn't our only meeting. When we first arrived to your district, the beautiful Guan Nai was already waiting for us in the forest. Naizun suddenly gave a smile. Oh, that must have just been a coincidence. Jos' empty eyes didn't seem as lifeless as before, as if she were considering something unfathomable. He's the 3rd A-rank member in your clan? Naizun suddenly asked. That came as a surprise to me. That weakling was an A-rank officer. How did Naizun figure that out? Jos was also a bit surprised. You could tell. Naizun gave a lazy smile. It wasn't anything in particular. He just recited on the 29th floor, so he must have been important. I just took a guess. Jiao nodded slowly. He is indeed an A-rank officer along with Tao Lai and Mu Lai. She paused and then suddenly smiled strangely. But he's the only subordinate I have whom I cannot control. There are times when he doesn't listen to me, so if he were to cause you any trouble on the trip, I'm afraid I can't take any responsibility for him. After I heard her words, I was suddenly uneasy. Recalling the earlier events, I couldn't help feeling a desire to turn down this collaboration opportunity. How did Jiao learn of our intentions, and why did she suddenly want to work together with us? All these events seemed to be happening too abruptly. I truly couldn't understand it, so I turned to Naizun. Naizun wasn't looking at me. Instead he nodded to Jiao. Okay. You and Guan Nai will come along with us. But we must stay the night in your district. We'll head out tomorrow. Jiao nodded. Okay. You guys can decide where you'd like to stay. I won't arrange anything as I expect you have your own plans. I nodded. I don't need you to arrange a place to stay. I want to actually have a good rest. When Naizun and I returned to the first floor of the residential building, Song Lu and the rest of the group were anxiously awaiting us. Song Lu saw me and quickly interrogated, "So what happened?" I hung my head dejectedly. Nothing much. Just that Mr. Naizun here invited Jiao as well as that weakling man we met in the forest to come along with us. Jai Pa asked curiously. Weakling, the one in the white robes, why will we bring him along? He's the last A-rank officer in S clan. Yu Liang nodded. I'd already guessed that he wasn't someone ordinary. Well, yes. With such a peculiar appearance and odd behavior, it would be strange if he were someone ordinary. Naizun looked around us. We agreed to set off tomorrow. Let's head over to the academy to request some rooms. Remember to lay low. They are probably monitoring that place. I pressed my lips together. Song Lu laughed and kneaded my head. You have us. What are you afraid of? I could only nod. True. At least with them by my side I could rest assured. When we arrived at the academy, Naizun and Jai Pa took care of the formalities. We got 2 rooms in the dorm. Naizun, Jai Pa and I would share one, and the other was for Song Lu and Yu Liang. All the rooms in the school dorm were pretty much the same. 1 bunk per room. Naizun, you take the floor. Jai Pa and I will sleep on the bed. I motioned for Jai Pa to take the top bunk. Jai Pa pushed his glasses up. No need. Ms. Shen and Naizun can take the bed. It'll be fine on the floor. Hear that? Naizun gave his lazy smile and then climbed onto the top bunk. I glared after him, annoyed that he only moved with such speed in these kinds of situations. Jai Pa slept on the floor in the corner. Cold and heat didn't greatly affect us in any case, so I closed my eyes to sleep. Although it wasn't yet dark out, resting a bit more is never bad. In the split zone you can sleep as long as you wanted. As I thought over the recent events, a sleepiness came over me. In my drowsy state, I sensed that Naizun was tossing and turning in the bunk above me, but I didn't bother opening my eyes to check. With him and Jai Pa in the room, I didn't have to worry about questions of safety. After sleeping for some time, a knocking on the door woke me up. Song Lu's anxious cry sounded from outside. Shen, open up. Something's happened to Yu Liang. Chapter 18. Volume 1. 18. Abrupt Assassination. When I heard the shouting, I immediately opened my eyes and sat up. Jai Pa had already opened the door and Naizun had gotten out of bed. I stood up and saw an anxious Song Lu before me. Yu Liang's been poisoned. Come quickly. We hurried to follow Song Lu next door. When she opened the door, I saw Yu Liang lying on the ground in the middle of the room. His whole body was emitting some kind of dark essence. It did look like he'd been poisoned. Jai Pa quickly knelt down beside Yu Liang. He pulled out the handkerchief from his suit pocket and wrapped up his hand. Then he checked the tongue and eyes of the already unconscious Yu Liang. I recognized this poison. It's a nototoxin that can also have an effect in the split zone, Jai Pa said cautiously. Song Lu's eyes were filled with worry. It's been tiring recently, so after we lied down we fell asleep. I thought I heard a sound, so I turned over and looked down. That's when I saw him lying on the ground with this black stuff coming off his body. I was completely astonished. Song Lu is very sensitive, so who could have entered their room without her noticing to poison you? Yang. Did you see anything else that was strange? Jaipa questioned. There seemed to be a dark shadow at the window just briefly. They must have escaped out the window. This poison can be cured, but the antitoxin requires the juice of leaves from the border forest. We have to acquire that as fast as possible. Fortunately, the forest isn't far from the school. Traveling to and back from the southeast forest will probably take 10 hours. The poison will have a dulling effect on his mind, so if he's not cured in 13 hours his mental force will likely suffer a major blow, Jaipa said. Nai Zun immediately stepped forward. Well, go. Song Lu and Lai Shen can stay here to protect Yu Liang. Jaipa calmly reasoned it's best if someone tracks down Jios. You agreed to meet up and set out at daybreak, but that seems unlikely. At this point, and since this happened in her territory, it's best to ask her about it. Then Ilgo. Song Lu volunteered. Oh Shen, your MF is higher, so you stay and watch over Yu Liang. I was too overwhelmed, so I simply nodded my head. Make sure not to touch his skin directly. After leaving him in my care, the others left out the window one after another. I looked at Yu Liang, his eyes closed, face dark, lying on the ground. Anxiety coursed through me. After an hour I still remained motionless, sitting on the ground beside Yu Liang. When the others left, they'd forgotten to close the window. It was pitch black outside, no hint of light to be seen. Despite the visual restrictions in the night, I could still feel the endless darkness. Finally, there's just one remaining. A low voice suddenly sounded from behind me. I quickly turned around to see a masked figure inside the room. The masked figure was a head taller than me, and from his build looked to be a sturdy man. He was dressed in a gray hoodie, and his face was covered up, revealing only his eyes and mouth. Who are you? How did you get in here? I frowned. The door hadn't opened and the window was right in front of me. Though the window was open, I hadn't seen anyone enter through it. Moreover, head appeared from behind me. Haha. I'm the person who will kill you when I came from below. As he spoke, he suddenly raised a gun and aimed it at me. I moved to dodge his attack and pulled out the new weapon secured to my calf. A whip piercer. Although ID only had a bit of simple training, I'm still someone who's been to battle before. I've also learnt ribbon dance, so I easily flicked my whip at him. As he ducked out of the way, piercer flashed with a violet light as it snapped against the wall behind him, leaving a hole in its wake. While I inwardly marveled at how destructive the whip was, I flicked piercer once more, attacking the approaching figure. Instead of moving to avoid the attack this time, he stood still and quietly recited what sounded like an incantation before he vanished right in front of my eyes. My whip slashed through the air and I staggered forward a bit from the force I'd exerted. I looked around me for a trace of the man after he disappeared, but the room was suddenly very still and calm, occupied by only Yu Liang and me. Alert, I searched the room again. The room was silent. I tried to strengthen my senses, but all I found was still silence. I frowned and then glanced back over to Yu Liang. On the ground. Suddenly I felt a sharp stinging in my back. It was extremely painful, and then my body seemed to lose all of its strength. Piercer also fell to the ground as I fell forward. I used all my strength to steady my steps as I inwardly panicked. I must have been pricked by something coated with a mental inhibitor. I felt the strength draining from my body as I collapsed on the ground. The masked man appeared in front of me again. With a sneer he said, "Didn't expect powers of invisibility in the split zone, did you? Even if you're the Western commander, you can't beat me, not when I can turn invisible." I tried my best to glare at him as I responded quietly, "Who sent you here? What do you want?" Another sneer. "You don't need to know that. All you need to know is that you're not living past tonight." He knelt down to pull off my left shoe, aiming for my split symbol. But when he touched my foot, a shadow appeared at his back. In a second, a bullet coasted into his shoulder from behind. A bullet coated with the same mental inhibitor I'd been hit with. A surprised expression on his face, he fell backwards. That's when I saw standing behind him there was Nai Zun with a charming smile. Lying on the floor, I tried to move, but found that I was still rendered unable. Then I saw Song Lu and Jaipa come in through the window. "You still haven't left?" I finally asked now that the danger was gone. Song Lu walked over and helped me up. "No. Yu Liang usually sends out his projection out before sleeping just in case." "The projection?" usually stays near the ceiling to watch over us. Fortunately, his projection was able to see a needle being inserted into his skin while we slept. He suspected that the opponent may have been using stealth techniques. In order to prevent the assassin from escaping, he arranged this performance. Since it was likely that the assassin came for you, he left you alone to lure him in. Song Lu was helping to hold me up, but my body still felt very weak because of the mental inhibitor. I feebly leaned against her. What about Yu Liang? Jai Pa walked over to Yu Liang. He pulled out a syringe from inside his suit jacket and injected its contents into Yu Liang's body. He was really poisoned, but this type of nototoxin is very common, and I had packed the antitoxin for it. When Yu Liang's projection came over to our room and told me in Zone about this, I already prepared the medicine. I helplessly shook my head. These people, even though they hadn't disclosed this plan to me, I'd already known that something wasn't quite right. Though I didn't know about the poison, I did know that Nizun couldn't possibly travel to the border forest, as he and I had to remain 500 meters from each other. This was a secret only we two knew, so I didn't bother to stop him when Head suggested the plan. Earlier, after such a long time with him, I knew that he had a reason for his words. Still, now that my body had lost its strength, I couldn't help getting angry. Why didn't anyone let me know about this? Even if I was bait, I didn't have to get stabbed by a needle. This mental inhibitor is going to take at least an hour to wear off. Nizun laughed. Yu Liang's projection did call to you, but you were sleeping like a dead pig. He called you several times, but you didn't. Here, it's not our fault. Leaning against Song Lu, I gave an embarrassed laugh. Jai Pa helped a recovering Yu Liang stand up. As he got up, he extended his arm and unmasked the now fallen enemy. He was a middle-aged man with a very ordinary appearance. Who sent you, and why did you attempt to assassinate our commander? Yu Liang asked. The man laughed. You saw through me, but that simply means I lacked the ability. You should give up the idea of gaining any information from me. If you can use your life to kill me. Nizun smiled as he looked down at the man with glimmering eyes. No problem. We've already notified this district's commander and shall be here soon. The Eastern District's death squad is the most famous in the split zone. If you were sent by them, they will naturally destroy you to keep you from talking. And if you weren't sent by them in order to rid themselves of suspicion, they will certainly force some information out of you. Do you think that you can resist the Eastern District's death squad? The man's expression tensed at the mention of the death squad. Just then the room door flew open. I was still too weak to turn my head, so I could only use my peripheral vision. Tao Lai and Mu Lai followed Joe S. into the room. After receiving Mr. Nai's call, we hurried over. What's this situation? Ms. Lai Shen. Tao Lai looked over with surprise while I leaned against Song Lu motionless. I gave a bitter laugh. Nothing much. Someone just snuck in to cause some trouble. Jo's empty eyes stared down at the middle-aged man on the floor. Who sent you to my district to act with such unruliness? Her voice was rough, and hearing it in the night, I couldn't help shivering. The man didn't answer. Then I saw a sparkle in Jo's eyes. Her lips curved, revealing a ruthless smile. Looks like he wants to experience our welcome. Tao Lai let him know what it feels like. Tao Lai nodded. He charged forward, picked up the man, and headed toward the window. Jai Pa quickly grabbed onto him. I'm sorry, we cannot allow you to take him away. We've yet to determine whether or not he was sent by your side. Tao Lai looked at Jai Pa coldly. Jos gave a strange laugh. Lai Shen, if I were to kill you, would I really need to go through such measures? Moreover, since you've decided to work together with me to travel to the Northern District, shouldn't you have some faith in me? I was silent a moment. Then I glanced over at Nizun, who nodded lightly in reply. So I said, okay, take him away. I trust that you'll be able to provide me an explanation. Hearing my words, Jai Pa released Tao Lai's arm. Carrying the middle-aged man, he and Mu Lai left the room. As they left, I caught a glimpse of the man. He was staring at me. Perhaps I was reading too much into things, but his eyes seemed to glow with satisfaction, like had accomplished his task. Jos looked at me. It's not just anyone who can act this way in the Eastern District. Of course, I will proceed quickly to determine who tried to assassinate you and at the same time make an enemy out of me. I wanted to nod, but I didn't even have the strength for that. I could only say okay. She turned to leave but then she paused. Turning back to look at me she said, from the looks of it you should be fine after an hour. And there are 10 hours until daybreak. You should remain here and I'll send some people to keep watch. After you recover you should still be able to make it to the border forest in time. As we agreed, I'll be waiting at the district line when the sky lights. After she spoke, she left the room. Chapter 19. Volume 1. 19 Difficult Punishment to Bear. We punctually arrived at the district line as the sky started to light. I immediately spotted Jos and the loathsome white-robed Guan Nai. Guan Nai's eyes lit up when he saw Naizun, and he quickly scuttled over. I only agreed to join because I'd heard Yao'd be going. Naizun fluttered his eyelashes and returned a bright smile. I rolled my eyes, a look of futility crossing my face. Jos looked over at me. Not wanting to mince words, she said, the southern district is different from both your and my districts. I want to make some things clear before we cross over. Everyone else remained silent as they listened intently. She looked around first. Then she said, because the southern district is filled with deficient people, the district commander Liu set up an impenetrable defense system. However, while we're heading into foreign territory, we needn't worry for our safety, as assassins don't seem to appear in the southern district. What do you mean? Jai Pa suddenly asked. From what I know, within the southern forest is hidden the split zone's top illusionist. Once you step across the district line you will immediately enter a dreamlike state that reflects what you hold deep in your heart. If you carry a murderous intent, the illusion will cause you to retreat out of the forest of your own volition. With a frown I asked, how have you all mastered such superhuman abilities? The white-robed Guan Nai smirked. He looked at me with disdain as he responded, looks like the rumors were true. The Western commander really is a good-for-nothing who hasn't even been able to master anything beyond the basics. My face twitched. Hell, Jos so looked at me with a twinge of surprise. No one in your western district has these abilities. Naizun laughed. Even the commander doesn't, so how could anyone else have them? I broke out in a cold sweat. Thighs. Sun Lu and Yu Liang both lowered their heads, unable to refute. The white-robed Guan Nai shook his head, a grudging expression on his face. Since I'm worried I'll slow my extraordinary self down, I'll put up with having to teach you. He took a few steps forward and turned around. Lifting his white hair from the ground, he exposed the sun's symbol on the back of his neck. I suddenly felt my heart drop. I quickly looked over at Naizun. A moon, a sun, and in the exact same spot. Did that mean anything? Naizun remained calm though. With a light smile he looked at the back of Guan Nai's neck. It was then that I realized that there was a key inserted into Guan Nai's split symbol. What's going on? Jai Pa asked with great surprise. This is my own splitting key, Guan Nai responded lazily. He turned back and shot a flirtatious look at Naizun. Gag. As he tenderly looked at Naizun, he started to give an explanation that seemed like it was directed solely at Naizun. Our own splitting keys cannot kill us. If we insert them into our split symbol, we gain unrestricted control over our mental force. Hearing this, Naizun's eyes lit up. To what extent? He asked. It's limitless in the sense that you can use any type of skills. But as mental force has its limits, most people will only be able to develop a single skill. So it was like that. Things like invisibility and creating illusions and the like could be explained this way. However, many people are unable to use this technique, Jos supplemented. What do you mean? I asked. Jos stared at me. After you insert the key you will receive a punishment. As long as the key remains inside your split symbol, the punishment will continue. Each person's punishment may be different. Some cannot bear the punishment, so they would rather not use this technique. I suppose this is the reason that Lai King was unwilling to let anyone in the Western District use it. So no one ever taught you guys. She looked over at Song Lu and the rest of the group. A surprised expression appeared on Song Lu's face. Master Lai King could use this technique. Of course, Jos said with a nod. Guan Nai suddenly covered his mouth and laughed. As an example, for the duration that my split key is inside my split symbol, my entire body will feel a constant pain that is 100 times more painful than an ordinary person could endure. Naizun's brow raised. How do you endure it then? Guan Nai's smile deepened. It's nothing much. At first the pain was indeed difficult to bear, but I've grown used to it now. A gust of wind blew by. I already felt the cold sweat pouring out of me. Being able to adapt to a constant pain that most couldn't handle. Living every day with such a pain, what did that feel like? I figure I would never feel that kind of pain. Jos looked back at me. This technique requires that your split symbol be unlocked. While using the technique, your strength will not decrease as you use your mental force. For example, if you want to use 30 mf to create an illusion, once the illusion ends you will regain your 30 mf, but you won't lose 1 mf for activating your mental force. However, this will take a toll on you once you remove your splitting key. When you return to your ordinary state, your mental force will decrease according to your usage. In this case, your mental force will drop 30 levels and remain as such for a month before it's recovered. I became apprehensive. If that's the case, then this technique costs a lot of mental force. Afterwards you'd be left very weak, essentially living like a cripple for a month. And you would be in danger during that time. While our own splitting key is inserted in our split symbols, can others still kill us? Jai Pa asked a key question, trying to analyze this information. Jos explained, of course. Others can still kill you the same as before. Additionally, while your key is in use, you naturally cannot kill another. When you remove your key, your mental force will have decreased dramatically, so you'll still unlikely be able to kill another. This technique can only be used for combat, and it does not allow for killing. Since the assassin who attacked me would have been using a stealth ability, meaning his splitting key was unavailable, why was he still trying to kill me? I didn't understand. I would guess that he wasn't trying to kill you, but I don't know what his motive could have been. Jos appeared to be deep in thought. I couldn't help but furrow my brows also. Things were getting more and more complicated. Jos suddenly gave a sinister laugh. But no matter. Whatever his motive may have been, my death squad is sure to make him spit it out. I looked at her savage smiling face and a chill ran down my spine. Yu Liang stepped forward. You're telling all of this to us now because you want us to unlock this extraordinary power before we cross districts. You think that we won't be able to pass through the illusion otherwise? Jos savored Yu Liang's reaction, and then looked at him with praise in her eyes. That's right. Though we're not planning on killing anyone, and it's unlikely that any of us carry any kind of murderous desires, that illusion ability isn't something to think lightly of. Even if we don't plan on killing, our motives aren't entirely pure either. I'm worried that traveling through the forest will be time-consuming and draining. I hope that you can all activate this technique, so that we won't be slowed down. Did this mean that she wanted us to insert our splitting keys now, but who would reveal their split symbol to others so easily? Not everyone possessed Guan Nai's confidence, so sure that no one could kill him. Seeming to sense my apprehension, Guan Nai scoffed. We won't look. Jos and I will cross first. As for the rest, you all can determine for yourselves what y'all do. Just know that the southern district isn't the gentle place that you may think it is. After he said that, he stepped across the district line without a hint of hesitation, not even giving us a moment to prepare. His body quickly disappeared into the forest on the other side. Then I suddenly realized that head called Jos by name and not as commander. Looks like this Guan Nai character really wasn't someone Jos could order around at will. With a bit of concern still, Jos gave me a long hard look before she turned and crossed the district line as well. These, the Easterners, were really very firm in their workings. Naizun lazily scratched his head. So should we use it or not, mmh? Jaipa pushed his glasses on his nose. He stepped forward and said, I'll use it. We all exchanged glances with each other, and then we nodded to Jaipa, expressing our agreement. We all turned away as each person inserted their splitting keys. Maybe it was because I had my back to him, but time seemed to be crawling along at a snail's pace. After a long time he finally said, I'm done. His voice trembled ever so slightly. When I turned to look at him, he was standing in the same spot, and it didn't seem that anything had changed. But then I noticed that Jaipa's ever calm and steady gaze carried a hint of fear, and his body seemed to be trembling too. Naizun was the first to notice that something didn't seem quite right. He frowned and put a hand on Jaipa's shoulder. What is it? Jaipa's expression slowly turned to one of pain. It's nothing. I'm fine. Since Jaipad didn't seem to want to say any more, we didn't probe him further, but Song Lu and Yu Liang exchanged a glance. Yu Liang comforted her. "I'll go first." Song Lu looked at him uneasily. Once again we proceeded as before. When we turned back around, I saw that while Yu Liang didn't appear to be in pain, he had a very helpless look about him. He shook his head. "I'm afraid that the effect of this technique is that you must face the fears you've buried in the depths of your heart." When I heard his words, a wave of worry rushed over me. I didn't want to use this method. I felt quite certain of that. For some reason, when I felt afraid, my palms would turn cold. Subconsciously, in this time of worry, I turned to look at Naizun. He smiled at me and said, steadily, "I'll go next." I wanted to reach out and stop him, but I ended up holding my head out in the air a moment before lowering it. After some time we turned around again. I almost couldn't even muster the courage to look at Naizun. I calculated the possibilities in my head, but I still didn't dare to look. I was afraid that there would be a never-before-seen fear in Naizun's eyes. But when I gathered my courage and raised my head to look at him, I didn't see any differences in his expression. His eyes still shone with that carefree attitude, and his hands were tucked in his pockets as before. He looked at me calmly and said, "It's enough that we've activated this technique. We can protect you so you don't have to do it." His tone sounded ordinary, but it carried a kind of irrefutable strength. Those were his first words, after entering this unlocked state that required its user to suffer an unbearable punishment. He said, "I can protect you. You don't have to do it." My eyes drooped and a sliver of warmth penetrated my heart. I nodded. For some reason, and especially after Naizun's words, I really didn't want to go through with this technique. Last was Song Lu. She said evenly, "You don't have to turn around. My split symbol is on my collarbone. Ah Shen and Yu Liang both know this." "Yes." She casually reached into her shirt collar and exposed her clean and pretty collarbone. With her other hand she inserted her splitting key into her split symbol, and then there was a flash of light. During the process her eyes remained calm. But after the key was inserted she suddenly stopped moving, as if she had been turned to stone, frozen in place. A gust of wind blew past, blowing at her soft curls, but her eyes were void of light, as if she were dead. I felt uneasy. I wanted to step forward and hold her, but at the same time I didn't have the courage to, and so I stood fearfully still, my fingers rubbing against each other as I waited to see the outcome. Ah Song Lu suddenly shrieked out. She didn't move, but her eyes showed a kind of fear that I'd never seen before. Seeing this, I immediately reached to grab her, but Yu Liang stopped me. He looked at Song Lu with pitiful eyes, but he didn't move to hold her. She continued to scream for some 10 seconds, and then it seemed like she'd broken whatever spell was cast upon her. When she regained her ability to move, she gasped for breath and then pulled the key out from below her neck. She shook her head violently, her pupils darting around and trembling. "Roman 3 can't use it." A gleam passed across Yu Liang's eyes. Then he sighed and reached out to steady the shaking Song Lu. Don't use it. I'll protect you." I suddenly recalled Song Lu's story from her time in the real world. Her psychosis had been triggered by a rape. Is that what she saw? If that were the case, it really would have been too horrific. I had even less desire to use this technique now. I pushed the Inkai darkness down and down into the recesses of my heart, keeping it from seeping out that unerasable fear. I opened my mouth and said, "Okay, let's go." All together we crossed the east-south district line. As we stepped across, I touched my chest. A strange feeling seemed to be cross over my flesh. Chapter 20. Volume 1. 20. Unbounded darkness and no one to lean on. The moment I stepped across the district line, the people beside me suddenly disappeared. When I looked around, I realized that I was no longer in a forest, but rather I stood on a wide open sports field. I suspected that I must still be in the southern forest and that this was just an illusion. So this was the so-called dream state. I calmly walked forward on the field as I recalled Jiao S. and Guan Nai's words. If this is really an illusion to determine what kind of person I am, what will appear here, I couldn't imagine it. Just as I couldn't understand why I would have hurt my beloved senior Gao Kai back, then I don't know what it is that lives inside my heart now after all these years. Ever since I arrived in the split zone and my second identity joined with Nye zone, I haven't exhibited any abnormal behaviors. In a way, my existence here is incomplete. Then in this illusion would I truly be able to experience what lives within my heart? I laughed to myself. Bitterly. I really want to see what's hidden inside of me. Ah Shen. A familiar voice sounded behind me. My eyes widened. Could it be? I turned around slowly. The white shirt, the black jeans, and the pair of bright yellow sneakers from my memories. With that ever unfathomable smile that seemed both warm and yet wicked, he looked at me. Ah Shen, it's been a long time. Just like before, you understand me, right? I looked at the person in front of me, my eyes slowly growing wider still. In that single brief moment I forgot about everything that's been happening. I was certain that this person in front of me was Senior Gao Kinat Ga Kinjui, who I'd seen in the split zone a few days ago, that this wasn't some kind of illusion. He was my Senior Gao Kai. Only my Senior Gao Kai would look at me with such warm eyes. Only he understands me. Tears started to leak from my eyes. Senior. He walked towards me slowly and reached out a hand to wipe away my tears. What are you crying about? Didn't I already say that I'd wait for you at the end? I finally couldn't stop myself from wailing. But I. A smile appeared on his lips. I didn't die. I've been here with you, but you just couldn't find me. I looked at him, at his smiling lips. Just as I was about to say something, another voice pierced my ears. Ah Shen, he's lying. Everything here is fake. I'm the only thing that's real. As I heard the anxious cry, I turned my head to see a fair-off Pomelo running to me. Alarm crossed my face as I watched her run towards me. She wore one of the matching Pikachu dresses that we'd bought together. And oh no, stay away from me. I stepped back frightened, and then I grabbed onto Gaoki's arm. This was something I couldn't do easily before. Pomelo stopped before she reached me, a hurt expression on her face, a pitiful look in her eyes. Ah Shen, they are all fake. I'm the only one who's real. That's enough. I became this way because of you, I cried out, still fearfully hiding behind Senior Gao Kai. Pomelo took another step forward. Ah Shen, listen to me. Everything here is tricking you. You must keep going. Aside from me, you can't trust anyone else. I violently shook my head, pulling heavily on Gao Ki's shirt. Using him as a shield, I shouted to Pomelo, I'll never trust you again. It's because I trusted you that you betrayed me. Pomelo shook her head. I didn't betray you, Ah Shen. Think about it carefully. You're the one who didn't accept me. I cried uncontrollably. No. I don't want to think about it. I don't want to ever recall that dark high school past that I'd buried away. It was a darkness that shrouded me all day long. It made me feel like a child who was drowning yet unable to die. Every day hurt so much that I'd have rather been dead. I was being choked at the throat with no way to escape and no one to come rescue me. The world has no savior and I hadn't the power to save myself. Solitary, lonely, I was a child who couldn't see the light. Pomelo was once my best friend. We liked the same snacks, the same comics, the same celebrities. She was the person who understood me the most, the one who was always by my side. I knew that I'd always been a strange child. I'd always liked horror movies, films like Saw and Seven. As I grew older, my attraction to those types of movies, comics, and novels increased. Though they appeared bloody and violent, they were stories that revealed the way of human nature. Many kids around me would avoid me because of those interests. But I knew that there was nothing wrong with me. I was a good child. Even when my pet rabbit died, I cried for 3 days. I just had different interests. Why did I have to be ostracized just because I was different? I really wasn't a bad kid. I just liked reading and watching those things. What was so wrong with that? Still, my interests remained. My parents didn't have any oppositions to it, but reading and watching those dark things left me without any friends. Nevertheless, I remained cheerful. Even if others didn't understand me, I hadn't really been ostracized. When I started high school, I still couldn't refrain from reading some violent comics. The pretty girls around me would fearfully grumble that I wasn't much like a girl. By then I'd already grown accustomed to that type of thing, so I just smiled and didn't let it affect me. Then Pomelo showed up. I'll always remember the day that Pomelo transferred to our school. At the time I was reading a criminal psychology novel. I happened to Look up at her and our eyes met. I believed in love at first sight and I believed that the same could be said of friendship. From her eyes I could see another me. I'm not sure if others will be able to understand this feeling when you meet a friend who makes you feel that they are the only person who truly understands you. That kind of feeling, that was the grace given to me that day. After class that day she walked up to me and said, I like that book too. I like it a lot. And so every day after that we'd be together, sharing the things we liked, never ever suspecting the other. When I let her see the diagnosis report for my mental disorder she hadn't seemed to mind in the slightest. I naively believed that she wouldn't turn her back on me, that she understood me, that we'd remain the best of friends forever. But the next day, I saw the diagnosis report posted on the school bulletin board in such a careless manner. From then on she brought an exhausting and cold high school life to me just as easily as she'd posted that diagnosis report. I can't recall clearly how I managed to get through that time, just as there are many things I can't fully remember. Even the word helpless cannot sufficiently convey that period of time for me. It's a period of time that I've buried deep inside the recesses of my heart. The one thing that supported me through the ordeal was waiting for graduation. I believed that once I was out of high school I would be set free. But when I went to register for college I ran into Pamilo, who'd enrolled at the same school. I don't think I'll ever forget that day either. She walked over to me carrying what was in my memory the warmest smile on her face. Her body seemed surrounded in light, whereas around me there was just darkness. She walked up to me and whispered in my ear, you can't leave me because I'm the only one who understands you. Shen, don't worry about others not understanding. Having me is enough. Unable to continue living in the past I coldly glared at the dejected Pamilo in front of me. You're the devil. I never want to see you again. Pamilo gave me a hard-long look. Then faintly she said, what will it take for you to believe that I'm the only one who's real? Suddenly Senior Gao Kiss laugh rang in the air. You're not the only one who understands her. I've always been by her side too. Didn't you know? Hearing Gao Kiss words I felt like someone who'd been lost for a long while finally finding my way. My grip on his shirt tightened. Pamilo gave Gao Kai a look. You've been lying to her all this time, turning her into this kind of person. Then she turned back to me. Shen, he's tricking you. Don't believe him. He'll hurt you again and again and again. I shook my head, not wanting to hear another word from her. Gao Kai gently turned to look at me. In a magnetic voice he said to me, don't be afraid. Leave your sins to me. I'll protect you. I trembled. Not because the senior whom I loved for many years had spoken such heartwarming words to me. It was because his words made me suddenly think of a different person. Naizun. I thought of that lazy and carefree expression that always hung on Naizun's face. Then I looked up at Gao Kai and then over to Pamilo. No, something wasn't right. This was split zone no. 13. They were just illusions. But Senior Gao Kai, I raised my head and looked up at Gao Kai again. Gao Kai seemed to notice something strange about me. His eyes started to wander. Shen, what are you thinking about? Gao Kai. I died, but I'm living inside your heart. I'm here to take you away from the split zone. My eyes immediately widened. Take me away from the split zone. His smile came like a breath of fresh air. Yes. After I died I became the strength inside of you. As long as you have the courage you can use this power to leave this place. Don't try to resist me. I'm the only one who will never hurt you. Suddenly standing in front of me Pamilo anxiously shouted, don't listen to him, he's lying to you, wake up, I'm the only one who's real. No, Senior Gao Kai wouldn't lie to me. He's the only one who's never lied to me. Even if I killed him, had never hurt me until the day he died. I looked at Gao Kiss' warm expression and I nodded firmly to him. I extended my arms to embrace him. No, he's fake. Shen, look at me, I'm the one who's real, come to me. Pamilo anxiously reached out, but she didn't move forward. I frowned at her. I never want to see you again. Senior Gao Kai extended his hand and grabbed onto mine. Don't resist, just accept me. I'm the only one who can take you away. I'm the only one who won't hurt you. I'm the power within your heart. Use me. Let me become your strength and I can take you away. I looked into his deep gaze and firmly held onto his hand. Senior said he could take me away. so he would definitely be able to do so. A warm light started to surround him. Perhaps I'd been resisting what was inside of me all this time, resisting Senior Gao Kai whom I killed. If I'd been able to accept it earlier, perhaps I'd have left the split zone by now. As I thought of this, I felt a warmth. It wasn't too late now. I was on my way to leave the split zone, wasn't I? I took in the warm light. Suddenly another thought entered my mind, causing the darkness to envelop me all over again. Chapter 21. Volume 1. 21. Didn't you say you'd never leave me? As I was about to leave with Senior Gao Kai, I felt my heart tremble. Because I suddenly thought of Naizun. Our fates were tied together. Because my second identity resided with him. If I were to leave now, what would happen to him? Then another thought popped into my head. Wouldn't that be better? That demonic identity killed my senior. Wasn't leaving her forever in this place with Naizun a good option? Naizun resonated with her, so Naizun was naturally not a good person. Just let them live here together. But no, Naizun. My thoughts started to tangle together like an uncontrollable chaos. The more I struggled against it, the more chaotic my thoughts became. Gao Kai was right beside me, holding my hand, telling me he would take me away. But if I left, wouldn't Naizun be in danger here then? Again, why was I worrying about him? He was just a resident of the split zone who had personality deficiencies. Who knew? He might even have simply been an illusion of my mind. I looked up at Senior Gao Kai again. An illusion? Could I be certain that Gao Kai was real? I looked at him with a complicated expression, and then I quickly shook my head. How could I suspect Gao Kai? He was the one person who always supported me, who always understood me. My head felt like it would split apart, and for some reason tears started welling up in my eyes. What's the matter? You can't be suspecting me, Ah Shen. Gao Kai's warm voice sounded in my ears. But why weren't my tears stopping? Why, Naizun? Shenner. A familiar and yet strange voice suddenly echoed. My eyes widened in surprise. This was Naizun's voice. But why was he calling me? Shenner had never called me that before. Even when everyone else called me Ah Shen, he hadn't. Tian adding ah before a name or at the end of a name are endearing ways to call someone. I looked around frantically, searching for the source of his voice. At some point I let go of Gao Kai's hand. His eyebrows furrowed into a frown. But even as he frowned, his expression was gentle. Seeing the blaming look in Gao Kai's eyes, I shook my head. I suddenly wanted to grab his hand again. But then he suddenly started to slip back in the direction to where Pomelo stood at. No, I wanted to grab onto him, but my body wouldn't move. No, I don't want to lose you again. I wanted to scream out loud, but my voice seemed to be stuck in my throat and I couldn't make a sound. And in my ears that charming voice continued to echo, Shenner. Gao Kai didn't say anything more, as if unable to see how hard I was trying to speak. He just stood there, still, eyes filled with criticism as his body moved further and further away from me. At the same time, Pomelo also started to back away. Her face showed that unchanged dejection as she spoke to me softly. Ah Shen, they are all lying to you. I'm the one that's real. Hurry and wake up. You must hurry and wake up. We're all waiting for you to wake up. My arms flew up and wrapped around my head as I cried out a piercing scream. Don't leave me behind again. Didn't you both say that you'd never leave my side? You guys said that you said you'd always be there for me. Shenner, you need to wake up. Don't cry. Naizun's voice became very clear, though I still didn't see a trace of him. The only thing I could do was continue crying. Suddenly everything went dark before my eyes. As I closed my eyes, Pomelo and Gao Kai both disappeared. Lai Shen, you need to wake up. These words were exceptionally clear. The charming voice that called Shenner was gone, and both Gao Kai and Pomelo were gone. I opened my eyes. In front of me there were several figures kneeling around me, looking down with worried faces. Naizun looked at me with that charming yet incomprehensible smile. Everything before my eyes slowly grew clear. I struggled to pull myself up and look around. A forest. This is the border forest? I asked murkily. Standing nearby, Jiao S responded coldly, yes, this is the southern forest. Everyone had been thrown into an illusion. I had Guan Nai break the spell, allowing everyone to wake up. You're the only one who wouldn't wake up. As she explained, I regained my senses. With Son Lu's help, I slowly got up. I looked around us. The illusionist, where is he? Couldn't find him. He comes without a shadow and leaves without a trail. But on the subject of illusions, ugly girl Lisha and I already broke the spell, so why didn't you wake up? Guan Nai joked as he looked at me. As my strength came back to me, I rolled my eyes at him. Ugly girl, and haven't I woken up now? Guan Nai sneered. Woke up? It was Nai Zun. Nai Zun suddenly cut off Guan Nai and spoke up. All right, we should get moving. This place isn't suitable for an extended stay. Guan Nai looked at him with a complicated expression. I looked over at Song Lu and Yu Liang skeptically. Song Lu returned my gaze, confirming that I'd woken up on my own. She didn't understand Guan Nai's words either. Gos suddenly stepped forward. Let's move. I only had Guan Nai break the illusion because the enchantment here is stronger than I'd expected. That kind of thing invites danger. The southern forest is different to other forests, and the path ahead is long. There are still 99 barrier masters waiting for us. We have to be careful. At her command we started to move. But then it suddenly clicked to me that Shed said that the southern forest is different from the eastern one. How did she know? Had the 3 rank officers she sent before reported that to her? If her subordinates could handle coming to such a place, why was she so worried? Despite my heavy suspicions, I didn't want to ask any questions, so I just followed along with the rest of the group as we continued forward. Chapter 22. Unexpected guest. As we put more distance between us and the border, I started to calm down. Several times, I snuck glances at Nai Zun. His demeanor was carefree and unhurried as ever, and his eyes glistened like they were filled with diamonds. A casual turn of the eye and starlight seemed to shoot out from them. I looked down at myself dressed in black robes with long dark hair, and I couldn't help pouting unhappily. With a flick of a mef, my long, blood-red dress returned. I looked at the shadow on the ground with satisfaction. A tall figure with a head of curly hair. I twisted left and right, my red dress swaying to and fro. Then I grabbed a lock of bright red curly hair and took a sniff. Song Lu suddenly turned back and caught me in my moment of vanity. With a loving smile she reached out and pat my head. You really like being dressed in red, like a burning inferno. Her eyes swept over my ankle, revealed under my dress. But this dress reveals your split symbol. I looked down once more. She was right. But I didn't like wearing black. And I didn't like having long black straight hair. What was there to be done? When she saw my frown, Song Lu smiled and bent down. From her black robe she pulled out a piece of red silk. I asked Jaipa to get this for me previously. As she spoke, she wrapped the red silk around my left ankle, covering my split symbol. She also tightly wrapped up my purple thorned whip. Not only was my split symbol now covered, I could also easily draw my weapon. I giggled. I knew you were the best, my awesome Jie. Once Song Lu was done, I grabbed her hand and hurried to catch up with the rest of our group who had walked ahead. Several hours later we finally made it out of the southern forest. We'd met no strange characters on the remainder journey, and we didn't come across the 99 barrier masters of legend. The endless marketplace in the southern district greeted us as we stepped out of the forest. Ah, the marketplace is here? I asked with curiosity. In front of the marketplace there were numerous colorful trees, creating the image of an old building that had suddenly appeared in the depths of a jungle, carrying a certain fair-off beauty. Covered with a layer of pale yellow paint, the building was different from the western and eastern district ones. From its appearance it seemed that the southern district residents had worked together to cover the building. It must have been quite a bit of work. But the result was pretty good. It evoked a sense of compliance and obedience. We walked into the building from the closest entrance to us, and the various stores gave my eyes and ears a pleasant surprise. There were all forms of stores in every direction. Perhaps because the residents here all had low MFs, there weren't any strange-looking creatures to be seen. Everyone looks like common, ordinary humans. As Jaipa looked around, he admired from everyone's expressions you can tell that they live peacefully and happily. I couldn't help but nod in agreement. Jaipa pointed at a tea shop to our right. Let's sit a while and observe the people here. It's been a long journey after all. Guan Nai had no objections. In fact, he led the group into the shop. We followed behind one after another. A young man, likely the receptionist, quickly moved to welcome us. He wore a white sweatshirt, black pants, and had a coat tied around his waist. His sleeves were rolled up, revealing a healthy pair of wheat-colored forearms. He also had high cheekbones and somewhat sharp yet welcoming eyebrows. Overall, he gave off a healthy and energetic aura. He chuckled at us, revealing a mouth of white teeth. "From the looks of you all, you must be visitors. Since you were able to make your way here, you must be good people. Have a seat. He'll bring you some specialty southern tea. I guarantee that you'll enjoy it." Hand stuffed in his pockets, Nai-zun smiled at the man. "Thank you. But I wonder if we sit here a while, is there anything we can pay with?" The lively young man led us to a table in the corner of the shop. With a bright smile, he replied to Nai-zun, No, we don't have anything like that here. Sit and rest easy, and when you'd like to leave, feel free to just get up and go. We don't need anything. "What's your name?" I asked the young man. It had been a long time since I'd met someone as bright and optimistic as him. "I'm called Ku Fei. Fei like flying." As he introduced himself, he made a flying motion with his arm. The sight of his manly arm waving through the air made me laugh. Our group sat down with easy hearts as Ku Fei walked over to the counter to brew tea. Jiao S sat across from me, her face expressionless, stiff as a doll's. But I'd rather look at Jiao S' face than have to look at the face of that vile Guan Nai, whose own eyes were locked on Nai-zun. Still, it couldn't be denied that Guan Nai was beautiful, with picturesque features and skin pale as snow. While I inwardly grumbled about Guan Nai, two figures walked through the entrance. I turned and saw that there was a man and a girl. The man was dressed in a white suit, with light brown hair and a pair of amber eyes on a fair and delicate face. He was tall and slender, and looked like a hero out of storybooks. I couldn't help thinking that he looked very handsome. The girl beside him was an entire head shorter, and she seemed rather young, 17 or 18 at most. She must have been around the same age as Ku Fei. She had elfish ears, likely conjured with mental force. Her skin was also very fair, with two apple red spots brightening up her cheeks. Like the man, her hair was maroon brown. Together with her delicate elfish ears and a pink ladylike dress, she was the splitting image of a cute elf. I quickly regretted calling her cute. As soon as she walked in, she glared at Ku Fei, who was at the counter. In a shrill voice, she called out Ku Fei. At her call, Ku Fei stopped brewing the tea and looked over to the door. After seeing the two people who'd just entered, Ku Fei's once energetic eyes darkened. He put down the tools he held and pat off his hands. Then he walked out from behind the counter. He walked up to the fair and delicate young girl and bowed. "Lady Mai Fu." At his bow, the girl's brows tensed and she pouted. From her waist she pulled out a whip. It was shorter than Piercer and pink in color. She quickly and fiercely attacked Ku Fei's partially exposed back. As my eyes followed the scene in front of me, I silently drew in a breath. A gash immediately appeared on Ku Fei's back. His skin appeared to have been split off from the force of the attack. His white sweatshirt had also been torn, turning red as it seeped up his blood. More importantly, the wound didn't appear to heal immediately. Had her whip been coated with inhibitors? Ku Fei stood up. Once he straightened his body, the large height difference between him and the girl named Mai Fu grew prominent. When I saw the pain in Ku Fei's eyes, I confirmed that the girl's pink whip had indeed been covered with something. I frowned. Ku Fei suppressed the pain in his eyes and smiled at the two persons. "If Lord Huan King and Lady Mai Fu had called ahead about your visit, we would have prepared Lady Mai Fu's favorite tea and snacks." My frown deepened. Lord Huan King, if someone in the split zone was being called Lord, they must surely have a lofty position. As I thought about this, the young girl Mai Fu suddenly smiled naughtily. She fluttered her eyes at Ku Fei and I let out a breath. But then, a second later, I saw her hand turn, lifting her whip, aiming for Ku Fei's face. Ku Fei didn't seem like he would dodge her attack, and Lord Huan King didn't look like he had any intention of stopping the girl at his side. Anxious, I saw the whip move towards Ku Fei's face. An hour and a half before it would be able to heal. A naturally unbearable pain. From the girl's previous display of power, his eyes were also likely to be injured. But at the time I hadn't thought about it too deeply. Subconsciously, my hand reached for the purple piercer at my leg. Because I'd been sitting, it had been very easy to reach. In an instant, my whip flew at the girl. no more than 2 centimeters in front of Ku Fei Mai. Accurately aimed piercer wrapped around young my fuss pink whip. I pulled aggressively. At that moment she looked at me with bright round eyes. After looking me over she pulled on her whip. But her strength was no match for mine. After a few tugs she whined to me, "Who are you? Where did a crazy woman like you come from?" Crazy woman. A surge of fire rose inside me. A little girl like her was attacking someone for no reason at all, and she was calling me a crazy woman. I stood up in my high heels and pulled on my whip. Standing up with a tight grip on Piercer, I flicked the whip and the girl fell backwards. The handsome Huen King dressed in a white suit rushed forward to catch her. Huen King looked at me coldly, giving me a fright. In that moment a burst of light suddenly spilled out from his eyes. Even his endlessly deep pupils started releasing a dizzying light. My eyes were drawn to it. In fact, my entire person seemed as if it were being pulled in by this primordial light. It felt like I was being pulled into a warm whirlpool, falling in deeper and deeper. Suddenly I heard Naizen's voice in my ears. Lai Shen. This time his voice sounded different. It reminded me of the warm voice I'd heard in the forest that morning. The voice was warm and gentle like water. It seemed to have the power to heal all wounds. That voice called to me, "Shanner." My mind was in a trace, but with Naizen's call my thoughts suddenly cleared. Before I realized it, Naizen had walked over to me. He leaned in and whispered with moist lips into my ear. "Don't look into his eyes." I dropped my eyes and pulled back Piercer. Without realizing it, my feet had retreated and I ended up behind Naizen. Chapter 23. Volume 1. 23 Battle of Illusionists. When he saw Naizen stand, Guan Nai immediately got up as well. First Naizen took a step, and then Guan Nai's white robe followed. After. "A delicate little girl like yourself shouldn't be so violent." Guan Nai covered his mouth, and his white hair billowed behind him, the splitting image of a female celestial. In a flash he suddenly appeared before my Fu. But Guan Nai's beauty didn't seem to attract my fuss attentions, as she was still glaring scornfully at me. Guan Nai brow shot up, and he waved his hand in front of my fuss face. "Hey kiddo, I'm talking to you. How can you ignore a beauty like myself and look only upon that ugly thing in red? Guan Nai, you're genuinely trying to help me right now, right?" The white-suited Huen King reached out and grabbed Guan Nai's waving arm. I couldn't refrain from looking over at this peculiar man, Huen King. His amber eyes were deep and incomprehensible as before, but they weren't emitting the same dizzying white light as they had earlier. With a hold on Guan Nai's hand he spoke very clearly. "She's still young. Using your illusions on her is excessive, is it not?" What so did that mean that when Guan Nai was waving his hand in front of her had been creating an illusion? I glanced over at Guan Nai. His smile gradually faded and his expression darkened. Huen King didn't release Guan Nai's hand. 2 figures dressed in white. One gave off a gentlemanly demeanor, short hair, dressed in a suit. The other was as beautiful as an immortal. Long hair, dressed in white robes. Our surroundings seemed to brighten with their white presence. "And it wasn't excessive of you to use your sorcery on our group?" Guan Nai asked faintly. Huen King glanced at us, an indiscernible expression on his face. "You are outsiders. Why have you come to our southern district?" Without waiting for Guan Nai to respond, a cracking sound suddenly came from Gos. I turned and saw her stiffly turn her neck a few times. She wore a school uniform and her long hair fell behind her. Her eyes looked lifeless as she stepped forward like a doll. Gos' stiff appearance must have frightened the young girl named Mai Fu, for her eyes suddenly trembled as they shifted over to Gos. Then she subconsciously moved to hide behind Huen King. Gos' unusual neck crackling caught everyone's attentions, and everyone suddenly quieted and stopped their actions. Step by step she walked up to Huen King. She extended her hand and pulled back Guan Nai's. With 2 large black eyes she looked at Huen King. "You were the illusionist who meet us in the southern forest, correct?" Without waiting for Huen King's response she gave a strange laugh. The scratchy voice continued from her stiff neck. "You have one chance. Tell me, what did you see in the illusion you set on me?" My brain immediately started turning. The meaning behind Gos' words was that her illusion had contained a scene which he did not want outsiders to know about. What about my illusion then? Had this Huen King also seen that? As the thoughts went through my head, my eyes swept over the lively youth Ku Fei who had been standing quietly at the side. Ku Fei's sharp black eyebrows furrowed deeply. His well-built body seemed to tremble slightly, and his rolled-up shirt sleeves revealed somewhat visible beads of sweat on his wheat-colored skin. It looked like he was enduring some type of pain. I guessed that the substance that coated my fuss pink whip was unordinary. I quickly signaled to Jai Pa with my eyes. Jai Pa nodded to me. Then he adjusted his glasses and rushed over to Ku Fei's side. "Let me see your wound," Jai Pa said to Ku Fei as he moved to check his back injury. Unexpectedly, Mai Fu raised her hand and brandished her whip again. "Don't touch him," Mai Fu shouted out loud. Jai Pa stopped in his steps and I used Piercer to grab her pink whip. All actions are followed by a reaction. After Piercer caught onto my fuss pink whip, Huan King raised a hand and snapped his fingers. At the sound, I suddenly felt my body grow rigid, and the air around Jio-S started to hiss in a familiar way. The air started to flow around Jio-S and Guan Nai's smile disappeared. He also raised his hand and snapped his fingers. As if my acupuncture points had been closed and then reopened, my stiff body returned to its lax state. The air around Jio-S continued to hiss as the air started to spiral. Her eyes were wide, filled with a bright, exhilarated light. Her rough voice grew higher-pitched. "You still haven't answered me. What did you see, Huan King?" Huan King scoffed. He grabbed Mai Fu and retreated, wanting to put distance between them and Jio-S. Pulling back Piercer, I reached for the bow on my back with my right hand. As Huan King retreated, the air on either side of Jio-S turned into rotating vortexes, a bit like two rivers flowing. The air continued to spin, but the air needles I'd seen previously didn't appear. Huan King gradually retreated and Jio-S watched him. Her expression provoked callous. "Even if you were the greatest illusionist in the history of the Southern District, you cannot guarantee that you will win against all of us. So come on then. Tell me what you saw." As she spoke, I seemed to see a sliver of murderous intent in her expression. Perhaps I'd seen wrong, but it was a look that I'd never before seen on her face. Huan King's eyes suddenly turned misty white, as if a storm were roaring inside them. And then he gave an indistinct laugh before coldly saying, "Do you really think I am afraid of you? If anyone were to frighten me, it would be him." Huan King glanced over in our direction, but it wasn't clear who had motioned at. A sharp crack echoed. I turned to Jio-S in surprise and saw the air condense around her as if it were water, forming a smooth mirror-like barrier. But at the same time that it condensed, it also started to fragment into pieces. Wind billowed and flowed out, surrounding Jio-S with countless vortexes. The vortexes were gaining momentum, and her chilling voice sounded again. "I'm going to ask one last time. What did you see?" Suddenly Guan Nai covered his mouth and laughed. He lifted his arm and gently tapped on Jio-S' shoulder. "Jio-S, forget it. Your flowing needles won't be able to affect him because this is only an illusion before us." Jio-S started. Without questioning illusionist Guan Nai's words, she withdrew her whirlwinds and stepped back. The wind vortexes suddenly turned to mist before disappearing. And indeed, Huan King and my fuss figures started to turn hazy. Then I heard Huan King's cold laugh. "Jio-S, I've seen everything that you're afraid I've seen. What, you hadn't even expected this much? When you decided to come to the Southern District?" Jio-S' eyes widened, and in her eyes was an anger that I'd never seen. But she didn't say a word. She simply stared into the space where Huan King and my fuss bodies were disappearing into thin air. And until they completely vanished, she didn't move an inch. Song Lu couldn't help asking quietly, "How could that have been an illusion? Illusions can injure people as well." She pointed to the injured Ku Fei. I quickly turned to him. Jai Pa had taken advantage of the confusion to hurry over and help the injured boy. Ku Fei was enduring the pain. As Jai Pa applied medicine to his back, Guan Nai laughed. At first it wasn't an illusion, but later he used another form of sorcery to replace his body with an illusion. "When did we enter an illusion? Why didn't you stop it from happening?" Jio-S turned and glared at him. Guan Nai's eyes flickered. "I only realized after the fact. It probably happened when I walked ahead to speak with them." I couldn't help admiring him. Head discerned early on that something wasn't right, so Head left an escape route. "No, Nizun's charming voice suddenly rang in my ears. With an enchanting laugh he said it was before even then. Oh, then when did it start? Guanai's eyes burned even brighter. For some reason it made me uneasy. Nizun mischievously batted his lashes at Guanai. I was just kidding. How would I possibly know when the illusion started? A line of crows flew past my head. Were you guys sent by God to de-escalate this scene or just to add humor? This girl is truly vicious. Jaipa suddenly frowned as he walked over from behind Ku Fei. What animosity does this girl hold for you that she went to the extent of attacking you with a weapon coated in such a vicious poison? Jaipa asked, adjusting his glasses. Ku Fei's pain seemed to have decreased slightly. He did his best to smile brightly at us. It's nothing. Thank you everyone. I am just an ordinary person, so I have nothing to give you in return. As you've come all the way to the southern district, you must have your own business to attend to. I won't waste any more of your time. Please come again and I will present you with the best tea. Come again. Was he kicking us out? But Ku Fei didn't look like the kind of person to forget those who have treated him kindly. I suspected that he may have had something he wanted to hide though. As I was about to ask, Nizun suddenly grabbed my hand. He walked in front of me and pat Ku Fei's shoulder. Then friend, take care of your injuries. Although I don't know what medicine he applied, Jaipa is very good with treating things and the like. I'm sure that you will not suffer greatly now that he's applied that medicine. Well, take our leave now. Nizun motioned for us to exit the shop. Seeing Nizun this way, I turned to Jos and nodded. With her lifeless gaze she looked over Ku Fei again, but she didn't say a word. Then in an orderly fashion we left the shop. Chapter 24. Volume 1. 24. Surprise appearance of a soul splitter. When I walked outside the shop there were already many people popping their heads out watching us with surprised and suspicious eyes. This attention wasn't at all good. I furrowed my brows. Jaipa walked as he considered the injury on his back is the kind that not only increases one's pain, but also causes an addiction to the poison. This poison is extremely terrifying and even the consciousness will become affected by it. Additionally, it's very difficult to treat. It's probably not easy to get an antidote, right? Yu Liang asked. Most shops wouldn't carry it. That girl must be of an unordinary background. I let out a sigh. It's unfortunate that Ku Fei is unwilling to let us help him. Jos scoffed. Si Luo has 3 extremely powerful people working under him, an illusionist Huan King, a soul snatcher Rong Jin, and a persuader Gao Qinjiu. Against the 3 of them, even if we had liking, we should be frightened. Let alone with you. I was a bit taken aback hearing Gao Qinjiu's name. I lowered my head and said, Gao Qinjiu, persuader. Jos didn't seem to notice my strange reaction and just nodded. The person you saw before. He has an ability called persuasion. With just his words he can control people with MFs much lower than his. So was this the reason that Tao Lai had followed his order to stop the other day? What kind of powerful ability was this? Suddenly a sliver of suspicion crossed Jos' eyes. But Lai Shen, from your reaction that day it seems that you've seen him before. I couldn't speak, unsure of what to say. As I hesitated, Nizun suddenly spoke up. Jos, what do you mean by soul snatcher Rong Jin? Jos gave me a long hard look over and then finally decided to answer Nizun. The soul snatcher Rong Jin is the single person in all of the split zone who is able to contact those in the outside world. While he cannot control everything with his MF, he is still able to connect to animals in the outside world to pull their souls into the split zone to do his bidding. A startled Yu Liang asked, contact the outside world? You mean that he can call animal spirits from the outside world and bring them here? Jos nodded. Yes. It's a very strange power and I don't quite understand it either. I've never seen him myself and have only heard about him from others. But we could still put up a fight against him and Huan King. Huan King's MF is 50 and Rong Jin's is 49. Gao Qin Jiu, on the other hand, he's the abnormal one. No one knows what his MF is. My heart shuddered with fear as I listened. 2 people with MFs as high as my people plus a person whose MF was unknown. Add on Si Luo, who had the highest known MF in all of the split zone, and it was no wonder that there was no crime in the southern district. While we're on the topic, how many of you have unlocked your split symbols? Guan Nai turned to us as he asked curiously. Naizun responded evenly. Miyu Liang and Jai Pa. Guan Nai gave a serious cry. Wow, none of the women have unlocked it. Men and women are truly not equals. Song Lu and I glared at him. He shrugged and then looked over to Yu Liang and Jai Pa with interest. How did you feel afterwards? Did you find a skill that suits you? Jai Pa silently pushed his glasses up his nose. This technique allows you to feel mental force flowing. As I'm not one to engage in combat and my MF is only 40, I've decided to help heal others' mental force with this. Guan Nai praised a healer. I've never heard of anyone using their MF to treat others. A person's mental force used to heal another's vessel, truly a good idea. I can only wonder what kind of illness a normal person like yourself suffered to end up here. My heart tensed and I turned to Jai Pa. While I'd assigned Jai Pa to the post of supervising the marketplace, I wasn't clear on his past. When Lai King was still here, he hadn't yet become the supervisor. Only after I became the Western commander did Naizun recommend him to me. Jai Pa's gaze deepened. While I lived, I was a psychiatrist. I suppose I'd been affected by my patients and I developed my own psychological disorder. In other words, you didn't suffer a problem entirely of the mind, but also of the heart. Guan Nai continued chattering on, but Naizun cut him off. With a light smile he said, yes. When we lived, he was my psychiatrist and psychologist. I was caught off guard. Jai Pa had known Naizun when they were alive. They were doctor and patient, but Jai Pa seemingly arrived in the split zone before us. What happened? Two people who knew each other previously met again in the split zone. Jos frowned. You mean to say that we can meet people we once knew here in the split zone? Jai Pa nodded. Of course. A helpless feeling suddenly overcame me. Then what about Gao Kinjui? No. Senior Gao Kai had already died. It's not as if a dead person's consciousness could also come here. Moreover, the only similarity between that mysterious and frightening Gao Kinjui and my kind Senior Gao Kai were their appearances. While I was deep in thought, Guan Nai moved to ask Yu Liang, what about you? Yu Liang's eyes swept over Song Lu and then over me. I was already able to doubly project my consciousness, so this unlocked state simply allows me to more freely control that ability. To be precise, it's become easier to create a projection and maintain its stealth in this world. Guan Nai's lips curved up. Amazing. But his eyes turned. I wonder if the punishments you were served were very cruel. Yu Liang exchanged glances with Jai Pa, but Jai Pa didn't reply. Feeling the awkwardness in the air, I decided to speak up. What should we do next? How do we find out about getting past the south-north border from our current situation? It doesn't appear that we'll be welcomed by the residents here. I looked around. The people around us had taken notice of our fight with Hugh and King in the tea shop, and so they were looking at us with suspicion in their eyes. As we stood there unsure of how to proceed, an old granny with a humpback walked over to us. The granny wore plain cotton clothes, and carrying her back she hobbled over. Are you visitors to our district? She asked. I nodded, a friendly expression on my face. Her eyes glistened. The shop you just went to, me grandson Ku Fei is inside. Can I trouble you to help me with something? I exchanged glances with Naizun, who stepped forward uncertainly. He held onto the trembling woman's body and said, tell us. The old woman breathed roughly. My grandson Ku Fei, you just saw him, was a very good child when he was alive. It wasn't until he started volunteering at the hospital that he became tangled up with that wicked girl. She would chase my grandson all around all day long. But my grandson already had a girlfriend. There were several years between them, but more than that, the girl was clearly mentally ill. I asked uncertainly, wicked girl? The old woman nodded. The one called Mai Fu. She had been staying at the mental hospital and then she somehow ended up setting her eyes on my grandson. She stuck around him all the time, but he didn't like her, so then she traveled to the country to seek out a sorcerer so she could poison my grandson. When it came to love, women were truly frightening. Young girls too. I felt my heart tremble. Tears leaked out from the old woman's eyes. I don't know how, but then my grandson fell into a coma. I couldn't handle it, and so I ended up with dementia. I would have never expected that I would follow him to this place. As I looked at the old woman's aged and tired face worrying for her grandson, I couldn't help thinking of my parents. Did their minds also grow weak from waiting day in and day out for me to wake up? A deep pain hit me. I walked forward and held the old woman's hand. Granny, don't worry. If there is something we can do to help, we'll do our best. The old woman seemed to choke. I can feel that my time is coming to an end. After I came here, I've been watching my grandson, but he doesn't know that I'm here. I also saw that wicked girl and I cannot help but worry. But there's nothing I can do. That girl is revered by all the residents in this district. They say that she is the girl of fate, so even when she is arrogant and tyrannical, everyone lets her have her way. I've been waiting and waiting for a traveler to come here and help me. But even after being here several months, I've not seen a single outsider. Jos turned her head. In a rare move, she spoke warmly. Tell us how we can help you. The old woman continued to breathe roughly as if living were very difficult for her. She struggled to lean into me, motioning for me to lower my head. I quickly bent over and let her whisper into my ear, an ill-fated relationship. That girl is my grandson's soul splitter, but my grandson seems to be remorseful toward her. You must find a way to allow my grandson to kill her to return. Before she finished speaking, her body had started turning transparent. In a panic, I hurriedly clutched at her, but Nai-zun stopped me. Her physical body in the real world has already run out of time, he said. And then the old woman's body turned to a wisp of light and disappeared. She hadn't even finished speaking to me. I tried to suppress my emotions. Everything had happened too quickly. What did she say to you? Jos asked. I suddenly recalled that yes, this was the point. I spoke quietly. She said that my Fu is Ku-Fei's soul splitter and she wants us to help him kill her. Sonlu asked in surprise. That can't be. From what she told us, my Fu and Ku-Fei were both brought here because they were ill. So how could she be a soul splitter? Jos' eyes widened. Wait, haven't any of you ever considered that perhaps soul splitters are just like us, that it's only after we arrive here that we are deemed ordinary people or soul splitters? It was a bold supposition, but not impossible. Still, I couldn't help feeling surprised. But if soul splitters are just like us, then why would they harm people, and what exactly are Mr. Blonde's motivations? We've never seen soul splitters, but according to that theory, wouldn't they be all around us? Stumped, Jos didn't respond. In any case, whether or not the old woman's words were true, we should still figure out what our next step is. Nai-zun suddenly cut in. Jos turned back to look at the shop we'd just visited. In a low, coarse voice, she said, let's go talk with Ku-Fei. If necessary, we can force him to speak. Jai-Pa suddenly spoke up. That old woman was a bit suspicious. Although her words were reasonable, wanting to seek help from outsiders, everything is too much of a coincidence. Jos nodded. That's why we must return, and doing whatever is necessary, we must make Ku-Fei talk. Chapter 25. Volume 1. 25 Inner Demons. By the time we reached the shop, Ku-Fei appeared to have recovered. His robust forearms were exposed as he wiped the counter with a cloth. He was visibly surprised by the return of our group, but still he flashed his teeth in a smile at us. You're already missing my tea. I curled my lips. We hadn't even gotten the chance to try your tea. In an awkward move, he rubbed his head. Haha. Then I'll bring some now. Jos stiffly raised her arm and waved her hand. We didn't come for tea. We just met your paternal grandmother and she passed away a moment ago. She asked us to help you. Are you still going to keep the truth from us? I exchanged a look with Jos. How could she reveal everything so quickly? I was afraid that Ku-Fei would have a hard time taking it all in, but Jos paid me no heed. More surprising, though, was Ku-Fei's confused expression. He looked at us blankly and replied, what are you saying, my grandmother? I don't have a grandmother. Your grandmother from the real world. She followed you to the split zone without letting you know. After you became a vegetable, she nearly went mad. I frowned. How could he have forgotten his own grandmother? Ku-Fei's expression grew more confused. The real world, when I was alive, I didn't have a grandmother then either. I was an orphan. What? I watched Ku-Fei carefully, but I didn't see anything that suggested he'd lied. It seemed true that he didn't have a grandmother. Then who had we just met with? My whole body shivered. I turned to Nai-zun. He gave his indifferent smile. Stepping forward, he said, that's fine then. But can you tell us why when my Fu arrived She immediately set out to cause you trouble. If you're having any difficulties, we hope to be able to help. At the mention of my Fu, Ku Fei's expression stiffened. He rubbed his head and then spoke with a bit of embarrassment. It's nothing. Really? I'm afraid it will sully her reputation if I speak of it. She means no ill will. She's just trying to get my attention, though her means are a bit excessive. You needn't worry about me. He gave another bright smile. Thank you. It's been a long time since anyone has shown me such concern. Even more so because you are outsiders. I grumbled inwardly. Her means were a bit excessive. She'd been ruthless, but you say it was just a bit excessive. She's clearly a madwoman. In your district, what kind of person is my Fu? Song Lu asked warmly, speaking up when I didn't. When the sexy Song Lu started to speak to him, Ku Fei's face reddened. Lady My Fu is the goddess of the south. As for how I'm not very sure myself. Lord Si Luo regards her importantly, so naturally we all give our allegiance to her as well. Lord Huan King is always with her as a protector. Jiao's brows knit together. Si Luo thinks highly of her. Ku Fei nodded. Where can we find Si Luo? Jiao asked sternly. I hadn't anticipated for her to ask that so suddenly. I shivered. I really couldn't stand this devil woman. Ku Fei shook his head. I don't know either. No one knows where Lord Si Luo lives. He often comes and goes without a trace. Ha! See, there's a district commander less qualified than me. You can't even find his shadow in his own district. As if seeing through my thoughts, Nizun glanced over at me. With a light laugh he said, he and you are different. While he may remain mysterious, he governs his district well. I shot him a fierce glare. Basically you're saying that I don't govern the Western District well. HMPH. Might I ask why you've come to visit the Southern District? Ku Fei asked with curiosity. I started to speak when Jiao suddenly glared at me. I quickly shut my mouth. Jiao spoke slowly. We're here in search of 2 kids. They went missing from our district into yours. Have there been any strange occurrences in your district recently? Right, 2 kids, I hurried to say. One is a 15 or 16-year-old girl with blonde hair. Her face is like a doll's with large pretty eyes. The other is, I suddenly realized that I didn't know what the other kid looks like, so I turned to Jiao. Jiao continued. The other is also a girl about 14 years old. She was dressed in a princess gown. She has a mole by her lip and dark hair. Ku Fei thought for a moment. I haven't seen a girl with a mole, but I have seen a golden-haired doll-faced girl. I'm not sure if she's the one you're looking for. I quickly asked, where did you see her? Ku Fei scratched his head. Lady My Fu's new toy. My expression immediately hardened at his words. What? Ku Fei looks to be in a difficult spot. Promise that you won't harm her. She's really a good person. She's just a bit headstrong. I scoffed, my appearance flipping 180 from the warm and welcoming demeanor I had at the start. I stared at Ku Fei and said coldly, tell me, what do you mean My Fu's toy? Ku Fei sighed. He explained, My Fu likes kids. She will often find a pretty and cute girl to become her playmate. She dresses the girl in new clothes and makeup. Yao'd call that a toy, right? But she treats the girls very well. Treats them well. Laurel was still young and she suddenly became someone's plaything. Are you kidding me? His explanation caused anger to burst within me. Song Lu was also visibly upset, but she was better at putting on a calm facade. She reached out and pat Ku Fei's shoulder. Kid, you do seem like a nice person. But that girl is still young and she'd be upset at being separated from us, so we came here to find her. We only attacked earlier because My Fu had hurt you. We promise that as long as we find the girl we won't bother your Lady My Fu. So tell me, where is Lady My Fu? I shook my head at Song Lu's patience and guidance. Ugh, I would never want to be a calm water-like woman like that. Although being stuck in this damn split zone place, it'd be difficult to even be a woman. Ku Fei awkwardly scratched his head. I'd like to help you out since you don't seem like bad people. But I really can't help you. Lady My Fu lives at the top of the southern residence. But even if you know that it will be of no use to you, the top floor of the residence has 99 barrier masters guarding it all day long. You won't be able to get inside. So the barrier masters who would ordinarily be in the border forests were hanging out at the residence to protect a girl. What kind of power did this girl have? Nizun suddenly asked, where do you live? If we ever need some help, can we go find you? Kufei laughed. I live on the first floor. Room 133,113. Come anytime you'd like. Nizun nodded. Then we'll head to the academy and sign into the dorm. Let us meet again. He signaled for us to go. All of us looked at each other a moment. Then we bid farewell to Kufei, and then followed Nizun out of the shop. Why are we just leaving? I asked, puzzled. Nizun ignored me, but Jos spoke up. Since we can't go to the top floor of the residence to find her, we'll just have to wait until she leaves. Nizun asked about where the young man lives, presumably because the girl will go to find him. Now we wait. Was that so? Wait. That young man, Jos, how old are you to call Kufei in that way? All around us were the suspicious eyes of the weak southern residents. We decided to leave the marketplace from the first exit we came across. Once outside, we headed to the academy. Jaipa proposed we'll go to the academy to apply for temporary housing now. Tomorrow we'll figure out how to approach Kufei's room. The rest of us nodded in agreement. Jos suddenly halted and stretched her neck with a loud cracking. Every time she turned her neck, I thought it was going to snap apart. You guys go first. Remember to reserve 2 rooms for me and Guannai. I want to take a look around. When Jos finished speaking, she disappeared without a trace. Guannai covered his mouth with disdain. 1 room. As if I would tag along with her. I couldn't help rolling my eyes. How will we let her know which room she's staying in? Does she have a phone? Guannai spoke without much care. She never uses things like that. Don't worry, she'll find us. I couldn't be bothered to speak to this feminine man. I grabbed Song Lu's arm and walked ahead, leaving the group of boys behind. After walking about 10 meters, Song Lu suddenly spoke to me very respectfully. "Ah Shen, do you know what I saw in my illusion in the border forest?" What? I asked, curiously. A sadness passed over Song Lu's eyes. The penalty I received for using my splitting key was watching Yu Liang die in all kinds of ways. Right before my eyes. 1 second he was being stabbed by a knife. The next second he was drowning. That's why I was unable to use the key. And then in my illusion I saw those bastards who defiled me while I was alive. I saw them killing Yu Liang. She was unable to continue and her eyes were moist with tears. I turned around to make sure the boys behind us hadn't heard, and I saw Yu Liang walking with his head hanging low. I turned back to Song Lu and tugged her arm gently. Don't worry. Nothing will happen. Didn't Jos say that using your splitting symbol would give you the punishment that you were most afraid of? And Huan King's illusions dig out the things buried at the bottom of your heart. All this means is that you really care for Yu Liang, that you're afraid he'll be hurt. It doesn't mean anything else. Don't worry. But her eyes were filled with worry. I'm still afraid. The scene felt so real. Do you think maybe? I quickly raised my hand and stuffed a piece of food into her mouth. Don't say baseless things. Nothing will happen. Trust me. I'll definitely find a way for us to go back. When you and Yu Liang return to the real world and find each other, you'll definitely be happy. Don't think about that kind of nonsense. Song Lu lowered her eyes and said quietly, well, even if we never go back, it's okay. As long as he and I can stay together forever. My mind drifted off as she spoke. Forever, right? In the real world, forever was a rather laughable word. How long could forever be? But here, for some reason, I couldn't help turning back to look at Nizun. He seemed to be looking in my direction as well. Even though we were far apart, I could see the sparkle in his eyes. If this devilish man and I could never go back with our linked fates, will we be able to stay together forever? What was I thinking about? I shook my head. Turning back around, I held Song Lu's hand and gave her fingers a comforting rub as we continued ahead. Chapter 26. Volume 1. 26 Destiny. The same as last time when we arrived at the academy, Nizun and Jaipa went to reserve rooms. This time we reserved 4 rooms. 2 sets across from each other. Why does Nizun always follow Ah Shen everywhere? He's always close behind too. Song Lu asked jokingly, unaware of the link between Nizun and me. Nizun lifted his eyes and glanced over me. He revealed a small smile and said because she can't bear to leave me. My leg went flying across the air. Who can't bear to leave you go to hell? Sun Lu looked at me with an ambiguous expression and smiled. I shook my head helplessly. I couldn't explain what Mr. Blonde had told me before, that the two of us had complementing personalities, and that's why we always had to be within 500 meters of each other at all times. Since we were together every day, though, it was natural that others would misunderstand. But surely anyone who wasn't blind could see that I hated him. I hated that evil aura around him, hiding a demon within. The kind of guy who was frightening once he got serious. When I thought of how my second identity was trapped with him, I felt some resentment. As I thought about these things, I snuck a glance at Nai Zun. He was the same as before, no, the same as always, looking like he could go to sleep at any moment. My pet Yao'll sleep with me tonight. Let that ugly girl stay with Jos. Jai Pa, and you can come to my room. The white-haired devil looked at me with dislike as he invited Nai Zun and Jai Pa. Barf. Wanting to vomit, I responded, the two of you should hurry over to him. Quickly get away from me. Jai Pa stood like a gentleman and adjusted his glasses. Mso Shen Im straight. Guan Nai pouted and shot a flirtatious look at Jai Pa. You're so bad rejecting me like this. I really couldn't stand it. Could you possibly handle it if a pretty-faced demonic man with white hair that flowed down to his feet constantly said things like I this and I that and oh you're so bad in a very masculine voice and feminine terminology? Well, I can't. I quickly walked into my room and closed the door to get away from that monster. About 10 minutes after I lied down in my bed, I sensed someone open the door and walk inside. Perhaps it was the culmination of all the long days spent together, but even without looking I knew it was Nai Zun. The school dorms had the same layouts in all the districts. I felt him jump onto the top bunk and I closed my eyes. It would be just a bit longer before night hit. I couldn't fall asleep, so I lied there quietly. I don't know how much time passed and am not sure if the sky had yet darkened, but I didn't want to open my eyes. Lai Shen. Nai Zun's calm voice drifted down from the top bunk. MMH. About 3 minutes passed before I received a reply. Do you ever think that we may be stuck in this place forever? Nothing lasts forever. It's not like you haven't seen them, the old people. If your body died in the real world, your consciousness would also disappear from here. Have you thought about the time conversion? If 1 day here is 1 minute in the outside world, what would you do? I was silent. If 1 day here was 1 day in the outside, then 1 year there would be 525 600 of our days. I would still be 22 in the real world. Forget 1 year here, even after 10 or 20 years someone in a vegetative state may still not have died in the real world. Then time here would truly be unimaginably eternal. Is this why people killed here, to conclude things? But could I die? As if seeing through my thoughts, Nai Zun replied, you can't die because your life doesn't belong to you alone. Eyes closed, I gave a bitter laugh. Even Lai King could die. But not me. Lai King's death was an anomaly. Everyone knows that she was no ordinary person. That's right. Lai King was definitely not ordinary. I remember when I first arrived in the split zone after I was bestowed with my split symbol, and I always had to stay together with Nai Zun. I hated him so much back then. Even if we were inseparable, I hated him because I de-equated him to the murderer who killed Senior Gao Kai. Nai Zun and I were both sent to the Western District. When I first met Lai King, she had been dressed in silver armor with a head of short indigo hair. She was tall and always carried a broadsword that wasn't befitting of a woman. Her brows also had a masculine sharpness to them. When you saw her, you'd want to take a second look. It wasn't a gentle and delicate beauty, but rather a heroic and valiant kind of beauty. Her eyes always had a certain edge, but the faint smile on her lips was as refreshing as a spring breeze. While she hadn't been the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen, she had been the woman who was hardest to forget. The first thought I had upon seeing her was, is this the same grace and elegance that surrounded Hua Mulan? Lai King's actions had been swift and decisive, passing like thunder and moving like wind. She had turned the Western District into something orderly and tidy. She had 30 capable and loyal subordinates under her, each in charge of managing 1 floor of the residence. Among them was a group of triplets. Supposedly they all arrived in the split zone at the same time due to some genetic disorder. They were the only triplets in the history of the split zone. We addressed them as generals. I'd heard from someone that the three of them carrying the same formidable heroic auras all loved Li King. Someone else said that after Li King died they all went in search of death. But it wasn't possible for three people to seek death. And since they weren't the kind who would harm the innocent, I didn't believe those rumors. No one knows where they disappeared to, but I never saw them again. This left only 27 floor supervisors remaining. Li King had become an esteemed legendary figure in the split zone not only for her governance of the Western District, but also because of the unique circumstances of her death. It may sound a bit strange to say that, but it's true. Li King had neither been perpetrator nor offender in a murder, and her consciousness hadn't left because her physical body died. No one knew how Shed died. One day she told her subordinates that Shed completed arrangements for the Western District, as if Shed known she were going to die. Even my assignment as the next commander, while technically appointed by Mr. Blonde, had to have been approved by her. Before leaving, Shed paved well the path for me, allowing the next 6 months to pass smoothly. I was lazy and powerless, but it seemed I was fortunate because a lot of people were helping to take care of me. Whenever I think of Li King, I always feel a deep sadness. Though we hadn't been very close while she was alive, for some reason her death had taken a great toll on me. I opened my lips gently. Nizun. Nizun replied lightly. If Li King were still here, would there have been fewer incidents in the Western District? Was she wrong in giving me the Western District? Nizun's words came as a light breeze. I can't answer that kind of question. As expected, he always kept that carefree, cold demeanor. The occasional bouts of tenderness were fleeting, and ordinarily he watched from afar alone and keeping his distance. But his light voice sounded again. Is there something you're doubtful or confused about, whether it was right or wrong she left the district to you? And whether or not you've governed it well up to now, what's important is that we're here to help you. He turned in bed. Li Shen. Haven't Song Lu Yu Yang Jai Pai Yu Jai and the 27 floor supervisors been there for you? Even if you do something wrong, there will be others to help you carry the burden. Even if you've disappointed Li King, there will be others to carry that disappointment with you. So what's there to find difficult? I felt his eyes land on me, so I finally opened my own. The sky was dark. I saw his head hanging down from the top bunk watching me. His eyes were filled with something I didn't understand. Was it indifference, calm, loneliness? Moreover, he started again, his eyes carrying a warmth that hadn't seemed to be there before. You have me. I was a bit startled. His lips lifted up in an enchanting smile that somehow seemed to also carry an unclear agony. Whether you like it or not, we're inseparable. In this place, you'll just have to let me stay with you forever. Perhaps I'd already heard those words more times than I could bear, but I couldn't understand the meaning behind his smile. It wasn't a confession, and they were words filled with helplessness. But what was that agonized dejection on his smile? Why would he be dejected? No, don't think about it. I never really think too much on things. By not thinking too much, I'm able to live fairly happily. When I was alive, my parents said that my heart was so big that you could grab it right out. After dying, though, I couldn't pull it out. My heart was still very big. No need to worry about too much. But subconsciously, I glanced over at him again, wanting to determine where that dejection in his eyes came from. But when I looked over, I found that had already returned to lying on his bed. I thought about it a moment, and then I suddenly turned over and got out of bed. Nizun, am going for a walk. I walked over to the window. Your crazy nighttime running illness kicking up again? He asked without much concern. Without turning back, I said, you don't have to come along. I'll just run in circles. I want some fresh air, but I won't travel more than 500 meters. And without waiting for his reply, I jumped out the window. The Southern District really was very quiet. Once night arrived, it seemed no one went outside. These people must live strictly according to the rules. The nighttime wind felt like it was making an attack. I've never understood how the split zone could be likened to the real world. Everything here was so strange. There were no animals, and plants all had to be grown by the residents. There was no change in weather either. But why was there wind? Why were we able to use cell phones? I had no answers, nor did I want to try to figure it out. Perhaps I've grown too used to it here. In the end, it's not all that different from living in the real world. If we were to talk about people's cruelty, maybe people in the real world were crueler than those here. With that thought, I tossed my hair and started running through the nearby forest. In the southern district, all the buildings were surrounded by forest. The greenery here didn't look bad. The people here must be very at peace to sort something like that out. To avoid traveling more than 500 meters from the school, I ran circles in the forest. As I increased my speed, I felt my red dress and hair blowing in the wind like a burning flame. I didn't want to slow down. Running after I arrived in the split zone. This is what I do most often. After who knows how many hours, I finally slowed down and looked around the forest. Watching you run for 3 hours, 7 if you didn't get tired of it. I did. A charming and attractive voice entered my ears. I stopped in my steps. This was a voice I was much too familiar with. Once it had been a captivating voice, as if it had its own electromagnetic force. Every time I heard it, my soul felt like it was being captured. But now, though it was still enchanting, his voice lacked warmth and instead carried a sinister and chilling flavor. I couldn't stop from turning towards the source of the voice. A face I couldn't be more familiar with suddenly entered my view. Gaokai no Gaukinju. Chapter 27. Volume 1. 27 Evil or Cold. Seeing that incomparably familiar, and yet endlessly unfamiliar face appear before my eyes, I couldn't help inhaling a deep breath. Unbeknownst to me, Gaukinju suddenly appeared in front of me. He sat on the branch of a nearby tree, arms crossed over his chest. Ruthless and vicious eyes locked on me. He was dressed as before, a white hoodie, black jeans, and a pair of bright yellow sneakers on his feet. I opened my mouth to speak, but I didn't know what to say. Previously, I hadn't gotten a chance to look at him clearly, so this time I quietly stood at a distance and examined him carefully. He hadn't changed at all. A sunny and cool appearance. A pleasant and attractive voice. The only difference was that his once gently swatter eyes now carried an indescribable and unspeakable malice. I've never seen eyes with such ruthlessness and unfeeling. He wasn't Gaokai. When the thought landed in my mind, a trace of sadness passed in my eyes. Hey, do you keep staring at me because you've fallen for me? That perplexing yet charming voice that left me bewitched every time I heard it rang in my ears again. It echoed and lingered, cold and yet not unwarm. I knew my face must have looked infatuated. I didn't want it to be so, but I couldn't control it. When I was alive, I'd been completely unable to resist him. Now that I was dead, it seemed that my ghost was also more than willing to fall under his spell. The thing I liked more than anything was his voice. I don't know how many times after I'd grown exhausted from being bullied and excluded, his voice was able to soothe me. His voice had this power to penetrate through my skin, the power to carry warmth into my heart. Even though his voice now had an added wickedness, it still had its charm. Evil, darkness, they were things that have always been with me anyway. Come here, Gaokinju said with a smile to me. I couldn't stop myself. With light steps, I closed the distance between us. Shanner. I don't know why, but suddenly Nizun's carefree voice sounded in my ears the same way it had in that dream. His voice also had a bewitching quality, but it was different to Gaokinju's. His voice was enchanting but not wicked, charming but not warm, and it always had that carefree, indifferent, and unhurried calm to it. As if nothing in the world were important enough to provoke him. Nizun's voice was always able to clear my thoughts. I don't know where the voice came from. I looked around, but Nizun was nowhere to be seen. When I turned back to Gaokinju, he looked at me with a curious expression. It seemed like he'd found a new toy to play with. His lips moved slightly. How interesting. My persuasion don't seem to have affected on you. I froze. Persuasion. I suddenly recalled Jiao as saying that he was called a persuader. The infatuation in my eyes slowly receded, replaced by a touch of coldness. I'm still a district commander. Even if your mental force was high, it wouldn't be so different from mine. Surely not enough to affect me. Gaokinju raised his brows. Who said my persuasion relies on mental force to control others? I frowned. What was he saying before my thoughts got too far? I jumped down from the tree. Dressed in leisurely clothing but emanating a kind of viciousness, he walked over to me casually. For some reason I felt some kind of force pressing on me and I, subconsciously stepped back. He stopped 2 meters in front of me. What is your motive for coming to the Southern District? He looked at me, sharp malice in his eyes without so much as a hint of warmth. To meet with Luo. At the mention of Luo's name, Gao Kenjui's eyes hardened. Do you think you're all qualified to meet with him? I scoffed. Are you his super fan or something? We're both district commanders, so what's wrong with meeting each other? What kind of act of superiority is he putting on? Gao Kenjui's cold and malicious appearance left me melancholic. If he had seen your Gao Kiss appearance, he shouldn't be acting this way. He sneered. He's not the one acting superior. I am. If I refuse to let you meet him, then it's best to quit your wishful thinking. I don't care why you came here, just leave. Go back to where you came from. The Southern District is not involved in outside affairs. Whatever you're wanting to do, don't implicate Luo in it. I took a hard, long look at him. Even if we cannot meet Luo, we must at least find our friends. In each of our districts, a young girl has gone missing. We suspect they are in your district. We can't not investigate this. Gao Kenju raised his brows again. Lost some kids, that's just a sign of your incompetence. What? A wave of anger rolled over my chest. Disregarding his appearance, I glared fiercely at him. Is it a hobby in the Southern District to kidnap kids? I'm incompetent. If you kidnap a child, does that make you competent? What? I didn't expect that someone as young as yourself would be a pedophile. Anger clouded my judgment, and without much thought I mocked him without a bit of hesitation. Gao Kenju looks taken aback by my sudden attack. Then he laughed out loud and said, and if I'm a pedophile, so what is a pedophile? I wouldn't like a strange woman like you. Next time you see me, try not to drool. My temper flared. Who drools when they see you just because you look like my senior? Did you think I would pay attention to you? My senior wore bright yellow sneakers because it was individualistic. But why are you copying him? Knockoff. He must have never been cursed at in his life, for his cold brows knit together. What did you say, you madwoman? What did you call me? Who's copying your senior? Who is your senior even? I can endure anything, but I won't let anyone speak ill of my senior. Gao Kai. In an instant I grabbed the bow on my back with my left hand, and an arrow with my right. I aimed it at Gao Kenju in front of me. If you speak another insolent word, I will shoot your mouth. Do you believe me? Gao Kenjui's eyes suddenly lit up. As he stared at my bow, he said, nice bow. Won't you give it to me? Then he reached a hand out to me. Without hesitating, I shot an arrow. He quickly sidestepped and easily dodged it. Before I could shoot another arrow, he grabbed onto my bow with his right hand. This bow is really quite nice. He admired the bow, completely disregarding me. I glared at him. Get your hands off. This belongs to me, so don't even think about it. But he ignored me. With the tiniest bit of effort, he grabbed the bow out of my hand. I stepped forward to take it back, but then his eyes swept over me. I had a bad feeling. Suddenly the air around me started to condense together. Before I could react, the air between us started to form a vortex similar to Gio's ability. As he looked over my bow and his hands, he said, don't advance. I have no intention of going easy on you because you're a woman. I scoffed. Without hesitating, I stepped forward and extended an arm. With a push of mental force to add strength for my left arm, I moved to snatch back my bow. My feet and a shoulder got caught in his MF whirlwind and started to get sliced up. But I didn't retreat in pain. I pushed forward and grabbed my bow with my left hand. When I stepped back, my right shoulder had been shaved off and my left foot was cut off. Fresh blood flowed out. With another push of mental force, I leapt back. After putting a safe distance between us, I returned my bow to my back. I bent over, reaching for my ankle, and grabbed Piercer with my left hand. My foot and shoulder had healed by then as well. Gao Kenju's eyes trembled. Without stepping closer, he said, no hesitation at all, huh? Looks like you're not afraid of pain. Fitting of a district commander. But I was just taking a look. Did you need to act so ruthlessly? I replied coldly, I don't like other people touching the things I like. As I spoke, I raised Piercer in front of me to deter his attacking. Gao Kenju didn't pay much attention to the action at first, but after a moment he suddenly paused. An incredulous expression crossed his face as he looked at the weapon in my hand. What do you enjoy longing for others' weapons that much? I sneered as I cracked Piercer. A violet light flashed. He furrowed his pretty brows, but his eyes were still locked on the whip in my hand. Why do you have Piercer? A shop in the marketplace gave it to me, I replied casually. Gao Qinju raised his head slightly. The ones who gave you the weapon, were they a couple? Recalling All Wen's cruel death, my heart ached. Yes. And the wife died in front of my eyes. Many tragedies have been occurring in the Western District lately. That's why we came to see your district commander. A coldness flashed across Gao Qinju's eyes. All Wen died. You know her? Gao Qinju didn't respond. His eyes flit over to Piercer again, and then he finally said, Piercer isn't for you to use. It'd be best to return it to its owner. The weapon will bring catastrophe. If its user doesn't die of their own accord, they will be killed by someone else. I told Dan and All Wen not to reveal it to anyone, so I don't know why they gave it to you. I'll investigate All Wen's death, no need for you to bother. I don't suppose you'll be able to help them anyway. I hated being belittled. With a deep frown I clenched Piercer and glared at him. But then he gave a wicked laugh and waved a dismissive hand at me. If you have the time to try proving yourself to me, why don't you go back and check on your friends? For example, your Jiao S, who likes to roam about on her own. After he spoke, he disappeared with a gust of wind. My heart dropped. What happened to Jiao S? Chapter 28. Volume 1. 28. With beauty comes poison. Though I've always been afraid of the strange Jiao S, at the moment I couldn't help but feel worried for her. I quickly returned to the school building. I'd arranged for Jiao S to have the room diagonally opposite mine and Naizun's room. While after I hastily knocked on her door, it finally opened and my eyes were greeted with Guan Nai's alluring face. His eyelashes fluttered as if he hadn't quite woken yet. Damn it, this guy was beautiful beyond words. The world was really too unfair. When he saw me staring at his face, he raised his eyes slightly and said, Ugly girl, what are you doing in the middle of the night? Recalling my original purpose, I immediately asked, where's Jiao S? Guan Nai rolled his eyes at me and turned, closing the door with him. He added faintly at the end, her room is next door. Had I recalled incorrectly? I quickly moved to knock on the next door over. But even after a long time there was no answer. A bad feeling flowed into my chest. I tried turning the doorknob. With a creak, the door opened. I leaned forward into the pitch-black room and walked inside. The door closed behind me, taking with it the last sliver of light. Though the visibility radius allowed me to see, the room still felt very dark. Jiao S, I looked over at the bunk bed. No one on the bottom. What about the top? I tiptoed to check. No one there either. Then I called out twice, but again there was no reply. I turned around, about to turn on the lights, when suddenly I felt something grab my ankle. Because my split symbol was on my ankle, my feet were exceptionally sensitive. I immediately jumped into the air, which seemed to free me of their hold, and then I looked down. It would have been better not to look. The scene caused me to jump back in fright. Jiao S looked to be sprawled on the floor behind the door. Lying there on the ground in her school uniform, one of her hands kept trying to grasp onto me. Her uniform was soaked through with blood. She lifted her head slightly towards me. Her eyes were large and black, staring at me without even the slightest tremble. Her face was covered in blood, as was the rest of her body. A bloody path traced her crawl from the puddle of blood at the door over to my feet. She neither groaned nor gasped, just silently crawling over. Yuyor, I cried out in alarm. SHH, she commanded, signaling for me to stop shouting. But the action seemed to have been difficult for her. I immediately crouched down beside her. How did you get injured? I looked at her body covered in blood, unsure where to hold her. She lightly rested her head back on the floor, wanting to save some energy. Help me up first. Over to the bed. I nodded and quickly helped her up. I couldn't see a wound on her body, and yet for some reason blood kept seeping out from her skin. It was as if there was a layer of blood coating her skin. Without care to the blood dirtying my clothes, I helped her over to the bed and let her lie down. As she lied down, I saw her frown slightly. I understood that kind of endurance. It must have been very painful. What happened was at Gaokinju. I crouched down by her bed and looked at her skin, still leaking blood. Jio's eyes trembled and she quietly sighed. No. We did run into each other, but nothing happened then. Then what's going on here? For the first time it seemed that a hint of distress crossed her eyes. This scene must be very surprising for you. But for me it's already become commonplace. Though I was very curious about her words, for the moment I decided to stay silent. She lied on the bed before me, quiet and still. Her expression and complexion looked lifeless, her eyes looked empty. Do you know how I ended up here? I lowered my head, silent. I killed someone. Her voice was faint like a demon's whisper, easily floating into my ears. I didn't speak, but the slight tremble in my fingertips belied the change in my emotions. The pity is that she ended up living. I stabbed her so many times, but she still lived. Gos didn't sound like she was talking about killing a person, but rather retelling a warm story. Now she must be sitting at my bedside, scraping at my skin with a small knife, one cut at a time, causing this to happen. She gently lifted a hand, watching the blood continue to flow out. I frowned. You're saying that this situation is happening because someone is harming your physical body in the real world? She turned her head and her neck cracked. Yes. But these are small wounds, so she must be cutting me secretly. I can just imagine it. Her back to my parents as she holds a small blade, gently marking my skin. Once, twice, 3 times. I couldn't hold back any longer. I reached out and held her arm. Don't speak anymore. She glanced at me, seemingly a bit surprised. I looked back at her. It must hurt. A dim speck of light sparkled in her black eyes. This small pain hardly feels like anything. I felt my palm slowly wet with her blood. That's true. Compared to the pain you've inflicted onto others, your pain should hardly be considered painful. I raised my head and made eye contact with her. Gos, the first time I saw you was when you came to the Western District, when you tore apart that girl whom Lai King greatly regarded. Do you remember her? Her name was Lai Wen. I felt my palm gradually turn cold. I'll remember that scene forever. Lai Wen was Lai King's favorite disciple. Lai Wen always called Lai King master. I'd heard that her name was bestowed onto her by Lai King as well. Lai King had said, then I bestow this name to you, and so your life belongs to me. Before I command your death, you were not to die. But Lai Wen still went missing. Before Lai King died, I saw with my own eyes Gos leading a large group of her clan into the Western District. They'd surrounded the girl in the district center, allowing Gos to tear her to pieces in front of the crowd. Gos had stripped her naked and then dismembered her over and over again, silently shaming her. After that incident, Lai Wen disappeared, and Lai King hadn't done anything to stop the attack. I hated bloody scenes like that, scenes that seemed to put the darkness of human nature on display. That's why from that point forward, Gos became a demon in my mind. I'm tired of all these demons attaching themselves to people, be it Gos, Nizun, or myself. Gos hadn't expected for me to bring up Lai Wen so suddenly. The blood on her body seemed to have finally stopped spreading. She nodded. Lai Wen, the woman whom Lai King adored. I let go of her arm as my lips curved into a smirk. So of the pain you've suffered today, and the pain you had inflicted on her, which do you think is more painful? Gos' eyes turned and she looked over me seriously. Finally she looked me in the eyes and said, do you hate me? I returned her stare and shook my head. I don't hate you. I simply don't understand your cruelty. Lai Wen had been a sweet and gentle girl. To everyone her first impression had been that of a sweet, kind, smiling girl. A fine and good girl who lived in the world. When you saw her, you may not exclaim at her beauty, nor would you find her overbearing, but you would think she was a good person. Once you saw how wonderful a person she was, how could you bear to watch her body be broken into pieces like slabs of meat? Gos suddenly smiled. Her face had always been stiff as a board before, so seeing her smile felt rather odd. Lai Shen, do you know this? Beautiful things are always carry poison. The more beautiful they are, the more poison they carry. The beautiful things you see may not genuinely be that beautiful. All good things are adorned with evil. Those were words that I could not dispute. She continued, I took note of you, then watching from among the shuddering crowd. Like everyone else, you looked at me with frightened eyes and your body trembled from fear. But I saw something more in your eyes that others lacked. What? Her eyes wandered. A goodness. A cruel goodness, the kind that belonged in the split zone. I'd seen that look in another person's eyes once before, and he became someone I'll never be able to forget. Fortunately you were a girl, otherwise you'd have become entangled with me for all of time. Her last line seemed to be a joke and she had a childlike smile on her face. I was taken aback. Jos suddenly sat up. I'm going to wash this blood off of me. Don't tell anyone about what happened today. She took a few steps and then abruptly turned back around, a playful radiance in her eyes. If you tell anyone who knows, you might be the next one I tear to pieces. I wasn't the slightest bit scared by her words. Rather on the contrary, I found her a bit cute. I waved my hand dismissing her and telling her to go wash. I won't tell anyone. Jos turned and looked at the bloodied floor. Her eyes swept the room, and then the air suddenly started hissing and cracking. The blood on the floor condensed together and then disappeared into the air. After Jos walked into the bathroom, a knock suddenly came on the door. Since Jos didn't come out to ask about it, I walked over to open the door myself. The door opened slowly and then a carefree and indifferent face greeted me. Naizun leaned against the door frame, a light smile on his face. Done chatting? If you're done, you should come back. I cast a sidelong glance. What, you already miss me? Naizun's lips opened gently. It's not so much that I miss you as it is that Yu Liang and Song Lu are missing. He spoke as if he were telling a calm story, without emotion, without alarm. But I couldn't remain so unaffected. When I heard his words, my eyes widened and I clutched my hands together tightly. Chapter 29. Volume 1. 29. Falling into a trap. What do you mean Yu Liang and Song Lu are missing? I asked with a frown. Jos had just finished washing up, and after overhearing our conversation she walked over. Naizun's eyes were slightly narrowed. Come over and see. I followed him over to Yu Liang and Song Lu's room across the hall. When we arrived, the door was open and Guan Nai and Jai Pa were already inside. Guan Nai's red phoenix eyes and outer corners incline upwards glanced over as he handed me a sheet of paper. On it was written, if you want to find them, come to the northern district. The furnishings in the room were undisturbed and there was no sign of a struggle. Jai Pa pushed his glasses up and said, in the middle of the night I suddenly had a question about medicine production that I wanted to discuss with Yu Liang. I knocked for a long time, but there was no response. When I walked into the room, nothing looked unusual but for this piece of paper. I frowned. Wait. Let me go over the night's events. So tonight we all returned to our rooms. Jos ran into Gaokenjui outside and then she returned to her room. Then I went out and also ran into Gaokenjui. When I returned, Jai Pa discovered that Yu Liang and Song Lu were missing. Correct. Guan Nai raised his brow and glanced at Jos. You ran into Gaokenjui. Jos nodded. MMH. We didn't fight. He simply said he wouldn't let us meet Si Luo. It seemed like he was in a rush to do something, so he didn't speak to me long. Guan Nai smirked. Next time don't move on your own. If something were to happen to you, I'm afraid those three may kill me. Jos didn't respond. Naizun's arms were crossed over his chest, black gloves on his hands. One after the next, unusual things have been occurring. Now we have clear instructions to head to the northern district. If we don't go, we won't be able to uncover what's going on, but if we do make the trip now, I'm afraid we can't guarantee our safety. Jos' expression was determined. I'm going. And I'll be seeing Si Luo before I go. Naizun's lips curved into a slight smile. You seem very resolute on meeting with Si Luo. Jos' inner thoughts had been revealed. She tried to hide this fleeting strange look in her eyes, but I'd seen it very clearly. After a moment she continued, aside from seeking out Si Luo, what other plans do you guys have? I lowered my head and thought for a moment. With a nod I said I agree with Jos. The southern commander seems to be the only person who can give us a reasonable explanation. It seemed that Gaokenjui was acting with benevolence. After finding out about our arrival, he moved to block us from meeting Si Luo. There's a problem somewhere in there. Now that Yu Liang and Song Lu have gone missing, it's become very clear that our opponent is hiding in the shadows while we're sitting in plain sight. We can't act impulsively. All we can do now is to seek out Si Luo to clarify the situation. He's a district commander, so he wouldn't just block us. He wouldn't want strange things happening in his district either. Meeting with him is our best option. Jaipa also nodded. Imesa Shen put it nicely. Guan glanced at me. So the ugly girl has a brain after all. I couldn't tolerate it any longer. My hand quickly passed by his head and grabbed a hold of his long white hair that nearly swept the floor. With a ferocious glare I said, believe me when I say that I will chop Naizun up if you call me ugly one more time. Guan Nai's beautiful face fell back as I grabbed at his hair, but his expression seemed to remain unchanged. In fact, his coquettish eyes swept over me. Esteemed guest, don't be angry. Your female servant won't call you that way anymore. Gag, I couldn't help bending over to vomit, and naturally my grip on his hair loosened. When he saw me let go, Guan Nai pulled his long hair away. To sum it up, you want to find Si Liuo. I heard he's a rare lace and beautiful man. Looks like you'll be able to bear witness to his elegance. I will accompany you reluctantly. But where exactly are we headed to find him? I turned to Jos. Shall we find Ku Fei to lure out my Fu, though there's no guarantee that we're not walking into Huan King's trap? Jos turned her neck crack. You Naizun and Jaipa should go to Ku Fei. Nai Guan and I will keep watch. I looked at Jaipa and Naizun, who both nodded. The dark of night had yet to pass. When we arrived at the residence to find Ku Fei, there were still a few more hours before day came. Knock knock knock. The door opened and Ku Fei popped his head out, drowsiness in his eyes. It was clear that he'd just been woken from his slumber. When he saw the three of us standing there, he was taken aback. Along with his bright smile, he said, "You're here. Why did you come so late?" I also smiled a bit. We couldn't fall asleep, so we came to find you to chat. I hope you don't mind. Ku Fei smiled enthusiastically. Of course not. Come in. After we entered his room, Ku Fei closed the door behind us, and the three of us all subconsciously looked around the room. The light wasn't on, so we stood there in the darkness. When I heard the click of the door closing, for some reason I felt ill at ease. Though Ku Fei had up until then appeared to be a bright youth, this night I couldn't help turning back to look at him. Coincidentally, I was met with Ku Fei's smiling face. He was indeed smiling, but it was unlike his familiar bright smile. Instead, the smile was laced with a kind of cunning strangeness. Before I could even react, I suddenly felt the floor disappear beneath me and I tumbled downwards. When the floor suddenly falls out from under you, it's impossible to fall gracefully. That held true for us as well. As I fell, I screamed out. I saw that at my side Naizun and Jaipa were tumbling down as well. The fall seemed to continue on endlessly. The wind whistled in my ears. We'd fallen so far that I could no longer see Ku Fei. After some tens of seconds of falling, but before I could react, and especially before I was able to concern myself with my companions, we landed on the ground with a thud. All the bones in my body felt like they'd broken to pieces. I lied on the ground in the darkness and rolled my eyes. It seriously King hurt. After falling such a distance, I felt my body turn soft. I lied weak on the ground and a pressure on my chest caused me to spit out blood. I tried to get up and look at Naizun and Jaipa, but because of my heavy injury's slow healing time, I could hardly move. I was dizzy and my vision blurred. Blood seemed to be all around me. My whole body felt miserable. As I struggled and struggled more, I couldn't help vomiting more blood. When I finished, I caught a glimpse of Naizun from the corner of my eye. Naizun was lying on the floor nearby, his body still. I knew that his split symbol had been activated, so he wouldn't have had enough MF to stop himself from falling. If he'd removed his splitting key, he would have been too weak, so he surely wouldn't do that. Dressed entirely in black, he lied there, a pool of blood around his body. I struggled to pull myself to the side, but was King startled by what I saw. Jaipa had been decapitated, and his body stood at the side in darkness. His glasses had fallen somewhere as well. His bloodied face was looking right at me. The image was too damned terrifying. A head lying on the floor staring at me. Raging fire entered my chest, and I was vomiting blood again. Jaipa's bloody face shot me his gentleman's smile, but at the moment it looked anything but gentlemanly. How did you end up breaking your head off? I asked weakly, doing the best to resist the pain surging through my body. Seemingly unconcerned, Jaipa's head said, "Don't worry. I bent my neck while falling, and I just happened to have a knife in my backpack, so it was accidentally chopped off." PFFD. Lying there helplessly, I felt my bones and flesh gradually healing. After several minutes, I still wasn't strong enough to stand up, but Zun looks to have already recovered completely. He got up slowly, and when he saw the pool of blood at his feet, he immediately jumped back, his face full of disgust. What a germaphobe! He looked at the blood on the ground and on his clothes, loathing muddying the carefree expression on his face. Though his black clothes were soaked with blood, it wasn't obviously visible. With his black-gloved hands, he lifted the corner of his coat to wring it out. So to summarize the scene before me, a somewhat bloodied yet decadent and handsome man dressed in a black windbreaker and black gloves was wringing the blood out of his clothes. Blood dripped from his clothes. A handsome man and fresh blood inseparable. Truly, this sudden catastrophe must have affected my intelligence, causing my nonsensical thoughts. After he finished dealing with his clothes, Zun walked over towards me. 1 step, 2 steps, and he walked right past me without a single glance my way. He helps Jaipa put his head back on his body to allow him to heal faster. Jaipa told him help find my glasses. First, just great, the scene and the dialogue between 3 people who'd broken up into pieces really made you feel stuffy inside. But why didn't he help me up? I glared at Zun's back. Feeling that my body had healed halfway, I tried to sit up. I moaned from the pain. I needed my exhausted body and looked down at my originally red dress, now soaked in blood. I felt my back, checking for my bow, and then I checked for piercer at my ankle. Good, they were still there. As Zun helped Jaipa, I raised my head and looked up above and then around us. We were in a circular basement-like place. I don't know how far we fell, for above us was just darkness. My night visibility allowed me to see 10 meters ahead of me, but all I saw was what looked like a round tunnel. There was nothing else, just darkness beside us and above us. I tried to recall. We had fallen down from Ku Fei's room through a trapdoor in the floor. After the door opened, we fell down here. But why did this kind of a place exist in the split zone, though we've planted trees before? Plants in the split zone are different from the real world. The seeds that Mr. Blonde gives to us don't require soil to grow. Beneath the split zone was not earth nor an empty void, but rather layer upon layer of stone. So had this place been dug out? The ground in the split zone was made from stone though, so how could it have been dug out? I've never seen Mr. Blonde provide any excavation tools to any of the shops in the marketplace. Chapter 30. Volume 1. 30. Zun makes a move. Hey. Have you guys ever heard of a place like this existing in the split zone? My body had nearly finished healing, though some residual pain remained. I couldn't stand up, so I sat on the ground and watched Zun and Jaipa. Jaipa had already healed quite a bit, and Zun was currently gathering up all the bottles and jars that had fallen out of Jaipa's bag. Jaipa tousled his hair and then tried to tidy his suit. I've never heard of any such thing. Is this a trap? Why would Mr. Ku Fei want to harm us? I couldn't help rolling my eyes at Jaipa in his gentleman's outfit, calling the lively and youthful Ku Fei Mr. Ku Fei. Picking up the things on the ground, Zun spoke lazily. He didn't seem quite right, like someone had put a spell on him. As he said that, a girlish laugh sounded from a dark corner. Her laugh was clear and pleasant, like a silver bell ringing. But in this situation, while we were surrounded with puddles of blood, the laugh didn't sound so cute anymore. From the dark corner, a young girl walked out. Dressed in a pink dress, she had elfish ears and rosy cheeks. It was that unruly girl, Mai Fu. I suddenly had a headache. Mai Fu fluttered her eyes at me, a pink whip clutched in her hands. You fell down so carelessly. You'll have to punish you. She must have been waiting a while, for she couldn't seem to wait any longer. She laughed out loud and then flicked her pink whip at me. Because I was still in pain, I wasn't fast enough to avoid her attack. As I reached for piercer, my pink whip came flying right in front of my face. Crap, I thought to myself. Jaipa had said that the substance on her whip caused a lot of pain. It wouldn't be an attack that was easy to cope with, but since the attack was already here, I closed my eyes and waited for the pain to hit. 1 second. 2 seconds. But no pain came. I opened my eyes and there was nothing in front of me but darkness. I lifted my hands up and rubbed my eyes. Then I took another look. Zun stood in front of me. Since his back faced me, I'd seen the black of his coat. I quickly stepped to the side to see what had happened. Nizun had grabbed onto the pink whip with his black-gloved right hand. His other hand was stuffed in his coat pocket. My Fu pulled back on her weapon, but she was unable to pull the whip out from Nizun's hand. I put my strength into my legs, and then I took a step forward. When I turned my head, I happened to catch a glimpse of Nizun's eyes. They left me stunned. His eyes seemed to have lost their carefree quality. His pupils didn't simply reflect the light, instead they flickered with power. An indescribable kind of power seeming to carry the ability to see through all things emanated from his eyes. A chill ran down my body. Nizun's eyes were suddenly overflowing with force. I saw Nizun's yank his arm back. My Fu didn't release her whip, so it along with her fell forward. My Fu staggered, and then her pink-clothed body fell toward us. While I stood at the side dumbfounded, my Fu had already been dragged right up to Nizun's face. Suddenly he reached his hand out from his pocket and flung it toward me. His left glove floated over to me. I subconsciously grabbed for it with my hands, looking quite the fool, like someone scrambling to catch two buns that were tossed to them from afar. Nizun's bare left hand was pale with slender fingers, no lively tinge of color to be seen. Aside from being too pale, his hand was the most beautiful one I'd ever seen. Still in a bit of a trance, I saw the fingers of his bare hand wrap around my Fu's neck. A cold light that I'd never seen before colored Nizun's eyes. No, they weren't just cold, they lusted for blood, as if her blood were an offering to him. Like a reaper who dropped from the sky, a deathly aura emanated from his entire body. His left hand appeared very clearly rough but delicate. And at that moment that perfect hand was firmly and brutally clutching at my Fu's neck. My Fu was tall. Rather, she was petite and dainty. When Nizun lifted her up with just one hand, her expression started to change. Her eyes widened and her pupils started to dilate. They were filled with horror and deep pain. Her cute rosy red cheeks were replaced by the bright red color of someone out of breath, someone being choked. Her face twisted into an ugly picture as she shook with fear. She no longer looked like a pretty young girl. It seemed like she'd seen the most terrifying thing in the world. And because of that she shook and shook and shook. Nizun's eyes shined with a hair-raising demonic gleam. His actions plus the faint smile hanging on his lips gave me the feeling that he enjoyed the act of killing. I'd never seen Nizun that way before. For some reason a heavy anxiety and panic streamed into my chest. It was as if Nizun hadn't only attacked my Fu, but also me. I extended my arm to stop Nizun, and that's when I realized that my arm was shaking. I stood there at a loss for what to do. Fortunately, Jai Pa seemed to have fully recovered, and he quickly appeared in front of me, grabbing hold of the arm Nizun was using to strangle my Fu. Jai Pa remained entirely calm throughout. He looked at Nizun and added a small amount of force to his grip. Nizun, enough. Let go of her. It's not worth it. My words were finally able to escape my throat. Nizun, I'm fine. Let go at her. She's still a kid. As if finally having heard Jai Pa and me, Nizun's demonic murderous expression finally eased up. He gently placed my Fu back on the ground. When he released her neck, my Fu fell to the ground. She wrapped her own hands around her neck, coughing. She was no longer a cute little girl, but rather she looked like a child who'd been abused. Lying on the ground gasping for air, her body trembled weakly and her panic-stricken eyes darted back and forth. Nizun's right hand naturally returned to his jacket pocket, and then he turned around and walked over to me. He looked at me, his eyes indifferent and carefree once again. Then he reached out his left hand to me. I lowered my head and looked at his hand, pale as a girl's and yet sharp and angular. And then I noticed the ring on his little finger. I looked down and lifted my arm up. I helped him put on the glove that I held in my hands. Suddenly something dropped down from above us. I'd just put Nizun's glove on his hand, so I subconsciously grabbed his hand and pulled him over to the side to move out of the way. A sudden gust of wind passed by and a white figure appeared. A white suit, chest, that hair, and exquisite amber eyes. The illusionist Huan King. When he landed, he looked at the shivering my Fu sprawled on the ground. His eyes hardened and he quickly went to help her up. My Fu's. I still quivered violently and there seemed to be tears in her eyes. Huan King Jeej. Hyun King's brows knit together as he looked around at everyone. His eyes were cold as ice. My Fu is still young. She was simply playing a joke on you, but you dared to respond with such a heavy hand. Aren't you looking down on the southern district too much? When I heard those words I couldn't remain calm any longer. I pushed aside Naizun's hand and walked forward. My blood-red hair was tossed behind me. I looked at him coldly. She set up a trap for us to all fall into this pit. And you're calling that a joke? Who's looking down on who, right? Now I came as a district commander to meet with another district commander. But your commander has yet to reveal himself, and his subordinates have repeatedly attacked and humiliated us. I don't care who you are. If you don't give me an explanation today, the eastern and western districts won't be able to exist peacefully with the southern district. It must have been all these days of alarming and dubious events, coupled with the anxiety from still being unable to find Laurel. My patience had truly reached its limit, and so I blabbered out some irresponsible words. She is right. If you continue on bullying us, so I'm afraid that neither the eastern nor western districts will take it lying down. Jos. Rough voice sounded from above. Then she and Guan Nai floated down. Guan Nai's white hair swayed at his slender waist. He walked over to join us, a filthy smile on his face. This pit is very deep. Even with mental force one might nearly break his bones. You must have gotten very hurt, my poor precious darlings. Ignoring him, I kept my eyes on Hyun King. After a quick look around, Hyun King's eyes locked onto him. Lai Shen, I was unaware of tonight's events. I set a spell onto Ku Fei such that at night he listens to my fuss words. Today's incident must have come about when my Fu ordered Ku Fei to play a practical joke. I only found out about this when Jos came to me and I rushed over. My Fu carries no ill will, so I hope that you will not take tonight's ordeal to heart. I didn't respond, but Jos spoke up. We can forget about what happened tonight, but please take us to see your district commander. There have been some occurrences in our districts recently and we must speak with him. Hyun King's lips curved slightly into a contemptuous smile. Jos, I can believe that Lai Shen is here to see the commander for business. But aren't you simply using that as an excuse? Jos' eyes hardened. What kind of crap are you spewing out? Just tell us whether you'll take us to see him. Hyun King looked at her a few more seconds, a profound look on his face, and then he looked down and said, it's not that I'm refusing to help you. Jos, it's not the first time we're meeting and you should know that I don't lie. I don't know where the commander currently is. It's been about 3 months since I've seen him. Jos frowned. Even you don't know where he is? Could it really be that? Hyun King looked at her and slowly nodded. Chapter 31. Volume 1. 31 Trail of Clues. Naizun suddenly spoke up. I don't care about all that other stuff. But that girl in your arms, he paused and pointed at my Fu. Her whip is coated with a powerful poison and she never hesitates to attack with it. A vicious heart as hers, I won't let her off easily if I meet her again. He spoke with resolve, drawing the girl's ire. She looked at him but kept her lips tightly sealed out of fear. She dared to be angry but not to speak out. Hyun King's eyes were cold. Naizun, don't speak too confidently. Lady Mai Fu is the goddess of our district. No one, including Lord Si Huo, would tolerate anyone harming her. I'm afraid that not even you would be able to escape unscathed if you were to attack. Naizun smiled almost as if he were possessed. He lazily turned towards his right shoulder and dropped his head, looking down at the crouched Hyun King and Mai Fu. Why don't we give it a try then? If she tries to harm Lai Shen once more, then let's give it a try and see. His last words were especially graceful and caring, like a lover's let's go watch the sunrise together. But it was that loving tone that made me subconsciously tremble. A violent storm stirred in Hyun King's eyes as he stared at Naizun. From behind the misty clouds a murderous intent appeared. Subconsciously I reached for the bow at my back. The scene seemed to have paused at that moment. Hyun King didn't move, his eyes locked on Naizun, foggy white mist swirling inside them. I'd already grabbed hold of my bow, sliding it onto my shoulder, and then I reached for an arrow as well. Naizun maintained his slightly towering position and narrowed his eyes. No one dared exhale. Jos stood at the side, her eyes empty and expressionless like a marionette stuck in place. Jai paused silently, pushed his glasses up his nose. Guan Nai was also unusually quiet and still. Diagonally behind Nai's zone his hair fell casually down. Paired with his phoenix eyes he really looked like a beauty inside a painting. My eyes wandered around us and my hand remained behind my shoulder. My Fu for some reason looked like she was suffering a great pain, though it had been obvious that Naizun hadn't left any type of wound. She kept gasping for breath, leaning and holding on to Huan King, her face twisted up unnaturally. The storm continued to rage on inside of Huan King's eyes a while before finally calming. He raised a brow and said, "If you all insist on meeting with Lord Si Luo, go find the persuader Gao Qinjiu. He's the only one who would know of Lord Si Luo's whereabouts. My responsibility is to watch over Lady Mai Fu. If you continue to encroach on us, I won't let you go. As for the rest of your business, I have no interest, nor will I be allowing Lady Mai Fu to participate." Mai Fu glared at me. In a hoarse voice she said, "I just like him. Why can't all of you just mind your own business?" Huan King motioned for her to say no more. Then he spoke up, "Lady Mai Fu is young and inexperienced. She doesn't know how to express love. And truly she simply fell in love with that young man. He's in the split zone all by himself with a stubborn temper. Moreover, we've never done anything untoward to him, but he continues to refuse Lady Mai Fu. I only put a spell on him so that he would spend some time with Lady Mai Fu. The illusions cannot control one's feelings, nor will it cause any great problems for anyone. You outsiders are just being too meddlesome." I was about to dispute him, but then I caught Jiao lightly shake her head in my direction. Then I glanced at Naizun and he didn't say anything either. So then I simply nodded. "All right, well, leave Ku Fei alone. After all, he's a resident of your district, and his life has nothing to do with us. But we'd best not see any of your poison or nonsense again." I stared at Mai Fu, clearly enunciating all my words as I spoke. Mai Fu looked at me, her eyes looking more spiteful than ever before. But she didn't dare say a single word. Huan King helped Mai Fu up, and then he gave a short nod in our direction. Jiao suddenly spoke up. "Wait, how did you create this pit?" Huan King gave a smile, chilling but emotionless. "There's no pit. This is an illusion. In order to protect Lady Mai Fu, who often visits Ku Fei in the evenings, I prepared this in advance." Just as he spoke, his hand appeared from his white suit sleeve. With a wave, the dark pit returned to the image of Ku Fei's room. The rest of us looked on dumbfounded. I looked at Naizun, who was clearly a bit taken aback as well. Huan King gave another smile, lacking warmth as always. "My illusion began the moment you stepped into the room. While it may have been an illusion, it was also able to inflict legitimate pain. In other words, when you fell down the pit in my illusion, you were injured as if it were a real fall." When he was done speaking, he picked up Mai Fu in his arms. And like before in the shop, the two of them faded into the air. As his image disappeared from the room, he left a few final words. "That's why I said it would be best if we didn't intervene in each other's business. Otherwise, when your face really gets torn, there's no escaping unscathed anymore." I looked around me and saw that Ku Fei was lying in his bed as if in a coma. I hadn't expected that he was so skilled. "No wonder he's the top in the southern district," Jai Pa said quietly. "What do we do now?" I looked at the unconscious Ku Fei and then back at our group. Jiao remained silent. Guan Nai stood at the side looking completely uninterested. Naizun contemplated a moment. "Let's not worry about Ku Fei. Lai Shen stopped sympathizing with everyone as well. No one in the split zone is entirely innocent and pure. Not even a nice guy like Ku Fei. So I think we're done here." Naizun turned to look at me. I looked at him in the eyes, and then I finally dropped my gaze. I looked back over at the unconscious Ku Fei and said, "You're right. We can't even save ourselves, so how can we get involved in other people's business?" Jiao spoke up in her rough voice. "In any case, we must find Si Luo." Naizun looked at Jiao, his expression filled with interest. Finally he said lightly, "Though I don't know why you cling to him, it does appear that right now finding him is our only course of action. Especially since two of our team are now missing." Guan Nai grabbed his hair and sniffed it. Speaking relaxed and unhurried, to find Si Luo, we must first find Gao Qinjiu, though his actions don't follow any kind of pattern. But once we find Gao Qinjiu, we should be able to find Si Luo. After half a day we're back. Where we stared. Then he dropped the hair in his hands. He turned around and looked to Jos. If following you all is going to be this boring, I'm not sticking around. Jos sneered. Since when have you had to report to me about your actions, Guan Nai? You can leave whenever you please. Or is it that now that we're finally meeting him you want to cower back? Guan Nai's eyes darted around. The way his lips twitched looked like fresh flower petals closing together. Jos, since we are of the same kind, must we ridicule each other when the three of them aren't around? You know that we needn't feign closeness. Remember what you promised me. Then he turned to shoot a coquettish glance at Naizun. You can continue discussing. I'm heading back to my room. When you've set your plans, pet, come knock on my door. After that, with a turn of his white robe, he left. Jos rolled her eyes. I'm heading back as well. Gaikanju won't easily appear, and he might not appear at all. I trust that you and Naizun will come up with a plan. And then she also hurriedly left Kufei's room. I frowned. They are really companions who only travel halfway with you. Entirely unreliable. The secrets those two keep probably on par to the secrets of the Southern District. It's just the three of us now. We still know nothing about the Northern District. The only ones with the slightest bit of information, Yu Liang and Song Lu, have now disappeared. What are we supposed to do? My heart suddenly ached as I thought about Yu Liang and Song Lu. I didn't know if they were hurt or not. I was truly a mess of a district. Commander, Jai Pa muttered irresolutely. This trip was indeed too sudden. We didn't plan enough. That's why the situation turned out like this. Naizun said quietly. Let's head back first. Kufei will wake up soon. We can discuss things slowly back in our room. The three of us left the southern residence to find that it was already day out. We headed into the forest around the building, and though there was no sun, the sounds of birds, the scent of flowers, and being able to see into the distance allowed me to sigh in relief. I stopped in my steps and looked up at the evergreen split zone sky. Then I glanced back at the residence. After a few minutes I turned and ran to catch up with Naizun and Jai Pa, who'd continued walking ahead. Why don't the three of us head to the south-north border forest to scout it out first? It's day now, and Jos and Guan Nai just happened to not be present, Jai Pa suggested. I exchanged a glance with Naizun. Good idea. Let's go take a look. The three of us started running, but the southern district seemed to be very expansive and filled with forests. By the time we made it to the border forest, more than 10 hours had already passed. There were numerous types of trees in the south-north border forest. Trees in the split zone were a bit unusual. Plants here were like dead things growing quietly without need for water or soil. They grew simply with mental force. Most of those plants were sold in the medicine shops. But the trees, they forever grew silently yet oddly lush in the forests. Planting trees simply required picking out a hole in the stone ground and dropping in a seed, and it would grow. There were many different types of trees in the southern district. The border forest was densely packed with them, and there didn't seem to be a clearing in sight. We stood outside of the forest. Once we passed through the crowded forest, we would be at the border to the northern district. The legendary bloodred border line that was impossible to traverse across. Jai Pa suddenly frowned and turned to me. What is it? I'd never seen Jai Pa quite so serious and concerned before. He muttered, Ms. Shen, do you remember that I've told you about sending a 1,000-mile scent chaser to the south-north border in search of a Ms. Laurel? I do. I nodded. He was suddenly quiet. Then, as if having confirmed something, he said, though my sense of smell isn't nearly as strong as a scent chaser's, from my experience brewing alcohol and medicine, my sense of smell has grown rather sensitive. When we approached the border forest, I caught the scent of a Ms. Laurel. My heart skipped a beat. What you're saying is that Laurel hasn't been taken to the northern district, but rather she is within this forest. Yes. Jai Pa nodded gravely. Chapter 32. Volume 1. 32 Boundary Trees. The southern forest was densely packed with trees, making it a bit difficult for the three of us to travel through it. Following Jai Pa's lead, we moved through each layer of the forest. The further in we went, the harder the passage became. We were quite literally squeezing in between two trees at every move. After walking for nearly 3 hours, we finally arrived at the last row of crowded trees. The trees were lined up horizontally side by side, and we couldn't see what lied on the other side of them. The trees grew so closely together that their branches had intertwined. They looked like they'd grown together into a single tree. Since there was no path through the tree barricade, we had to cut one out. I was about to push up my sleeves and get to work when I realized that the red dress I wore had no sleeves, so instead I grabbed Piercer and motioned for Naizun and Jaipa to step back. I lifted my arm, flicked my whip back, readied my mental force, and then flicked forward with great force. Pow 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 as I attacked the trees with my whip. I was satisfied to see 3 slashes of violet light in the air. After the light faded, I inspected the trees carefully. My god, I hit about 5 trees with my whip, but not a single one had moved a single inch. Hadn't moved an inch. My face twitched. There were only light whip marks on the trees. But I added mental force in my attack. From the side I heard Naizun and Jaipa trying to suppress their laughter. An embarrassed expression on my face, I stepped back resentfully. Jaipa put down his backpack and pulled out a half-blade sword. The blade was wide and thick, reflecting a cold light. The engraving on the handle was fine and meticulous. It was obviously a very good weapon. The only pity was that the tip of the blade was missing, leaving only behind half a blade. Half swords are usually only used by immortals. Even at a glance, this sword doesn't look ordinary. Did it previously belong to a hero of the split zone, and then it was broken in a fierce battle later to be discovered by you? Am I right? I eagerly asked Jaipa, my imagination running wild. Jaipa pushed up his glasses, a humorous look in his eyes. That's not it, Mesoshen. The blade for this was originally not very long, and the tip broke off when we fell in Mr. Kufei's room when my head was chopped off. I figured there was no use for the tip, so I threw it away. Broke off when we fell in Mr. Kufei's room. Suddenly I felt thoroughly and completely embarrassed. Why didn't my bow break then? Jaipa smiled warmly. Mesoshen, your bow is special. The inlaid locking mechanism on the holster as well. They won't easily break because of a fall, even if it's a high fall. Your bow is also protected by mental force to reinforce it even more. Protected by mental force. I suddenly recalled something that caused my chest to ache and I fell silent. Jaipa also didn't say any more. He simply stepped forward and made a cut on the trees in front of us. Then he pulled out a bottle from his backpack and poured its liquid contents over the cuts. The liquid ate away at the trees, and then the trees fell back with cracking sounds. With 5 trees fallen, we could finally see the world behind them. We all fell into a daze. From the newly made gap, I saw that behind the trees was a large pit several hundred meters in diameter. The trees had been planted nearly on the edge of this abyss. They'd been planted in a circle around it, creating a protective barrier. Because of the pit, we couldn't walk any further. We looked down from behind a half-fallen tree. The pit probably wasn't as deep as the one in Kufei's room had been, maybe just a few hundred meters deep this time, but the bottom still couldn't be seen. We only saw flashing lights coming through from the darkness below. Naizun frowned. Do you hear something? I leaned forward over the pit a bit more, and then a sound slowly entered my ears. The sound came intermittently, like waves crashing. There were pained cries mixed with sharp shrieks, difficult to distinguish from each other. What's going on? I've never heard of such a place in the split zone before. Moreover, I said, looking around, if the trees encircle this pit, then where is the border line? Jaipa's expression grew grave. I've never heard of this kind of place either. The faint light at the bottom looks like a beast's eyes, but also like the light of a fire. And the cries mix together. Could it be that the border line is behind the row of trees at the opposite end? After I arrived in the split zone, I'd only ever heard that the south-north border line was colored red. Whenever we traveled to the northern district, we were always summoned by the blonde man. And since the southern district didn't like visitors, and I rarely left the western district anyway, I've naturally never come to this place nor seen the borderline. Jaipa frowned slightly. Mesoshen, there's one thing, but I cannot be certain. The smells here are all mixed together, but from what I can tell, I'm afraid that Ms. Laurel is down there. What I immediately moved to step past these trees, but Naizun pulled me back. I tried to push him away. If Laurel was down there, then I had to go down and save her. Who knew what kind of strange things were in this deep and frightening pit? As I struggled against Nizun, I felt something press against my abdomen. I was moving past the half-fallen trees when something blocked my path. I subconsciously stepped back, surprised by the unexpected incident. The tree that we'd just knocked over had suddenly started to grow back as if it were flesh. Before any of us had time to react, the trees all grew back to their original height. Their branches grew out, reaching for each other like arms, holding their brothers beside them, tangling together. The trees that we cut off fell into the pit, didn't they? I asked, dumbfounded. Jaipa looked up at the tree, a new frown on his face. I've never heard of a tree that grows back this quickly. What do we do now? I asked with no ideas. A strange wind blew through the forest, my red hair waving beautifully. Before Nizun or Jaipa could answer, I suddenly heard another voice sound behind us. What are you all doing here? The bewitching voice made me immediately turn around. I was met with Gaokinju's cold gaze, a frown on his face as he looked at us. Without expending any effort, we'd somehow easily found him. As I thought of the frightening aura exuding from the deep pit, as I thought of Laurel, I was suddenly filled with a strong indignation. I returned his cold gaze. You need to ask. We're obviously here to find our missing friend. You clearly told us that you didn't kidnap our kids, and then you told us not to search for Si Liuo or to implicate him. Let me ask you this now. What's behind here? I pointed at the row of trees behind us. Gaokinju followed the direction of my finger towards the strange, tightly knit row of trees. He squinted and said, these aren't any ordinary trees. They are boundary trees acting as a seal here. Lately I've sensed an unclean presence in the southern forest, which is why I came to investigate. I've never seen this row of trees in front of you before. They do not belong to our southern district. I sneered. Do you think I'd believe you when we cut down some trees? Guess what? We saw a deep pit, and our missing child should be within it. You're telling me that you know nothing of it. If that's true, you've become even more laughable. Someone's dug a giant pit in your border forest, doing who knows what kind of strange things, but you didn't realize it. Gaokinju slightly raised his head. He glanced over me and then frowned as he looked at the row of trees behind me. Suddenly a wicked smile slipped onto his face. You cut down the trees. These boundary trees cannot be invaded unless the person who put them down undoes the enchantment. Many people will put these trees up when they are training to prevent outside attacks. And the row of trees in front of you spans for a several 100-meter diameter. For such a large barricade, the person who placed these trees must be extraordinary. So how did you cut through them so easily? Unconvinced, I said. You look down too much on Jaipa's abilities. But suddenly, standing beside me, Jaipa spoke up. Ms. Shen, listening to him, it seems his words are right. I've heard of these boundary trees before, but I've never seen them. They didn't even cross my mind earlier. If what he's saying is true, then I also would have no way to cut them down. Startled, I replied, then what happened earlier? Hands stuffed in his pockets, Nizun said lightly, that means that whoever placed the trees undid their spell to let us see what lied behind them. As he spoke, Gaokinju looked over at Nizun. A strange kind of light appeared in Gaokinju's eyes. I'd heard of a capable person who arrived in the split zone 1 year ago. He had a mental force of 67 when he first arrived, and yet refused many invitations to join any organizations. He's also never attacked anyone with his power. When I saw you last time, we were able to speak because of that annoying woman. You must be Nizun. Nizun smiled lightly. Yes, I am. Another gust of wind blew through the dense southern forest. Chapter 33. Volume 1. 33. The Tunnel. I was baffled by Gaokinju's words. Was Nizun that famous? When we'd met previously, Gaokinju clearly hadn't recognized me at all, even though I must have looked smitten. Still, I'm a district commander. He didn't recognize the Western commander, but he recognized Nizun. It pissed me off. I rolled my eyes at Nizun. Tisk, this devil whom I was constantly stuck with was actually more famous than me. Gaokinju looked around us. The one who put up these trees must still be nearby. I'm not the best at locating people, but I don't want you to misunderstand Si Liuo. Why don't I accompany you past the trees to search? I quickly glared at him. Why should we believe you? Gaokinju shot a bewitching smile at me. That heart-moving smile had me captivated. He smiled and said, "Do you have any other plans? If what you're saying is true, that the child you're looking for is down there, then it will be easier to save her with my help. I don't want anyone causing trouble in the southern district, not whoever put up these trees, and not all of you." I really couldn't stand his haughty and arrogant demeanor. I was about to retort when Naizun grabbed me. He shot a charming smile at Gak and Jui, the brightness nearly blinding my eyes. "Okay, then let's take a look together. But if you're genuine about helping us find the truth, I hope that we can assist each other without harming one another." After Naizun gave such an answer, I closed my mouth and didn't reject the offer. Gao Qinjui nodded, but he didn't move and instead continued to look at the trees behind us. His eyes hardened, and then a chilling sound suddenly came from the air. Crackling, snapping. I quickly turned my head and saw the trees snap apart from his, condensing the air around them. My mouth twitched. Shit. I don't match with this split zone at all. With just a stare, others can knock down trees. But ID slashed for ages. With piercer and only left a scratch like ID been tickling the tree. Gao Qinjiu stepped forward with his bright yellow sneakers, walking toward me. Then he walked straight past us up to the gap head made in the trees. He took a step with his right foot and then jumped. Like a nimble young athlete, he leapt straight down into the pit. Just as he jumped off, he added, "Hurry, the trees will tangle together again." My chest felt stuffed up. We don't even know what's down in that pit. But he just jumped in like that. Even if he wanted to die, I sure didn't. I crouched down and untied piercer from my ankle, making sure to ready the red ribbon tightly around my split symbol. I coiled the long whip around my waist like a purple belt, leaving the tip of the whip hanging down. After I dealt with the other end, I moved my bow from my back to my shoulder and made sure I had enough arrows. After I finished my inspection, I looked up to realize that everyone had disappeared, and the trees that Gao Qinjui had cut down were already growing back swiftly. "Wait for me," I shouted as I quickly charged forward. Because the trees were weaving back together, I ran very quickly. I didn't jump in with a perfect pose like Gao Qinjui had. My calculation must have been thrown off by how fast the trees grew, because after I jumped into the air, I stumbled over a tree branch before falling down into the pit. As I dropped down into the pit, I screamed out, off falling head first into the giant hole. Since my body had flipped upside down as I fell, I felt the skirt of my dress flip over and cover my face. So instead of using my mental force to save myself, the only thing on my mind was whether or not they would see my underpants when I fell down. As the thought spiraled in my mind, I finally landed into a cold embrace. Whomever it was must have used some mental force, because instead of plopping into their arms, I gently landed in them. But this embrace was truly chilling, like a vampire's skin without a single touch of warmth. I subconsciously raised my head to see Gao Qinjui's grim and wicked face. I started to struggle against him, my heart flying into a panic. Having the face that I so utterly adored so close before my eyes, the air seemed to stop flowing in my chest. I felt like I was suffocating. I quickly stepped back, a frantic expression in my eyes as I stared at him. Gao Qinjui continued to look at me as before, expressionless. As I retreated, I backed into another body. I quickly turned my head and locked eyes with Naizun. The light flickered in his eyes and he helped to support me. I felt a bit uncomfortable, so after I gained my footing, I moved away from him. Then I finally looked around us. Jaipan, Naizun and Gao Qinjui stood at the side. And as I suspected, the pit wasn't very deep, just a few hundred meters down. When I looked up, I could still see the bright gray sky above. There were no beasts in the pit either. In fact, there was nothing there at all. Under our feet was the same stone ground that existed throughout the split zone. The pit had a radius of about 100 meters. There was nothing else to be seen though. Even the walls were stone. This was clearly just a large well that had been dug out from the ground and not some kind of pit hiding strange creatures. "What's going on? Why isn't there anything here?" I asked in surprise. Gao Qinjiu motioned for me to turn around, and when I did, I saw a large tunnel-like structure on the wall. It looked like a doorway. "Let's go and take a look." After saying that, he headed directly towards the tunnel. With Gao Qinjui taking the lead, and Naizun and Jai Pa following, I joined behind them without any fear. When I arrived at the entrance, to the tunnel. I discovered that it was the entrance to a path that headed down beneath this stone well. The path was also paved by stone, looking no different than normal, and it was wide enough to accommodate the four of us walking side by side. It was dim inside the tunnel, and gradually our visibility dropped to about 10 meters. We couldn't see what surprises lied ahead. In front of us was only darkness. After walking for roughly 10 minutes, we came to the end. I say end because there was no more path to walk on. Instead there was a closed stone door. Jaipa walked up ahead and pressed his ear to the door. He turned to us and said, "The door is very thick and blocks sounds, but I can still hear the mournful cries from beyond it. I'm afraid that what lies beyond this door is something unimaginable. And Ms. Laurel's scent is indeed present." I couldn't help frowning. Who would dig out this kind of giant well and tunnel to conceal something, and how was it that the people of the Southern District were unaware of it, unless what we'd seen so far was just an illusion designed to lure us to this place? "This isn't an illusion, is it?" I finally asked timidly. Gao Qingju sneered as he shook his head. "Even Huan King's skills cannot affect me, so I really can't think of anyone who could put me under a spell." My lips twitched. Gao Qingju signaled for us to move back, so the three of us retreated a few meters. Then he walked up to the stone door and raised his arms. Startled, I belatedly realized that the air in the tunnel was condensing into rotating balls of air around his hands. After about half a minute, he suddenly threw the spheres of air at the door. Though we were in the split zone and he was manipulating his mental force to break apart a stone door, his movements still reminded me of Senior Gao Kai. Senior Gao Kiss back and his back were one and the same. At every school athletics competition, Senior Gao Kai had been the most eye-catching. He who loved the color yellow always wore yellow-green athletics clothes. Every time I saw his warm and cozy smile, every time I heard his enchanting voice, I became intoxicated. For me, he was a perfect and yet distant temptation. When I got to college, my condition hadn't improved much. Because Pamilo continued to linger around me, my medical history also made rounds, but most of the students were indifferent and uncaring. At the peak of the heat wave, they much preferred gossiping about whose luxury car the school beauty rode that weekend. Still, in many people's minds, I was the mentally ill girl. My illness was purely a mental disorder though, but also partly a behavioral one. But mental disorder, psychosis, psychological perversion, to most people they were one and the same. To me at the time, Senior Gao Kai was genuinely like a male god in a girl's comic book. Emphasis on god. A god was perfect, far away and sacred. I never dared to make our relationship any more than that of a god and his follower. That is, until the end of the sports competition that year. I was picking up the trash by myself since the other people allocated by our class had already left. I'll never forget how I was crouched on the ground grabbing at garbage when a pair of bright yellow sneakers suddenly appeared before my eyes. When I looked up to see Senior Gao Kiss' smiling face, in that moment the shoes on his feet, the dazzling expression on his face, the faint yellow-orange reflection of the setting sun converged into these things called hope and happiness. They flowed in through my eyes, and then finally into my heart. In his intoxicating and enchanting voice he said, "You're the girl they talk about, right?" My heart felt like a 500 kg rock had knocked into my heart. With drooping eyes I nodded. He crouched down beside me, one of his legs stretched slightly forward. As he neared, I could smell his unique scent mixed with sweat. He reached out his hand and gently pat my head. "I always see you in the library. I never thought that girls who liked less Miss Rabels or Faust would have any problems. You know, just like the rumors say, I always see you carrying books about psychological crimes or serial murders and to read at the library. Others say that you like those kinds of things because something's wrong in your head. But I really don't think that's true." I raised my head and looked at him timidly. The world's most gentle light radiated from his eyes and his lips curved up in a tender smile. "Because I like those things too. In the same way that beautiful things don't always conceal evil, liking sinful things doesn't always mean you wish for them. Like it says in Faust, if the world is a bitter sea, then I believe that you are the only one who will understand me." Right. To me, the memory of that moment that day has doomed me beyond reprieve. For some reason it seemed that when Naizun looked into my eyes, my thoughts came back to the present. Naizun motioned for me to look ahead, So my eyes wandered over to Gao Qinjiu and then the stone door behind him. Gao Qinjiu had shattered the door. Chapter 34. Volume 1. 34 as in purgatory. There was no sound when the spheres of air hit the stone door and neither did the door break apart. Instead there looks to be two globs of liquid stock on the door slowly spreading out to cover the center of the door. Gaya Qinjiu said we don't know what's behind this door, so I used the air current to create a hole. On the opposite side the air current will reflect the image of a stone door so whoever is on the other side remains unaware that we've broken through. Once we see what lies behind the door we can decide if we will really break in. I inwardly praised his thought process, but I was also surprised by his ability to control the flow of air. The air in the split zone was indeed different. Just then an area on the stone door turned transparent as if part of it had been dug out. But don't speak. Sounds and smells can still permeate through. Gaya Qinjiu whispered to us as the transparent area on the door grew larger. And so we all held our breaths as we looked into this window-like gap in the door. As my field of vision widened I saw a stone room chiseled deep into the darkness. On the wall was an old-fashioned torch that looked like it could go out at any moment, casting a yellow glow on the walls. A silent cutting cold crept out from inside the room, spreading over my skin. From the hole I could only see a flickering light. The light illuminated a wooden barrel in the center of the room. We could see about 2 meters around the barrel. Curiosity overcame me and I stepped forward, my breathing heavy. Even Nai Zun and Jaipa couldn't help step forward. The 3 handsome men looked like a group of desperate chicken thieves as they and I leaned in for a look. After careful inspection I saw that there was a woman whose body was half trapped underneath the barrel. The woman's dried-up hair was matted together with red-brown blood. It was so stuck to her face that it looked like a single tug might pull her entire face off. I widened my eyes, but perhaps because she had been tortured for too long and her hair was covering her face, I was unable to ascertain if she was the person I searched for. The clothes on her body had long ago been torn to shreds, now mixed together with dark blood. Her full chest was covered with dirt and she lied on the ground like a corpse under the barrel. Suddenly 2 figures appeared. They were 2 women in brown robes. Their faces were exceptionally bewitching with crimson eyes and lips so red they seemed covered in fresh blood. Had they been licking blood? Although I very much liked the color red, scarlet red, these 2 strange red-lipped women left me feeling disgusted. As I watched them I saw the women each carrying a bronze basin slowly closing in towards the wooden barrel. Their eyes were locked on the girl under the barrel, never once losing sight of her. One of the women told the other, "Be careful, this isn't just an ordinary thing. This doesn't exist in the split zone. Putting aside how precious it is, you must remember how dangerous it is. Once it climbs onto your body you will hope to live without being about to live and pray to die without being able to die. Make sure you don't get it on your body." I could see hesitation on the face of the woman who had spoken. It was clear that she was afraid of whatever was inside the bronze basin. When the woman slanted her hand I saw that there was something dirty and filthy inside of it. The basin also seemed deeper than ordinary basins, but I couldn't clearly see what was inside it. The other woman opened her red lips and smiled ever so alluringly. I know. There will be a good show soon. Shall we make a bet on how long shall last today?" The uncertain-looking woman didn't reply. Instead she cautiously poured the contents of her basin into the wooden barrel. With a splash, fresh blood splattered in all directions. As she was pouring I finally saw what was inside her basin. They were about 10 centimeters long and 3 fingers wide. Squirming around they looked like centipedes, only longer and thicker. They were headless and had soft, flexible black and yellow bodies. I used my mental force to heighten my visibility, but because of the dim lighting conditions in the stone room I could only see a little more clearly. On either side of those things there were crab-like claws that extended another finger's length. As they fell into the barrel they seemed to come to life. A lively sound echoed like someone grinding their teeth. When they landed on the woman's body they started to crawl around rapidly. They wandered onto her body and wantonly danced around, clamping onto and cutting her flesh until blood started flowing out. The other woman went to pour her basin into the other side of the barrel and those creatures covered up the fallen woman's back chest. and the rest of her body under the barrel. The woman instantly woke up. In between all the matted hair a mournful light burst out from her eyes. Just watching it I couldn't help feeling frightened. I quickly looked up and motioned to Naizun, the meaning being we're just going to keep watching and not do anything to save her. His eyes concealed a dark gloominess. While I was hesitating, a strange sound pulled my attention back to the scene in the room. The woman seemed to be trying to speak, but it sounded like she couldn't complete her words. A thick piercing voice came from her mouth, reminiscent of the sound of nails on a chalkboard. Each cry grew louder than the last, and by the end she was roaring. Even standing on the other side of this stone door, all the hair on my body stood on end as I listened. Watching the scene, I even felt a stabbing pain across my skin, as if I were the one lying below the barrel. A retching feeling started to roost up from my abdomen. I tried to stifle it, but the pain made it a struggle. Although I didn't want to keep looking, I forced myself to continue watching the girl being torn apart by those frightening poisonous bugs. While she looked like she'd prefer death over living, I wanted to charge in, but Gaokinju shot me a cold glare as if having seen through my intentions. Then I realized that there was more to the scene than I'd initially thought. Because our bodies will heal and regenerate in the split zone. As the girl's body was being torn apart and mutilated by those bugs, her skin and flesh were healing. But since her skin healed quickly, the bugs ended up trapped in her skin and flesh. Watching the girl's skin envelope those horrifying bugs as it healed over like a sponge, soaking up water while still having more of those bugs crawling on and eating her alive, was really too much for me to bear. I quickly covered my mouth. Then the woman who had mentioned having a bet lifted her arm and covered her red lips with her sleeve. A joyous laughter burst from her, and she said, Aish is really suffering. If her torture ends quickly and we play with those 3 kids later, don't you think we'll sleep with smiles on our faces tonight? As she spoke, she motioned to the other woman looking towards the corner of the room. The whole Gaokinju formed and the door was wide enough for us to see the corners of the room, just the center where the women were. But hearing the woman's words, I felt like I'd been hit by a large boulder. It seemed unimaginable to me that Laurel would be among the 3 kids that they tortured, and I subconsciously shook my head. Gaokinju seemed to have caught on to my thoughts again, for he gave me a look that said not to act rashly. But if Laurel was really one of the 3 kids, how could I just sit back and watch without doing anything? As I tried to think up a plan, my eyes remained fixed on the door before us. One of the 2 women slowly put down her empty basin, while the other woman enjoyed watching the girl being tortured, her skin fusing with the poisonous bugs, her tortured screams growing louder. I couldn't bear it any longer. With my right hand I grabbed the bow on my back. It was small and compact, easy to get a hold of. With my left hand I reached for 4 arrows. From the hole in the door, I aimed 2 arrows at each of the women and then let them fly. With a whiz, the arrows soared out. I've been practicing archery for more than just a few days, and my bow had a special setup, so without a hitch the 4 arrows shot out, nimbly, accurately hitting the 2 women's eyes. As the arrows hit their eyes, their heads arched back, and they let out anguished cries. Not everyone had the same pain tolerance as Gio's, so the 2 women who'd been hit by the pain-stimulant-coated arrow tips dropped to the ground and wailed. Gaokinju turned and gave me a cold look, but there was also no uncertainty in his eyes. Instead, he raised his arms, and once again, 2 vortexes formed. With a casual sweep of his arms, the stone door immediately cracked apart with a boom. I stepped inside. The 2 women were crouched on the ground, crying out in struggle as they tried to remove the arrows from their eyes. But because of the pain stimulant on the arrows, they were suffering too much to move. Blood sprayed out from their eyes, creating the effect of dark red eyeshadow. The woman beneath the barrel appeared to have melded in all the bugs. She was shaking and spasming like someone who was being shocked by electricity. Her lips were dry and purpled, her hair matted onto her clothes and face. I busily looked around the room, only to realize that the room was bigger than I'd thought. It was more than 100 square meters. My eyes wandered until they finally landed on Laurel. In a corner, Laurel and 2 other kids were strung up in the air. Laurel was in the middle. On the left was the girl with a mole by her lip, the missing child Jo's mentioned from the Eastern District. On the other side of Laurel was a bald boy whom I didn't recognize. Laurel's body was covered in dried blood also. Her eyes were closed, her face dirty, and her soft shining golden hair was stuck together with old darkened blood. Chapter 35. Volume 1. 35 Crisis. I wanted to cover my mouth, but now wasn't the time to be weak. My eyes moistened and my heart suddenly throbbed with pain. I quickly stepped forward. Jaipon Naizun and Gao Kenjui had already entered the room. Jaipar rushed over to examine the woman under the barrel. When I made my way over to Laurel, I tried to reach for her, but my hands trembled as if unsure how to retrieve her. Tears streamed from my eyes, and I heard myself croak Laurel at my call. Laurel's bloodied eyelashes twitched, and then she opened her eyes. Before I could exchange a glance with her, I heard Jaipa cry out, "Ah Shen Thth thighs is Song Lu." My eyes widened and I turned my head slowly. My body was as stiff as a marionette's and my lips started to tremble. When I turned around, I saw Jaipa carefully sliding aside the sticky hair covering the woman's face. Her lips opened as she gasped for air, and although her lips were already black, her eyes like two abandoned glass spheres, unmoving and sunken into her face, I still recognized her. It was really Song Lu. But how could it be Song Lu? If it was Song Lu, then why hadn't I immediately charged in to save her? How could I have let Song Lu suffer such brutal abuse right in front of my eyes? I was unable to deal with such a sudden blow. My hands wrapped around my head, my nails digging into my scalp as I painfully cried out. A hoarse shriek came from throat and my heart pounded furiously. My toes curled and my legs shuddered feebly. Finally I dropped to the ground on my knees. I howled as I burst into tears. Song Lu Jie, how could it be you? I cried like my heart and lungs were being ripped out. Gao Kenjui also looked surprised. The two monstrous women on the ground hadn't been able to remove the arrows from their eyes yet, but they started to cackle with a strange laughter. I tried my best not to cry. This wasn't the time to cry. But trying to suppress my tears made my head start buzzing. My nose and my mouth were leaking as I gasped for breath. Jaipa glanced at me kneeling on the ground, grief in his eyes, but he quickly returned his attention to trying to remove Song Lu from beneath the barrel. Naizun's eyes sparked with an indescribable kind of grayness. His eyes locked onto me and he quickly walked over. My body shook uncontrollably as I tried to control the anguish inside of me. I extended my hand for Naizun to help me up. This wasn't the time to grieve. I still had to save Laurel. Yes, there was still Laurel. Naizun had arrived behind me. Kneeling on the ground, I turned my head, which was at nearly the same level as Laurel's head, her body still suspended in the air. Her eyes were already open, a strange expression on her face. Unlike her beaten, dirtied body, there was a look of triumph on her face. It was strange, displaying a childish naughtiness, but also a ruthlessness that only came with old age. Before I could react, the upside-down Laurel extended her arms and wrapped her hands around my neck. Her grip had an exceptional strength to them. My eyes instantly widened as my breathing became obstructed. As she strangled my neck with her unordinary strength, a tremoring force pushed its way into my head and my entire body became immobile. Hanging upside down, she strangled me mercilessly. Her dirty little face was grinning as it looked at me. Her once incomparably beautiful eyes were now filled with malice and viciousness. Naizun immediately rushed over and grabbed Laurel's arms, pulling them off of me mercilessly. But Laurel's hands didn't move an inch. They were still clasped tightly to my neck. Not only did it feel like I couldn't breathe, it also felt like a moist 500 kg stone pressing down on my head. My mind grew fuzzy. A look of surprise crossed Naizun's face. He clearly hadn't expected Laurel's grip to be so strong. Gao Kenju seemed to have realized something wasn't right. He walked over to help, his air blades crackling in the air. But when he neared us, another of the hanging kids, the girl with the mole, looked like she'd just been resurrected. She swung over with great force and latched onto Gao Kenju's back. And then I felt Naizun's eyes tremble. His hands slipped off of Laurel and he stepped back. It seemed that the third bald boy had grabbed onto his back. But my vision was already a bit blurred, so I wasn't quite sure what exactly happened. My neck felt like it was on the verge of snapping off. And in that moment, the blonde man's words suddenly echoed in my head. "Don't die." In the split zone, Ah Shen. Despite my body having gone stiff for some reason, I clutched onto the tail of Piercer, which had been wrapped around my waist with all their strength. The spines dug into my palm, intensifying the dizzying pain in my head. I wrapped the whip around Laurel's neck. Jai-Pa had previously made it very clear to me how much damage the spines on the end of Piercer could deal. Even a lightly made cut wouldn't heal for an hour's time. The spines were also coated with a pain intensifier that increased pain 100-fold. Jai-Pa warned me to be very careful when I used it. I couldn't be bothered to worry about that now though. Blood dripped from my hands after they were stung by the spines, and I immediately felt the pain shoot through my arms and even spread towards my heart. My heart felt like it was being wrapped with thorns, and the pain quickly rose to an intolerable level. My lips trembled violently, the pain layering onto my purple bruised neck, acting like a fast-spreading venom corroding my body. The moment I wrapped Piercer around Laurel's neck, the sharp spines on the whip dug deep into her neck. A sinister look suddenly appeared in her large bright eyes, and she screamed, finally releasing me. When I saw her let go, I quickly pulled my right hand away. I wanted to grab the bow on my back, but because I held so tightly onto Piercer, I found that my palm had been mutilated. My entire right hand shook, the blood rolling off of it. I was able to grab an arrow from my back, and I forcefully stabbed it into Laurel's eye. From the force I added, Laurel's hanging body swung back as she screamed. I hurried to get up, but my actions were hindered from holding Piercer in my left hand. I pulled the rest of the whip out and flung it. My left hand was also dripping with blood, and both of my hands shook very violently. My right hand didn't even have the strength to hold onto Piercer. I stood up and stepped forward, Laurel's pain screams still echoing. To my left, the air around Gao Kenju crackled loudly. He tried to grab the girl on his back, and then multiple vortexes started spinning behind him, moving like gears. The girl's blood burst onto his back, but she didn't seem to be letting go. A dreadful light radiated from Gao Kenju's eyes. On the other side, Naizun had been caught by the bald boy. The boy laughed as he covered Naizun's eyes with his hands. The boy had removed his legs from the shackles that held him in the air, and he had his legs wrapped around Naizun's neck while he sat on his shoulders. Naizun's gloved hands weren't trying to remove the boy from his shoulders, but instead he was flailing at me as if wanting to grab hold of me. My heart felt heavy. Then I heard the evil laughter of those two women, and I immediately turned my head. They'd already removed the arrows from their eyes, which had now healed about halfway. They had a death grip on Jai-Pa. One of the women had her arms wrapped around Jai-Pa's leg and the other around his waist. Jai-Pa tried to walk to me, but he couldn't get rid of his captors. I clenched my teeth and tried to raise Piercer with my right hand to attack, but the pain increased in my palm. My hands were already crippled at that point. An unbearable pain coursed through them, and I dropped Piercer to the ground. My hands continued to shake as I tried to reach for Naizun. He stopped swinging his arms and quickly removed his gloves. Then he grabbed onto the boy's legs that were wrapped around him, as if his hands were covered in something. The once grinning boy now looked dumbfounded. Then a look of terror and suspicion crossed the boy's eyes. He looked broken, the same way my Fu had looked the other day. With a loud wailing cry, the boy removed his hands from Naizun and tried to grab the hands on his legs. Now that his eyes were uncovered, Naizun quickly looked around for me. His eyes finally landed on my body. Laurel shrieked in pain as I reached out with trembling, bloody hands toward Naizun. The wounds on my palms weren't healing, but were in fact festering. Dark blood bubbled out from the wounds, and the pain continued to spread from my palms to my heart. I couldn't stand firmly, so, as I swayed there, I reached out two crippled hands trying to reach Naizun. Chapter 36, Volume 1, 36 Unexplained Death. Naizun saw my hands and his pupils seemed to sink briefly. For some reason there was an ambiguous smile on his face. After he took off his gloves, his elegant pale hands were exposed, and he looked very at ease in that moment. He pulled the legs of the boy off of his body. Naizun's actions were entirely relaxed, and the moment he saw my hands, the depressed look in his eyes turned into a strange kind of enjoyment. As he pushed away the boy's body ended up split in half. I nearly screamed out of fear. That bald boy had been ripped apart by Nizun right above his own head. Blood splattered onto my face and spilled onto Nizun's hair. But his expression still had that ambiguous smile, a kind of enjoyment on his face. He tossed aside the boy he just ripped apart, and then he walked directly over to my side. He wasn't looking at me though. Instead he walked up to Laurel, who'd just removed the arrow from her eye, but was still screaming. With his hands that were white as fresh snow atop a mountain, he grabbed Laurel's hanging legs and forcefully pulled down. He pulled her down from the rope that tied her to the stone ceiling with the ease of a person grabbing a small animal. Grabbing her by the legs, Nizun tossed Laurel over onto the boy head ripped apart. On the other side of the room, Gaokinjui's eyes tightened and the air inside the stone walls started to shake violently. My balance was already unsteady, but now with the added surge of air I fell over towards Nizun, my body still trembling and my hands still bleeding. The weird expression in Nizun's eyes suddenly turned to panic when he saw me falling. Instead of reaching out to catch me, he quickly moved to dodge me. So then I fell to the ground. Nizun bent over and picked up his gloves, quickly readorning them on his hands. After replacing his gloves on his hands, Nizun helped me up. The air in the stone room continued to shake violently. Gaokinju was surrounded in a stormy white fog, his eyes revealing something sinister and merciless. The rushing air had long ago extinguished the torch on the wall. In the darkness, Gaokinjui's eyes glowed like a beast's. It wasn't the kind of fiendish, amused expression that Nizun had worn, but rather a different kind of demonic glow. The girl behind him was being shredded to bits by the white flurry surrounding her. It wrapped around her like gentle clouds with blades, cutting in clockwork-like intervals. And then the girl disappeared without leaving a drop of blood. Gaokinju clasped his hands together, and then the air thundered explosively. As the fog spread, the entire room grew hazy. The increasingly tormenting pain inside of me was about to knock me unconscious. Before I passed out, I saw Laurel where she'd landed after Nizun tossed her. Blood still streamed from her eye. And then I heard her anguished scream turn into a strange laughter. I had another dream. Though I knew it was a dream, I couldn't wake up. I wanted to wake up to see what had happened in the stone room, but I couldn't help it. I could only watch from above as the dream unfolded. This dream took place in the split zone. I wanted to laugh at the irony, but I couldn't do anything but watch on. Before my eyes, I sat atop the western residence rooftop, my legs hanging over the edge of the building. A gust of wind tousled my hair and my dress also billowed. Lai King was there, dressed in my favorite set of her silver armor. She walked over to me and took a seat beside me. She sat with one leg bent and one hanging down, looking just like a firm, unyielding man. The outline of her handsome, heroic face was rugged like a mountain, perfecting, displaying a valiant silhouette. She smiled confidently at me. "If I have to leave one day, take my place as commander, want you?" I turned to look at her, a bright, pretty smile on my face. "No, you can't leave, Lai King. If you leave, what will happen to us?" Lai King's short indigo hair fluttered in the wind. She gave a refreshing laugh. "Nothing is impossible, Lai Shen. If I leave one day, I will put the Western District in your hands. You must protect it well." I pouted. "Lai King, don't scare me. Do you think I'm cut out for that kind of thing? Moreover, there's still Lai Wenjie, and if she don't want to be the commander, Yu Jai is also very good at taking care of business. I'm not capable enough though, and my mental force is very low." A strange light appeared in Lai King's eyes. A good commander doesn't simply need a high mental force. They need a strong heart that allows them protect their people. I mocked myself with a laugh. "Even more reason I'm unfit. You know very well that I'm a weak person." Lai King narrowed her eyes, an honorable trustworthiness in her expression. "No, you can do it," she said. "But if there were a condition for being the district commander, there is something that feels a bit wrong that I don't identify with, but I must follow." I tilted my head and asked her, "What is it?" Lai King gave a slightly helpless expression. "Though few who arrive in the split zone ever return home, some do. But because the district commander cannot be changed too often or on a whim, those who are chosen as district commanders must lack the desire to leave." I pursed my lips and thought for a moment. Then with a slight smile I replied, "If that's the case, then I guess I fit the requirement." "Desire to leave? Haha, I really don't have much of that." Lai Qing's face, which displayed feminine grace and masculine determination at the same time, grew more distinct before me. She looked at me with the crystal-clear eyes of an angel who would never lie. And then she said, "I'm sure that I've chosen the right person. It stands to reason that when you dream you don't feel emotions because you're just watching a memory of the past unfolding before your eyes. Dreams in the split zone are in the end just a kind of memory. But in this moment, watching from above, I felt my heart ache. Lai Qing, are you sure you didn't choose the wrong person?" My eyes gradually opened and I finally woke up. I didn't immediately sit up and instead quietly thought about my dream. How long has it been since I've seen Lai Qing even in a dream? A roller coaster of sadness swirled through my heart. I refused to feel that way, so I shook my head to stop the thoughts. I sat up and realized that we had already returned to the dorm we were staying at in the southern district. Naizun was standing beside the bed, quietly staring out the window, his hands stuffed in his pockets as usual. Head changed into a clean black windbreaker. I wanted to open my mouth. I had a lot of things I wanted to ask about. Is everyone okay? Did they get out of that place? Was Song Lu saved? What happened with Laurel? But no matter how I opened my mouth, the questions wouldn't come out. Naizun seemed to have realized I'd woken up, so he turned around. With a carefree and indifferent expression, he asked, "You're awake?" "MMH. He walked over and sat down beside me. Our eyes met. Naizun spoke quietly. "We saved Song Lu, but we couldn't do anything about the 3 kids. And while we weren't paying attention, the 2 women committed suicide with their splitting keys." With eyes wide, I asked, "What do you mean you couldn't do anything about the kids?" Naizun looked at me. "Laurel escaped when I went to help you. And the other 2 kids didn't end up healing." Incredulous, I asked, "What does that mean, they didn't heal?" "Exactly what I said. They didn't heal. The boy I split in half, and the girl that Gao Kenji shred to pieces didn't end up healing. They died." Naizun spoke of death easily. I frowned with disbelief at what I heard. Without using a splitting key, one couldn't die in the split zone. Wait. Unless, is it because their physical bodies in the real world are already dead? I asked. Suddenly Jai Paul walked in with a medicine box. Having heard my words, he replied, "Yes, they didn't heal because their physical bodies have died." Even more surprised, I asked, "How could there be such a coincidence? We attacked people whose physical bodies were already dead." Jai Paul walked over to me and placed a medicine box down on the table. Then he started undoing the gauze wrapping on my hands. It was only then that I realized that my hands had indeed been bandaged up. As he worked, Jai Pa said no. For some reason, Naizun and Gaiakinjui's attacks directly caused their hearts to stop beating. After he unwrapped my hands, I saw that they'd already healed, but Jai Pa still applied medicine to them. "Of course this is just my conjecture," he said. "As for the strange creatures on Song Lu's body, they are called demon leeches. They've only appeared in the split zone once before. Though creatures like them originally didn't exist in the split zone, there's a rumor that they may have been created by chemically refining insects brought here by a soul snatcher. I've never heard about their use or how much harm they can cause though." I grabbed onto Jai Pa's arm with my hands and the medicine on my palms smeared to his arm. "What about Song Lu? Is she okay?" Jai Pa removed my hands from his arm and continued applying medicine. Ms. Song Lu is currently fine. When I pulled her out from the barrel, she had indeed been terribly wounded. But after her wounds healed, there was no sign of the leeches. For now I can't tell. She's still unconscious though, so we'll have to wait for her to wake up before we can ask her anything. There was no way to force someone to wake from a coma in the split zone. Our physical bodies are originally already in a comatose state, so if our conscious is also in such a state, no amount of stimulation will wake someone, so it just depends on their willpower. My lips trembled. Song Lus ended up in this state. Yu Liang's whereabouts are unknown. Laurel seems to have turned into some strange creature and has now gone missing. I couldn't speak anymore, so I closed my eyes as if that would take me away from this world. But I knew that would just be deceiving myself. Ms. Shen, don't worry too much. After Jai Pa applied the medicine, he wrapped my hands back up. Piercer's sting is worse than I originally thought. It even spread to the rest of your body. Please rest. Though your hands may have healed, you'll need to apply a cleansing medicine for a while. As Jaipa packed away his medicine, he told me additionally, we've already relayed the events to Ms. Gos. She and Gaokin Ju are currently waiting next door for you to wake up and discuss the situation. Zem NH1, if you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 37. Volume 1. 37 Most Beautiful Exchange. When the three of us arrived next door, we discovered Gos and Gaokin Ju silently facing each other, dressed in a school uniform. Gos looked like a stiff SD doll. One. Gaokin Ju stood on the other side of the room, similarly cold and still. I walked in and seeing them standing there upright and motionless like mannequins, I didn't quite know how to start the conversation. So I turned to Gos and asked, where's Guan Nai? At the mention of Guan Nai, Gaokin Ju's eyes trembled and he turned to look at me. His long narrow eyes carried a strange expression. I didn't want to look him in the eyes, so I continued to watch Gos. Gos turned her neck a bit. He went off to who knows where and disappeared before you guys returned. He never reports his plans to me. But Lai Shen, what were you thinking going into the border forest, just the three of you on your own? Even I've only passed by and never traveled too deep inside. Gaokin Ju sneered. So you know then that our southern district doesn't welcome you. Gos seemed unfazed by his hostility though. Lightly she replied, you killed one of the kids from my district, but you're still using such pointed language. Her words seemed to have had an effect as Gaokin Ju's expression changed slightly, and he didn't make a retort. After she finished speaking, Gos' eyes shifted to Jaipa. Everyone's here now. Can you explain what you've deduced now? Jaipa pushed up his glasses and began calmly. It's like this. If I may be so daring, I believe that someone is plotting a scheme to kill others without paying with their own life. What we know so far of the split zone is that as long as people protect their split symbol, no matter the harm that comes to them, they will not die. But if your physical body in the real world dies, then you will also end up dying here. My current suspicion is that someone is refining a poison that can directly bypass our consciousness and attack our physical bodies. With that we lose our ability to heal in the split zone and thusly well die. I didn't quite understand. You mean to say that those who fused with the demon leeches will lose their ability to heal, but Song Lu has already healed, hasn't she? Jaipa shook his head. The poison may not come from the leeches, or perhaps there are many types of poison and the leeches were just used for one such experiment. As you saw, the girl with the mole and the bald boy were both unable to heal after they were attacked. They directly died. From that we can deduce that they had another kind of poison in their bodies. I frowned. You mean that they were used for a different experiment? Jaipa nodded. Yes. Ms. Laurel was able to heal after Ms. Oshen's arrow struck her, so she was likely subject to a different type of poison. By the way, Ms. Oshen, during your exchange with Ms. Laurel, did you notice anything strange? I tried my best to recall the memory that I didn't want to remember. After a moment I suddenly thought of something. When Laurel was strangling me, her strength was no joke. Naizun couldn't pull her off of me either. And it wasn't just pure physical strength. When she attacked me, it felt like something was pressing down on my mind as well. Naizun spoke up. Indeed, she was very strange at the time. My strength didn't seem to affect her at all, and when I grabbed her arms I also felt a pressure on my mind. Gos suddenly spoke coldly. Whatever experiments there may be, the only thing we know is that these poisonous creatures don't originally exist in the split zone. There's probably only one person who could create the things you're talking about. With an unfriendly expression she looked at Gaokin Ju. If I'm not recalling incorrectly, the Southern District's soul snatcher wrong. Jin has the very ability to bring animal and insect souls to the split zone. Gaokin Ju, with all this evidence pointing to you guys, are you sure you don't want to let Si Luo show himself? At Gos' mention of Si Luo, Gaokin Ju's expression turned chilly. It's just speculation, but you're already insisting that wrong. Jin is to blame. Is this how you two district commanders operate? I responded just as coldly. At the least we can be certain that the Southern District can't be cleared of all blame regarding the events these past days. Gaokin Ju glared at me, and without cowering down I returned his stare. Just then several knocks came on the door. The knocks came successively and quickly, signaling the urgency of the person waiting outside. After about 5 or 6 knocks, the person outside simply pushed open the door and walked inside. Joe, I only went out for half a day, and when I returned to find my pets, none of them are here. What's going on? Like a young woman complaining about their lover's later arrival to a date. Guan fiddled with his long hair as he bounced in through the door. When he walked in, he looked up. He was a bit taken aback by the full room, and then his pampered smile returned. But then when his eyes landed on Gao Qinju, he paused again. The hair had been fiddling with finally dropped from his hands. Guan stood gracefully, and the strands of hair floated down to meet the rest of his hair behind him. Guan's long phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, and his red lips curved into a subtle smile. At the same time, Gao Qinju also narrowed his eyes. The two of them looked at each other for a while as if no one else was present. The flow of air in the room even seemed to slow. Or maybe I was just imagining it. Subconsciously I ended up holding my breath, my eyes flitting back and forth between the two strange men. Their attractive force was truly something. One had the cold yet radiant appearance of a reaper whom you couldn't keep your eyes off of. The other had a head of flowing white hair, dressed in a snow-white robe with beautiful sparkling eyes, looking like an immortal figure. The room was silent. And then, as if admitting defeat, Gao Qinju lifted his hand and casually ruffled his hair, avoiding Guan's gaze. Long time, Guan. Guan tilted his head, and his white hair streamed down from his right shoulder like a flowing waterfall. His eyes narrowed more, the outline of his face beautiful and touching. His lips tender and lovely as a flower gently opened. Yes, it's been a long time, Gao Qinju. I shamefully swallowed my saliva, unable to take my eyes off of Guan's bewitching face. I sighed inwardly. The rotten pervert was seriously beautiful. Guan's head remained slightly tilted. His figure hidden beneath his white robes was fair and graceful. Although those weren't words meant for describing a man, but he was seriously way too beautiful. I suddenly turned a somewhat sinister feel to them. Guan, better not bother me about not letting you know in advance. I didn't know they were going to bring him back. A light as a burning flame suddenly appeared in Guan's eyes. He looked like a lecher who'd laid eyes upon a beautiful woman, or perhaps a starving ghost who saw a platter of sumptuous food. A slightly glistening tongue slipped out from his mouth and licked his lips. With an enchanting smile he replied, "Don't worry. It's my pleasure to be able to see the person whom I spend all day and night wishing to tear their muscles and peel off their skin." His raging eyes locked onto Gao Qinju's face, as if they had the power to entangle together with Gao Qinju's person. My appreciation of Guan's expression suddenly changed directions. His words really made my heart thump. Tearing muscles and peeling skin. This touching and ethereal voice uttering such words actually didn't sound frightening, but more like an unrivaled beauty fluttering her eyes that could charm a person in an instant as she told you, "Give your life to me." Instead of being scared, you want to nod your head. Yes, take it. However, as I am a woman through and through, I was unaffected by his spell. Instead, I started to ponder the relationship between these two. Was this a love and hate relationship? I started to imagine their story in my head. When I thought of how Gao Qinju always seemed to become unhinged at the mention of Liuo, I brazenly supposed had Guan yearned for the legendary beauty of Liuo, and so in the dark of night snuck into the southern district to force himself onto Liuo, causing Gao Qinju to erupt with anger and wage a grand battle against Guan. Or perhaps the fair and graceful pretty boy heard that Liuo was the most beautiful man in the split zone, and out of jealousy and resentment he traveled to the southern district to murder Liuo. But then he was righteously beat up by the protector Gao Qinju. Or maybe Guan was attracted by the cold Gao Qinju and persisted in chasing after him to eat him up. My thoughts wantonly flew around inside my head, every possible link they might have popping into my mind. Suddenly a chuckle broke my thoughts. A bit indignant, I looked over at the guy with black gloves covering his mouth like a naughty child. With a smile and a teasing expression, Naizun, who didn't lose out to the others in looks with his gloomy radiance, told me, "Lai Shen, wipe the drool off your face." I felt my face instantly turn red. But that must have just been in my head, for my face never got red. I quickly wiped my mouth. Wipe. But I quickly realized that there was nothing there. PFFT, even Jaipa, who'd been quiet the entire time, couldn't help scoffing. Gos also glanced over at me. And then I finally realized that I'd bitten Nizun's bait. I glared at him, but quickly my eyes returned to Gaekin Jiu and Guan Nai, not wanting to miss a single second of their show. They continued to stare at each other, completely ignoring everyone else. Chapter 38. Volume 1. 38. The culprit was Nizun. Jos cut off their exchange. Guan Nai, why don't you two settle your accounts later? Let's first deal with the shocking matter that Lai Shen and her pals brought back after rushing into the south-north border forest. Guan Nai's phoenix eyes slanted upwards. I'm not curious, nor do I care about any of that. Don't you know? Jos' crafty eyes turned. If I told you that someone was trying to develop a method of killing in the split zone without the use of a split symbol and splitting key, would you be interested then? Then a light seemed to flood forth from her eyes. Locked on Guan Nai, she said, if there were such a method, then you wouldn't need to sacrifice yourself to kill Gao Kenjiu. I inhaled a breath of air. This, do you need to be so direct when Gao Kenjiu is right in front of us? But it was clear that her words had an effect, because a spark of curiosity flashed across Guan Nai's eyes. Before Guan Nai could respond, though, Gao Kenjiu spoke to Jos. Don't tease. His only motive is to get rid of me, is for his own well-being. He's never been concerned with that. But these experiments won't help him with anything. The problem now isn't whether he'll have to pay with his life after killing me, it's the fact that he's unable to kill me in the first place. As if putting on his haughty and ruthless outer coat, Gao Kenjiu raised his head slightly, somewhat by habit. Instead of retorting, Guan Nai simply glanced over at him. Then he walked over to sit down at the desk, his long robe swaying along the way. He crossed his legs and his soft silk robes covered his inelegant action. He pulled his hair forward from behind his head, letting it fall to his legs. After pouring himself a cup of water, he drank it leisurely as if he had nothing to say. The situation between the two of them was becoming more and more unclear to me. Jos saw that Guan Nai wasn't speaking to Gao Kenjiu, and that the latter was also simply staring at the former. So Jos spoke up. What should we do now then? Jaipa suddenly jumped and checked to see if Ms. Songlu has woken up. Perhaps she'll be able to offer us some clues. At the thought of Songlu, my chest tightened. The weak coward that I was, I didn't dare to check if she'd woken. I couldn't help closing my eyes when I recalled the hair-raising scene inside that stone room. The smell of blood and massacre seemed to linger at my nose, and I didn't dare to breathe too deeply. Jaipa, who had just stepped out to check on Songlu in the other room, suddenly backstepped into the room. It seemed as if he'd seen something when he walked out. He pushed his glasses up on his nose as he backed into the room, one step at a time. We all turned to him. Without us realizing, Songlu had already woken up and she was standing in front of the door. She held a sword up to Jaipa as he slowly retreated. Wrapped in her sexy black attire, she approached Jaipa. Must have had someone change her clothes in the ensuing time. Her large curls of hair casually rested on her shoulders. Her breasts were beautifully outlined by her tight-fitting black clothes. She looked as sultry and beautiful as before, only her eyes seemed a bit sunken, her face a bit fatigued. Her spirit hadn't entirely been recovered. Her eyes were filled with a hateful, murderous intent, as well as a deep fear mixed in with some pain. With her sword pointed at Jaipa, she approached. I quickly stepped forward and held up my hands, trying to placate her. Songlu Jie. But Songlu only glanced at me before looking around at the rest of the room. When her loathing eyes landed on Nizun, she exploded. With her sword raised, she flew past me over to Nizun. Nizun, you're going to pay. Everything came so unexpectedly that I could only stare blankly at the scene before me. Songlu flew at Nizun with her sword, but he swiftly stepped out of the way, causing her to run into empty space. She flipped her hair and pressed her lips together and then turned to attack again. I grabbed Piercer and caught Songlu's sword. My hand wasn't as nimble because it was still bandaged, but I was still able to stop Songlu. She clenched her teeth and pulled back on her sword. She pulled with more and more force as she glared resentfully at me. Lai Shen, you had better stay out of this. Otherwise, even if it's you, I won't show any mercy. What exactly happened? I couldn't help shouting out loud. Tears suddenly appeared in Song Lu's eyes. Nizon, he's the person who planned all of this. He killed Yu Liang. What? Taken aback, my grip on Piercer loosened. While my guard was down, Song Lu immediately pulled back her sword and lunged at Nizon. Nizon, I will kill you here today to avenge Yu Liang. Nizon easily dodged her attack, his expression seemingly unaffected by the sudden events. With his same carefree tone he said, I don't know what you're talking about. Jai Pa moved to stop Song Lu. Ms. Song Lu, please calm down. Tell us the entire situation. Perhaps there's a misunderstanding somewhere. Yes, Song Lu Jie, what exactly happened? I quickly asked. When Jai Pa reached out to block her, Song Lu paused, but her sword remained aimed at Nizon. The tears welling up in her eyes suddenly started to flow down. Shen, that day Nizon came to our room to seek out Yu Liang. You know about Yu Liang's ability, it's not something that just anyone can fight against. Moreover, his split symbol was activated then. But Nizon isn't just an ordinary person. Yu Liang hadn't suspected Nizon at all, and he didn't use his projection ability. But then Nizon ambushed us. He poured some type of inhibitor on us so that we couldn't use our mental force, and then we were brought to the pit. Then those two women kept torturing me with strange poisons. Some kind of poisonous bugs ate at me until they were absorbed into my body. But Yu Yang's body rejected them. In the end, to prove the viability of the experiment, Nizon stabbed Yu Liang with a sword covered in my blood. Song Lu grew more distressed and continuous streams of tears flowed down her face. I gave a slight smile. That can't be. Nizon wouldn't do that kind of thing. Song Lu looked at me with tears in her eyes. Would I lie to you? I shook my head. You wouldn't lie to me either. So there must be something strange going on here. Jai Pa nodded. Perhaps someone changed their appearance to look like Nizon. Song Lu shook her head and a stream of tears slipped down her face. That can't be. To disguise yourself as someone else you must have a very high mental force. To imitate Nizon isn't an easy feat, and they would have to understand Nizon's habits as well. It had to be him. Jai Pa took a step forward. Ms. Song Lu, calm down. Where's Mr. Yu Liang right now? Maybe we can still save him. At his words, Sun Lu's expression tensed in anguish. He can't be saved. I don't know what kind of poison they put into me, but now whoever is harmed with my blood, they cannot heal. I saw Nizon stab Yu Liang in the heart with a sword covered in my blood. Her tears fell angrily and she raised her sword to Nizon again. Jai Pa nodded profoundly. My suspicions were correct then. Someone is really trying to develop a method to directly kill others in the split zone. Gos suddenly stood up. Things are getting more and more complicated. Nizon, what do you have to say for yourself? Then Guan Nai stepped forward. With a playful laugh he said, although I don't quite understand all that you're saying, there's no need to suspect my pet yet. Gaokenju's brows raised slightly, but he didn't intend to speak up. Nizon replied lightly, there's nothing in particular I have to say, but it wasn't me. Song Lu bit her lip and a trickle of blood dripped down. Then she raised her sword with one arm and slit her other arm. A strange, pungent and irritating scent seemed to exude from the dark black blood flowing from her arm. Then she slashed the blood-contaminated sword at Nizon again. You're going to insist on evading your wrongdoing? Don't blame me for disregarding our year's worth of friendship, Song Lu shouted loudly. An apprehensive feeling washed over me. Without hesitation or any questions I raised my hand to stop Song Lu's sword. Because of my close proximity to Song Lu, I saw my bandaged hand get chopped off by her sword. Suddenly the booming sound of an explosion sounded. Jo's eyes tightened. Gaokenju raised his left hand and the two of them started to control the airflow. Blocked by their air blades, Song Lu was pushed back. Nizon had already made his way over to my side. Song Lu landed on the ground. She looked up, warm tears rolling down her face. Shen, are you really not going to help avenge Yu Yang? My chest tightened. With a frown I replied, Song Lu Jie, I understand what you're feeling, but you need to calm down right now. Zun was not the perpetrator. I will vouch for it with my own life. Down on the ground, Song Lu's pain tears streamed down her cheeks. How could I possibly want your life, but who will compensate for Yu Liang's? I finally couldn't stand it any longer. Pushing aside Nizun who was blocking me, I knelt down beside Song Lu and hugged her. Song Lu Ga, trust me. I can't explain the specifics of it, but Nizun definitely didn't do that. Suddenly Gos, who had just helped me, spoke up. Lai Shen, if you're hiding something, it's best that you tell us all now. Everyone is here now. Though I don't know how it was for you before, but right now it's not only people from your district who have died. A child from our district has also died, even if it's Nizun. If there's any suspicion, I won't turn a blind eye to it. Gaoken Jiu must have some enmity for Gos, for after she spoke he was quick to mock. You speak as though you're so righteous. Are you truly concerned for the kid, or are you just concerned that Si Luo may be involved? Jos fumed. Guan Na yawned and his bewitching eyes jumped. Must you mock Gos? After all, are you truly standing here right now out of concern for the southern district? Aren't you also doing this for that Si Luo, or whoever? Gaoken Jiu's eyes turned cold. I finally couldn't stand it anymore. I turned and shouted, enough. Chapter 39. Volume 1. 39 Points of Doubt. As I held on to Song Lu, I turned my head. I felt an indescribable anger, and my eyes were cold as ice as I looked over all their faces. I sneered, what are you all pretending to be noble and virtuous for? If we're talking about motives, which of us here isn't acting for their own selfish reasons, attacking each other like this? Will you only know your place once we've all been sliced up and served to the enemy on a platter? You all may want to die, but I, Lai Shen, do not want to join you. I rarely get angry, and I've never spoken such biting words. Everyone was silent from shock. I turned back to Song Lu and made my voice as gentle as I could. Song Lu, others don't know this, but Nizun and I are linked together. When I arrived in the split zone, the blonde man told me that Nizun had joined with my second identity, so Nizun and I must always remain within 500 meters of each other. That's why it always seems like you see Nizun when you see me. That's also why Nizun couldn't have gone to the pit to attack you without me. If he were to try traveling more than 500 meters from me, he wouldn't be able to move. When I saw Song Lu's disbelieving eyes, I added, it's true. If you don't believe me, we can show you. We must always remain within 500 meters of the other. So he couldn't have been the murderer. If it had been him, then that means he would have had a plot together with me. You may not believe him, but do you not believe me either? Song Lu looked at me, and then she looked at Nizun. I lowered my head, silent for a moment. Then I turned around again, looking over everyone's faces to see what they were thinking after my speech. This is Nizun's secret as well as mine. I had to tell you about it to prove his innocence, but I hope that no one will use this information to harm Nizun in the future. If you dare to divulge this information to anyone else, or if you try to use it to threaten us, whether you're a district commander or a high and lofty person, I swear that you will make an eternal enemy out of me. When Nizun saw my imposing manner, a sliver of warmth crossed his eyes. But still he spoke in a cynical tone as if things were completely unrelated to him. Oh no, the secret's out. But no worries. Come find me anytime you'd like. He playfully glanced at Gos and Gaoken Jiu. A devilish smile appeared on Gaoken Jiu's face. Does this count as a weakness? Isn't it more like if someone wants to attack one of you, they now have to face two people? However, he said, if one of you were to suddenly decide to play guardian angel, then I'm afraid that this would truly be quite the weakness. My heart sunk. Gaoken Jiu suddenly pointed a finger at me, and looked over at Nizun with interest. Nizun, this is the reason that you don't attack others and have never joined any groups, isn't it? You'd rather live this lazy life, because you're worried that this woman who can't leave your side will get hurt. I immediately raised my head and glared at Gaoken Jiu. Gaoken Jiu looked a bit taken aback by my cold look. He gave a slight shrug of his shoulders. Nizun slipped one hand into his pocket while he used the other to flip up his coat collar. In his casual way he said, how could that be? I'm the one afraid of getting hurt, and I expect that she will protect me. Then he mischievously fluttered his eyes at me. I tried to maintain my cold, uncaring demeanor, but I quickly lost out and rolled my eyes. Gaoken Jiu narrowed his eyes, but didn't speak. Jos looked around and said, I have no interest in spreading this information. Guan and I also complied. Of course, I wouldn't say anything detrimental about my pet. After everyone made clear their thoughts, I turned my attention back to Song Lu lying in my arms. She had already stopped crying. After looking at me a long while, she finally sighed and said, "I believe you, Shen." And then, as if all her exhaustion had finally caught up to her, her eyes drooped and she quietly mumbled, "Even if I can't trust anyone else, I have to at least trust you. Shen, I've always thought of you as my little sister, you know." I bit my lip, raising my hand to gently pet Song Lu's hair. Song Lu finally dropped the sword in her hand. Her eyelashes fluttered ever so slightly and then she collapsed in my arms. With a loud, tearful cry she wailed, "Ah Shen Yuliang, it was my blood that hurt him. The illusion I saw came true, and he really left me. Ah Shen, is this really not a dream? Split zone, this damned place. Why does the split zone exist? Ah Shen, tell me." Her sobs felt like 1,000 knives stabbing into my heart. It hurt, but I couldn't escape it. Jaipa hurried over and crouched down. "Ms. Song Liu said that you saw someone who looked like Nizun stab a blood-covered sword into Yu Liang's heart. What happened after that?" Song Lu sniffled, not quite sure what Jaipa meant. And then he stopped moving. "Ever since I absorbed those bugs into my body, anyone who is harmed with my blood is unable to heal." He stopped moving and then he was dragged off. Jaipa pushed his glasses up. "That means that we can't be certain that Yu Liang is dead. You didn't see his body fade away, right?" Song Lu seemed a bit skeptical, but she shook her head. Jaipa thought for a moment and then picked up the blood-covered sword that Song Lu had dropped to the ground. He made a small cut on his palm. Blood flowed out as Song Lu shouted, "Ah!" At once I grew apprehensive. Though I didn't shout out, my eyes were glued to Jaipa's hand. His expression was solemn as he watched his bleeding palm that didn't immediately heal. After a while he suddenly said, as expected, "Look, the wound doesn't heal immediately, but the wound doesn't continue bleeding either. That is, the body of my consciousness has become like a physical body. After being infected by Song Lu's blood, my body seems unable to heal, but this inability to heal is more like a slowing inability to heal, as if my body were made of the flesh and blood of the real world. That is to say that if you want to use a blood-smeared weapon to kill someone, you must still deal a killing blow that would take out a real human body. Only then will that person die." It was clear that his explanation left me a bit confused, as the neurons fired off in my brain trying to follow Jaipa's thought process. But then suddenly I recalled the day I found Jos lying on the ground bleeding out. Jos' physical body had been harmed, so her conscious body had similarly suffered. Ordinarily, when we're harmed in the split zone, our physical bodies don't end up injured unless, of course, we die from an attack on our split symbols. So Jaipa was basically saying that Song Lu's blood can now break this barrier, allowing injuries on the conscious body to be transferred to the physical body. So would Jaipa's hand in the real world also be injured like this? Song Lu was still leaning in my arms. Her eyelashes quivered again. Perhaps that's the case. But Yu Liang was attacked at his heart. The sword went directly into his chest. If our physical bodies were injured like that, would there even be a chance of survival? Jaipa pushed up his glasses. "But you didn't see Yu Liang's body disappear. From what we know, if your body in the real world dies, your body here will disappear. This is the only method of verifying a death. Though it seems the person behind everything wanted to use this sorcery to refine a method for harming the physical body, there appears to be a limit to its abilities. If Mr. Yu Liang didn't disappear, then there are two possibilities. One is that his body hadn't been killed immediately. The other is that he may have been used in a different experiment and his body has already been altered." A glimmer of hope slipped onto Song Lu's eyes. Yes, the bugs they used on his body were different than mine. But I couldn't help frowning. They must have another laboratory space then. If they dragged Yu Liang away, they must have somewhere to take him to. And it wouldn't be too far away, which means it should be in the southern district still. Suddenly my eyes flew over to Gaokinju. He seemed to have come to the same conclusion, and he also frowned slightly. Jaipa agreed. "The faster we uncover the truth, the better. Our opponent remains hidden. If we are unable to discover their true motive, our 3 districts will not be safe." Guanai suddenly laughed. "Goodness, with such a big ordeal happening, are you sure you don't want to contact the blonde?" Guanai spoke my thoughts out loud. I couldn't help thinking about the fact that if we hadn't decided to travel to the northern district to uncover the truth of the split zone, we might not have discovered these secret operations, and we would have certainly been in more danger. Gao Qingju suddenly spoke up. It's no use. The blonde's gone missing. No one can contact him. Si Luo tried to call him out before, but he didn't appear. If you don't believe me, you can try calling for him. What? Although the method for contacting him was very dumb, as long as one of the district commanders called for him, he would certainly appear. If he didn't, could he truly have gone missing? I still didn't dare to believe it. I helped Song Lu up, and then I walked over to the window. I opened it and shouted outside, the most handsome, invincible, cutest, strongest, and greatest leader im your fan, please meet with me. In the past, shouting this out had been embarrassing, but today when Mr. Blonde didn't appear from the sky, I finally seemed to feel the graveness of the situation. Chapter 40. Volume 1. 40. He's not Gao Kai. I tried shouting again, and again there was no response. I'd never come across a situation like this before. Turning to Gao Qingju, I asked how long ago did Si Luo discover he couldn't make contact. Last month. Suddenly a fear came over me. It wasn't because I was a coward, but all the events that had occurred seemed to hint at an imminent disaster. This disaster wouldn't just be a setback or a difficulty. This disaster would be an inevitable, unescapable punishment from the heavens that we would all be forced to bear. My intuition has always been accurate. Though I may not know what these bad omens mean precisely, I do know that I'm very frightened of what's to come. One day many years later I would recall this day, and I would regret it. I should have avoided the disaster when faced with it. Like I always had before, I should have avoided it instead of charging forward bravely. But in that moment I couldn't predict what lied ahead in the future. Instead I said, so what should we do now? It seems our only option is to turn over all of the southern district to find any other experiment sites. But before Si Luo appears, it probably wouldn't be good for us to act unscrupulously, right? Gao Qingju, are you truly planning to continue hiding Si Luo from us? A dejected expression appeared on his face. I cannot, no matter what else happens, I cannot bring you to Si Luo. That's enough, Gao Qingju suddenly shouted out, enraged. Without Si Luo, can we resolve this situation? Even if you can do, you think that by hiding him away like this, Si Luo will be safe? Gao Qingju shot her a cold look, and suddenly a deathly aura permeated the air. He shouted, don't act like you're infallible. No matter how much you may know about Si Luo's situation, remember that it has nothing to do with you. I will protect Si Luo. You don't need to get involved. A ruthlessness showed in his eyes. Moreover, how can I be sure that all of this isn't part of one of your plots? Who knows if you're the one who planned all of this just to draw out Si Luo? But I'm afraid you've wasted your efforts. Listen clearly. No matter what you do, Si Luo will never be attracted to you. It's impossible between the two of you. I couldn't help feeling shocked at his cold, resolute words. It's impossible between the two of you. Lai Shen, it's impossible between the two of you. The words once spoken to me echoed in my ears again. I looked at the person before me, who looked exactly like Senior Gao Kai. Seeing the gentlest and warmest person I'd known suddenly speak so firmly, my body subconsciously stepped forward. I walked up to Gao Qingju. The audience around me looked somewhat startled, as if watching a person who'd been possessed. But Gao Qingju, instead of looking surprised at my strange behavior, continued to look at me with his chilly expression. When I finally stood in front of him, I raised my head and looked at his face, imagining that it wasn't stiff and cold. I imagined that there wasn't cruelty and ruthlessness in his eyes. I imagined that his lips that spoke with the world's most enchanting voice hadn't just sharply attacked another. I felt my eyes grow moist. Lai Shen, you and he will never be together. The voice echoed in my head, like a child praying to heaven, tears streaming down my face. I looked up at Gao Qingju. He finally looked a bit shaken. Confusion and suspicion crossed his eyes. But there was also a kind of helplessness and sympathy. Was I mistaken? I continued to stare into his eyes, motionless. This was how charming he was. I couldn't look away. I wanted him to be completely mine. Mine. Why should you have him? You didn't have him enough yet. You killed him. No. He didn't die. Isn't he here right in front of my eyes? There seemed to be another voice inside my head. Gaokenju, do you really enjoy tempting people this much? You must, don't you? While I been distracted, Guan Nai had walked over to me, his gown swaying with each step. His beautiful eyes were locked on Gaokenju as he spoke. Suddenly I felt my thoughts clearing up. God, what was I just doing? How could I have been so entranced that I stared at Gaokenju like that he's not Gao Kai? Feeling a bit embarrassed, I quickly moved away from Gaokenju. As I hurried away, I glanced at Nai Zun. There was a strange gloominess in his eyes that I couldn't understand. It felt like I was never able to understand his expressions. Gaokenju turned to the side slightly, as if unwilling to face Guan Nai straight on. Instead of answering Guan Nai's nonsensical question, he turned to Jos. I will to my utmost ability uncover the truth. However, I won't be allowing you to meet with Si Liuo. I still hold my suspicions about you, but I will make things clear. His remarks seemed to be a move to wrap up this talk. He essentially agreed that that situation was suspicious and he offered to help us investigate. Jos had remained motionless since his jeering remarks earlier. Now the crackling of her turning neck sounded. Since you refuse to allow me to meet Si Liuo, we should start investigating these things. But you'll have to bring out the soul snatcher Rong Jin. You can do that at least, can't you? Seeing Jos' compromise, I let out a relieved sigh. For some reason I didn't like watching everyone make Gaokenju out to be the enemy. Even though we're not from the same group and our situation, fighting amongst ourselves wouldn't help us at all. Gaokenju suddenly laughed without restraint. I rarely interact with that illusionist and soul snatcher, so naturally I don't know their whereabouts either. I'm starting at the same point as all of you, so let's just search together. Jos was unexpectedly compliant. Okay. With how arrogant you are, it would be true that you don't end up interacting with many people. Then for now, well, remain in the southern district, and you'd best stay with us while we investigate. I suddenly thought of something, and I probed. Speaking of Gaokenju, do you know how to travel across the south-north border? Everyone was quiet and everyone seemed surprised that I would ask such a question. Gaokenju scoffed. Traveling across the border, I don't know about that, but you shouldn't spend so much time worrying about impossible things as that. I don't care about the blonde's disappearance. I am only responsible for the southern district. Then he walked towards the window. You should stay here. I'll check the news going around. Before I return, I hope you won't make any moves. Since we've agreed to cooperate, we should discuss our plans together. It wasn't a request as much as a warning. After he finished speaking, he jumped out the window. Guan Nai's eyes lit up. As he watched Gaokenju's disappearing figure, he said, you all discuss. Same as before. When you've decided what you're doing, have my pet let me know. Seeing Guan Nai about to start tailing Gaokenju, Jos grabbed him. Don't do anything to them. Got it? Guan Nai gave a sidelong glance. Yeah, got it. Jos stared at Guan Nai's face before finally releasing him. And then Guan Nai's white robe floated out the window. Ms. Shen, you should rest. Your hand hasn't healed completely yet, so you should be resting more these few days. It won't be easy to uncover the truth here, and rushing will do us no good. We need to make sure that we're strong first, Jai Pa urged. Jai Pa was right. I nodded in agreement. Don't worry, I'll be sure to rest. Jai Pa walked over to Song Lu. Ms. Song Lu, I'll have to inconvenience you to stay with me for a few days. I can't be certain if your body will have any reactions, so I'll need to test your blood again. Song Lu nodded. I signaled to Song Lu, and after her eyes met mine, she left with Jai Pa to their room. As Jos left, she walked past me and glanced over. Her expression was unreadable as she said, Gaokenju is most definitely not a nice guy. You'd do well not to get involved with him. Her coarse voice was usually emotionless, but for some reason I thought I heard some concern in her voice. So I responded with a slight smile. The room was empty but for Nai Zun and me. He leaned lazily against the wall with his hands in his pockets. His eyes swept around the room, not looking at anything in particular. I felt a bit tired, so I returned to the bed and quietly lied down. Nai Zun remained leaning on the wall. After everyone left, he hadn't spoken a word. I glanced at him and finally asked, what's going on under your gloves? You can't touch anything. I recalled the times that my Fu and the bald boy touched his hands. Their faces had been filled with terror. And then I recalled that when I fell down while we were in the stone room. He hadn't helped me with his bare hands. Naizun's hair blocked his eyes from my view. Quiet and unhurried, he said, if that's the case, what of it? Naizun felt a bit different today. I sat up and looked at him. What's wrong? I turned around to the window for a look, startled to see that the sky outside was already dark. Had I been in a trance for that long during the day? Naizun's clear voice came from behind me. Lai Shen, he's Gao Qinjui, not the Gao Kai you killed. My back was facing him. In the darkness I bit my lip. Chapter 41. Volume 1. 41. Two men. After a long moment I finally released my gashed lip and admitted I know that Gao Kai is already dead, that I killed him. I turned to Naizun. He was still leaning against the wall, having straightened his body a bit. Then why do you always look at him like that? I didn't reply. After a moment he turned around, his resolute back facing me. Go ahead and rest. I'm going to look around outside. After Naizun left through the door, I remained sitting in bed. My hands were still wrapped up with white gauze. Right, Lai Shen. He's not Gao Kai. You already killed Gao Kai with your 2 hands. But why did he feel so much like Gao Kai? Well, aside from his appearance, he isn't at all like Gao Kai. Gao Kai's warmth was like the feeling of being bathed in a spring breeze. All the places he passed would appear to light up, although that may have just been in my eyes. Gao Qinjui was different. Gao Qinjui was always cold and arrogant. His eyes carried a heartless aura, like he never wanted to get involved in others' affairs, like a reaper who would impartially punish everyone for their sins. I did my best to highlight the differences between the two for them. I tried to pinpoint all their differences as a reminder to prevent myself from falling into another spell. I thought about it, and with my unconstrained imagination, for some reason I suddenly thought of Naizun. I asked myself what Naizun meant to me. He was the devil. Because my second identity lived within him, he was the devil. But what else? Naizun and Gao Kai were indeed very different. Naizun was mostly cold, though it was a different coldness from Gao Qinjui's. His coldness was like his apathy, a shadow that others didn't see. Because he was carefree and unrestrained, his coldness was concealed. Naizun was also a solitary person. I'd never seen loneliness in his eyes, but I could feel that he was solitary. His was a solitude that didn't require others' understanding, that didn't need others' sympathy. It was an undefeatable, honorable kind of solitude. What am I thinking about right now? I shook my head, unsure what exactly I was analyzing right now. Hey Lai Shen, you really are crazy, I muttered to myself as I sat in the darkness. Haha, do you really enjoy talking to yourself this much? An arrogant and teasing voice came from the window. I quickly turned my head. Gao Qinjui had already returned and was currently sitting on the windowsill watching me with his demonic eyes. Where's Guan? It seemed he couldn't bear to be away from you. I raised my eyebrows. Gao Qinjui shrugged. I lost him ages ago. If I want to get away, no one can keep up with me. I couldn't help rolling my eyes. Truly arrogant. He seemed to have seen my eye roll, and then he jumped in from the window and walked up to me. Since I was sitting with my legs crossed on my bed, he stood much taller than me. His arms were behind his back as he bent down and stuck his head into the semi-enclosed space between the top and bottom bunks. His face stretched towards mine until he was less than 10 cm from my face. I grew a bit tense at his sudden action. My heart also trembled as this face that had once enticed me so moved into such close proximity. I tried to breathe lightly, reminding myself that I'd already made it clear to myself that he and Gao Kai were two different people. He isn't Gao Kai. Lai Shen calmed down. He looked at me with his piercing eyes, and an oppressive force seemed to overcome me. I suppressed my breathing with his face so close to mine I worried that my breath would land on his face. The room was fearfully quiet. I started blinking so rapidly that the flapping of my lashes seemed audible in the silence. A wicked and entrancing smile appeared on his face. Lai Shen, does this Gao Kai person look like me? With his charming voice sounding so close to my ears I should have nearly fainted, but when I heard the name Gao Kai in his voice I suddenly felt a chill. I looked down, trying to avoid his gaze. Yes. Did you love him? Gao Qinjui teased. With my eyes still lowered I replied yes. Gao Qinjui's laugh grew frostier. So the reason you're risking your life to get to the northern district to find a way to leave the split Zone is because you want to return to your world and meet him again to meet with that person who looks like me. He held my chin in his hand and pulled me closer to him. My eyes widened and his eyes shined. Now that you've seen someone who looks just like him in the split zone, do you feel that you can't bear to leave? Suddenly I found it a bit laughable. I felt his strong grip on my chin as a smile appeared on my face. I looked at him, despair and hopelessness in my eyes. Sorry, I've never once thought of returning. What's the point anyway? I don't feel any desire to return and meet with him because even if I return I won't be able to meet him. Gaokenjui hadn't expected my response. After a moment he asked, is he dead? He still held my chin in his hand. I nodded and then smiled. Yes. And I was the one who killed him. Surprise and astonishment appeared on his face. It was the first time I'd seen Gaokenjui so startled. In fact, it was the first time I'd ever seen him show any emotion. Surprise was an emotion after all. After a moment he stood up straight and had a great big laugh, as if had heard the world's funniest joke. When he smiled his eyes shined like no other. It even looked like tears were about to flow out. My chin was still in his hand. His laughter was exaggerated. Haha, how interesting, too interesting, Lai Shen, you're really very interesting. I stubbornly stared at him as he laughed, refusing to look away. Suddenly the door opened and the light from the hallway streamed in. There was Naizun's tall figure. When he walked in, Gaokenjui still held my chin as he laughed. Naizun must have been taken aback, but as his back was against the light and we were a distance away, I couldn't see his expression clearly. Gaokenjui finally released me. The same cold smile was on his face, but there seemed to be an added curiosity in his eyes now. He said to me, if that's the case, Lai Shen, why not just continue living like this in the split zone? You can only have fun when you're alive. Right. Like a reaper who'd just taken a life. Expressing his enjoyment, he smiled cruelly, and then he left through the window. After he left, I could only stare at the still opened window motionless. Naizun had walked in quietly, his hands stuffed in his pockets. He walked over to the bed and without a glance in my direction he jumped onto the top bunk and lied down. I felt a bit agitated, so I got out of bed and headed over to the desk on the opposite side of the room. I poured myself a cup of water and, leaning against the wall, I looked up at Naizun lying on the top bunk. I lifted my cup about to take a sip, but the moment the cup touched my lips a gust of wind blasted my way. In an instant Naizun flipped out of bed and landed on the ground in front of me. I froze, my lips having just gotten wet. From beneath his dark bangs he glared at me, the dark billowing waves rolling in his eyes. He raised his hand and grabbed the glass of water from my hand, throwing it to the ground. He pressed his other gloved hand against the wall behind me, putting me between him and the wall. His face approached my face. Though Naizun and I were always together, this seemed to be the first time we'd ever been so close. I looked into his eyes and I saw his gray, seemingly hurt and lonely eyes. I could feel his breathing on my skin. He turned his head and his hair seemed to sweep over my forehead. His hot breath and dark burning eyes made mine feel like they were melting. For some reason my heart was pounding in my chest. It wasn't like my exchange with Gaokenjui. I wasn't holding my breath, but my heart kept beating faster and faster. If this continued, my heart would jump straight out of my chest and dance about in the air. Naizun remained like that, his dark burning eyes locked on me. But he didn't say a word. I didn't dare speak either. Instead I frowned as I couldn't handle the rapid beating of my heart. I raised a hand and pressed my palm against my own chest. My heart truly felt like it would leap out of my chest at any moment. When he saw me frown, anger flashed across Naizun's eyes. His devilish voice sounded in my ears, you happily let him hold your chin. But when I get near to you, you frown. His voice was neither loud nor quiet, neither cold nor warm. Like that, his voice boomed in my ears. Chapter 42. Volume 1. 42. Another incident. He leaned in closer to my face. His lips stopped at the corner of my mouth, his cheek rubbing against mine. He was too close for me to see his eyes. I could only feel his lips looming near my own. The bead of water on them seemed to be able to touch his lips. A dizziness overcame me and my heart beat wildly in my chest. I cursed silently, but I didn't dare consider what this situation was. Naizun's arm wrapped around me, holding me between him and the wall. He slanted his lips slightly and they touched the drop of water on my lips. Like a cloth absorbing water, his lips wicked off the water bead in an instant. My eyes widened and finally I lifted my arm. I held my hand to my chest in the space between us, trying to calm my beating heart. My lips started to tremble, but he didn't seem to care. He continued to stare at me with his shining eyes, a warmth passing over them. I opened my mouth slightly to speak, and in that moment his eyes dropped and his lips brushed past mine. They only brushed past ever so lightly, but a strong shock seemed to ripple out from my lips all the way down to my chest. I couldn't bear it any longer, and so I pushed him away with both hands and I fell to the ground. At my push, Naizun took a few steps back, looking startled. And then he laughed bitterly before slowly stuffing his hands back into the pockets of his black windbreaker. I ignored his laugh, still caught up by my beating heart that felt like it'd been struck by lightning. I frowned, holding my chest with my hands as if I'd finally found my breath. I inhaled, trying to wash away the aching, itchy feeling on my heart. As I panted, I looked at the smiling Naizun. You hurry over and help me up, my heart feels like it's about to burst. Hurry and call Jai. Ha, is this an after effect of my injury? Naizun froze and stared at me, my words taking him by surprise. I frowned and looked over at him like a fool. And then finally, as if understanding, a look of delight crossed his eyes, wiping away the dim helplessness that had been there previously. His lips curved up seductively. I couldn't help rolling my eyes. With another frown I said, have you gone insane? I said, my heart's nearly bursting out of my chest. Hurry and help me up. Naizun sneered, the dark storm in his eyes calming. He walked over and helped me up. His scent floated into my nose again. I felt his arm around me and his gaze on me, and I quickly pushed away, stepping back. A bit embarrassed, I raised a hand and kneaded my red hair. Naizun's eyes darted around and he coughed into his gloved fist. So why do you think someone would attack you, Yang, while disguised as you? I tried asking. The question seemed to suit Naizun and his darting eyes calmed. I wonder if perhaps someone is trying to incite discord between us. They want us to suspect each other. I frowned. Who could be behind a plan like that? What's his motive? Naizun stuffed his hands back into his pockets as he replied, perhaps these evildoings go deeper than we're thinking. I nodded, my heart heavy as I pondered the recent events. Bang, bang, bang. A strange banging sound suddenly came from outside the window. Naizun and I exchanged a glance. And suddenly a shadow flashed past the window. I'd been nervous, but when we made it outside I was stunned. Naizun and I were already on the first floor of the school building. We ran out from an exit, and as we stepped out the doors, a person fell from above us. I quickly tried to dodge the falling body, which then landed right beside me. Blood splattered all around and the person died. When Naizun and I looked up, we discovered that all the windows on the 11th floor of the building were shattered. Moreover, in the hundreds of broken windows were hundreds of corpses being tossed out. One after the next, bodies fell down, some nearby, some far away. One body looks to be healing as it fell. Could it be? A bad feeling came over me, but I couldn't be bothered with that right now. With a bit of mental force, I jumped up to a broken window on the 11th floor. Naizun followed close behind. I ended up in some kind of classroom. Most of the rooms in the building were classrooms, only the first 10 floors were used for temporary stay dorms. The room was empty and very tidy. I ran out the door into the corridor, which was crowded with people running out of their rooms, screaming. Because the weak southern residents had never been faced with such a situation, some simply fell to the ground in despair. The building was divided into sections separated by large doors every 100 meters or so. The bodies were being thrown out from windows in this section of the building, so I ran through the crowd searching for the person who could be behind the ordeal. The frightened crowd made it difficult to get through the corridor, but I didn't dare use any mental force lest I scare the residents even more. Naizun and I checked room after room until we arrived at the elevator at the end of the building section. Then I saw some people running past the elevator. Jai Pa and Song Lu. When I saw Song Lu, I felt my heart drop with a thud. All I could think was that as long as Song Lu wasn't behind this, that's all that mattered. Her face carried an exhaustion, but when she saw me she seemed to sigh a sigh of relief, a heartbroken look in her eyes. I also noticed that my expression wasn't good. I quickly turned to Jai Pa and asked, what's going on here? Jai-pa responded just as quickly. Ms. Song Lu and I were on the 12th floor trying to analyze a blood sample. When we heard the cries from the 11th floor, we quickly ran down, but we don't know what's going on yet. Oh, what are you talking about? I pushed past them and ran towards the next section of the building. Past the elevator was another corridor which was beginning to fill up with people leaving their rooms as well. I was trying to make my way through the increasing crowd when a figure passed by in the distance. Though there was some light, visibility was nevertheless reduced in the night. But when the figure passed by, I turned and happened to glimpse something. And then I froze. Standing frozen in spot, Nai-zun caught up to me and shook me. Lai Shen, what are you doing? I watched the figure disappear into the distance, and I finally snapped out of it. I ran forward. The figure disappeared into a room, and so I followed behind into the room. It was another classroom. The windows weren't shattered, but they were open. I ran over to the window and looked down. It didn't look like anyone had been dropped out from the window. When I looked around some more, I finally spotted an all too familiar graceful figure by the woods surrounding the school. My mouth dropped open in surprise as Nai-zun rushed over. The figure below turned and slightly raised their head and smiled at me, promptly disappearing into the woods afterwards. Without too much thought, I jumped out the window. When I landed, I ran into Gaoken Jiu and Jiao S on the ground. Even Jiao S looked astonished. What's going on here? Did you catch the culprit? I raised my head and looked over towards the woods where the figure disappeared. Knowing that I wouldn't be able to find him under the current visibility conditions, I could only shake my head. Gaoken Jiu asked with extreme gravity. On our way over, there were more than 100 people who fell out from the building without healing. Jai-pa and Song Lu had also jumped out from the window and caught up to us. Jai-pa quickly added, then their blood must have been mixed with blood of a constitution like Song Lu's. My conjecture earlier wasn't right. I was testing Song Lu's blood earlier, and the reason that Song Lu's blood causes others to die is because when her blood mixes with another's, it causes that person's conscious body to become a physical body. That means it can be wounded, and those wounds naturally transfer to their physical bodies in the real world. Alarmed, I reminded him, you cut your hand with a knife covered in her blood. He returned a bitter laugh. Yes. My wound cannot heal as quickly as we would expect here. It can only heal like a physical body ordinarily would slowly. I covered my mouth with my hand. That basically made you a cripple in the split zone. A deeply pained expression was on Song Lu's face. Jiao S asked, can you still use your mental force? Jai-pa nodded. Yes. Everything is as usual, but I shouldn't get injured. This blood makeup is truly unparalleled. Song Lu's blood causes others to lose their ability to heal quickly, while conversely her own ability to heal has increased in speed. Gaoken Jiu asked ruthlessly who would do such a thing. Jai-pa replied helplessly, if I'm not wrong, the culprit was simply testing things today. Since the test was successful, I'm afraid that the residents of the split zone will be in much danger now. Gaoken Jiu suddenly shot a cold look at Song Lu. But she's right here. From what you've told us, each of their experiments was different. How can they be utilizing her blood then? With a downcast expression, Jai-pa replied, I'm afraid they must have a second successful experiment. However, the chances of integrating the demon leeches with a human body is very low. It's likely that Song Lu may have been their only complete success. I'm not sure whose blood they are using now, but it may not be as perfect as Song Lu's. In fact, it's possible that they are creating such a large disturbance now in order to reclaim Song Lu. Chapter 43. Volume 1. 43. What you see may not be the truth. I trusted in Jai-pa's reasoning skills. Had always been logical and collected. I decided to speak up. Since the culprit remains hidden, we should first stay calm. Since those who have died may have been infected with blood like Song Lu's, let's have Jai-pa collect their blood to examine it. If you're bothered by it, Gaoken Jiu, you can go along with him. And since the deaths are your southern district's residents, and Si Luo won't make an appearance, you ought to calm the residents' wary hearts. Nai-zun Jiao S and I will go search around the area where the supposed culprit disappeared. Gaoken Jiu glanced at me and then agreed with my suggestion. I motioned for Jiao S to follow me. With a jolt of mental force for speed, I started running for the woods around the school building. Jiao S and Nai-zun on my heels. After getting into the woods a bit, looking back, the school was no longer visible. All I could see was layer upon layer of trees under the darkened night sky. I stopped walking. Jos looked a bit cautious. With large flitting eyes she looked at me. Nizun also stopped a distance away, unsure of what I intended. I turned back and looked at Jos. Now that there's only you, me, and Nizum, I have something I want to say to you. Standing still, Jos fixed her gaze onto me and said, "Go ahead." Standing just as still, I returned her gaze. "Guess who I saw when we were chasing the perpetrator?" Jos rolled her eyes. "Don't keep me hanging." Making sure to enunciate each word I said, "I saw Lai Wen." Surprised, she asked, "Lai Wen?" I scoffed, "Yes, the very one whom you injured and shamed in front of the Western residents, Lai King's beloved disciple Lai Wen." Jos shook her head. "That can't be. She disappeared before Lai King died. And for the past year I haven't heard of anyone spotting her in the split zone." I figured that she must have disappeared from the split zone the same as Lai King. At her words, I couldn't help thinking of Lai King's death. Lai King's death had been very different to everyone else's. She seemed to have known her death was coming long before it arrived, even making arrangements for it. That day on the roof of the Western residence, after entrusting everything to me, she suddenly closed her eyes and fell over. After Jaipa examined her, we found that Lai King had indeed died. Her consciousness was gone, but her body hadn't turned to ash and smoke, and her split symbol was fully intact. We temporarily kept her seemingly comatose, unbreathing body. That is until one day when her corpse just vanished. We had a very strict watch on her, which meant that it was impossible for someone to have snuck her body out, and so Jaipa and a few other medical persons suspected that her physical body may have finally died. Instead of turning to ashes and disappearing as smoke, she had instead slowly evaporated. But no one had seen the event unfold, and so no one truly knew what happened. The blonde man hadn't mentioned a single word about the incident. He simply promoted me to Western Commander and never spoke of the situation again. I'd been devastated at the time, but Lai King had in fact told me about her leaving ahead of time. She said that she would die and that everyone in the split zone would eventually die too. When Shed first brought it up, I hadn't really understood what she was talking about. But in the end I had to accept that she was gone. But it was Lai Wen's death that came strangely. One day she just suddenly disappeared from the split zone without a trace. I had suspected Jos, but the blonde man had a lot of informers spread about the place. He told me that Jos wasn't involved and to stop investigating it. I have to admit that at the time I was quite the wretch. What with Lai King's death and Lai Wen's disappearance, as well as the dejection I'd been feeling since my arrival in the split zone, I grew very accustomed to letting things happen without getting involved. I didn't think too much about anything and just lied around all day eating and drinking. But I couldn't act that way anymore. Laurel's treatment at such a young age, turning into some strange monster. Sun Lu, who always protected me, always thought of me first. The person I thought of as my real sister Shed turned into something strange. Sun Lu and Yu Yang, who had always been happy together, were now split apart. One's whereabouts were unknown and the other had become some kind of science experiment. I couldn't act the same anymore. When I thought of all that, my glare intensified. Jos, tell me, why did do that to Lai Wen back then? Jos was quiet a moment. Do you really want to know? I nodded. Jos exhaled, a trace of helplessness slipping over her eyes for the first time. I did it for Lai King. I was shocked, but I didn't cut in. And she continued, you know, Lai King was always an unwavering and capable woman. Though her mental force wasn't extremely high, she always trained. In order to protect the Western residents, she really sacrificed a lot. Not long after I became the Eastern Commander, she visited me wanting to befriend me. At first I simply thought that she wanted to maintain peaceful relations between the districts, but later I realized that she was really a very charismatic and charming woman. I've never agreed with others' governing practices. You may all see the Eastern District as a violent and riotous place, but that's just a consequence of the weak being prey to the strong. In the East, everyone is forced to become strong enough to protect themselves. Sometimes having an easy life isn't really a good thing. I've always hoped that my residents would become cruel demons they just need to protect themselves. My heart quivered. Were these her thoughts? Although they were scary, could I say her method was wrong in a place like the split zone? If you didn't eat others, you'd be the one eaten. Gos paused, and then continued. While I didn't agree with Lai King's governance, the Western District was indeed very comfortable and peaceful. The residents of the West weren't nearly as perverse or cruel as us, but neither were they as vulnerable as those in the South. Maybe it was Lai King who was amazing, creating in some sense a genuine harmony. I felt pained once more. That's right, Lai King's success ID nearly destroyed it all in one blow. Gos still looked upset, as if recalling a past she didn't want to remember. But Lai King told me that all of that wasn't what she wanted. What she wanted was to go home. She once asked me why, when everyone came to this place, their panic would slowly turn to suspicion before finally becoming acceptance. She couldn't understand it. It was always on her mind that someone was waiting for her to wake up, and she could never rest easy for a single day while she was here. She didn't know why everyone seemed to give up after they couldn't find their soul splitters, why they could just accept things and keep living here. I bit my lip. I'm just the kind of person she spoke of. When she handed the commander position to me, she even said that because I didn't want to leave, I would make a good commander. Jos nodded. That was Lai King's conflict. She couldn't stay and protect everyone's safety if she wanted to leave at every moment. She didn't know what the right choice was. I laughed bitterly. What right and wrong is there here in this place? Everything's topsy-turvy here. Lots of people don't want to return to the real world because life there will never be as good as it is here for them. At least here there are no pressures. And if you live in a stable district, you'll be able to live all the more easily. You can enjoy life and do anything you want. Gos was quiet a moment before she spoke up. This was the selfish human nature that Lai King spoke of. Perhaps life here may be better than reality, but isn't that just an excuse to escape reality? Also think of the pain you're inflicting on your family. Although some here may not have families in the real world, but the truth is that death is inevitable. Are you going to stay here and deceive yourself forever? My eyes dropped. That does sound like something Lai King would say. Gos' eyes also fell. Yes. Though I admired and understood her, and I knew what she said was reasonable, I could never bring myself to be so enlightened. The split zone is like a cage, and I'm afraid that I'm like a prisoner who's very much willing to spend eternity in it. Suddenly her eyes widened and her rough voice came sharply. But this admirable woman gave up her chance to leave because of that girl. I frowned, not understanding. A murderous aura filled her eyes. I guess you never considered it. Lai Wen was no ordinary person. She was Lai King's soul splitter. My eyes widened in surprise. Soul splitter, that word that always lingered around us and yet was ever so distant from us. How could it be used on such a warm and lovely girl? Gos closed her eyes as if it was difficult to continue. When I found out, I was also very surprised, but it's true. When you saw me tearing her apart, I was verifying this matter. I saw it on her lower back, the same exact peach blossom that Lai King had in the same exact spot. When I saw it, I was engulfed with anger. Lai King couldn't bear to hurt Lai Wen. She would rather give up her only chance to return to the real world than hurt Lai Wen. Gos' eyes widened again. So I decided to be the bad guy. I forced Lai Wen to go to Lai King and kill herself instead. But she refused. Lai Shen, you know how well Lai King treated her. But she was the culprit who brought Lai King to this damned place. She had no appreciation at all. I never thought I'd be hearing about Lai King and Lai Wen like this. My body felt like it had turned to ice cold, frozen. Gos' eyes were full of hostility. She refused, so I tortured her. She refused to speak about the soul splitters. She refused to speak, and she refused to die. When Lai King died, she disappeared. I spent a year searching for her to no avail. But no one can stop me. When I find her, I'm going to let her know what eternal pain feels like. The evening wind flit through Gos' uniform skirt. She looked like a student, but the look in her eyes was cruel, as if she were possessed by a demon. And yet she didn't look scary to me at all. She had only thought of Lai King as a friend, and for her she hated someone else to this extent. Suddenly I felt such admiration for the Gos in front of my eyes. Chapter 44. Volume 1. 44. Naizen's analysis. Naizen cut in suddenly. But why would Lai Wen appear here today? Jiao gave me a suspicious look. Are you sure you saw her? I nodded. I'm positive. It was Lai Wen. You know how Lai Wen has this different aura. The way she carries herself, I couldn't have been mistaken. Jiao clenched her teeth, a dark force filling her eyes. I didn't expect that she would show up. Looks like all of this isn't just a coincidence. I couldn't help but wonder what awaited us. The events that had happened so far didn't exactly look to be related, and yet there also seemed to be some kind of underlying link between them. Could all of this have been a warning for a catastrophe to come? Nai Zun suddenly asked. By the way, where did Guan Nai disappear to? Jiao shook her head. Don't bother asking me. His movements are unpredictable. Don't worry about him. Although I can't guarantee he'll be of any help to us, I am certain that he's not a bad guy. When the time's right, I suppose he'll make his appearance all on his own. I nodded. The night wind suddenly attacked, the chilling cold seeping into my skin. For some reason, whenever a cold wind came like this in the dark nighttime forest, I would subconsciously look around me. My probing gaze must have caught Jiao's attention, for she also turned her neck slightly. The three of us were quiet. When I didn't notice any movement in the grass or air, I relaxed a bit. Lai Shen, since we've spoken to this point, do you remember that I said I'd share a secret with you if we ended up working together? Jiao asked seriously. Startled, I thought back to the Jiao's words when I first headed to the Eastern District. I nodded. I think it's time to tell you now the secret. Before Jiao could finish speaking, behind her a dark shadow fled. When I looked closer, I realized that the shadow belonged to Laurel. Laurel had undergone great changes. She was on all four limbs. Her gaze was murderous, like a cheetah waiting to pounce on its prey. Be careful, I blurted out. Jiao's gaze tightened, and then the air behind her crackled, turning to blades flying backwards. Laurel easily dodged the attack, her chopped-up blonde hair catching the light's reflection. On all fours, she leapt at Jiao's, trying to grab her back as if her hands had claws. Jiao's felt an incoming pressure, so she turned to the right and avoided Laurel. After dodging her attack, she turned again when suddenly she stared ahead. As she moved, the air to her right fiercely vibrated and turned into a large vortex. The wind blew her hair high up, exposing her dark eyes. She stuck her arm into the vortex and pulled out the same sword she once attacked me with. Jiao's quickly turned back and raised her sword. With a thunderous airflow, she aimed at Laurel's head without any hesitation. I quickly grabbed my bow and shot an arrow. Whoosh! The arrow struck Laurel's shoulder, pushing her to the side, slightly avoiding Jiao's sword. Laurel fell to the ground in pain. I took a step forward, and before Jiao's could make another move, I pulled out Piercer and grabbed hold of her. I tightened my grip slightly. Don't move. Surely you still remember what kind of pain Piercer brings. Seeing how set I was on not taking her life, Jiao's simply looked me over without a word. Laurel wanted to fight, but she also knew how powerful Piercer was, so she stopped. Her large eyes looked around as if trying to find an escape route. Laurel, don't you recognize me? Shenjie. How did you become this way? I still held my weapon tightly, but my heart softened. Laurel stared at me. In a clear voice she said, Shenjie, I haven't forgotten you, but what I'm doing right now is right. You've been wrong all this time. This is the life I want now. Suddenly she laughed tenderly. And anyway, why are you getting angry at me? Shenjie, Nai Zunjij is the one who told me to do this. Didn't he tell you? As she glanced over at Nai Zun, Laurel's once innocent face suddenly looked so cunning. I shook my head. That can't be. Nai Zun would never do something like that. Though I said that, I could already feel that Jiao's had turned her suspicious gaze to the indifferent Nai Zun at our side. Her grip tightened on her sword. I frowned. Laurel fluttered her pretty lashes. Shenjie, you should give you Jai Jie a call. Then you'll understand everything. Nai Zun suddenly spoke up. No. You cannot speak with you Jai right now. Suspicion filled my face. Why would Nai Zun say that? Laurel chuckled, and her laughter was crisp and melodious as it had always been. Nai Zunjij, you shouldn't keep it a secret from Shenjie. A big incident happened in the Western District, but you still want to pretend to be a good person. My eyes immediately widened and I turned to Nai Zun. His expression was dark. Taking advantage of my lowered guard, Laurel escaped from my whip and tried to get away. With swift eyes and arms Jos raised her sword again, but then Nizun's eyes tightened and a ray of light shot forth from his eyes. Jos' sword had yet to strike Laurel, when Nizun's light ray grabbed hold of it. Laurel took this opportunity to slip away and she disappeared into the dark night. Jos turned to Nizun, pointing her sword at him. "What are you trying to do?" Nizun's reply came evenly. "I don't mean anything, but I can only prove my innocence with her gone. I left a chemical marker on her. Jaipa made it and he'll be able to track her wherever she is." "But how exactly are you going to explain her accusations towards you?" Jos asked aggressively. "I didn't say anything, but I was silently worrying about what could have happened in the Western District." Nizun smiled glibly. "We've had this talk about our problems many times before. If we're going to suspect each other, neither of us are any better than the other. Jos, you're aware that a man previously died in the Western District after jumping off a building. We found that strange insects had eaten away his back, and the scent of those insects were found on your rank official Mulai. Moreover, when we were staying in the eastern dorms, you took away an assassin who targeted us, but have yet to give us any explanation. Don't you think we have to have suspicions about you?" Jos suddenly recalled something. "Since you mentioned that, I'm remembering that when I leave my district, my clan will have someone report to me. Though I don't like cell phones, at the least I can always be reached. But recently no one has come to find me. But there are definitely no problems with Mulai. None of my rank officials are bad people. As for what happened, I'll be sure to find out as fast as I can." I frowned. "That's probably because they can't get into the Southern District, isn't it?" Jos shook her head. "No. The two rank officials were able to enter. Moreover," as if thinking up another problem, Jos quickly turned to Nizun. "Just now that girl said that something's happened in the Western District. Nizun, what's happened?" At that I also cast a doubtful look at Nizun. Nizun's eyes turned and finally he let out a sigh. "He said to me earlier when you were passed out, Jai gave me a call. She said that there have been some attacks on the resident floor managers. 7 of the 27 have died. It's just like what we encountered here. They didn't die via their split symbol, but instead because their physical constitutions were altered." "Why are you only telling me about this now?" I shouted at him. "Your injury hasn't fully healed yet. And telling you would have been futile anyway since you can't go back right now. It's clear that the enemy is spread all over the districts." Jaipa also said that aside from Songlu there was another with a similar constitution. "If that was truly Lai Wen that you saw earlier, then I'm afraid she can't be rid of suspicion. Since she's in the Southern District right now, that means the Western District should currently be safe for the time being. And Jai is there. Telling you would just cause you needless worry." While I had to admit that Nizun's words were true, I couldn't help feeling worried and distressed. But even if I had known ahead of time, what of it? With my current abilities, would I have been able to protect everyone? I can't even protect myself. For the first time, Nizun had a lot of things to say, and he didn't have his signature carefree expression. Seriously, he turned to face Jos and said, "I admit that I never really trusted you before. But it looks like now there's something I can trust. Although the perpetrator is unknown, the things that have happened the past few days are connected. Since today there's only you, me, and Lai Shen. How about you? Let me share my observations." Jos looked at Nizun and then finally nodded. "Okay. I'll trust you for now." Lai Shen said that the two of you must remain 500 meters from each other. "I trust Lai Shen, so let's try not to suspect each other." Jos' words made me feel very honored. Nizun lifted a hand and adjusted his jacket collar. The evening wind blew at his short black hair, exposing his shining eyes. His lips slowly opened. "To sum things up, before we came here there were 4 strange deaths in the Western District. Among them were Laurel's substitute, the female owner of a weapon shop, Wen, and the boy who killed her. Additionally, there was the man who fell from the school building. Ordinarily, because the man and the substitute had died via their split symbols, there should be an additional 2 dead. Of course, no one saw these 2 people, so we can't confirm whether or not they were Western residents." After a pause, he continued, "Among the 4 people, the boy was once a friendly kid in the Western District. But when he attacked Wen had acted like Laurel did today. His mannerisms and actions were unusual. I suspect that he must have gone through some kind of experiment to change his temperament. As for the man covered in bugs, I originally thought that someone had killed him for their own personal gains and fun. But after these recent events I had a discussion with Jai Pa. We think the man may have been an experiment as well, but because the experiment failed he was disposed of. An apprehensive feeling overcame me. When had he investigated all these things so thoroughly with Jai Pa? Why hadn't anyone asked me about it? Chapter 45. Volume 1. 45 Target of Criticisms. Nizun seemed to have gleaned my inner thoughts, but he simply glanced over me. He continued with his analysis. I know that Jai Pa has been carrying on his own investigation. GOS, you should know that Jai Pa's intel has always reached far and is trustworthy. At the time we didn't know there were such experiments going on or that the insects on the dead man's body were a failed experiment. That's why Jai Pa's investigation hadn't yielded any results, that is, until we came to the southern district where everything seems to have become clear. Now I have a question for you. How exactly did the 5 Brank members of your clan die? A deep pain flashed across Gio's eyes. It disappeared quickly, but I know I saw it. The first 4 died at the same time that you first came to see me, and the 5th you were witness to his death yourselves. The deaths of the first 4 were all the same. Their bodies were chopped to pieces and arranged into the word death. When I recalled that someone had died just upon my arrival to the Eastern District, I felt my mouth twitch. Since she suddenly brought that up, GOS didn't mean to point her sword at me and ask for recompense now, right? Nizun nodded. If I'm not recalling wrong, Yaod sent 3 people to find Gaoken Jiui, but they were unsuccessful. Then one of them died the day we checked into the Eastern dorms. Correct. GOS nodded solemnly. Nizun narrowed his eyes a bit. On that subject I have to bring up a few things. I hope that in the future both of you commanders will listen well. After seeing Nizun's expression I exchanged a glance with GOS. Then both of us waited for his next words. His carefree nature seemed to have made a partial return. Among the people we've met so far there are a few we must be vigilant towards. You cannot forget this. A radiance suddenly flashed in his eyes. First there's Gaoken Jiu. GOS, although the 2 of you seem to use a very similar if not the same air control technique, I don't plan on investigating that further. That said, I'm sure you know that Gaoken Jiu isn't someone benevolent. The black sword at his waist is a weapon I've never seen before in the split zone, and though I've never seen him use it, I would wager it's not to be treated as a plaything. The way Gaoken Jiu manipulates his mental force in addition to his persuasion ability means that he won't have any troubles in any situation or battle. A person like that is someone we cannot not fear. JOS looked around. Nizun's lips curved into a smile. Then there's the illusionist Huan King. He clearly gets along with the people of the Southern District. From what you've said, he guards the border forest between the Southern and Eastern Districts. But for that girl Mai Fu, he left the forest. Why would that be? And if his illusions were truly perfect, how could there be so many strange creatures in the Southern District? Now he holds secrets that we don't know about. As for the girl Mai Fu, I've never heard that the Southern District had a goddess or anything like that. I found myself getting a bit lost. I've never known Nizun to take anything seriously, let alone analyze anything so seriously. He passed his days in the split zone by chasing after me as I ran lazing about in the day and occasionally having a drink with Jai Pa. I'd never seen him take anything to heart or mind like this before. So I listened intently. Nizun suddenly yawned. Actually, a lot of things seemed to be pointing towards the as of yet unseen spirit snatcher Rongjin. But instead of suspecting someone I've never seen, I prefer to look at those around me. Last there's Guan Nai, whom you brought along. When you had us meet on the 30th floor to talk, you weren't guarding against the blonde man, but rather Guan Nai. Right, from what I've seen, Guan Nai's sorcery wouldn't lose out to Huan King's. But the question is why would you fear him? You said that Guan Nai is trustworthy aside from his dispute with Gaokenju. And I believe that. But have you considered if the two settle their differences, then the problem lies with Gaokenju? How will you deal with that? You keep Guan Nai under your service because of his animosity with Gaokenju. From what I've seen, his hate for Gaokenju stems from past feelings. If they resolve their problems, what will you do? I felt my heart chill. Although I've long noticed the messy relationships between everyone, I've never analyzed them or laid out their pros and cons. Naizun, I couldn't help lifting my head and looking over at his easygoing expression. Naizun, have I been mistaken in thinking I understood you? Then I turned back to Jos. She rarely had such an uncertain expression. The light flickered in her eyes as she looked at Naizun and asked, "Why are you saying all these things to me?" Naizun gave an honorable smile like an immortal who was above eating mortals' food. "It's nothing, just a certain feeling I had. You're rather quite dependable compared to the two of them. I'm bringing this up today because I want to make sure you're thinking over things carefully. You have to be careful with these people. The reason you kept those 3 protectors who pledged themselves to you was because you didn't trust others, wasn't it? I hope that you'll think this over clearly. Lai Shen and you are in the same positions now, and only if you two work together without any suspicions for each other will we be able to change the tide. And you know about the people in the southern district. You can't trust even the best of them. Just like your feelings for Celia, if you cannot restrain them, you're very likely to fall into a trap." Jos was quiet a while. Suddenly she sighed and said, "You're indeed Naizun." Her eyes went back and forth between me and Naizun. Finally she looked into my eyes and said, "Lai Shen, you're truly very fortunate. There are always so many people around you willing to protect you." I glanced over at Naizun and then I lowered my eyes. A lot of people were willing to protect me. I laughed bitterly inside. Was that the reason I didn't want to leave the split zone? Because I was afraid of returning to the real world where there would be no one to watch over me. Naizun looked at me and a gentleness seemed to pass over his eyes. Or maybe I was seeing things. Then he stuffed his hands back into his pockets and said, "In any case, I hope you two will trust each other wholly. There have been incidents in both the western and eastern districts now, but feeling anxious won't solve any of our problems. Let's first investigate here. More. It's night, so well, rest first. I trust that Gaoken Jiui and Jai Paul will resolve things on their end well. When morning comes we can go after Laurel." Jos nodded. There was a sparkle in her eyes and then vortexes appeared beside her again. She raised her arm and returned her sword inside. She waved to me and then turned to go. "Let's get some rest then. I'm sure they're already forming suspicions since we've talked for so long." After Jos walked away, I looked over at Naizun. "Naizun, how many secrets have you hidden from me?" Naizun laughed. "Regardless of how many secrets I have, haven't I always protected you? What are you afraid of?" I was a bit taken aback. I'd never heard such words from him before. He turned about to return in the same direction of Jos. But before he walked away he turned back to me. In the darkness a strange, unfathomable warmth enveloped his face. "Let's head back." I bit my lower lip and then hurried to catch up. When Naizun and I returned to the school, I saw Gaoken Jiui confronting Huan King. "This is how you've protected the southern district?" Gaoken Jiui asked Huan King, pointing to the broken glass shards and the blood stains that remained after their cleanup. Huan King's threatening face didn't seem to carry any excessive emotions. "My job is simply to protect my Fu and guard the southeast border forest. My Fu hot then yowed best protect her well. I won't argue with you about all the garbage that's made its way into the southern district. But Huan King, if anything happens to her, even as the #1 illusionist, your road will have reached its end." Gaoken Jiu was as arrogant and callous as ever. Huan King's amber eyes sparked with a cold light. "Gaoken Jiu, don't be so arrogant. There's really no reason for you to treat me in such a hostile manner. I'm not Rongjin after all. I have no desire to fight over the commander's position with you." "Ho, what and what now?" "Gaoken Jiu, your enemy really isn't an ordinary person." I savored the moment. But quickly my face darkened because after seeing us this pair didn't seem to acknowledge my or Naizun's presence at all. I stepped forward. Only when I was nearly at his side did Gaoken Jiu spare me a glance. As for Huan King, he didn't look at me but he was glaring at Naizun. Naizun's lips curved. "We meet again. I trust you've been well and have had good fortune since we last met. Lady My Fu still doesn't dare to walk around freely." A dark ruthlessness crossed his eyes. A lot of people will be happy with her off the streets, unable to harm anyone else. Nizun squinted as he smiled. Then he raised an arm to cover his yawn. And besides, she's your goddess, not mine. After yawning, he suddenly grabbed onto my shoulders, his actions fast as lightning. I flinched. I turned to look at him, but he seemed to be looking at Huan King and Gaokenju. An unignorable smile appeared on his face. My goddess is right here. For some reason my face started to burn a bit. Nizun was an apathetic person, though occasionally seemed rather wan, and it was something I'd long grown used to. He had a double-sided personality like me, but I'd never seen him so nefarious as today. Gaokenju's eyes darted between Nizun and me, an inscrutable expression on his face. I lightly shoved Nizun off. A carefreeness filled his eyes. Top illusionist of the Southern District, I trust that y'all be able to take care of the aftermath here. How about you let us borrow Gaokenju for a few days? We have some things to look into. The meaning behind his words was you Huan King should do well and protect your goddess and the Southern District and stay out of our affairs. Huan King stood tall, looking like a storybook hero. With a cold expression he said, don't worry. Since we've already agreed not to interfere with each other, I won't go back on my word. Investigate as you please. So long as you stay away from Lady Maifu, I will ask no questions of you. Well, you ought to ask some questions. At the least, with something like what happened today, we both have a tad bit of responsibility. Gaokenju really didn't seem to be friends with anyone. Huan King glanced at him and replied, not an easy feat, the word responsibility coming out of your mouth. Investigate your matters as you'd like. You'll finish taking care of things here. Then he laughed. We can't compete after all. Si Liuo's favorite has always been you. Chapter 46. Volume 1. 46. A different poisonous insect. After Huan King left, I asked Gaokenju to join us to the laboratory to find Jai Pa and Song Lu. When we entered the lab, Jiao S was also present. I placed the chemical agent that you gave me on Laurel. So can you locate her now? Nizun asked as he walked in. Jiao Pa's expression was stiff. He said, we'll get to that later. I've discovered something else. What is it? Jiao Pa exhaled and replied, I've examined all the corpses, and as I suspected, the perpetrator today was likely a failed experiment. But I also discovered that Song Lu's blood carries another kind of poison. What does it do? I asked curiously. With a grave expression, Jiao Pa said the flow of her blood seems to be able to stimulate her split symbol, which is how she heals so quickly. Although her abilities aren't as strong as someone who's physically inserted their splitting key into their symbol like Nizun or myself, they are certainly not weak. As you're all aware, using your split symbol may stabilize your mental force, but it comes at a cost. So, with this type of blood inside her, there must be some kind of side effect. I just have no way of discerning what that side effect may be. He paused and then continued, I also suspect that Ms. Song Lu isn't a finished product. If she's also a failed experiment, then there must be a corresponding price to pay. I'm not certain of it, but I'm very worried. I felt my chest immediately tighten. Jai Pa was very rational and cautious. If he said he was very worried, then I could only imagine the worst. Song Lu stepped forward. She looked exhausted. Her eyes were sunken and her expression looked distant. She grabbed my hand and said, it's fine. There aren't any major problems right now, so don't worry. Her gaze dimmed. I don't know whether Yu Liang is dead or alive. If he's still alive, I don't know what kind of pain he must be suffering. Aside from him, there's nothing that could worry me. For as long as I knew her, although Song Lu simply appeared like a sexy, warm woman, I knew that she was very strong. A lot of the women in the Western District were very strong. Whether it was like King Yu Jai or Song Lu, they were all stronger than me. I felt disgusted with myself. But looking at how haggard Song Lu was now, I knew that being upset or sad was pointless. Living in a place like this, it was best not to get too emotional. Because what were emotions and good feelings worth in the end? What we had to consider first and foremost constantly was how to continue living on. So I grabbed her hands in mine. Don't worry. Jai Pa's already found some clues. We'll be able to find Laurel soon, and we'll definitely find Yu Liang and bring him back to you. I knew that I wasn't exactly a competent commander, but I will work hard. I will work hard to protect the people of the Western District who have always been by my side. I looked at Song Lu firmly and I saw a glimmer of hope start to appear in her eyes. I wanted to embrace her to try to get closer and comfort her. She reached out to reciprocate, but just as she was about to hug me, she suddenly frowned. What is it? I asked anxiously. I watched her face twist with confusion as if she were feeling uncomfortable. She shook her head to show that she was okay, but then she suddenly covered her mouth with her hand as if she had to vomit. She bent over, her long curly hair falling, both hands now covering her mouth to suppress her nausea. I reached out to pat her back, but seeing her hair covering her face, I decided to move it out of the way. Jaipa asked with concern from the side, are you having any adverse reactions? Song Lu was still bent over, 2 hands covering her mouth. Her body trembled, but she didn't speak. I gently moved her hair to her back, holding it with one hand, about to help her up with my other hand. I looked at her face. She bent over more, falling to the ground, her hands tightly held to her face. I sensed something was amiss. While I held her hair with one hand, I motioned for Jaipa with the other, asking him to come help. He hurried over, wanting to help Song Lu up, but she didn't want to stand up, bending over even more. Finally, I saw her back trembling greatly as she pressed her hands to her mouth. I grabbed a hairband from my right wrist and tied her hair, and then I crouched down to look at her. I looked up at her face and Jaipa stood at her side patting her back. But when I saw her face, I froze. Song Lu's face had turned completely red and her eyes were opened wide. Her hands were pressed tightly to her mouth, almost like she were trying to stop a demon from pushing its way out. Her hands had turned white and her eyes were bloodshot. You Song Lu Jai, what's wrong? I asked. Song Lu didn't look at me. With wide eyes she stared down at the floor. The knuckles on her fingers creaked from the pressure she exerted. Hearing my words, Jaipa immediately crouched down on the other side of Song Lu. He looked carefully at Song Lu's face. Suddenly he stared at her fingers as if had seen something between them. What's wrong with her? I looked at Jaipa anxiously. Jaipa's eyes were still on Song Lu, but I saw his lips tremble slightly. He opened his mouth and then he finally said, Mmza Shen. Everyone needs to step back, as he said that had already leapt back a distance. I was still mulling over his words when Naizun grabbed my dress from the neck. He pulled us back and away from Song Lu. On the other side, Gos and Gaoken Ji didn't quite understand why, but seeing all of us move away, they followed suit and distanced themselves from Song Lu. As Naizun pulled me back, my eyes remained on Song Lu. I started to shake my head, unable to believe what I was seeing. Song Lu's hands loosened around her mouth like she had already used up her strength. She was still bent over, but I couldn't see her face clearly at this distance. All I could see was her hanging hair, and then something started spilling from her mouth to the floor. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. One after another, creatures as hard as beetles gushed forth from her mouth, falling to the floor wave after wave. These weren't the same as the black poisonous bugs with pincers that had previously fused with her body. They were something else entirely, something else I've never seen before. They were about the size of a fist, red-violet in color and shimmering with light. They were shaped like a semicircle with feet underneath, slowly rising from the ground. Song Lu grabbed her stomach with both hands, looking in pain as these large creatures climbed out from her. Her once gentle, beautiful, and sexy eyes now looked sinister. She whimpered. At first, I was stunned by what I was seeing, but I quickly recovered and tried to get away from Naizun's hold to help Song Lu. No, let go of me. When I tried to pull away, Naizun suddenly wrapped both his arms around me, holding me still. He slipped his 2 arms under my own and held me at the waist, his gloved hands clasped together, unwilling to let me move forward. Anxiously and angrily I turned back, yelling, let go of me, Song Lu, she just let go of me. Naizun was silent. Jaipa stared at the red-violet beetles on the ground crawling slowly, and he raised a hand to signal us to stop. Calm down. I don't know what kind of pain you'll feel if these bugs get onto your bodies. Please keep a distance from Ms. Song Lu. You must be kidding me, Jaipa. How can I just watch idly by as Song Lu's in such pain? I shouted out, and I felt Naizun's hold on me tighten. Jaipa's initial fright from the bugs seemed to have receded, replaced by his ever-calm demeanor. He spoke solemnly, Ms. Shen, don't act rashly. I'll do my best to help Miss Song Lu. Don't worry. Then he turned to Gos and Gao Kinjui. Can you two freeze things with your control of air? Gao Kinjui also seemed a bit taken aback by the turn of events, but he nodded. Yes, but when I freeze things they will shatter. Gos looked at Gao Kinjui with a complicated expression. Then she said mine as well. Jaipa considered things for a moment and then he said then destroy those bugs now. Just leave one behind. Although Jaipa was currently commanding two people who weren't exactly known for their benevolence, Gos and Gao Kinjui weren't the type to fuss over such a small matter. So the two of them activated their mental force. Crackle crackle. The red-violet beetles were whipped up into their vortexes, frozen and shattered. Soon they disappeared from sight. Jaipa quickly captured the last beetle escaping Song Lu's mouth into a glass jar had taken from the laboratory. Then he tied a strange knot and said trap. The jar closed and tightened until finally the struggling beetle inside slowly stopped moving. Song Lu had stopped vomiting. I undid Nizun's arms around me and ran over to her. Song Lu looked like she had aged several years. Her expression was haggard and depressed, and then she passed out. There were dark, greenish marks around her eyes. I clenched my teeth trying to hold back my tears. I held her and with a touch of mental force I picked her up. I'll send her back to rest. Chapter 47. Volume 1. 47. If she's a demon. With Jaipa's permission I carried Song Lu back to her room and laid her on the bed. Gos had followed along and she said her face gained such rough wrinkles. I'm afraid those things must have taken a great toll on her. I remained silent as grief rushed through me, submerging me in sorrow and guilt. Once you arrive in the split zone, your appearance doesn't change unless you use your mental force to change it, or unless your spirit has suffered great distress which could possibly cause your form in the split zone to become unstable and appear to age. Right now we can't bring Song Lu along to find Laurel. We don't know what kind of other changes may occur, so Jaipa has to stay with her. But Jaipa's body has also become as vulnerable as a physical human body, so he shouldn't be in danger's path. That means that one of us has to remain behind to guard them. I looked at Gao Kinjui, Gos and then Nizun. Even if we can find Laurel without Jaipa we may not be able to deal with her entirely, Gos said. But there's too much risk in bringing him along. I can't do it, I said, my eyes drooping. It's okay. After Jaipa activated his split symbol and studied enchantments, even if he hasn't perfected his skills it should be sufficient to protect himself. But the best option would be if Guan Nai stayed behind to protect them. As for Laurel, the four of us should go, Nizun proposed. I sighed. But even Gos doesn't know where Guan Nai's gone off to. How will we find him? Gao Kinjui's eyes sparkled. I can find him. Tell me when we're going and I'll have him back before then. Gos scoffed. Indeed you are, Gao Kinjui. After so long you're still that confident about Guan Nai? He didn't reply. He was able to accomplish what he promised though. We rested for a few hours in the night and after we greeted Jaipa in the morning, Guan Nai returned. He still carried that feminine aura and hung around as he liked. When he returned he didn't say a word to Gao Kinju. Instead he simply stood at the side and played with his floor-length white hair. Jaipa touched some kind of medicine under my nose. After applying this your sense of smell will be heightened for the day. This will allow you to easily smell the scent I had Nizun leave on Laurel's body. Take a smell. I took a whiff but I didn't smell anything. Turn to another direction and smell again, Jaipa said. So I turned and took another whiff. Still nothing. Then I turned to the window and took a whiff. Suddenly a light fragrance drifted into my nose. I smell it. Smells nice. This way. I pointed out the window. Jaipa nodded. So you can just follow a Shen's nose. You'll have to be directly facing Laurel to smell the scent, but you should be able to find her this way. So you mean to say that I'm going to be like a dog this whole trip sniffing every which way? My face twitched. Why did I have to let Jaipa apply the medicine on my nose? All night I'll leave Jaipa and Song Lu in your care. Nizun smiled solicitously at Guan Nai. It seemed that way to me anyway. Guan Nai's eyes shined like a lamb who'd seen a wolf and no a wolf who'd seen a lamb. How could I not put all my effort into it when my pet asks me to? And then he glanced at Gao Kinjui ambiguously. Message and don't worry about us. I don't know if you're headed to another testing site, but I won't need to worry either with all four of you going together. I'll stay here with Ms. Song Lu so that I can examine her when she wakes up. And I can also analyze the insect that came out from her. If you make any discoveries, Nizun can call me at any time, Jai Pa said calmly and clearly. I nodded. Okay then, we'll head off. Before we left though, I couldn't help turning back. Jai Pa will Song Lu. I bit my lip. Jai Pa's calm eyes looked around. He said to me, Message Shen, don't worry. I'll protect her. After the four of us left the school, the other three were clearly waiting for me to sniff out and point us in the right direction. A bit embarrassed, I turned around and started sniffing. Jio's eyes wandered, and it was obvious she was trying to keep from laughing. And even with his cold exterior, a teasing smirk sat on Gao Qingjiu's lips. Well, fine. I finally got a trace on the scent, but why was it coming from the direction of the southeast border forest? I showed the way, and then all of us headed to the forest as quickly as we could. As I ran, my red hair danced in the wind. I turned to the side and looked at Gao Qingjiu. His cold and arrogant expression paired with his bright sports outfit made him look both sunny and icy, creating a sort of contradicting beauty. Jio's dark bangs paired with her schoolgirl uniform made her look like a student in a race minus her lifeless expression. When I thought of races, my mind drifted back to the year I first met Gao Kai. My eyes grew heavy and I glanced at Gao Kai Juyi again. He seemed to notice my eyes on him as a sneer appeared on his lips, and he cast a mysterious look my way. I felt my heart jump and I subconsciously looked away. And then my eyes happened to meet Nizun's. With his black high-collared windbreaker, his ink black medium-length hair, and those dark eyes that no one could ever understand even in the middle of the day, he looks like a silent reaper come for you in the dark of night. Nizun was often quiet. Although he occasionally seemed indifferent or dissolute, he was mostly just quiet. Just like when I first met him when we arrived in the split zone. Back then he hadn't spoken a word. Head seemed like a person alone and abandoned by the world, but his eyes never looked like they were praying or asking for anything. At the time I always felt like Nizun was someone just living in his own world. But when I thought of it later, I found the thought a bit laughable. After all, wasn't I also someone just living in my own world? I've always remembered the Nizun from back then. When we first met, he wore a high-colored black shirt and he didn't speak a word. And at the time I hated him. I detested him. Even when the blonde man brought us to meet, like King Nizun hadn't said a single thing. I asked him back then, since that demonic identity of mine lives within you, if I told you I wanted her dead, would you help me? Nizun had simply looked at me, his dark as ink eyes roaming around. The first time Nizun spoke was at the end of that first month. He and I had to remain together every day, and when I wasn't not looking at him, I only gave cold stares. Until that one day, that is. I still remember the incomparably dark night sky. For some reason the light reflecting from his eyes made them look like stars. With his shining eyes he said to me, Lai Shen, I really hope that your demonic identity stays with me forever. I looked over and scoffed. Demons are truly demons. It's not unusual that you'd like her, since you're both the same devils without a heart. Nizun hadn't seemed affected by my pointed words though. He just replied, if there's someone who'll stay with me forever, even if she's a demon, that'd be okay. You say she's a demon, but she's also a part of you. If she remains with me, you'll also remain with me forever. I swear I'll never forget that day. I'll never forget the words Nizun said then. His eyes were so deep you'd find yourself unable to get away, and yet there was a loneliness that you were completely willing to give yourself to. I admit from that day forward my hate for him disappeared. Despite the fact that had resonated and merged with the horrifying part of me that had killed Gao Kai, I still found myself unable to hate him from the bottom of my heart. What are you thinking about? Nizun asked, looking over at me. His voice carried that carefree tone that was like a slow poison, gradually making its way to my heart. Oh, and nothing. I shook my head and looked forward, focusing on finding the scent on Laurel. As we approached the southeast border forest, for some reason the air started to feel strange. It was different from the first time we passed through it. Though I had been sent into an illusion at the time, there had also been a sense of safety at arriving in the southern district. but this time as the forest came into view my apprehension increased. While Jiu ran she asked, "Do you guys feel like something's wrong?" Gaoken Jiu frowned. Ordinarily speaking, aside from Huan King and his grand illusions to protect the forest, there are also 13 hunters. So why have there been so many strange occurrences and outsiders recently? Hunters, I've never heard of them, Jiu inquired curiously. Gaoken Jiu shot her a chilly glance, but in an unexpectedly good temper he explained, aside from the grand illusion you all entered, there are also 13 hunters that Si Luo arranged for. If anyone comes into the forest with ill intent towards the southern district, then these 13 can handle them as they see fit. As for where someone gets taken, I don't know, but no one's ever reappeared. That's why they're called hunters. Jo's interest was piqued. Oh, there's actually something in the southern district that Gaoken Jiu doesn't know about. I thought Si Luo didn't keep any secrets from you. Gaoken Jiu smiled. It's true he doesn't hide things from me, but that's not information I care to know about. Jo's excited face suddenly stiffened. The air between the two always seemed tense, so I interrupted. The forest is just up ahead. Then I looked at Gaoken Jiu. Gaoken Jiu, what are the stipulations for these hunters you mentioned? If the recent strange events were caused by outsiders, then why haven't these hunters made a move? Gaoken Jiu's eyes darkened as if he'd thought of something. He was silent a moment, and then quietly he replied, I don't know. Before I could ask him any more, I realized that we'd arrived. Chapter 48. Volume 1. 48 Final Defense. When we walked into the border forest, it felt like the ground was turning beneath me. I looked up to discover that my 3 companions had disappeared. Shit, is this another illusion? I muttered as I put my hands on my waist. The bow on my right shoulder swayed slightly with the motion. Then I heard Gaoken Jiu's chilly voice fall from the sky. This is a space-shifting illusion that Huan King set up as a final defense. It makes you feel like you're walking on a puzzle piece that's constantly being moved, but it's just an illusion. However, it was meant as a final defense, which means something happened to Huan King. We can't escape from the current situation, so each of us should search for traces of Huan King where we are. Hey, that's all you have to say? We came to find Laurel, not that illusionist in a white suit, I shouted angrily towards the sky. Was he kidding? Find him shifting puzzle pieces. Naizun always leads the way because I already get lost on land that doesn't move. After my shouting, I waited a bit, but no reply ever came. I was left speechless as I cursed inwardly. And then suddenly I felt my body being dragged to the right. My body wasn't actually moving. It just felt like there was some kind of large magnet pulling me to the side. As my body shifted involuntarily, I stood still. Then I quickly realized that this meant that Naizun was 500 meters away to my right. His body was moving to the right, and both we had to remain 500 meters from each other. I was being forcefully pulled along. I felt like a crab being picked by some kind of shapeless hand, flying through the air, unable to move my limbs. I really wanted to just turn and run after Naizun instead. But then another thought came to mind. Why bother using up my mental force when I could just sleep here and get pulled along? If you were there, you'd have seen a faceless woman in a red dress flying past you. Faceless because my hair had been blown over my face by the fast speed. I rolled my eyes as I was dragged along. Naizun seemed to be running for some reason. I couldn't see anything but trees as I was pulled. I didn't see an end, and of course I didn't see Naizun. I felt myself moving faster and faster, and then I couldn't help turning and running along lest I end up running straight into a tree. Naizun, where the hell are you running to? As I was muttering my grievances, I suddenly realized that the scene around me didn't feel quite right. It looked like 2 portions of forest were overlapping. The images in front of me were distant, fuzzy like a mirage. Slowly my eyes widened. The forest seemed to be turning. The scene spun like a Bagua trigram array. As the forest spun clockwise, everything blurred and I was pulled forward. Is Naizun not the one running? What the hell is happening? I shouted as I watched myself being pulled towards the spinning forest. That couldn't possibly be real. While I remained completely unable to stop myself. I'm dizzy, I cried out helplessly, trying to adjust to the situation. With a face full of misery and grief, I headed into the spinning forest. Then suddenly the magnetic-like pull disappeared. My head was filled with conjectures and complaints, so I forgot to pull the brakes with my mental force. Without the force pulling at me, I fell forward to the ground in my red dress. With a crash, I felt my chin smash into the rock-hard ground of the split zone. I think I broke it. Lying on the ground, I reached to touch my teeth. It hurt a bit, but this kind of pain was more like an itch than anything else. I waited for my teeth and face to heal. My limbs were a bit sore from the fall, and since I couldn't be bothered to move, I just lied there sprawled out. As my skin was healing, I heard that familiar carefree drawl float down from above. What are you getting at kissing the ground in such an ecstatic posture? I lifted my head slightly to see an amused expression on Naizun's face as he looked down at me. I immediately jumped up somewhat embarrassed. Were you running just now? I asked as I pat the dust of my body. Naizun nodded. I heard Gaoken Jiui's announcement and I figured that this final defense illusion must be breakable. Ordinarily each person will be placed into their own illusory space, and these spaces can't be intruded. Those without a strong will won't be able to escape them either, so I decided to make use of the bond between us instead. I kept running in one direction, forcing you to break through your illusory space into mine. I exclaimed, what if you failed? What if the two illusions met and then I ended up twisted to shreds? Naizun pouted and smiled like a little boy. Well, then you'd be in pieces now. Wow, you're truly a demon, Naizun, I remarked casually, no heart to mock him further. But his expression darkened briefly. Just as I was about to fall for it, his eyes lit up again as he said, but if I have to become a demon to protect you, I'd gladly do so. Hearing those words in such a magnetic voice, I felt myself stagger. With an unruly expression and a wan smile, he said, I was just kidding. Did you think I was being serious? I immediately rolled my eyes in annoyance. But how was Gaoken Jiui's voice coming down from the sky? I asked. It must have something to do with his persuasion ability, Naizun replied casually. I looked around us. We were still in the border forest, the same place I was at previously. So he wanted us to find Huan King, but Huan King might not be in this illusory space, right? Naizun also took a look around. This isn't exactly an illusory space. Reality's just been warped somewhat. He must be somewhere. We can't escape, but if he's here, we just need to find him. I frowned. Where do we look for him? Naizun considered it for a moment. See if you can smell which direction Laurel is. I turned and sniffed around us. Yes, that way. I pointed. Let's check that way then and see if we can find another distorted space, Naizun suggested. After the two of us walked a bit, I discovered a figure lying beneath a nearby tree. Naizun, look. Is there someone lying there? I pointed towards the tree. Naizun squinted. Let's check it out. And so we quickly walked over to the person at the tree. As we approached, I looked at the person lying on the ground. A bit startled, I asked, isn't that Huan King? What happened to him? The person lying on the ground was indeed Huan King, but his spotless white suit was now stained and bloodied. His handsome face was covered in scars, and although he looked to be healing, it was happening very slowly. His maroon hair was plastered down with blood, his eyes were tightly closed, and his lips were pressed flat. Without a word, Naizun crouched down to inspect him. Then he said, turn around. I'll have to remove his clothes to find his split symbol and verify my suspicions. With a disgruntled expression, I replied, do you think he's worried about that now he's passed out? Just do it. But the look in my eyes and the drool at my mouth gave away my true intentions. Hurry and take the clothes off this handsome man. Naizun helplessly rolled his eyes, and then he started searching for Huan King's split symbol. Unexpectedly, he quickly found Huan King's split symbol on his forearm in what appeared to be a fox tail shape. Naizun placed his hand over the split symbol to try to get a read on Huan King's mental force. What is it? I asked curiously, but I couldn't help muttering inwardly that of all places his split symbol was in such an easily discoverable spot. Naizun seemed wary. Then he checked the splitting key that still hung around Huan King's neck. Our splitting keys are hung around our necks with our mental force. Each person's key is only useful to themselves. To others it's simply a useless piece of metal. Moreover, a person can't take someone else's splitting key, for it's linked to the owner's split symbol. The key will simply return to their owner. We can remove our splitting keys without worry of losing them, for they always reappear around our necks. After a long examination, Nizun finally said, as I expected, his body no longer holds any mental force. What, none at all? How can that be? I asked with surprise. Nizun nodded. Did you forget Joe's mentioned it before? After unlocking your split symbol with your own key, your mental force will disappear for an entire month. In order to create an illusion that can cover the entire border forest, he presumably unlocked his split symbol. At some point though, he must have been attacked and had his key removed. I flinched. Who could it be? If it's someone from Laurel's side, at least we can be sure that Lai Wen's not there. If she were, then he wouldn't even be alive now. If it's not Lai Wen, then maybe they took away his ability to use his mental force because they were unable to take his life another way. A dim light passed over Nizun's eyes. That's not the important part. What's important is that as far as we know, Huan King and the Soul Snatcher Rong Jin, and also Gaoqin Jiuyi are the most powerful people in the southern district. With Huan King, though he may not have a high attack power, his defensive abilities are surely enough to allow him to escape. This distorted space is his final defense. That means that even if he's lost consciousness, his illusion will not be easily undone. It will continue to conceal him. My heart sunk as I took in his meaning. Nizun finished by saying, so the most important question is who in the split zone would be able to injure him to this extent that he would put up his final defense. Chapter 49. Volume 1. 49. Mysterious Offender. An uneasiness crept over me as Nizun spoke. Give me one of your arrows, he told me. Although I wasn't sure what he planned to do, I grabbed an arrow from my back and handed it to him. He took the arrow with his gloved left hand and then he stabbed it into Huan King's arm. What are you doing? I shouted in alarm. My arrows were coated with a pain amplifier. Most people wouldn't be able to stand the pain. And Huan King was already injured. Nizun didn't reply, but Huan King suddenly woke up in a bout of pain. Nizun pulled out the arrow, leaving the blood to start spilling from Huan King's arm. Huan King opened his eyes, his amber irises filled with pain. After tossing aside the arrow, Nizun said, sorry, I had to get you to wake up since there are some things I just can't understand. You were unconscious, but fortunately the lack of mental force in your body meant that you'd feel this pain. Huan King's eyelashes trembled, likely a side effect of the pain amplifier. I nearly couldn't bear it as I recalled his once spotless appearance and his proud, honorable demeanor. Trembling, he glanced over at Nizun. His chapped lips opened to say, it's fine, fortunate in fact. You have to go get Lady Maifu back. You can't let them take her away. Nizun asked, who are they? Huan King's eyes shook. The Soul Snatcher Rong Jin and a very scary woman. A bit incredulous, I asked, how scary is very scary? Huan King gasped in pain, and Nizun quickly pulled out a small vial of what looks to be hemostatic powder. He poured it over Huan King's arrow wound. Huan King gasped again and then slowly said, I've never seen her before. She had purple hair and she wore a fox fur coat. And she only had one arm. A severed arm. I turned to Huan King in surprise. Most wouldn't choose to only give themselves with one arm. Unless perhaps she'd only had one arm while she was alive. Where did they come from? Nizun asked. Huan King shook his head. I don't know, but they came through from the eastern district. They must be in the southern district by now. I don't know why Rong Jin was with her or why he was in the eastern district to begin with. Has Rong Jin made a move yet? Nizun continued his questioning. Huan King laughed. You two don't know? Do you know one has ever seen Rong Jin? Anytime he appears before Seal Yuo, there's just a shadow on the ground and his voice in the air. But no actual person to be seen. Earlier it was that same familiar shadow as well. He likely hasn't made a move. I grew more apprehensive. Shadows. We didn't have shadows in the split zone. Sometimes a dark haze would appear when the light was weak, but that was because our visual field made things unclear. Within our sphere of vision, though, there wouldn't be shadows at our feet. Because there's no sun in the split zone and the sky is always grayed, and moreover our bodies are formed by our conscious, of course there wouldn't be shadows. How could someone have a shadow here? I looked down at Huan King, who still looks to be in great pain, and I could only swallow my doubts. Huan King spoke up. Logically speaking, Rong Jin wouldn't betray Seal Yuo, so I don't understand why he would be with that strange woman. In any case, please, you must contact Gaokinju. You can leave me here, but you must tell him that my fuss been taken. Please, you must do that. It was the first time I'd seen such a look in the cold and arrogant man's eyes. A kind of desperation. I nodded, agreeing to help. Sure, we can do that. Gaokinju is here now. You just have to undo your final defense. Right now we can't escape this distorted space, and we don't know which area Gaokinju is in. Nai-zun said. Yuan King panted. No. They must be outside this place right now. The final defense is keeping them from entering here. I came in after I was injured. They seem to be searching for something in this border forest. If I undo it now, everyone will be in danger. Then he looked at me. Trust me. You won't be able to beat her. He was speaking of the one-armed woman. But his words piqued my curiosity. What kind of woman was she that Yuan King was so sure that we wouldn't be able to beat her, and what would they be searching for in the forest? It can't be Nai-zun, and I exchanged glances, both of us suddenly thinking of the same thing. Laurel. They were searching for Laurel. That meant that they hadn't found Laurel after the stoneroom incident. Laurel was an experiment who'd fled, so she was now being hunted down. But why had Laurel said that night that this was what she wanted? If she truly wanted it, why was she running away? I looked at Yuan King and respectfully said, Yuan King, they seem to be searching for the missing girl from our district. Her name is Laurel. Trust me when I say that I want to save her just as much, if not more, as you want to save my Fu. So help us figure out a way to get out of this final defense and find Gaokinju. It's true that Nai-zun and I aren't enough to fight them, but if we can't find Gaokinju and Zhou, then we an even smaller chance for success. Yuan King sighed. His voice was a bit hoarse as he said, okay, but I don't have a single ounce of mental force in me right now. I can't use my abilities to help you find them. I can undo the defense system, but once it's undone there will be nothing protecting this forest anymore. You promise me? If you meet those two first, you must get away and find Gaokinju. Okay, I promised. Then he closed his eyes and recited a string of words that I didn't understand. As he spoke, a sudden wind flew by. Yuan King's words grew softer, and then he fainted again. Nai-zun examined him, and then said to me, his injuries are very serious, and without any mental force it's unsafe for him to stay here. From the looks of it, he's undone the final defense. But the border forest is enormous. If we don't have a way of finding Gaokinju quickly, then we can't bring him along. Impatiently I told him, but we can't just toss him away either. And we can't just sit here and wait to die. We have to find Laurel before they do. Nai-zun lowered his head as he hesitated. It was clear that he didn't have a plan either. What are you two doing here? Was the protection lifted? Zhou's rough voice suddenly sounded behind me. It was the feeling of finding a piece of straw that, although couldn't save your life, was still a pleasant surprise. I immediately turned around, but there was only Zhou. I hurriedly walked over to her. Have you seen Gaokinju? No. Zhou shook her head. Then she looked down at Yuan King lying on the ground. Her already large eyes widened even more. What's wrong with him? I shook my head. I'm not even sure how to explain it. But from what he said before he passed out, a one-armed woman crossed the east-south border together with Rong Jin. Yuan King also said that the woman's abilities are far greater than we can go up against. We suspect that they are here to find their missing experiment Laurel. They also took away my Fu and did this to him. Zhou's eyes widened still. It was a bit frightening to see actually. What, they took away my Fu? I was a bit surprised that she was most concerned about that issue, but I simply nodded. Where are they? We must stop them. Because we were in a precarious situation, I didn't want to overstep and ask too much. As long as we were united in our goals, I didn't care what her motive was. I said Yuan King said it would be best to first find Gaokinju. Perhaps we'll have a chance of succeeding if all four of us are together. I paused. Right now Yuan King's mental force has been depleted, but we can't leave him by himself here either. Do you have any ideas? Zhou immediately raised her right hand and a large whirlwind appeared. Well, put him in here. But this space is currently sealed up by my airflow. If my mental force is depleted, I won't be able to maintain it. If the enemy truly is that strong, we'll have to pray that I'm not beaten. Then with her other arm she swept Hugh and King inside the whirlwind with a blast of air. Before she closed the vortex she pulled out her sword. They are looking for Laurel. We can't find Gaelic and you right now anyway, so why not search for Laurel? Well, take it one step at a time. If we run into them first, well, what can you do about it? I said. Jos nodded. So I mobilized my nose and sniffed around for Laurel. To the right. Sniff. Nothing. To the left. Sniff. Nothing. What was going on? I frowned. Putting aside the fact that I looked like a dog, I turned in a circle and started sniffing. But after turning around and around I felt my heart drop. I looked at Jos and Nizun with a confused expression. I can't smell it. Nizun's pretty brows quickly knit together. How can that be? I'll call Jaipa to ask him. Nizun pulled out his phone, but before he could dial, a figure ran over towards us. It was a very familiar figure. She ran towards us crying out loud, "Oshen, be careful, don't trust any of them." Chapter 50. Volume 1. 50 An Expected Betrayal. My eyes opened wide, unable to believe who I was seeing before me. It wasn't just anyone who'd come, no. There was that head of green hair and swiftly sweeping serpent's tail. "Why, Ujai, what are you doing here?" I asked with a fright. I couldn't understand why she would be here right now. Ujai arrived at my side looking flustered and panicked. She grabbed me and her green hair swished in the air. An aroma wafted up to my nose. "Shen, I just got here. Something's happened back in the Western District. 7 of the 27 floor managers are dead." Ujai was very anxious. "I know." I nodded, unsurprised. Ujai turned and glared at Nizun. Then she turned back to me and said it was Nizun. I immediately shook my head. "That's impossible. Ujai, a lot of things have happened in the Southern District these past few days. I can't explain all of them to you, but trust me, Nizun has been with me the whole time. He couldn't have gone back to harm you guys. Someone must have disguised themselves as him." "No. Shen, listen to me," Ujai immediately denied. She pulled me away, putting a distance between us and Nizun. "Shen, although I don't know what's happened to you guys here, I have to ask you this first. Where are Yu Liang and Song Lu?" Recalling the missing Yu Liang and Song Lu, I replied dejectedly, "Yu Liang is missing." And Song Lu, with a sigh, I said, "She's probably still unconscious." An expression appeared on Yuji's face that seemed to say, "Then I'm right." She glared at Nizun again, and then told me, "Shen, you might not know this, but from the investigations that my 7 subordinates have been conducting, it seems that Nizun's hands have a special ability. He can shroud another's mental force for a time. That is to say, he can temporarily seize another person's mental force as long as the abilities that they wielded." I was perplexed. I looked over at Nizun, who was calmly listening as Ujai spoke, seemingly having no intention of refuting her claims. Ujai quickly added, "If Yu Liang's gone missing, maybe Nizun shrouded his mental force. You know what he can do? He can project another instance of himself. Though I don't know how Nizun was able to turn Yu Liang's invisible projection into something that could be seen. I'm sure he can do it." In other words, we didn't see someone pretending to be Nizun, but rather Nizun split himself in two. My eyes widened. Though I couldn't really believe it, the image did appear in my head. When Nizun took off his gloves and grabbed onto my Fu and that other kid, they looked incredulous. And just now, if that were the case, could Nizun have taken Hugh and King's mental force when he was examining him? Could he have also used Hugh and King's ability to create the illusion of our conversation? I was frightened by these sudden thoughts. I quickly turned to Nizun. Jos was also frowning. Though she hadn't quite understood, with so many people suspecting Nizun, she couldn't help but also turn to Nizun with suspecting eyes. Seeing our suspicious looks, Nizun suddenly smiled. His smile was somehow even more beautiful than Guanai's. With a dim gray light in his eyes, he said, "Ujai, you came all this way from the Western District just to say that?" Ujai immediately stepped forward. Eyes locked on Nizun, she said, "Stop pretending. Old Fan has gone missing. 4 members of my team have suddenly died for no good reason, and the other 3 have left me. Your projection is in the Western District right now, lying to the floor managers, trying to recruit them, saying that I killed Shen." I frowned. "He said that you killed me." Ujai nodded. She grabbed my hand, a sad look in her eyes. Since he dared to say such a thing, I suspected that he might really try to take the opportunity to kill you over here. Although I don't know how he can kill you and still keep his own life, I was still really scared. I quickly hurried over here, but their people pursued me. Jai passed working together with him. Those people used some kind of medicine on me so that I was unable to fight back. In the end, my last 3 members disappeared before I got here. I came to tell you that you can't let him succeed. You have to return with me right now. Otherwise all those floor managers will be swayed by him. My thoughts were flying all over the place. Of course I trusted you, Jai. She had always been my friend even back when Lai King was the commander. But Naizun, how could it be him? I turned to Naizun when I heard Jiao's laugh. It's all clear now. Naizun knew that if he had you killed by sacrificing another's life, the blonde man wouldn't let him off the hook, so he came up with a plan to come find the soul splitter. They would start an experiment to try to kill you so he could become the Western commander. I listened to her words, but I was watching Naizun. He still had that smile on his face. His expression was one of indifference and he wasn't speaking up for himself at all. Ash, and I know that it's hard to believe. But please forgive me for investigating you. I know that you and Naizun must always remain 500 meters from each other. It's because he's trapped to you that he's trying to kill you now, so he can escape, although I don't know what's happened here. I'm certain that he's the one who plotted it all. Jai looked at me, an incomparable worry on her face. I felt my insides chill. Naizun had a light smile on his face and his eyes sparkled. Well said. I walked up to Naizun. Standing in front of him, I looked into his eyes that could suddenly light up on any random day. I sighed inwardly. Naizun, I'm really very upset right now. You know, you must understand me. You must know how much I hate betrayals and how much I hate exposing lies. But what can I do in this numbing and inhumane split zone? What can I do? Sometimes I would rather not know anything. I would rather be lied to or feign ignorance so long as I didn't have to make a choice. But can I continue this way so weakly even if I don't face the betrayal? Does that mean the betrayer is no longer there beside me? No, I can't. No, it doesn't. I raised my head and looked into Naizun's eyes. They were bright as stars and I felt my heart sinking into an ocean of sorrow and pain. Then mustering up all of my mental force, I quickly grabbed Piercer and slashed at Yuji's eyes. Yujai hadn't expected my attack at all. Otherwise she would have certainly been able to avoid it. She was known for her speed after all. Her eyes widened in surprise. That's why she was hurt even more when Piercer landed its attack. The spines on Piercer's tail pricked her eyes. She cried out in agony as blood gushed forth from them. Ignoring the witty, startled Jiaos at the side, I turned to Naizun. In a cold voice I said, hurry, trap her. As if having understood me simply from the tone of my voice, Naizun grabbed a piece of paper from his pocket and stuck it onto Yuji's face. On the paper was a single word sealed. The paper blocked her face, so I couldn't see her eyes. But the blood gushing from them had already dripped down to her chin. Bright red, conspicuous, clearly seen. Her body had frozen the moment the paper was pressed to her face, and her tail had also stopped slithering. I scoffed as I looked at her. Yujai, you must be wondering right now what's going on. I slowly put away Piercer, stroking the soft purple leather at my hands. I smiled enchantingly, my eyes shining like a victorious queen. I looked at the motionless and silent Yujai before me. The day that Naizun told me something happened in the Western District, we contacted Old Fan. Did you think you could confuse everybody? Jai-Pa has long suspected you, otherwise he wouldn't have followed us to the Eastern District to tell us about Laurel. Jiaos looked utterly confused, her eyes flitting back and forth between Yujai and me. I glanced over at her and signaled for her not to be confused. Just listen. I smiled. With a final touch, I finally put away my whip. My gaze landed on the statue-like figure in front of me at the red lines streaming down Yuji's delicate pale neck. There was a coldness and a mercilessness in my eyes. Yujai, I never suspected you. I trusted you all along. I even left the Western District in your hands. Despite Jai-Pa and Naizun's suspicions towards you after Laurel's disappearance, I told them it wasn't the case. None of this could be related to Yujai. In order to find the truth and to prove your innocence, we came to the Southern District. Our original goal was, of course, finding a way out of the split zone, but we were also testing you. To see if you would impatiently give yourself away. I gave a deep sigh. I didn't want to continue, but I had to finish speaking. You must be feeling very anxious right now. But I'm not going to give you the chance to speak. Before we came here, Jai-Pa coated my whip with songless blood. Your injured eyes may never heal. I don't know what your end goal was, nor do I know if you truly wanted to kill me, but I do know that you're still worried about Mr. Blonde. You won't kill me because everyone knows what kind of punishment one gets for killing a district commander. Jos suddenly cut in Lai Shen Yu. She looked at me, her expression on guard. I shot her a harmless smile. But I was confirming you just betrayal right now, so the sadness I felt made the smile somewhat unnatural. Listen to me first, I told her. Her expression was complicated, but she didn't try to continue. I turned to you, Jai, and continued. You knew that I suspected you. You knew that Nai Zun and Jai-Pa's brains would have found a way to stop you. And because you fear Mr. Blonde, you want immediately kill me. But you had the confidence to come to me and give all these arguments to make me suspect Nai Zun. That way I would reveal to you how he told me to protect myself, right? My expression hardened as I spoke. You spoke so well and your method was good. If I were someone else who had known you so long, I might have hesitated between you and Nai Zun, and that hesitation may have been the death of me. It's too bad though that I'm not someone else. I know a secret that you don't know. I gave an incomparably emotional smile. A gentle yet vicious light circled in my eyes. Part 1 ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment, and a subscription, so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.